French literature origins. The history of French literature, in the proper sense of the term, can hardly be said to extend farther back than the 11th century. The actual manuscripts which we possess are seldom of older date than the century subsequent to this. But there is no doubt that, by the end at least of the 11th century, the French language, as a completely organized medium of literary expression, was in full, varied, and constant use. For many centuries previous to this, literature had been composed in France, or by natives of that country, using the term France in its full modern acceptation. But until the 9th century, if not later, the written language of France, so far as we know, was Latin, and despite the practice of not a few literary historians, it does not seem reasonable to notice Latin writings in a history of French literature. Such a history properly busies itself only with the monuments of French itself from the time when the so-called Lingua Romana Rustica 111 assumed a sufficiently independent form to deserve to be called a new language. This time, it is indeed impossible exactly to determine, and the period at which literary compositions, as distinguished from mere conversation, began to employ the new tongue, is entirely unknown. As early as the 7th century, the Lingua Romana, as distinguished from Latin and from Teutonic dialects, is mentioned, and this Lingua Romana would be of necessity used for purposes of clerical admonition, especially in the country districts. Though we need not suppose that such addresses had a very literary character. On the other hand, the mention, at early dates, of certain cantileni or songs, composed in the vulgar language, has served for basis to a superstructure of much ingenious argument with regard to the highly interesting problem of the origin of the chansons de geste, the earliest and one of the greatest literary developments of Northern French. It is sufficient in this article, where speculation would be out of place, to mention that only two such cantileni actually exist, and that neither is French. One of the 9th century, the Lay of Saucourt, is in a Teutonic dialect; the other, the Song of St. Farron, is of the 7th century, but exists only in Latin prose, the construction and style of which present traces of translation. Early monuments from a poetical and vernacular original. As far as facts go, the most ancient monuments of the written French language consist of a few documents of very various character, ranging in date from the 9th to the 11th century. The oldest gives us the oaths interchanged at Strasbourg in 842 between Charles the Bald and Louis the German, the next probably in date, and the first in literary merit is a short song celebrating the martyrdom of St. Eulalia, which may be as old as the end of the 9th century, and is certainly not younger than the beginning of the 10th. Another, the Life of St. Ledger, in 240 octosyllabic lines, is dated by conjecture about 975. The discussion, indeed, of these short and fragmentary pieces is of more philological than literary interest, and belongs rather to the head of French language. They are, however, evidence of the progress, which, continuing for at least 4 centuries, built up a literary instrument out of the decomposed and reconstructed Latin of the Roman conquerors, blended with a certain limited amount of contributions from the Celtic and Iberian dialects of the original inhabitants, the Teutonic speech of the Franks, and the Oriental tongue of the Moors, who pressed upwards from Spain. But all these foreign elements bear a very small proportion to the element of Latin, and as Latin furnished the greater part of the vocabulary, and the grammar, so did it also furnish the principal models and helps to literary composition. The earliest French versification is evidently inherited from that of the Latin hymns of the Church, and for a certain time, Latin originals were followed in the choice of literary forms, but by the 11th century, it is tolerably certain that dramatic attempts were already being made in the vernacular, that lyric poetry was largely cultivated, that laws, charters, and such like documents were written, and that commentators and translators busied themselves with religious subjects and texts. The most important of the extant documents outside of the epochs presently to be noticed has of epic poetry been held to be the Life of Saint Alexis, a poem of 625 decasyllabic lines, arranged in fivline stanzas, each of one assonance or vowel rhyme, which may be as early as 1050. But the most important development of the 11th century, and the one of which we are most certain, is that of which we have evidence remaining in the famous Chanson de Roland, discovered in a manuscript at Oxford, and first published in 1837. This poem represents the first and greatest development of French literature. The chansons de geste, this form, is now preferred to that with the plural jests. The origin of these poems has been hotly debated, and it is only recently that the importance which they really possess has been accorded to theme. Of fact, the less remarkable in that, until about 1820, the epics of ancient France were unknown or known only through late and disfigured prose versions. Whether they originated in the north or the south is a question on which there have been more than one or two revolutions of opinion and will probably be others still, but which need not be dealt with here. We possess in round numbers 100 of these chansons, 3 only of them are in Provencal, 2 of these Farabras, and Bitonnet de Hanston, are obviously adaptations of French originals. The third Gerards de Rossilho Gerard de Roussillon is undoubtedly Provencal, and is a work of great merit and originality, but its dialect is strongly tinged with the characteristics of the langue d'oil, and its author seems to have been a native of the debatable land between the two districts. To suppose, under these circumstances, that the Provencal originals of the 100 others have perished seems gratuitous. It is sufficient to say that the chanson de geste, as it is now extant, is the almost exclusive property of northern France, nor is there much authority for a supposition that the early French poets merely versified with amplifications. The stories of chroniclers, on the contrary, chroniclers draw largely from the chansons, and the question of priority between Roland and the pseudo Turpin, though a hard one to determine, seems to resolve itself in favor of the former. At most we may suppose with much probability that personal and family tradition gave a nucleus for at least the earliest. Chansons de geste, early French narrative poetry, was divided by one of its own writers, Jean Bodel, under 3 heads: poems relating to French history, poems relating to ancient history, and poems of the Arthurian cycle. Chansons de geste, Matières de France, de Bretagne et de Rome to the first only, is the term chansons de geste in strictness applicable. The definition of it goes partly by form and partly by matter. A chanson de geste must be written in verses either of 10 or 12 syllables, the former being. The earlier these verses have a regular caesura, which, like the end of a line, carries with it the license of a mute. The lines are arranged not in couplets or in stanzas of equal length, but in laïces or tirades consisting of any number of lines from half a dozen to some hundreds. These are in the earlier examples assonances, that is to say, the vowel sound of the last syllables is identical, but the consonants need not agree. Thus, for instance, the final words of a tirade of Amies et Amals Roman 49,206 are Herb nouvelle celles nouvelles traversant arrestant guerre cortege. Sometimes the tirade is completed by a shorter line, and the later chansons are regularly rhymed. As to the subject, a chanson de geste must be concerned with some event which is, or is supposed to be, historical in French. The tendency of the trouvers was constantly to affiliate their heroes on a particular geste or family. The 3 chief jests are those of Charlemagne himself, of Dune de Mayence, and of Garin de Montglain, but there are not a few chansons, notably those concerning the Lorrainers and the remarkable series, sometimes called the Chevalier aux Signes, and dealing with the Crusades, which lie outside these groups. By this joint definition of form, and subject, the chansons de geste are separated from the romances of antiquity, from the romances of the Round Table, which are written in octosyllabic couplets, and from the romans d'aventures or later fictitious tales, some of which, such as Brun de la Montagne, are written in pure chanson form. Not the least remarkable point about the chansons de geste is their vast extent. Their number, according to the strictest definition, exceeds 100, and the length of each chanson varies from 1,000 lines, or thereabouts, to 20,000 or volume, and changes of early epochs 30,000. The entire mass, including it, may be supposed the various versions and extensions of each chanson is said to amount to between 2 and 3 million lines, and when under the Second Empire the publication of the whole Carolingian cycle was projected, it was estimated, taking the earliest versions alone, at over 300,000. The successive developments of the chansons de geste may be illustrated by the fortunes of Huon de Bordeaux, one of the most lively, varied, and romantic of the older epics, and one which is interesting from the use made of it by Shakespeare, Wieland, and Weber in the oldest form, now extant, though even this is probably not the original Huon, consists of over 10,000 lines. A subsequent version contains 4,000 more, and lastly, in the 14th century, a later poet has amplified the legend to the extent of 30,000 lines. 112. When this point had been reached, Huon began to be turned into prose, was with many of his fellows published and republished during the 15th and subsequent centuries, and retains, in the form of a roughly printed chapbook, the favor of the country districts of France to the present day. It is not, however, in the later versions that the special characteristics of the chansons de geste are to be looked for. Of those which we possess, one, only the chanson de Roland belongs in its present form to the 11th century. Their date of production extends, speaking roughly, from the 11th to the 14th century. Their palmy days were the 11th and the 12th after this latter period. The Arthurian romances, with more complex attractions, became their rivals and induced their authors to make great changes in their style and subject. But for a time, they reigned supreme, and no better instance of their popularity can be given than the fact that manuscripts of them exist not merely in every French dialect, but in many cases in a strange macaronic jargon of mingled French and Italian. Two classes of persons were concerned in them. There was the trouver who composed them, and the jongleur who carried them about in manuscript or in his memory from castle to castle, and sang them, intermixing frequent appeals to his auditory for silence, declarations of the novelty and the strict copyright character of the chanson, revilings of rival minstrels, and frequently requests for money in plain words. Not a few of the manuscripts which we now possess appear to have been actually used by the jongleur, but the names of the authors, the trouvers, who actually composed them, are in very few cases known, those of copyists, continuators, and mere possessors of manuscripts having been often mistaken for them. The moral and poetical peculiarities of the older and more authentic of these chansons are strongly marked, though perhaps not quite so strongly, as some of their encomiasts have contended, and as may appear to a reader of the most famous of them, the chanson de Roland alone. In that poem, indeed, war and religion are the sole motives employed, and its motto might be two lines from another of the finest chansons, Aliskin's 161,162. Dist a Bertrand Navons mais nul lossier. Tant qui vivons allons payans ferrier. In Roland there is no love-making whatever, and the hero's betrothed, La Belle Aude, appears only in a casual jibe of her brother Oliver. And in the incident of her sudden death at the news of Roland's fall, Roman 1000, Leon Gaudier and others have drawn the conclusion that this stern and masculine character was a feature of all the older chansons, and that imitation of the Arthurian romance is the cause of its disappearance. This seems rather a hasty inference. In Amies et Amals, admittedly a poem of old date, the parts of Bellicent and Lubias are prominent, and the former is demonstrative enough in Aliskin's. The part of the Countess Gibberk is both prominent and heroic, and is seconded by that of Queen Blanchefleur and her daughter Ailise. We might also mention Oriable in Jerdon's de Blavies, and others, but it may be admitted that the sex which fights and counsels plays the principal part, that love adventures are not introduced at any great length, and that the lady usually spares her knight the trouble and possible indignities of a long wooing. The characters of a chanson of the older style are somewhat uniform. There is the hero, who is unjustly suspected of guilt or sore, beset by Saracens; the heroine who falls in love with him; the traitor who accuses him or delays help, who is almost always of the lineage of Gainlan, and whose ways form a very curious study. There are friendly paladins and subordinate traitors. There is Charlemagne, who bears throughout the marks of the epic king common to Arthur and Agamemnon, but is not in the earlier chanson the incapable and venal dotard which he becomes in the later. And with Charlemagne generally, the Duke names of Bavaria, the one figure who is invariably wise, brave, loyal, and generous in a few chansons, there is to be added to these a very interesting class of personages, who, though of low birth or condition, yet rescue the highborn knights from their enemies. Such are Raynort in Aliskin's Gaudier, in Gaydon Robuster, in Goffrey Veracher in Macaire. These subjects, uniform rather than monotonous, are handled with great uniformity. If not monotony of style, there are constant repetitions, and it sometimes seems, and may sometimes be the case, that the text is a mere cento of different and repeated versions, but the verse is generally harmonious, and often stately. The recurrent assonances of the endless tirade soon impress the ear with a grateful music, and occasionally, and far more frequently than might be thought, passages of high poetry, such as the magnificent Grant's Dole pour la mort de Roland, appear to diversify the course of the story. The most remarkable of the chansons are Roland Aliskin's Gerard de Roussillon, Amies et Amals Réal de Cambrai Garin la Loheraine, and its sequel Les Quater Fils Iman les Saisnes, recounting the war of Charlemagne with Whitekind, and lastly Le Chevalier aux Cygnes, which is not a single poem, but a series dealing with the earlier Crusades. The most remarkable group is that centering round William of Orange, the historical or half-historical defender of the south of France against Mohammedan invasion. Almost all the chansons of this group, from the long-known Aliskins to the recently printed Chankin de Willem, are distinguished by an unwanted personality of interest, as well as by an intensified dose of the rugged and martial poetry, which pervades the whole class. It is noteworthy that one chanson, and one only fluent, deals with Merovingian times, but the chronology, geography, and historic facts of nearly all are, it is hardly necessary to say, mainly arbitrary. Arthurian romances, the second class of early French epics, consists of the Arthurian cycle, the Matière de Bretagne, the earliest known compositions of which are at least a century junior to the earliest chansons de geste, but which soon succeeded the chansons in popular favor and obtained a vogue both wider and far more enduring. It is not easy to conceive a greater contrast in form, style, subject, and sentiment than is presented by the two classes. In both, the religious sentiment is prominent, but the religion of the chansons is of the simplest, not to say of the most savage character. To pray to God and to kill his enemies constitutes the whole duty of man. In the romances, the mystical element becomes on the contrary prominent and furnishes in the Holy Grail one of the most important features in the Carlovingian knight. The courtesy and clemency, which we have learnt to associate with chivalry, are almost entirely absent. The gentix burr contradicts, jeers at, and execrates his sovereign and his fellows with the utmost freedom. He thinks nothing of striking his cordis molier, so that the blood runs down her clear vis. If a servant or even an equal offends him, he will throw the offender into the fire, knock his brains out, or set his whiskers ablaze. The Arthurian knight is far more of the modern model in these respects, but his chief difference from his predecessor is undoubtedly in his amorous devotion to his beloved, who, if not morally superior to Bellicent Floripa's Esclarmonde and the other Carlovingian heroines, is somewhat less forward even in minute details. The difference is strongly marked. The romances are in octosyllabic couplets or in prose, and their language is different from that of the chansons, and contains much fewer of the usual epic repetitions and stock phrases. A voluminous controversy has been held respecting the origin of these differences and of the story or stories which were destined to receive such remarkable attention. Reference must be made to the article Arthurian legend for the history of this controversy, and for an account of its present state. This state, however, and all subsequent states are likely to be rather dependent upon opinion than upon actual knowledge. From the point of view of the general historian of literature, it may not be improper here to give a caution against the frequent use of the word proven in such matters. Very little in regard to early literature, except the literary value of the texts, is ever susceptible of proof, although things may be made more or less probable. What we are at present concerned with, however, is a body of verse and prose composed in the latter part of the 12th century, and later, the earliest romances, the Saint Graal, the Quête du Saint Graal, Joseph de Arimathie and Merlin, bear the names of Walter Map and Robert de Boron Artis, and part at least of Lancelot du Lac, the whole of which has been by turns attributed and denied to 113. Walter Map appear to be due to unknown authors. Tristan came later, and has a stronger mixture of Celtic tradition at the same time as Walter Map, or a little later Crescian, or Christian de Troyes, threw the legends of the Round Table into octosyllabic verse of a singularly spirited and picturesque character. The chief poems attributed to him are the Chevalier o Lion Sir Ewain of Wales, the Chevalier et la Tourette, one of the episodes of Lancelot Eric, Et Eneid Tristan, and Perceval. These poems, independently of their merit, which is great, had an extensive literary influence. They were translated by the German minnesingers Wolfram von Eschenbach, Gottfried of Strasbourg, and others, with the romances already referred to, which are mostly in prose, and which by recent authorities have been put later than the verse tales, which used to be postponed to them. Crescians poems complete the early forms of the Arthurian story, and supply the matter of it as it is best known to English readers in Mallory's book. Nor does that book, though far later than the original forms, convey a very false impression of the characteristics of the older romances. Indeed, the Arthurian knight, his character and adventures, are so much better known than the heroes of the Carlovingian chanson that there is less need to dwell upon them. They had, however, as has been already pointed out, great influence upon their rivals, and their comparative fertility of invention, the much larger number of their dramatis personae, and the greater variety of interests to which they appealed sufficiently explain their increased popularity. The ordinary attractions of poetry are also more largely present in them than in the chansons. There is more description, more life, and less of the mere chronicle. They have been accused of relaxing morality, and there is perhaps some truth in the charge, but the change is after all one rather of manners than of morals, and what is lost in simplicity is gained in refinement. Dune de Mayence is a late chanson, and Lancelot du Lac is an early romance, but the two beautiful scenes in the former between Dune and Nicolette, in the latter between Lancelot Galahalt Guinevere and the Lady of Mailhout, may be compared as instances of the attitude of the two classes of poets towards the same subject. Romances of antiquity there, is yet a third class of early narrative poems, differing from the two former in subject, but agreeing sometimes with one, sometimes with the other in form. These are the classical romances, Matière de Rome, which are not much later than those of Charlemagne and Arthur. The chief subjects with which their authors busied themselves were the conquests of Alexander and the siege of Troy, though other classical stories come in the most. Remarkable of all is the Romance of Alexander by Lambert the Short and Alexander of Berne. It has been said that the excellence of the 12-syllabled verse used in this romance was the origin of the term Alexandrine. The Trojan romances, on the other hand, are chiefly in octosyllabic verse, and the principal poem which treats of them is the Roman de Troyes of Benoit de Saint. More, both this poem and Alexander are attributed to the last quarter of the 12th century. The authorities consulted for these poems were, as may be supposed, none of the best dares Phrygius Dictes, Cretensis, the pseudo-Callisthenes supplied most of them. But the inexhaustible invention of the trouvers themselves was the chief authority consulted. The adventures of Medea, the wanderings of Alexander, the Trojan horse, the story of Thebes were quite sufficient to spur on to exertion the minds which had been accustomed to spin a chanson of some 10,000 lines out of a casual allusion in some preceding poem. It is needless to say that anachronisms did not disturb them from first to last. The writers of the chansons had not in the least troubled themselves with attention to any such matters. Charlemagne himself had his life and exploits accommodated to the need of every poet who treats of him, and the same is the case with the heroes of antiquity. Indeed, Alexander is made in many respects a prototype of Charlemagne. He is regularly knighted. He has 12 peers. He holds tournaments. He has relations with Arthur and comes in contact with fairies. He takes flights in the air, dives in the sea, and so forth. There is perhaps more avowed imagination in these classical stories than in either of the other divisions of French epic poetry. Some of their authors even confess to the practice of fiction, while the trouvers of the chansons invariably assert the historical character of their facts and personages, and the authors of the Arthurian romances at least start from facts vouched for partly by national tradition, partly by the authority of religion and the church. The classical romances, however, are important in two different ways. In the first place, they connect the early literature of France, however loosely, and with links of however dubious authenticity, with the great history and literature of the past. They show a certain amount of scholarship in their authors, and in their hearers they show a capacity of taking an interest in subjects which are not merely those directly connected with the village or the tribe. The chansons de geste had shown the creative power and independent character of French literature. There is, at least about the earlier ones, nothing borrowed traditional or scholarly. They smack of the soil, and they rank France among the very few countries which in this matter of indigenous growth have yielded more than folk songs and fireside tales. The Arthurian romances, less independent in origin, exhibit a wider range of view, a greater knowledge of human nature, and a more extensive command of the sources of poetical and romantic interest. The classical epics superadd the only ingredient necessary to an accomplished literature, that is to say, the knowledge of what has been done by other peoples and other literatures already, and the readiness to take advantage of the materials thus supplied. Romans de Aventures. These are the three earliest developments of French literature on the great scale. They led, however, to a fourth, which, though later in date than all, except their latest forms, and far more loosely associated as a group, is so closely connected with them by literary and social considerations that it had best be mentioned here. This is the Roman d'Aventures, a title given to those almost avowedly fictitious poems, which connect themselves mainly and centrally neither with French history, with the Round Table, nor with the heroes of antiquity. These began to be written in the 13th century and continued until the prose form of fiction became generally preferred. The later forms of the chansons de geste and the Arthurian poems might indeed be called Romans d'Aventures themselves. Hugues Capet, for instance, a chanson in form and class of subject, is certainly one of this latter kind in treatment, and there is a larger class of semi-Arthurian romance, which, so to speak, branches off from the main trunk, but for convenience sake, the definition we have given is preferable. The style and subject of these Romans d'Aventures are naturally extremely various. Guillaume de Palerme deals with the adventures of a Sicilian prince, who is befriended by a werewolf, Le Roman de l'Escouffle, with a heroine whose ring is carried off by a sparrowhawk Escouffle, like Prince Camaralzaman's talisman Guy of Warwick. With one of the most famous of imaginary heroes, Marigas de Portalges, is a sort of branch or offshoot of the romances of the Round Table. Cleomedes, the work of the trouver Aidens Leroy, who also rehandled the old chanson subjects of Aguirre and Bert Oxgrand's Pies, connects itself once more with the Arabian Nights, as well as with Chaucer forwards, in the introduction of a flying mechanical horse. There is in short no possibility of classifying their subjects. The habit of writing in jests or of necessarily connecting the new work with an older one had ceased to be binding, and the instinct of fiction writing was free, yet those Romans d'aventures do not rank quite as high in literary importance as the classes which preceded them. This undervaluation arises rather from a lack of originality and distinctness of savor than from any shortcomings in treatment. Their versification usually octosyllabic is pleasant enough, but there is not much distinctness of character about them, and their incidents often strike the reader with something of the sameness, but seldom with much of the naivete of those of the older poems. Nevertheless, some of them attain to a very high popularity, such, for instance, as the Parthenopex de Blois of Denis Pyramus, which has a motive drawn from the story of Cupid and Psyche, and the charming Floire et Blanchefleur, giving the woes of a 114 Christian prince and a Saracen slave girl. With them may be connected a certain number of early romances and fictions of various dates, in prose, none of which can vie in charm with Aucassin et Nicolette 13th century, an exquisite literary presentment of medieval sentiment in its most delightful form. In these classes may be said to be summed up the literature of feudal chivalry in France. They were all except perhaps the last composed by one class of persons, the trouvers, and performed by another, the jongleurs, the latter general characteristics of early narrative indeed sometimes presumed to compose for himself and was denounced as a trover bâtard by the indignant members of the superior caste. They were all originally intended to be performed in the Palais Marberin of the Baron to an audience of knights and ladies, and when reading became more common to be read by such persons, they dealt therefore chiefly, if not exclusively, with the class to whom they were addressed, the bourgeois, and the villain personages of political nonentity, at the time of their early composition, come in for far slighter notice, although occasionally in the few curious instances we have mentioned and others persons of a class inferior to the seigneur play an important part. The habit of private wars and of insurrection against the sovereign supply, the motives of the chanson de geste, the love of gallantry, adventure, and foreign travel, those of the romances Arthurian and miscellaneous, none of these motives much affected the lower classes who were with the early developed temper of the middle and lower class Frenchmen, already apt to think and speak cynically enough of tournaments, courts, crusades, and the other occupations of the nobility. The communal system was springing up, the towns were receiving royal encouragement, as a counterpoise to the authority of the nobles. The corruptions and maladministration of the church attracted the satire rather of the citizens and peasantry, who suffered by them, than of the spread of literary taste nobles, who had less to fear, and even something to gain. On the other hand, the gradual spread of learning, inaccurate and ill-digested perhaps, but still learning, not only opened up new classes of subjects, but opened them to new classes of persons. The thousands of students who flocked to the schools of Paris were not all princes or nobles, hence there arose two new classes of literature, the first consisting of the embodiment of learning of one kind or other in the vulgar tongue, the other one of the most remarkable developments of sportive literature, which the world has seen, produced the second indigenous literary growth, of which France can boast, namely the fabliaux, and the almost more remarkable work, which is an immense conglomerate of fabliaux, the great bistepic of the Roman de Renart. Fabliaux, there are few literary products which have more originality, and at the same time more diversity than the fabliau. The epic and the drama, even when they are independently produced, are similar in their main characteristics all the world over, but there is nothing in previous literature which exactly corresponds to the fabliau. It comes nearest to the Aesopic fable, and its Eastern origins or parallels, but differs from these in being less allegorical, less obviously moral, though a moral of some sort is usually, if not always, enforced, and in having a much more direct personal interest. It is in many degrees further removed from the parable, and many degrees nearer to the novel. The story is the first thing, the moral the second, and the latter is never suffered to interfere with the former. These observations apply only to the fabliaux properly so called, but the term has been used with considerable looseness. The collectors of those interesting pieces, Barbazan, Mion, Legrand d'Aussy, have included in their collections large numbers of miscellaneous pieces, such as dits, rhymed descriptions of various objects, the most famous known author of which was Baudouin de Conde, 13th century, and debats, discussions between two persons or contrasts of the attributes of two things, sometimes even short romances, farces, and mystery plays. Not that the fable proper, the prose classical beastry of Aesop, was neglected. Marie de Francais, poetess, to be mentioned again for her more strictly poetical works, the most literary of not a few writers, who composed what were often after the mysterious original poet named Aesop's Aesop Phaedrus Babrius, were translated and imitated in Latin and in the vernacular by this class of writer, and some of the best known of fabulars date from this time. The fablio, on the other hand, according to the best definition of it yet achieved, is the recital generally comic of a real or possible incident occurring in ordinary human life. The comedy, it may be added, is usually of a satiric kind, and occupies itself with every class and rank of men from the king to the villain. There is no limit to the variety of these lively versatiles, which are invariably written in eight-syllabled couplets. Now, the subject is the misadventure of two Englishmen, whose ignorance of the French language makes them confuse donkey and lamb. Now, it is the fortunes of an exceedingly foolish knight, who has an amiable and ingenious mother-in-law, now the deserved sufferings of an avaricious or ill-behaved priest, now the bringing of an ungrateful son to a better mind by the wisdom of babes and sucklings. Not a few of the Canterbury Tales are taken directly from fablios. Indeed, Chaucer, with the possible exception of Prior, is our nearest approach to a fabliorator at the other end of Europe. The prose novels of Boccaccio and other Italian taletellers are largely based upon fablios, but their influence in their own country was the greatest. They were the first expression of the spirit, which has since animated the most national and popular developments of French literature, simple and unpretending. They are informed. The fablios announce not merely the Cent Nouvelles and the Heptameron El Avocat Patelin and Pantagruel, but also El Aver and the Roman comique Gil Blas. And Candide, they indeed do more than merely prophesy the spirit of these great performances, they directly lead to them. The prostale and the farce are the direct outcomes of the fablio, and the prostale and the farce once given the novel, and the comedy inevitably fall. The special period of fablio composition appears to have been the 12th and 13th centuries. It signifies on the one side the growth of a lighter and more sportive spirit than had yet prevailed, on another the rise, in importance of social importance of fabliox author, and lower orders of men than the priest, and the noble, on yet another the consciousness, on the part of these lower orders, of the defects of the two privileged classes, of the shortcomings of the system of polity, under which these privileged classes enjoyed their privileges. There is, however, in the fablio proper not so very much of direct satire, this being indeed excluded by the definition given above and by the thoroughly artistic spirit in which that definition is observed. The fablios are so numerous and so various that it is difficult to select any as specially representative. We may, however, mention both as good examples and as interesting from their subsequent history. Le Ver Palfrey, treated in English by Leigh Hunt and by Peacock Levilline; Meyer, the original consciously or unconsciously followed in La Médecine Malger; Louis Leroy d'Angleterre, et le jongleur de la house party le sot chevalier, an indecorous, but extremely amusing story Les du Bordiers, Ribaus, a dialogue between two jongleurs of great literary interest, containing allusions to the chansons de geste and romances most in vogue, and Levilline, qui conquist parodies, par plate, one of the numerous instances of what has unnecessarily puzzled moderns, the association in medieval times of sincere and unfeigned faith with extremely free handling of its objects. This lightheartedness in other subjects sometimes bubbled over into the fat racy, an almost pure nonsense piece parent of the later amphigoury. Roman de Renart, if the fablios are not remarkable for direct satire, that element is supplied in more than compensating quantity by an extraordinary composition, which is closely related to them. Le Roman de Renart, or History of Reynard the Fox, is a poem, or rather series of poems, which from the end of the 12th to the middle of the 14th century served the citizen poets of northern France, not merely as an outlet for literary expression, but also as a vehicle of satirical comment on the general vices and weaknesses of humanity, now on the usual corruptions in church and state, now on the various historical 115 events, which occupied public attention from time to time. The enormous popularity of the subject is shown by the long vogue which it had, and by the empire which it exercised over generations of writers, who differed from each other widely in style and temper. Nothing can be farther from the allegorical erudition, the political diatribes, and the sermonizing moralities of the authors of Renart, Le Contrefait, than the sly naivete of the writers of the earlier branches. Yet these, and a long and unknown series of intermediate bards, the Fox King pressed into his service. And it is scarcely too much to say that during the 2 centuries of his reign, there was hardly a thought in the popular mind which, as it rose to the surface, did not find expression in an addition to the huge cycle of Renart. We shall not deal with the controversies which have been raised as to the origin of the poem and its central idea. The latter may have been a travesty of real persons and actual events, or it may, and much more probably, have been an expression of thoughts and experiences which recur in every generation. France, the Netherlands, and Germany have contended for the honor of producing Renart French, Flemish, German, and Latin for the honor of first describing him. It is sufficient to say that the spirit of the work seems to be more that of the borderland between France and Flanders than of any other district, and that wherever the idea may have originally arisen, it was incomparably more fruitful in France than in any other country. The French poems which we possess on the subject amount in all to nearly 100,000 lines, independently of mere variations, but including the different versions of Renart le Contrefait. This vast total is divided into 4 different poems. The most ancient and remarkable is that edited by Mion under the title of Roman du Renart, and containing, with some additions made by Roman 1000 Chabel, 37 branches, and about 32,000 lines. It must not, however, be supposed that this total forms a continuous poem, like the Aeneid or Paradise Lost part, was pretty certainly written by Pierre de Saint Cloud, but he was not the author of the whole. On the contrary, the separate branches are the work of different authors, hardly any of whom are known, and but for their community of subject, and to some extent of treatment, might be regarded as separate poems. The history of Renart, his victories over Isengrim, the wolf Bruin the bear, and his other unfortunate rivals, his family affection, his outwittings of King Noble the lion, and all the rest are too well known to need fresh description here. It is perhaps in the subsequent poems, though they are far less known, and much less amusing, that the hold which the idea of Renart had obtained on the mind of northern France, and the ingenious uses to which it was put, are best shown. The first of these is Le Couronnement, Renart, a poem of between 3,000 and 4,000 lines, attributed on no grounds whatever to the poetess Marie de France, and describing how the hero by his ingenuity got himself crowned king. This poem already shows signs of direct moral application and generalizing. These are still more apparent in Renart Le Nouvel, a composition of some 8,000 lines, finished in the year 1288 by the Fleming Jacquemart, Gilly here the personification of which, in noticing the Roman de la Rose, we shall soon have to give extended mention, becomes evident instead of, or at least beside, the lively personal Renart, who used to steal sausages, set Isengrim fishing with his tail, or make use of Chanticleer's comb for a purpose for which it was certainly never intended. We have Renardian abstraction of guile and hypocrisy, triumphantly prevailing over other and better qualities. Lastly, as the Roman de la Rose of William of Loris is paralleled by Renart Le Nouvel, so its continuation by Jean de Meung is paralleled by the great miscellany of Renart Le Contrefait, which even in its existing versions extends to fully 50,000 lines. Here we have, besides floods of miscellaneous erudition and discourse, political argument of the most direct and important kind. The wrongs of the lower orders are bitterly urged, they are almost openly incited to revolt, and it is scarcely too much to say, as Roman 1000 Lenient has said, that the closely following Jacquerie is but a practical carrying out of the doctrines of the anonymous satirists of Renart Le Contrefait, one of whom, if indeed there was more than one, appears to have been a clerk of Troyes. Early lyric poetry side by side with these two forms of literature, the epics and romances of the higher classes, and the fablio, which at least in its original represented rather the feelings of the lower, there grew up a third kind, consisting of purely lyrical poetry. The song literature of medieval France is extremely abundant and beautiful from the 12th to the 15th century. It received constant accessions, some signed, some anonymous, some purely popular in their character, some the work of more learned writers, others again, produced by members of the aristocracy of the latter class. It may fairly be said that the catalogue of royal and noble authors boasts few, if any, names superior to those of Thibaut de Champagne, King of Navarre, at the beginning of the 13th century, and Charles d'Orleans, the father of Louis Roman XII, at the beginning of the 15th. Although much of this lyric poetry is anonymous, the more popular part of it almost entirely so, yet Roman 1000 Paul in Paris was able to enumerate some hundreds of French chansonniers between the 11th and the 13th century. The earliest song literature, chiefly known in the delightful collection of Bartsch Altfranzösische Romanzen und Pastorellen, is mainly sentimental in character. The collector divides it under the two heads of romances, and pastorelles, the former being usually the celebration of the loves of a noble knight and maiden, and recounting how Belle Dote or Eglantine or Orier sat at her windows, or in the tourney gallery, or embroidering silk and samite in her chamber with her thoughts on Gerard or Guy or Henriette, latter somewhat monotonous, but naive and often picturesque recitals, very often in the first person of the meeting of an errant knight, or minstrel with a shepherdess, and his cavalier, but not always successful wooing, with these some of which date from the 12th century may be contrasted at the other end of the medieval period, the more varied and popular collection, dating in their present form from the 15th century, and published in 1875 by Roman 1000 Gaston Paris in both alike, making allowance for the difference of their age and the state of the language, may be noticed a charming lyrical faculty and great skill in the elaboration of light and suitable meters. Especially remarkable is the abundance of refrains of an admirably melodious kind. It is said that more than 500 of these exist among the lyric writers of these 4 centuries, whose names are known, may be mentioned Godefroy, Le Bastard, Godefroy Le Bastard. Thibaut de Champagne, 12th century, the author of the charming Song of Belle Iden, and others no way inferior. Quesnez de Bethune, the ancestor of Sully, whose songwriting inclines to a satirical cast in many instances, the Vidame de Chartres Charles, d'Anjou King John of Brienne, the Chatelaine de Cousy Gace Brussels Colin Musette, while not a few writers mentioned elsewhere Guillaume de Provins, Adam de la Halle, Jean Bodel, and others were also lyrists, but none of them except perhaps Godefroy can compare with Thibaut Roman 412,011,253, who united by his possessions and ancestry connection with the north and the south, and who employed the methods of both districts, but used the language of the north only. Thibaut was supposed to be the lover of Blanche of Castile, the mother of St. Louis, and a great deal of his verse is concerned with his love for her. But while knights and nobles were thus employing lyric poetry in courtly and sentimental verse, lyric forms were being freely employed by others both of high and low birth for more general purposes. Blanche and Thibaut themselves came in for contemporary lampoons, and both at this time and in the times immediately following, a cloud of writers composed light verse, sometimes of a lyric, sometimes of a narrative kind, and sometimes in a mixture of both. By far the most remarkable of these is Rudebeuf, a name which is perhaps a nickname, the first of a long series of French poets to whom in recent days the title Bohemian has been applied, who passed their lives between gaiety and misery, and celebrated their lot in both conditions with copious verse. Rudebeuf is among the earliest French writers who tell us their personal history and make personal appeals, but he does not confine himself to these. He discusses the history of his times. 116 upbraids the nobles for their desertion of the Latin Empire of Constantinople, considers the expediency of crusading in vase against the religious orders, and takes part in the disputes between the Pope and the King. He composes pious poetry too, and in at least one poem takes care to distinguish between the church which he venerates and the corrupt churchman, whom he lampoons. Besides Rudebeuf, the most characteristic figure of his class and time, about the middle of the 13th century, is Adam de la Halle. Adam de la Halle, commonly called the Hunchback of Arras. The earlier poems of Adam are of a sentimental character, the later ones satirical and somewhat ill-tempered. Such, for instance, is his invective against his native city, but his chief importance consists in his Jew de la Feuille, the Jew de Robin et Marian dramatic compositions, which led the way to the regular dramatic form. Indeed, the general tendency of the 13th century is to satire, fable, and farce, even more than to serious or sentimental poetry. We should perhaps accept the lies, the chief of which are known under the name of Marie de France. These lays are exclusively Breton in origin, though not in application, and the term seems originally to have had reference rather to the music to which they were sung than to the manner or matter of the pieces. Some resemblance to these lays may perhaps be traced in the genuine Breton songs published by Roman 1000. Lousel. The subjects of the lies are indifferently taken from the Arthurian cycle, from ancient story, and from popular tradition, and at any rate in Mary's hands, they give occasion for some passionate, and in the modern sense really romantic poetry. The most famous of all is the Lay of the Honeysuckle, traditionally assigned to Sir Tristram. Satiric and didactic works among the direct satirists of the Middle Ages, one of the earliest and foremost is Guillaume de Provins, a monk of Clairvaux and Cluny, whose Bible, as he calls it, contains an elaborate satire on the time, the beginning of the 13th century, and who was imitated by others, especially Hugues de Bregy. The same spirit soon betrayed itself in curious travesties of the romances of chivalry, and sometimes invades the later specimens of these romances themselves. One of the earliest examples of this travesty is the remarkable composition entitled Audigier. This poem, half fablio and half romance, is not so much an instance of the heroicomic poems, which afterwards found so much favor in Italy and elsewhere, as a direct and ferocious parody of the Carlovingian epic, the hero Audigier, is a model of cowardice and disloyalty. His father and mother Turgibus and Rainburg are deformed and repulsive. The exploits of the hero himself are coarse and hideous failures, and the whole poem can only be taken as a counterblast to the spirit of chivalry elsewhere. Trouvre prophetic of Rabelais describes a vast battle between all the nations of the world, the quarrel being suddenly atoned by the arrival of a holy man bearing a huge flagon of wine again. We have the history of a solemn crusade undertaken by the citizens of a country town against the neighboring castle, as erudition and the fancy for allegory gained ground satire, naturally availed itself of the opportunity, thus afforded it the disputes of Philippe le Bel with the Pope, and the Templars had an immense literary influence partly in the concluding portions of the Renart, partly in the Roman de la Rose, still to be mentioned, and partly in other satiric allegories, of which the chief is the Romance of Fauvel, attributed to François de Ruse. The hero of this is an allegorical personage half man and half horse, signifying the union of bestial degradation with human ingenuity and cunning. Fauvel, the name it may be worth while to recall occurs in Langland, is a divinity in his way. All the personages of state, from kings and popes to mendicant friars, pay their court to him. But this serious and discontented spirit betrays itself also in compositions which are not parodies or travesties in form. One of the latest, if not absolutely the latest for Cuvilliers' still later Chronique de du Guesclin, is only a Baudouin de Seberk most interesting imitation of the chanson form, adapted to recent events of the chansons de geste, is Baudouin de Seberk, one of the members of the great romance or cycle of romances dealing with the Crusades and entitled Le Chevalier au Signy Baudouin de Seberk, dates from the early years of the 14th century. It is strictly a chanson de geste in form, and also in the general run of its incidents. The hero is dispossessed of his inheritance by the agency of traitors, fights his battle with the world and its injustice, and at last prevails over his enemy Godefroy, who has succeeded in obtaining the kingdom of Friesland and almost that of France. Godefroy has as his assistants two personages who were very popular in the poetry of the time, viz., the devil and money. These two sinister figures pervade the fabulous tales and fantastic literature, generally of the time Roman 1000 lenient. The historian of French satire has well remarked that a romance as long as the Renart might be spun out of the separate short poems of this period, which have the devil for hero, and many of which form a very interesting transition between the fablio and the mystery. But the devil is in one respect a far inferior hero. To Renart he has an adversary in the Virgin, who constantly upsets his beslaid schemes, and who does not always treat him quite fairly. The abuse of usury at the time, and the exactions of the Jews and Lombards were severely felt, and money itself as personified figures, largely in the popular literature of the time. Roman de la Rose work of very different importance from all of these, though with seeming touches of the same spirit. A work which deserves to take rank among the most important of the Middle Ages is the Roman de la Rose on William of Lorisaf, the few really remarkable books, which is the work of two authors, and that not in collaboration, but in continuation. One of the other, the author of the earlier part, was Guillaume de Loris, who lived in the first half of the 13th century. The author of the later part was Jean de Meung, who was born about the middle of that century, and whose part in the Roman dates at least from its extreme end. This great poem exhibits in its two parts very different characteristics, which yet go to make up a not inharmonious whole. It is a love poem, and yet it is satire, but both gallantry and raillery are treated in an entirely allegorical spirit. And this allegory, while it makes the poem tedious to hasty appetites of today, was exactly what gave it its charm in the eyes of the Middle Ages. It might be described as an ars amorous crossed with a quodlibte. This mixture exactly hit the taste of the time, and continued to hit it for 2 centuries and a half. When its obvious and gallant meaning was attacked by moralists and theologians, it was easy to quote the example of the Canticles, and to furnish esoteric explanations of the allegory. The writers of the 16th century were never tired of quoting and explaining it. Anton de Baef, indeed, gave the simple and obvious meaning, and declared that La Rose cest damers la Gurden Gracia, but Marat, on the other hand, gives us the choice of four mystical interpretations. Rose being either the state of wisdom, the state of grace, the state of eternal happiness, or the Virgin herself. We cannot here analyze this celebrated poem. It is sufficient to say that the lover meets all sorts of obstacles in his pursuit of the rose, though he has for a guide the metaphorical personage Belle Ecuile. The early part, which belongs to William of Loris, is remarkable for its gracious Jean de Meungend fanciful descriptions 40 years after Loris' death. Jean de Meung completed it in an entirely different spirit. He keeps the allegorical form, and indeed introduces two new personages of importance, nature and fox semblant, in the mouths of these personages. And of another raisin he puts the most extraordinary mixture of erudition and satire. At one time, we have the history of classical heroes, at another theories against the hoarding of money, about astronomy, about the duty of mankind, to increase and multiply accounts of the origin of loyalty, which would have cost the poet his head at some periods of history, and even communistic ideas, are also to be found here in Fox Semblant. We have a real creation of the theatrical hypocrite. All this miscellaneous and apparently incongruous material, in fact, explains the success of the poem it has. The one characteristic which has at all times secured the popularity of great works of literature. It holds the mirror up firmly and fully to its age, as we find in Rabelais 117, the characteristics of the Renaissance in Montaigne, those of the skeptical reaction from Renaissance and Reform alike in Molière, those of the Society of France, after Richelieu had tamed and leveled it in Voltaire, and Rousseau respectively, the two aspects of the great revoltso. There are to be found in the Roman de la Rose the characteristics of the later Middle Age, its gallantry, its mysticism, its economical and social troubles, and problems, its scholastic methods of thought, its naive acceptance as science of everything that is written, and at the same time, its shrewd and indiscriminate criticism of much that the age of criticism has accepted without doubt or question. The Roman de la Rose, as might be supposed, set the example of an immense literature of allegorical poetry, which flourished more and more until the Renaissance. Some of these poems we have already mentioned. Some will have to be considered under the head of the 15th century, but as usually happens in such cases, and was certain to happen in this case, the allegory, which has seemed tedious to many even in the original, became almost intolerable in the majority of the imitations. We have observed that at least in the later section of the Roman de la Rose, there is observable a tendency to import into the poem indiscriminate erudition. This tendency is now remote from our poetical habits, but in its own early didactic versidae, it was only the natural result of the use of poetry for all literary purposes. It was many centuries before prose became recognized as the proper vehicle for instruction, and at a very early date verse was used as well for educational and moral as for recreative and artistic purposes. French verse was the firstborn of all literary mediums in modern European speech, and the resources of ancient learning were certainly not less accessible in France than in any other country. Dante, in his De Vulgari Eloquio, acknowledges the excellence of the didactic writers of the Langue d'Oil. We have already alluded to the bestiary of Philippe de Thon, a Norman trouveur who lived and wrote in England during the reign of Henry Beauclerc. Besides the bestiary, which from its dedication to Queen Adela has been conjectured to belong to the third decade of the 12th century, Philippe wrote also in French a Liber de Creaturis, both works being translated from the Latin. These works of mystical and apocryphal physics and zoology became extremely popular in the succeeding centuries, and were frequently imitated. A moralizing turn was also given to them, which was much helped by the importation of several miscellanies of Oriental origin, partly tales, partly didactic in character, the most celebrated of which is the Roman Des Sept Sages, which under that title, and the variant of Dolipathos, received repeated treatment from French writers, both in prose and verse. The odd notion of an Ovide Moralize used to be ascribed to Philippe de Vitry, bishop of Meaux, 12,911,391, a person complimented by Petrarch, but is now assigned to a certain Crescian. Legonize art too soon demanded exposition in verse as well as science. The favorite pastime of the chase was repeatedly dealt with, notably in the Roy Modus 1325 mixed prose and verse, the Deduits de la Chasse 1387 of Gaston de Foix prose, and the Tresor de Venery of Hardouin 1394 verse. Very soon didactic verse extended itself to all the arts and sciences. Vegetius and his military precepts had found a home in French octosyllables as early as the 12th century. The end of the same age saw the ceremonies of knighthood solemnly versified, and Napes' Maps du Monde also soon appeared at last in 1245. Gaudier of Metz, translated from various Latin works into French verse, a sort of encyclopedia, while another incongruous but known as L'Image du Monde exists from the same century. Profane knowledge was not the only subject which exercised didactic poets. At this time, religious handbooks and commentaries on the scriptures were common in the 13th and following centuries, and under the title of castaments and sainaments and doctrinox, moral treatises became common, the most famous of these the Castament Dun Pier. A sun fils falls under the class already mentioned of works, due to Oriental influence being derived from the Indian Panchatantra. In the 14th century, the influence of the Roman de la Rose helped to render moral verse frequent and popular the same century moreover, which witnessed these developments of well-intentioned, if not always artificial forms of versajudicious erudition, witnessed also a considerable change in lyrical poetry. Hitherto, such poetry had chiefly been composed in the melodious but unconstrained forms of the Romance and the Pastorelle in the 14th century. The writers of northern France subjected themselves to several rules in this age, arose the forms which for so long a time were to occupy French singers, ballade the rondeau the rondel, the triolet the chant royal, and others these received considerable alterations. As time went on we possess not a few arts poetici such as that of Eustache Deschamps at the end of the 14th century, that formerly ascribed to Henry de Croix, and now to Molinet at the end of the 15th, and that of Thomas Sybillet in the 16th giving particulars of them, and these particulars show considerable changes. Thus the term rondeau, which since Villon has been chiefly limited to a poem of 15 lines, where the 9th and 15th repeat the first words of. The first was originally applied both to the rondel, a poem of 13 or 14 lines, where the first two are twice repeated integrally, and to the triolet one of 8, only where the first line occurs 3 times, and the second twice the last is an especially popular meter, and is found where we should least expect it in the dialogue of the early farces, the speakers making up triolets between them, as these 3 forms are closely connected, so are the ballade and the chant royal, the latter being an extended and more stately and difficult version of the former, and the characteristic of both being the identity of rhyme and refrain in the several stanzas. It is quite uncertain at what time these fashions were first cultivated, but the earliest poets who appear to have practiced them extensively were born at the close of the 13th and the beginning of the 14th centuries. Of these, Guillaume de Machault, Roman 1,001,380, is the oldest. He has left us 80,000 verses. Never yet completely printed Eustache Deschamps, Roman 100, was nearly as prolific, but more fortunate as more meritorious, the Societe des Anciens Texts, having at last provided a complete edition of him. Froissart, the historian 13,330,1410, was also an agreeable and prolific poet. Deschamps, the most famous as a poet of the 3, has left us nearly 1,200 ballads, and nearly 200 rondeaux besides much other verse, all manifesting very considerable poetical powers less known, but not less noteworthy, and perhaps the earliest of all is Jehanot de l'Escurol, whose personality is obscure and most of whose works are lost but whose remains are full of grace. Froissart appears to have had many countrymen in Hainault and Brabant who devoted themselves to the art of versification, and the Livre des Cent Ballads of the Marshal Boucicault, 13,661,421, and his friends Roman 100 shows that the French gentleman of the 14th century was as apt at the ballade as his Elizabethan peer in England was at the sonnet. Early drama. Before passing to the prose writers of the Middle Ages, we have to take some notice of the dramatic productions of those times, productions of an extremely interesting character. But like the immense mysteries and miraculous majority of medieval literature, poetic inform the origin or the revival of dramatic composition in France has been hotly debated, and it has been sometimes contended that the tradition of Latin comedy was never entirely lost, but was handed on chiefly in the convents by adaptations of the Terentian plays, such as those of the nun Hroswitha. There is no doubt that the mysteries subjects taken from the sacred writings and miracle plays subjects taken from the legends of the saints, and the Virgin are of very early date. The mystery of the foolish virgins, partly French, partly Latin, that of Adam and perhaps that of Daniel, are of the 12th century, though due to unknown authors. Jean Bodel and Rudebeuf, already mentioned, gave the one that of Saint Nicholas at the confines of the 12th and 13th, the other that of Theophile later in the 13th itself. But the later moralities, soties, and farces seem to be also in part a very probable development of the simpler and earlier forms of the fablio, and of the tenson or Jeopardy, a poem in simple dialogue much used by both troubadours 118 and trouvers. The fablio has been sufficiently dealt with already. It chiefly supplied the subject, and some miracleples and farces are little more than fablios thrown into dialogue of the Juxparties. There are many examples varying from very simple questions and answers to something like regular dramatic dialogue. Even short romances such as Aucassin et Nicolette were easily susceptible of dramatization. But the Jeu de la Feuille or Fuili of Adam de la Halle, seems to be the earliest piece profane in subject, containing something more than mere dialogue. The poet has not indeed gone far for his subject, for he brings in his own wife father, and friends, the interest being complicated by the introduction of stock characters, the doctor, the monk, the fool, and of certain Ferris personages already popular from the later romances of chivalry. Another piece of Adams, Le Jeu de Robin et Marion, also already alluded to, is little more than a simple throwing into action of an ordinary pastorelle, with a considerable number of songs to music. Nevertheless, later criticism has seen, and not unreasonably, in these two pieces the origin in the one case of farce, and thus indirectly of comedy proper in the other of comic opera. For a long time, however, the mystery and miracles remained the staple of theatrical performance, and until the 13th century actors, as well as performers, were more or less taken from the clergy. It has indeed been well pointed out that the offices of the church were themselves dramatic performances, and required little more than development at the hands of the mystery writers. The occasional festive outbursts, such as the Feast of Fools, that of the boy bishop, and the rest helped on the development. The variety of mysteries and miracles was very great. A single manuscript contains 40 miracles of the Virgin, averaging from 1200 to 1500 lines, each written in octosyllabic couplets, and at least as old as the 14th century. Most of them perhaps much earlier. The mysteries proper, or plays taken from the scriptures, are older still. Many of these are exceedingly long. There is a Mr. de l'Ancient Testament, which extends to many volumes, and must have taken weeks to act in its entirety. The Mr. de la Passion, though not quite so long, took several days, and recounts the whole history of the Gospels. The best apparently of the authors of these pieces, which are mostly anonymous, were two brothers, Arnold and Simon Greben, authors of the Acts des Apôtres, and in the first case of the Passion, Roman 100, while a certain Jean Mitchell, Roman 500, is credited with having continued the Passion from 30,000 lines to 50,000. But these performances, though they held their ground until the middle of the 16th century, and extended their range of subject from sacred to profane historialgendary, as in the Destruction de Troy contemporary, as in the profane Dramacide d'Orléans, were soon rivaled by the more profane performances of the moralities, the farces, and the sotties. The palmy time of all these three kinds is the 15th century, while the Confrérie de la Passion itself, the special performers of the sacred drama, only obtained the license constituting it by an ordinance of Charles Roman VI in 1402. In order, however, to take in the whole of the medieval theatre at a glance, we may anticipate a little. The confraternity was not itself the author or performer of the profaner kind of dramatic performance. This latter was due to two other bodies, the clerks of the Bazoch and the Enfants Sans Souci, as the confraternity was chiefly composed of tradesmen and persons very similar to Peter Quince and his associates. So the clerks of the Bazoch were members of the legal profession of Paris, and the Enfants Sans Souci were mostly young men of family. The morality was the special property of the first, the sodi of the second. But as the moralities were sometimes decidedly tedious plays, though by no means brief, they were varied by the introduction of farces, of which the Jew already mentioned were the early germ, and of which El Avocat Patelin, dated by some about 1465, and certainly about 200 years subsequent to Adam de la Halle, is the most famous example. The morality was the natural result on the stage of the immense literary popularity of allegory in the Roman de la Rose, and its imitations. There is hardly an abstraction of virtue, of vice, a disease, or anything else of the kind, which does not figure in moralitas. These compositions there is bien advise, and mal advise, the good boy and the bad boy of nursery stories, who fall in respectively with faith, reason, and humility, and with rashness, luxury, and folly. There is the hero Mangetout, who is invited to dinner by banquet and meets after dinner very unpleasant company in colic gout and hydropissy haunted etherses. Petches might seem an anticipation of Puritan nomenclature to an English reader who did not remember the contemporary or even earlier personae of Langland's poem. Some of these moralities possess distinct dramatic merit. Among these is mentioned Les Blasphémateurs, an early and remarkable presentation of the Don Juan story, but their general character appears to be gravity, not to say dullness. The Enfants Sans Souci, on the other hand, were definitely satirical, and nothing if not amusing. The chief of the society was entitled Sodi's Prince des Sots, and his crown was a hood decorated with asses' ears. The Sodi was directly satirical, and only assumed the guise of folly as a stalking horse for shooting wit. It was more Aristophanic than any other modern form of comedy, and like its predecessor, it perished as a result of its political application, encouraged for a moment as a political engine. At the beginning of the 16th century, it was soon absolutely forbidden and put down, and had to give place in one direction to the lampoon, and the prose pamphlet in another to forms of comic satire, more general and vague in their scope. The farce, on the other hand, having neither moral purpose nor political intention, was a purer work of art, enjoyed a wider range of subject, and was in no danger of any permanent extinction. Farcical interludes were interpolated in the mysteries themselves, short farces introduced and rendered palatable the moralities, while the sodi was itself but a variety of farce, and all the kinds were sometimes combined in a sort of tetralogy. It was a short composition, 500 verses being considered sufficient, while the morality might run to at least 1,000 verses, the miracleple to nearly double that number, and the mystery to some 40,000 or 50,000, or indeed to any length that the author could find in his heart to bestow upon the audience, or the audience in their patience to suffer from the author. The number of persons and societies who acted these performances grew to be very large, being estimated at more than 5,000 towards the end of the 15th century. Many fantastic personages came to join the Prince des Sots, such as the Emperor de Galilee, the Princes de l'Etrille, and des Nouveaux Marys the Roi de l'Epinette, the Recteur des Fous. Of the pieces which these societies represented, one, only that of Mater Patelin, is now much known, but many are almost equally amusing. Patelin itself has an immense number of versions and editions. Other farces are too numerous to attempt to classify. They bear, however, in their subjects, as in their manner, a remarkable resemblance to the fabliaux, their source conjugal, disagreements, the unpleasantness of mother-in-law the shifty, or in the earlier stages clumsy valet, and chambermaid the mishaps of two, loosely given ecclesiastics the abuses of relics and pardons, the extortion violence, and sometimes cowardice of the seigneur, and the soldiery the corruption of justice, its delays, and its pompous apparatus supply the subjects. The treatment is rather narrative than dramatic in most cases, as might be expected, but makes up by the liveliness of the dialogue, for the deficiency of elaborately planned action and interest. All these forms, it will be observed, are directly or indirectly comic. Tragedy in the Middle Ages is represented only by the religious drama, except for a brief period, towards the decline of that form, when the profane mysteries referred to above came to be represented. These were, however, rather histories in the Elizabethan sense than tragedies proper. Prose history in France, as in all other countries of whose literary developments we have any record, literature in prose is considerably later than literature in verse. We have certain glosses or vocabularies, possibly dating as far early chroniclesback as the 8th or even the 7th century. We have the Strasbourg Oaths already described of the 9th, and a commentary 119 on the prophet Jonas, which is probably as early in the 10th century. There are some charters and muniments in the vernacular of the 11th. The laws of William the Conqueror are the most important document, while the Assises de Jerusalem of Godfrey of Bouillon date, though not in the form in which we now possess them, from the same age, the 12th century, gives us certain translations of the scriptures, and the remarkable Arthurian romances already alluded to, and thenceforward French prose, though long less favored than verse, begins to grow in importance. History, as is natural, was the first subject, which gave it a really satisfactory opportunity of developing its powers. For a time, the French chroniclers contented themselves with Latin prose, or with French verse after the fashion of Wace and the Belgian Philippe Mousk's 12,151,283. These, after a fashion universal in medieval times, began from fabulous or merely literary origins. And just as Winton later carries back the history of Scotland to the terrestrial paradise, so does Mousk start that of France from the Rape of Helen. But soon prose chronicles, first translated, then original, became common. The earliest of all is said to have been that of the Pseudo-Turpin, which thus recovered in prose the language which had originally clothed it in verse, and which, to gain a false appearance of authenticity, it had exchanged still earlier for Latin. Then came French selections and versions from the great series of historical compositions undertaken by the monks of Saint Denis, the so-called Grandes Chroniques de France, from the date of 1274, when they first took form in the hands of a monk styled Primate, to the reign of Charles Roman V, when they assumed the title just given. But the first really remarkable author who used French prose as a vehicle of historical expression is Geoffrey de Villehardouin, Marshal of Champagne, who was born rather after the middle of the 12th Villehardouin century and died in Greece in 1212. under the title of Conquête de Constantinople Villehardouin, has left us a history of the Fourth Crusade which has been accepted by all competent judges as the best picture extant of feudal chivalry. In its prime, the Conquête de Constantinople has been well called a chanson de geste in prose, and indeed in the surprising nature of the feats, it celebrates in the abundance of detail, and in the vivid and picturesque poetry of the narration, it equals the very best of the chansons, even the repetition of the same phrases, which is characteristic of epic poetry, repeats itself in this epic prose, and as in the chansons, so in Villehardouin, few motives appear but religious fervor, and the love of fighting, though neither of these, excludes a lively appetite for booty and a constant tendency to disunion, and disorder. Villehardouin was continued by Henry de Valenciennes, whose work is less remarkable, and has more the appearance of a rhymed chronicle thrown into prosa process, which is known to have been actually applied in some cases, nor is the transition from Villehardouin to Jean de Joinville considerable in point of time, for Joinville was not born till 10 years after Villehardouin's death. In point of literary history, immediate the rhymed chronicles of Philippe Mausques and Guillaume Gaillart belong to this interval. And in prose, the most remarkable works are the Chronique de Reims, a well-written history having the interesting characteristics of taking the lay and popular side, and the great compilation edited in the modern sense by Baudouin d'Avesnes Joinville, 12,240,1317, whose special subject is the life of St. Louis, is far more modern than even the half-century which separates him from Villehardouin, would lead us to suppose there is nothing of the knight-errant about him, personally. Notwithstanding his devotion to his hero, Our Lady of the Broken Lances, is far from being his favorite saint. He is an admirable writer, but far less simple than Villehardouin. The good King Louis tries in vain to make him share his own rather high-flown devotion. Joinville is shrewd, practical. There is even a touch of the Voltairean about him, but he, unlike his predecessor, has political ideas and antiquarian curiosity, and his descriptions are often very creditable pieces of deliberate literature. It is very remarkable that each of the three last centuries of feudalism should have had one specially and extraordinarily gifted chronicler to describe it, what Villehardouin is to the 12th, and Joinville to the 13th century, that Jean Froissart is to the 14th. His picture is the most famous, as it is the most varied of the three, but it has special drawbacks as well as special merits. French critics have indeed been scarcely fair to Froissart, because of his early partiality to our own nation, in the great quarrel of the time, forgetting that there was really no reason why he as a Hainaulter should take the French side. But there is no doubt that if the duty of an historian is to take in all the political problems of his time, Froissart certainly comes short of it, although the feudal state in which knights and churchmen were alone of estimation was at the point of death, and though new orders of society were becoming important, though the distress and confusion of a transition state were evident to all, Froissart takes no notice of them. Society is still to him all knights and ladies' tournaments, skirmishes, and feasts. He depicts these not like Joinville, still less like Villehardouin, as a sharer in them, but with the facile and picturesque pen of a sympathizing literary onlooker, as the comparison of the Conquête de Constantinople with a chanson de geste is inevitable, so is that of Froissart's Chronique with a Roman d'Aventures. For provincial literature, see the separate article under that heading. Century. The 15th century holds a peculiar and somewhat disputed position in the history of French literature, as indeed it does in the history of the literature of all Europe. Except Italy, it has sometimes been regarded as the final stage of the medieval period, sometimes as the earliest of the modern. The influence of the Renaissance in Italy, already filtering through others, again, have taken the easy step of marking it as an age of transition. There is as usual truth in all these views. Feudality died with Froissart and Eustache. Deschamps, the modern spirit, can hardly be said to arise before Rabelais and Ronsard, yet the 15th century, from the point of view of French literature, is much more remarkable than its historians have been wont to confess. It has not the strongly marked and compact originality of some periods, and it furnishes only one name of the highest order of literary interest, but it abounds in names of the second rank, and the very difference which exists between their styles and characters testifies to the existence of a large number of separate forces, working in their different manners on different persons. Its theater we have already treated by anticipation, and to it we shall afterwards recur. It was the palmy time of the early French stage, and all the dramatic styles which we have enumerated then came to perfection. Of no other kind of literature can the same be said. The century which witnessed the invention of printing naturally devoted itself at first more to the spreading of old literature than to the production of new, yet as it perfected the early drama, so it produced the prose tale, nor as regards individual and single names can the century of Charles d'Orleans, of Elaine Chartier, of Christine de Pizan, of Coquillart of Comines, and above all of Villon be said to lack illustrations. First among the poets of the period falls to be mentioned the shadowy personality of Olivier Basselin. Modern criticism has attacked the identity of the jovial Miller, who was once supposed to have written, and perhaps Christine de Pizan invented the songs called Vox de Vire, and to have also carried on a patriotic warfare against the English. But though Jean Lahou may have written the poems published under Basselin's name 2 centuries later, it is taken as certain that an actual Olivier wrote actual Vox de Vire at the beginning of the 15th century about Christine de Pizan, 13,631,430, and Elaine Chartier, 1392, Roman 100. There is no such doubt. Christine was the daughter of an Italian astrologer who was patronized by Charles Roman V. She was born in Italy, but brought up in France, and she enriched the literature of her adopted country. Elaine Chartier, with much learning, good sense, and patriotism, she wrote history, devotional works, and poetry, and though her literary merit is not of the highest, it is very far from despicable. Elaine Chartier, best known to modern readers by 120, The Story of Margaret of Scotland's Kiss, was a writer of a somewhat similar character. In both Christine and Chartier, there is a great deal of rather heavy moralizing, and a great deal of rather pedantic erudition, but it is only fair to remember that the intolerable political and social evils of the day called for a good deal of moralizing, and that it was the function of the writers of this time to fill up, as well as they could, the scantily filled vessels of medieval science and learning. A very different Charles d'Orleans person is Charles d'Orleans, 13,911,465, one of the greatest of grand seigneurs, for he was the father of a king of France, and heir to the duchies of Orleans and Milan. Charles, indeed, if not a Roland or a Bayard, was an admirable poet. He is the best known, and perhaps the best writer of the graceful poems, in which an artificial versification is strictly observed, and helps by its recurrent lines and modulated rhymes to give to poetry something of a musical accompaniment, even without the addition of music, properly so called. His ballads are certainly inferior to those of Villon, but his rondels are unequaled. For fully a century and a half, these forms engrossed the attention of French lyrical poets. Exercises in them were produced in enormous numbers, and of an excellence which has only recently obtained full recognition, even in France. Charles d'Orleans is himself sufficient proof of what can be done in them in the way of elegant sweetness and grace, which some have unjustly called effeminacy, but that this effeminacy was no natural or inevitable fault of the ballads, and the rondeaus was fully proved by the most remarkable literary figure of the 15th century. In France, to François Villon, 14,311,463, Villonnas, to other great single writers, no attempt can be made to do justice in this place. His remarkable life and character especially lie outside our subject, but he is universally recognized as the most important single figure of French literature. Before the Renaissance, his work is very strange in form, the undoubtedly genuine part of it, consisting merely of 2 compositions, known as the Great and Little Testament, written in stanzas of 8 lines of 8 syllables, each with lyrical compositions in ballade and rondeau form, interspersed. Nothing in old French literature can compare with the best of these, such as the Ballade des Dames du Temps, Jaddy's The Ballade pour Samir la Grosse Margot, Les Regrets de la Belle Holmière, and others, while the whole composition is full of poetical traits of the most extraordinary vigor, picturesqueness, and pathos. Towards the end of the century, the poetical production of the time became very large, the artificial measures already alluded to, and others far more artificial and infinitely less beautiful, were largely practiced. The typical poet of the end of the 15th century is Guillaume Creton, Roman 500, who distinguished himself by writing verses with punning rhymes, verses ending with double or treble repetitions of the same sound, and many other tasteless absurdities in which, as Pasquier remarks, il perdit tout la grace et la crétin libert de la composition. The other favorite direction of the poetry of the time was a vein of allegorical moralizing, drawn from the Roman de la Rose through the medium of Chartier and Christine, which produced castles of love, temples of honor, and such like. The combination of these drifts in verse writing produced a school known in literary history from a happy phrase of the satirist Coquillart, Roman 5 inf, As the grands rhetoriciers, the chief of these besides Cretan, were Jean Molinet Roman 500 Jean Mesquinot, Roman 1,001,490, one author of the Lunettes des Princes Florimond Robertet Roman 500 Georges, Chaselaine 14,040, 1,475, to be mentioned again, and Octavian de Saint Gelais 14,660, 1,502, father of a better poet than himself yet. Some of the minor poets of the time are not to be despised. Such are Henry Bod 14,301,490, a less pedantic writer than most Marshal d'Auvergne, 14,401,508, whose principal work is El Amant rendu Cordelier au service de l'amour, and others many of whom formed part of the poetical court, which Charles d'Orleans kept up at Blois after his release. While the serious poetry of the age took this turn, there was no lack of lighter and satirical verse villain. Indeed, were it not for the depth and pathos of his poetical sentiment, might be claimed as a poet of the lighter order, and the patriotic diatribes against the English, to which we have alluded, easily passed into satire. The political quarrels of the latter part of the century also provoked much satirical composition. The disputes of the Bayenne public, and those between Louis Roman XI and Charles of Burgundy, employed many pens. The most remarkable piece of the light literature of the first is Les Ains, Volants, a ballad on some of the early favorites of Louis. The battles of France and Burgundy were waged on paper between Gilles des Ormes and the above-named Georges Chastelain, typical representatives of the two styles of 15th century poetry. Already alluded to, des Ormes being the lighter and more graceful writer, Chastelain, a pompous and learned allegorist, the most remarkable representative of purely light poetry outside the Coquillart theatre is Guillaume Coquillart, 14,211,510, a lawyer of Champagne, who resided for the greater part of his life in Reims. This city, like others, suffered from the pitiless tyranny of Louis Roman XI. The beginnings of the standing army, which Charles Roman VII had started, were extremely unpopular, and the use to which his son put them by no means removed this unpopularity. Coquillart described the military man of the period in his monologue Du Gendarme Casse again. When the king entertained the idea of unifying the taxes and laws of the different provinces, Coquillart, who was named commissioner for this purpose, wrote on the occasion a satire called Les Droits Nouveaux. A certain kind of satire much less good-tempered than the earlier forms became indeed common at this epoch. Roman 1000 lenient has well pointed out that a new satirical personification dominates this literature. It is no longer Renart with his cynical gaiety, or the curiously travestied and almost amiable devil of the Middle Ages. Now it is death as an incident ever present to the imagination, celebrated in the thousand repetitions of the dance macabre, sculptured all over the buildings of the time, even frequently performed on holidays, and in public with the usual tendency to follow pattern. The idea of the dance seems to have been extended, and we have a dance aux aveugles 1464 from Pierre Micout, where the teachers are fortune, love, and death, all blind all through the century. Two anonymous verse of the lighter kind was written, some of it of great merit. The folk songs already alluded to, published by Gaston Paris, show one side of this composition, and many of the pieces contained in Roman 1000 de Montaglin's extensive recueil des anciens poésies francaises exhibit others. The 15th century was perhaps more remarkable for its achievements in prose than in poetry. It produced indeed no prose writer of great distinction, except Comines, but it witnessed serious, if not extremely successful, efforts at prose composition. The invention of printing finally substituted the reader for the listener, and when this substitution has been effected, the main inducement to treat unsuitable subjects in verse is gone. The study of the classics at first hand contributed to the same end. As early as 1458, the University of Paris had a Greek professor, but long before this time, translations in prose had been made. Pierre Berchera Bersoyer, 12,901,352, had already translated Livy. Nicholas Orsmy Roman 1,001,382, the tutor of Charles Roman V, gave a version of certain Aristotelian works, which enriched the language with a large number of terms. Then, strange enough, now familiar Réal de Presles, 13,161,383, turned into French the De Civitate Day of St. Augustine. These writers, or others, composed L'Échange du Verger, an elaborate discussion of the power of the Pope. The famous Chancellor Jean Charlier, or Gerson, 13,631,429, to whom the imitation has among so many others been attributed, spoke constantly, and wrote often in the vulgar tongue, though he attacked the most famous and popular work in that tongue, the Roman de la Rose, Christine de Pisson, and Elaine Chardier were at least as much prose writers as poets, and the latter, while he like Gerson dealt much with the reform of the church, used in his quadrilogue invective, really forcible language, for the purpose of spurring on the nobles of France to put an end to her sufferings and evils. These moral and didactic treatises were but continuations of others which for convenience sake we have hitherto left unnoticed, though 121 verse was, in the centuries prior to the 15th, the favorite medium for literary composition. It was by no means the only one, and moral and educational treatises some, referred to above, already existed in pedestrian phrase. Certain household books, livres de racine, have been preserved, some of which date as far back as the 13th century. These contain not merely accounts, but family chronicles, receipts, and the like accounts of travel, especially to the Holy Land, culminated in the famous voyage of Manville, which, though it has never been of so much importance in French as in English perhaps, first took vernacular form in the French tongue of the 14th century. We have a Ménagier de Paris, intended for the instruction of a young wife, and a large number of miscellaneous treatises of art, science, and morality, while private letters, mostly as yet unpublished, exist in considerable numbers, and are generally of the moralizing character. Books of devotion, too, are naturally frequent. But the most important divisions of medieval energy in prose composition are the spoken exercises of the pulpit, and the beginnings of French sermons have been much discussed, especially the question whether St. Bernard early sermon writers whose discourses we possess in ancient but doubtfully contemporary French pronounced them in that language, or in Latin towards the end of the 12th century. However, the sermons of Maurice de Sully, 11,601,196, present the first undoubted examples of homiletics in the vernacular, and they are followed by many other, so many indeed that the 13th century alone counts 261 sermon writers, besides a large body of anonymous work. These sermons were, as might indeed be expected, chiefly cast in a somewhat scholastic form, theme, exordium, development, example, and peroration following in regular order. The 14th century sermons, on the other hand, have as yet been little investigated. It must, however, be remembered that this age was the most famous of all for its scholastic illustrations, and for the early vigor of the Dominican and Franciscan orders. With the end of the century and the beginning of the 15th, the importance of the pulpit begins to revive. The early years of the new age have Gerson for their representative, while the end of the century sees the still more famous names of Mitchell Menot, 14,501,518, Olivier, Maillard Roman 1,001,502, and Jean Rohan 14,430,1514, all remarkable for the practice of a vigorous and homely style of oratory, recoiling before no aid of what we should nowadays style buffoonery, and manifesting a creditable indifference to the indignation of principalities and powers. Louis Roman XI is said to have threatened to throw Maillard into the Seine, and many instances of the boldness of these preachers and the rough vigor of their oratory have been preserved. Froissart had been followed as a chronicler by Enguerrand de Montstrelet Roman 1,001,453, and by the historiographers of the Burgundian court, Chastelain already mentioned, whose interesting Chronique de Jacques de Lalling is much the most attractive part of his work, and Olivier de la Marque, the memoir and chronicle writers, who were to be of so much importance in French literature, also begin to be numerous at this period. Juvenal, Des Ursins 13,880, 1,473, an anonymous bourgeois de Paris, two such indeed, and the author of the Chronique Scandaleuse may be mentioned as presenting the character of minute observation and record which has distinguished the class. Ever since Jean Lemaire de Not des Belges, 1473, Roman 100, was historiographer to Louis Roman 12, and wrote Illustrations des Gauls, but Comines 14,451,509 is no imitator of Froissart commencer of anyone else. The last of the quartet of great French medieval historians, he does not yield to any of his three predecessors in originality or merit, but he is very different from them. He fully represents the mania of the time for statecraft, and his book has long ranked with that of Machiavelli as a manual of the art. Though he has not the absolutely non-moral character of the Italian, his memoirs, considered merely as literature, show a style well suited to their purport, not, indeed, brilliant or picturesque, but clear, terse, and thoroughly well suited to the expression of the acuteness, observation, and common sense of their author. But prose was not content with the domain of serious literature. It had already long possessed a respectable position as a vehicle of romance, and the end of the 14th and the beginning of the 15th centuries were preeminently the time when the Cent Nouvelles Nouvelles, epics of chivalry, were reedited and extended in prose. Few, however, of these extensions offer much literary interest. On the other hand, the best prose of the century, and almost the earliest which deserves the title of a satisfactory literary medium, was employed for the telling of romances in miniature. The Cent Nouvelles Nouvelles is undoubtedly the first work of prose belles letters in French, and the first, moreover, of a long and most remarkable class of literary work in which French writers may challenge all comers with the certainty of Victorine's short prose tale of a comic character. This remarkable work has usually been attributed, like the somewhat similar but later Heptameron, to a knot of literary courtiers gathered round a royal personage. In this case, the Dauphin Louis, afterwards Louis Roman XI. Some evidence has recently been produced which seems to show that this tradition, which attributed some of the tales to Louis himself, is erroneous. But the question is still undecided. The subjects of the Cent Nouvelles Nouvelles are by no means new. They are simply the old themes of the fabliaux treated in the old way. The novelty is in the application of prose to such a purpose, and in the crispness, the fluency, and the elegance of the prose used. The fortunate author or editor to whom these admirable tales have of late been attributed is Antoine de la Salle 13,980,1461, who, if this attribution and cert others be correct, must be allowed to be one of the most original and fertile authors of early French literature. La Salle's one acknowledged work is the story of Petit Jehan de Sainter, short romance exhibiting great command of character and abundance of delicate draftsmanship. To this, not only the authorship, partnership, or editorship of the Cent Nouvelles Nouvelles has been added, but the still more famous and important work of L'Avocat Patelin has been assigned by respectable, though of course conjecturing, authority to the same paternity. The generosity of critics towards La Salle has not even stopped here. A fourth masterpiece of the period, Les Quin's Joys de Marriage, has also been assigned to him. This last work, like the other three, is satirical in subject, and shows for the time a wonderful mastery of the language of the 15 joys of marriage, or in other words, the 15 miseries of husbands. Each has a chapter assigned to it, and each is treated with the peculiar mixture of gravity and ridicule, which it requires. All who have read the book confess its infinite wit and the grace of its style. It is true that it has been reproached with cruelty and with a lack of the moral sentiment, but humanity and morality were not the strong point of the 15th century. There is, it must be admitted, about most of its productions a lack of poetry and a lack of imagination produced it, maybe partly by political and other conditions outside literature, but very observable in it. The old forms of literature influence of the Renaissance itself had lost their interest, and new ones possessing strength to last and power to develop themselves had not yet appeared. It was impossible, even if the taste for it had survived, to spin out the old themes any longer. But the new forces required some time to set to work, and to avail themselves of the tremendous weapon which the press had put into their hands. When these things had adjusted themselves, literature, of a varied and vigorous kind, became once more possible and indeed necessary, nor did it take long to make its appearance. Century in no country was the literary result of the Renaissance more striking and more manifold than in France. The double effect of the study of antiquity and the religious movement produced an outburst of literary developments of the most diverse kinds, which even the fierce and sanguinary civil dissensions of the Reformation did not succeed in checking, while the Renaissance in Italy had mainly exhausted its effects by the middle of the 16th century, while in Germany those effects only paved the way for a national literature, and did not themselves greatly contribute thereto. While in England, it was not 122 till the extreme end of the period that a great literature was forthcoming. In France, almost the whole century was marked by the production of capital works in every branch of literary effort. Not even the 17th century, and certainly not the 18th, can show such a group of prose writers and poets as is formed by Calvin, St. Francis de Sales, Montaigne, du Verbat, and Aubin, the authors of the satire Menepie Monluc, Brantome Pasquier, Rabelais Desperiers, Herberet des Essarts, Amiot Garnier, Marat Ronsard, and the rest of the Pleiade. And finally Rignier. These great writers are not merely remarkable for the vigor and originality of their thoughts, the freshness, variety, and grace of their fancy, the abundance of their learning, and the solidity of their arguments. In the cases where argument is required, their great merit is the creation of a language and a style able to give expression to these good gifts. The foregoing account of the medieval literature of France will have shown sufficiently that it is not lawful to despise the literary capacities and achievements of the older French, but the old language, with all its merits, was ill-suited to be a vehicle for any, but the simpler forms of literary composition, pleasant or affecting tales, could be told in it with interest, and pathos songs of charming naivete and grace could be sung. The requirements of the epic and the chronicle were suitably furnished, but it was barren of the terms of art and science. It did not readily lend itself to sustained eloquence, to impassioned poetry, or to logical discussion. It had been too long accustomed to leave these things to Latin as their natural and legitimate exponent, and it bore marks of its original character as a lingua rustica, a tongue suited for homely conversation, for folklore, and for ballads rather than for the business of the forum, and the court. The speculations of the study, and the declamation of the theatre efforts, had indeed been made culminating in the heavy and tasteless erudition of the schools of Chartier and Creton to supply the defect, but it was reserved for the 16th century completely to efface it. The series of prose writers from Calvin to Montaigne, of poets from Marat to Rignier, elaborated a language yielding to no modern tongue in beauty, richness, flexibility, and strength, a language which the reactionary purism of succeeding generations defaced rather than improved, and the merits of which have in still later days been triumphantly vindicated by the confession and the practice of all the greatest writers of modern France. Century poetry. The first few years of the 16th century were naturally occupied, rather with the last developments of the medieval forms, than with the production of the new model. The clerks of the Bazuch and the confraternity of the Passion still produced and acted mysteries, moralities, and farces. The poets of the Grands Rhetoriciers school still wrote elaborate allegorical poetry, chansons de geste, rhymed. Romances and fabliaux had long ceased to be written, but the press was multiplying the contents of the former in the prose form, which they had finally assumed, and in the Cent Nouvelles, there already existed admirable specimens of the short prose tale. There even were signs, as in some writers already mentioned, and in Roger de Colery, a lackpenny but light-hearted singer of the early part of the century, of definite enfranchisement in verse. But the first note of the new literature was sounded by Marat Clement Marat, 149,671,540, the son of an elder poet Jehan Desmares, called Marat 14,631,523. Clement at first wrote like his father's contemporaries allegorical and mythological poetry, afterwards collected in a volume with a charming title L'Adolescence Clementine. It was not till he was nearly 30 years old that his work became really remarkable. From that time forward, till his death about 20 years afterwards, he was much involved in the troubles and persecutions of the Huguenot party, to which he belonged, nor was the protection of Marguerite d'Angoulême, the chief patroness of Huguenots and men of letters, always efficient, but his troubles, so far from harming, helped his literary faculties, and his epistles, epigrams, blasons, descendants of the medieval Dits and Coquelin, became remarkable for their easy and polished style, their light and graceful wit, and a certain elegance which had not as yet been even attempted in any modern tongue, though the Italian humanists had not been far from it in some of their Latin compositions. Around Marat arose a whole school of disciples and imitators, such as Victor Brodeau, 14,701,540, the great authority on rondeaus. Maurice Sive, a fertile author of Blasons Salal, Marguerite herself, 14,921,549, of whom more hereafter, and Melon de Saint-Gelais, 14,911,550. 8. The last son of the bishop named above is a courtly writer of occasional pieces, who sustained as well as he could the style Maratique against Ronsard, and who has the credit of introducing the regular sonnet into French. But the inventive vigor of the age was so great that one school had hardly become popular before another pushed it from its stool, and even of the Maratists just mentioned, Sive and Salal, are often regarded as chief and member respectively of a Lyonese coterie, intermediate between the schools of Marat and of Ronsard, containing other members of repute, such as Anton Heerwit and Charles Fontaine, and Ronsard claiming Louise Labe Roman 5 in for self. Pierre de Ronsard, 15,240,1585, was the chief of this latter, at first a courtier, and a diplomatist. Physical disqualification made him change his career. He began to study the classics under Jean Doret, 15,080,1588, and, with his master and 5 other writers, Etienne Jodel, 15,321,573, Ramai Bello, 15,280,1577, Joachim du Bellay, 15,251,560, Jean, Anton de Baif, 15,321,589, and Pontus de Tard Roman 500 Bishop of Chaloncher Sean composed. The famous Pléiad, the object of this band, was to bring the French language in vocabulary, the Pléiad constructions and application, on a level with the classical tongues by borrowings from the latter. They would have imported the Greek license of compound words, though the genius of the French language is but little adapted thereto, and they wished to reproduce in French the regular tragedy, the Pindaric, and Horatian ode the Virgilian epic Roman 100. But it is an error, though one which until recently was very common, and which perhaps requires pretty thorough study of their work completely, to extirpate it to suppose that they advocated or practiced indiscriminate borrowing. On the contrary, both in Du Bellai's famous Manifesto de Défense et Illustration de la Langue Francaise, and in Ronsard's own work Caution and Attention to the Genius and the Tradition of French, are insisted upon being all men of the highest talent, and not a few of them men of great genius. They achieved much that they designed, and even where they failed exactly to achieve it, they very often indirectly produced results as important and more beneficial than those which they intended. Their ideal of a separate poetical language, distinct from that intended for prose use, was indeed a doubtful if not a dangerous one, but it is certain that Marat, while setting an example of elegance and grace, not easily to be imitated, set also an example of trivial, and so to speak pedestrian language, which was only too imitable. If France was ever to possess a literature containing something besides fabliaux and farces, the tongue must be enriched and strengthen this accession of wealth and vigor it received from Ronsard. And the Ronsardists, doubtless, they went too far and provoked to some extent the reaction, which Malherbe led. Their importations were sometimes unnecessary. It is almost impossible to read the Franciate of Ronsard, and not too easy to read the tragedies of Jodelle and Garnier Fine, as the latter are in parts, but the best of Ronsard's sonnets and odes the finest of Du Bellai's Antiquités de Rome, translated into English by Spencer, the exquisite Vanur of the same author, and the Avril of Belleau. Even the finer passages of D'Aubigne and Du Bartas are not only admirable in themselves, and of a kind not previously found in French literature, but are also such things as could not have been previously found for the simple reason that the medium of expression was wanting. They constructed that medium for themselves, and no force of the reaction which they provoked was able to undo their work. Adverse criticism, and the natural course of time, rejected much that they had added. The charming diminutives they loved so much went out of fashion. Their compounds sometimes, it must be confessed, justly had their letters of naturalization, promptly cancelled many a gorgeous adjective, including some which could trace 123 their pedigree to the earliest ages of French literature, but which bore an unfortunate likeness to the newcomers, was proscribed. But for all that, no language has ever had its destiny influenced more powerfully and more beneficially by a small literary clique than the language of France was influenced by the example and disciples of that Ronsard, whom for 2 centuries it was the fashion to deride and decry. In a sketch such as the present, it is impossible to give a separate account of individual writers, the more important of whom will be found treated under their own names. The effort of the Pléiad proper was continued, and the Ronsardists shared by a considerable number of minor poets, some of them, as has been already noted, belonging to different groups and schools. Olivier de Magny Roman 500 and Louise Labe B 1526 were poets and lovers, the lady deserving far the higher rank in literature. There is more depth of passion in the writings of La Belle Cordière, as this Lyonese poetess was called, than in almost any of her contemporaries. Jacques Tahirot 15,271,555 scarcely deserves to be called a minor poet. There is less than the usual hyperbole in the contemporary comparison of him to Catullus, and he reminds an Englishman of the school, represented nearly a century later by Carol Randolph, and suckling the title of a part of his poem Mignardises Amourouses de l'Admérise, characteristic both of the style and of the time. Jean Doublet Roman 100 Roman 100 Amadis, Jamin Roman 1,001,585, and Jean de la Taille 15,401,608 deserve mention at least as poets. But 2 other writers require a longer allusion: Guillaume de Sallust, Seigneur du Bartas, 15,441,590, du Bartasum. Sylvester's translation, Milton's imitation, and the copious citations of Southey's Doctor have made known, if not familiar in England, was partly a disciple, and partly a rival of Ronsard. His poem of Judith was eclipsed by his better-known La Divine Septmaine, or Epic of the Creation. Du Bartas was a great user and abuser of the double compounds alluded to above, but his style possesses much stateliness and has a peculiar solemn eloquence which he shared with the other French Calvinists, and which was derived from the study partly of Calvin and partly of the Bible. Theodore Agrippa d'Aubigné, like Du Bartas, was a Calvinist. His genius was of a more varied character. He wrote sonnets and odes, as became a Ronsardist, but his chief poetical work is the satirical poem of Les Tragiques, in which the author brands the factions' corruptions and persecutions of the time, and in which there are to be found Alexandrines of a strength, vigor, and original cadence, hardly to be discovered elsewhere save in Corneille and Victor Hugo. Towards the end of the century, Philippe Desportes 15,461,606 and Jean Burdot 15,521,611, with much enfeebled strength, but with a certain grace, continue the Ronsardizing tradition among their contemporaries. Must be noticed Jean Passerat 15,341,602, a writer of much wit and vigor, and rather resembling Marat than Ronsard, and Vauquelin de la Fresnaye 15,361,607, the author of a valuable Ars Poetica, and of the first French satires which actually bear that title. Jean Lehoux FL Roman 100, continued, rewrote, or invented the Vox de Vire, commonly known as the work of Olivier Basselin, and already alluded to, while a still lighter and more eccentric verse style was cultivated by Etienne Tabarat, Des Accords 15,490,1590, whose epigrams and other pieces were collected under odd titles: Les Bigorriers, Les Touches Roman 100, A Curious Pair, Our Guide du Fort de Pibrec 15,290, 1584, and Pierre Matthew B. 1563, authors of moral quatrains, which were learnt by heart in the schools of the time, replacing the distichs of the grammarian Cato, which translated into French, had served the same purpose in the Middle Ages. The nephew of Desportes, Mathurin, Rignier 15,730, 1613, marks the end, and at the same time perhaps the climax of the poetry of the century, a descendant at once of the older Gallic spirit of Villon and Marat, in virtue of his Rignier consummate acuteness, terseness, and wit of the school of Ronsard. By his erudition, his command of language, and his scholarship, Rignier is perhaps the best representative of French poetry at the critical time when it had got together. All its materials had lost none of its native vigor and force, and had not yet submitted to the cramping and numbing rules and restrictions which the next century introduced. The satirical poems of Rignier, and especially the admirable epistle to Rapin, in which he denounces and rebuts the critical dogmas of Malherbe, are models of nervous strength, while some of the elegies and odes contain expression, not easily to be surpassed, of the softer feelings of affection and regret. No poet has had more influence on the revival of French poetry in the last century than Rignier, and he had imitators in his own time, the chief of whom was Curvel's sonnet Thomas Sonnet Sieur de Curvel, 15,771,635, author of satires of some value for the history of manners. Century drama. The change which dramatic poetry underwent during the 16th century was at least as remarkable as that undergone by poetry proper. The first half of the period saw the end of the religious mysteries, the license of which had irritated both the Parliament and the clergy. Louis Roman 12 at the beginning of the century was far from discouraging the disorderly but popular and powerful theatre, in which the Confraternity of the Passion, the clerks of the Bazoche, and the Enfants sans Sauce enacted mysteries, moralities, sotties, and farces. He made them indeed an instrument in his quarrel with the papacy, just as Philippe le Bel had made use of the allegorical poems of Jehan de Meung and his fellows under his patronage. Were produced the chief works of Gringoire, or Gringoire Roman 1,001,547, by far the most remarkable writer of this class of composition. His Prince des Sots and his Mr. de Saint Louis are among the best of their kind. An enormous volume of composition of this class was produced between 1500 and 1551. Morality by itself, El Homme Just et l'Homme Mondain, contains some 36,000 lines. But in 1548, when the confraternity was formally established at the Hôtel de Bourgogne-Lièvre to play sacred subjects, was expressly refused. It moralities and sotties dragged on under difficulties till the end of the century, and the farce, which is immortal, continually affected comedy. But the effect of the Renaissance was to sweep away all other vestiges of the medieval drama, at least in the capital, an entirely new class of subjects, entirely new modes of treatment, and a different kind of performers were introduced. The change naturally came from Italy in the close relationship with that country which France had during the early years of the century. Italian translations of the classical masterpieces were easily imported soon. French translations were made afresh of the Electra, the Hecuba, the Iphigenia in Aulis, and the French humanists hastened to compose original tragedies on the classical model, especially as exhibited in the Latin tragedian Seneca. It was impossible that the play should not eagerly seize such an opportunity of carrying out its principles. And one of its members, Jodelle 15,321,573, devoting himself mainly to dramatic regular tragedy and comedy composition, fashioned at once the first tragedy Cleopatra and the first comedy Eugene, thus setting the example of the style of composition, which for 2 centuries and a half Frenchmen were to regard as the highest effort of literary ambition. The amateur performance of these dramas by Jodelle and his friends was followed by a Bacchic procession, after the manner of the ancients, which caused a great deal of scandal and was represented by both Catholics and Protestants as a pagan orgy. The Cleopatra is remarkable as being the first French tragedy, nor is it destitute of merit. It is curious that in this first instance, the curt antithetic which was so long characteristic of French plays and plays imitated from them, and which Butler ridicules in his dialogue of Cat and Puss already appears, there appears also the grandiose and smooth, but stilted declamation which came rather from the imitation of Seneca than of Sophocles, and the tradition of which was never to be lost. Cleopatra was followed by Didon, which, unlike its predecessor, is entirely in Alexandrines, and observes the regular alternation of masculine and feminine rhymes. Jodelle was followed by Jacques Grevin 15,401,570, with a Mort de César, which shows an improvement in tragic art, and 2 still better comedies, Les Epochs and La Trésorière by Jean de la Taille, 15,401,608, who made still further progress, 124, towards the accepted French dramatic pattern in his Saul Furia, and his Coravox, Jacques his brother, 15,411,562, and Jean de la Pérouse, 15,291,554, who wrote a Medi A very Garnier. Different poet from all these is Robert Garnier, 15,451,601. Garnier is the first tragedian who deserves a place not too far below Rotrou, Corneille, Racine, Voltaire, and Hugo, and who may be placed in the same class with them. He chose his subjects indifferently from classical, sacred, and medieval literature. Cetici, a play dealing with the capture of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar, is held to be his masterpiece, and Bradamante deserves notice, because it is the first tragicomedy of merit in French, and because the famous confidant here makes his first appearance. Garnier's successor, Anton de Montcretien or Montcretien, Roman 1,001,621, set the example of dramatizing contemporary subjects. His masterpiece is Epochs, the first of many dramas on the fate of Mary, Queen of Scots. While tragedy thus clings closely to antique models, comedy, as might be expected in the country of the fabliaux, is more independent. Italy had already a comic school of some originality, and the French farce was too vigorous and lively a production to permit of its being entirely overlooked. The first comic writer of great Laravimerite was Pier Laravi, Roman 100. An Italian by descent. Most, if not all, of his plays are founded on Italian originals, but the translations or adaptations are made with the greatest freedom and almost deserve the title of original works. The style is admirable, and the skillful management of the action contrasts strongly with the languor, the awkward adjustment, and the lack of dramatic interest found in contemporary tragedians. Even Molière found something to use in Laravi. Century prose fiction great, as is the importance of the 16th century in the history of French poetry. Its importance in the history of French prose is greater still in poetry. The Middle Ages could fairly hold their own with any of the ages that have succeeded them. The epics of chivalry, whether of the cycles of Charlemagne, Arthur, or the classic heroes, not to mention the miscellaneous Romans d'Aventures, have indeed more than held their own both relatively and absolutely. The Franciate of the 16th century, the Pucelle of the 17th, the Henriade of the 18th, cut a very poor figure beside Roland and Perceval Gerard de Roussillon and Parthenopex de Blois. The romances, ballads, and pastorelles signed and unsigned of medieval France were not merely the origin, but in some respects the superiors of the lyric poetry, which succeeded them. Thibaut de Champagne, Charles d'Orleans, and Villon need not veil their crests in any society of bards. The charming forms of the rondel, the rondeau, and the ballade have won admiration from every competent poet and critic who has known them. The fabliaux give something more than promise of La Fontaine, and the 2 great compositions of the Roman du Renart and the Roman de la Rose, despite their faults and their alloy, will always command the admiration of all persons of taste and judgment who take the trouble to study them. But while poetry had, in the Middle Ages, no reason to blush for her French representatives, prose, always the younger and less forward sister, had far less to boast of with the exception of chronicles and prose romances. No prose works of any real importance can be quoted before the end of the 15th century. And even then the chief, if not the only place of importance must be assigned to the cent, nouvelles, a work of admirable prose, but necessarily light in character, and not yet demonstrating the efficacy of the French language as a medium of expression for serious and weighty thought up to the time of the Renaissance. And the consequent Reformation, Latin had, as we have already remarked, been considered the sufficient and natural organ for this expression in France. As in other countries, the disturbance in religious thought may undoubtedly claim the glory of having repaired this disgrace of the vulgar tongue, and of having fitted and taught it to express whatever thoughts the theologian, the historian, the philosopher, the politician, and the savant had occasion to utter. But the use of prose as a vehicle for lighter themes was more continuous with the literature that preceded and serves as a natural transition from poetry and the drama to history and science. Among the prose writers, therefore, of the 16th century, we shall give the first place to the novelists and romantic writers. Among these there can be no doubt of the precedence, in every sense of the word, of François Rabelais Roman 1,001,553, the one French writer, or with Molière, one of the two whom critics the least inclined to appreciate the Rabelais characteristics of French literature have agreed to place among the few greatest of the world, with an immense erudition representing almost the whole of the knowledge of his time, with an untiring faculty of invention, with the judgment of a philosopher, and the common sense of a man of the world, with an observation that let no characteristic of the time pass unobserved, and with a tenfold portion of the special Gallic gift of good-humored satire. Rabelais united a height of speculation and depth of insight, and a vein of poetical imagination rarely found in any writer, but altogether portentous when taken in conjunction with his other characteristics. His great work has been taken for an exercise of transcendental philosophy, for a concealed theological polemic, for an allegorical history of this and that personage of his time, for a merely literary utterance, for an attempt to tickle the popular ear, and taste. It is all of these, and it is non-ill of them in parts, none of them in deliberate and exclusive intention. It may perhaps be called the exposition and commentary of all the thoughts, feelings, aspirations, and knowledge of a particular time and nation put forth in attractive literary form, by a man who for once combined the practical and the literary spirit. The power of knowledge and the power of expression, the work of Rabelais, is the mirror of the 16th century in France, reflecting at once its comeliness and its uncomeliness, its high aspirations, its voluptuous tastes, its political and religious dissensions, its keen criticism, its eager appetite and hasty digestion of learning, its gleams of poetry, and its ferocity of manners. In Rabelais we can divine the Pléiade and Marat, the Cymbalum Mundi and Montaigne Amiot, and the Amadis, even Calvin and Duperron. It was inevitable that such extraordinary works as Gargantua and Pantagruel should attract special imitators in the direction of their outward form. It was also inevitable that this imitation should frequently fix upon these Rabelaisian characteristics, which are least deserving of imitation, and most likely to be depraved in the hands of imitators. It fell within the plan of the master to indulge in what has been called fatracy, the huddling together, that is to say, of a medley of language and images, which is best known to English readers in the not always successful following of Sterne. It pleased him also to disguise his naturally terse, strong, and nervous style in a burlesque envelope of redundant language, partly ironical, partly the result of superfluous erudition, and partly that of childish wantonness and exuberance, which is one of his raciest and pleasantest characteristics. In both these points he was somewhat corruptly followed. But fortunately, the romancical writers of the 16th century had not Rabelais for their sole model, but were also influenced by the simple and straightforward style of the Cent Nouvelles. The joint influence gives us some admirable work. Nicholas of Troyes, a saddler of Champagne, came too early. His Grand Parangon des Nouvelles appeared in 1536 to copy Rabelais. But Noël du Fail Roman 500 Roman 100, a judge at Rents, shows the double influence in his Propos rustiques and Contes d'Outrepel, both of which, especially the former, are lively and well-written pictures of contemporary life, and thought as the country magistrate actually saw and dealt with them. In 1558, however, appeared two works of far higher literary and social interest. These are Des Périers, Heptameron of the Queen of Navarre, and the Contes et Joyeux Davies of Bonaventure des Perriers, Roman 1,001,544. Des Perriers, who was a courtier of Marguerite's, has sometimes been thought to have had a good deal to do with the first-named work, as well as with the second, and was also the author of a curious Lucianic satire, strongly skeptical in cast the Symbolum Mundi, indeed not merely 125, the Queen's prose works, but also the poems gracefully entitled Les Marguerites de la Marguerite, are often attributed to the literary men, whom the sister of Francis Roman I gathered round her. However, this may be some single influence of power enough to give unity and distinctness of savor. Evidently, the Heptameron presided over the composition of the Heptameron composed, as it is on the model of Boccaccio. Its tone and character are entirely different, and few works have a more individual charm. The tales of Des Perriers are shorter, simpler, and more homely. There is more wit in them and less refinement, but both works breathe more powerfully perhaps than any others the peculiar mixture of cultivated and poetical voluptuousness with a certain religiosity and a vigorous spirit of action, which characterizes the French Renaissance later in time, but too closely connected with Rabelais in form and spirit to be here omitted. Came the Moyen de Parvenir of Barolda de Verville, 15,580,1612. A singular fat récit, uniting wit, wisdom, learning, and indecency, and crammed with anecdotes which are always amusing though rarely decorous. At the same time, a fresh vogue was given to the chivalric romance. By Herbert's translation of Amadis de Gaula, French writers have supposed a French original for the Amadis in some lost Roman adventures. It is of course Amadis of Gaul. Impossible to say that this is not the case, but there is not one tittle of evidence to show that it is. At any rate, the adventures of Amadis were prolonged in Spanish through generation after generation of his descendants. This vast work Herberet des Essarts in 1540 undertook to translate or retranslate, but it was not without the assistance of several followers that the task was completed. Southey has charged Herberet with corrupting the simplicity of the original, a charge which does not concern us here. It is sufficient to say that the French Amadis is an excellent piece of literary work, and that Herberet deserves no mean place among the fathers of French prose. His book had an immense popularity. It was translated into many foreign languages, and for some time it served as a favorite reading book for foreigners studying French. Nor is it to be doubted that the romancers of the Scudery and Calprenède type in the next century were much more influenced, both for good and harm, by these Amadis romances than by any of the earlier tales of chivalry. Century historians, as in the case of the Talatellers, so in that of the historians, the writers of the 16th century, had traditions to continue. It is doubtful indeed whether many of them can risk comparison as artists with the great names C.F. Villehardouin and Joinville, Froissart, and Comines. The 16th century, however, set the example of dividing the functions of the chronicler, setting those of the historian proper on one side, and of the anecdotemonger and biographer on the other. The efforts at regular history made in this century were not of the highest value, but on the other hand, the practice of memoir writing, in which the French were to excel every nation in the world, and of literary correspondence, in which they were to excel even their memoirs, was solidly founded. One of the earliest historical writers of the century was Claude de Seyssel, 14,501,520, whose history of Louis Roman aims not unsuccessfully at style de thou, 15,531,617, wrote in Latin. But Bernard de Gerard, Sieur du Halin, 15,371,610, composed a Histoire de France on Thucydidean principles, as transmitted through the successive mediums of Polybius Guicciardini and Paulus Emilius. The instance, invariably quoted after Thierry of Du Halin's method, is his introduction with appropriate speeches of two Merovingian statesmen who argue out the relative merits of monarchy and oligarchy on the occasion of the election of Pharamond. Besides Du Halin, La Poplinière Roman 1,001,608, who less ambitiously attempted a history of Europe during his own time, and expended immense labor on the collection of information and materials, deserves mention. There is no such poverty of writers of memoirs. Robert de la Marck, du Bellay Marguerite de Valois, the youngest or third Marguerite, first wife of Henry Roman IV, 15,530, 1,615 Villers, Tavannes Latour d'Auvergne, and many others composed commentaries and autobiographies. The well-known and very agreeable Histoire du Gentil Seigneur de Bayard, 1524, is by an anonymous loyal servitor Vincent Carlois, FL 1550. The secretary of the Marshal de Vielville composed some memoirs abounding in detail, and incident the letters of Cardinal d'Ossat 15,361,604, and the negotiations of Peer Genin 15,401,622 have always had a high place among documents of their kind. But there are four collections of memoirs concerning this time, which far exceed all others in interest and importance: the turbulent dispositions of the time, the loose dependence of the nobles, and even the smaller gentry on any single or central authority, the rapid changes of political situations, and the singularly active appetite both for pleasure and for business, for learning, and for war, which distinguished the French gentlemen of the 16th century, placed the memoirs of François de Lanneau, 15,311,590, 1 Blaise de Montluc, 15,031,577, Agrippa d'Aubigné, and Pierre de Bourdet Brantôme, 15,401,614, almost at the head of the literature. Of their class, the name of Brantôme is known to all who have the least tincture of French literature, and the works of the others are not inferior in interest and perhaps superior in spirit and conception to the Dames, Gallants the Grands Capitaines, and the Hommes Illusters. The commentaries of Montluc, which Henry Quater is said to have called the Soldier's Bible, are exclusively military and deal with affairs. Only Montluc was governor in Guyenne, where he repressed the savage Huguenots of the south with a savagery worse than their own. He was, however, a partisan of order, not of Catholicism. He hung and shot both parties with perfect impartiality, and refused to have anything to do with the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Though he was a man of no learning, his style is excellent, being vivid, flexible, and straightforward. Lanneau, who was a moderate in politics, has left his principles reflected in his memoirs. D'Aubigné, so often to be mentioned, gives the extreme Huguenot side, as opposed to the royalist partisanship of Montluc, and the via media of Brantôme. Lanneau, Brantôme, on the other hand, is quite free from any political or religious prepossessions, and indeed troubles himself very little about any such matters. He is the shrewd and somewhat cynical observer moving through the crowd and taking note of its ways, its outward appearance, its heroisms, and its follies. It is really difficult to say whether the recital of a noble deed of arms, or the telling of a scandalous story about a court lady, gave him the most pleasure, and impossible to say which he did best. Certainly, he had ample material for both exercises in the history of his time. The branches of literature of which we have just given an account may be fairly connected from the historical point of view with work of the same kind that went before, as well as with work of the same kind that followed them. It was not so with the literature of theology, law, politics, and erudition, which the 16th century also produced, and with which it for the first time enlarged the range of composition in the vulgar tongue. Not only had Latin been invariably adopted as the language of composition on such subjects, but the style of the treatises dealing with such matters had been traditional rather than original in speculative philosophy or metaphysics. Proper, even this century did not witness a great development. Perhaps, indeed, such a development was not to be expected until the minds of men had in some degree settled down from their agitation on more practical matters. It is not without significance that Calvin 15,090,1564 is the great figure in serious French prose in the first half of the century. Montaigne, the corresponding figure in the second half. After Calvin and Montaigne, we expect Descartes. Century theologians in France, as in all other countries, the Reformation was an essentially popular movement, though from special causes, such as the absence of political homogeneity, the nobles took a more active part. Both Calvin with pen and sword in it than was the case in England, but the great textbook of the French Reformation was not the work of any noble. Jean Calvin's Institution of the Christian Religion 126 is a book equally remarkable in matter and in form, in circumstances, and in result. It is the first really great composition in argumentative French prose. Its severe logic and careful arrangement had as much influence on the manner of future thought both in France and the other regions, whither its widespread popularity carried it, as its style had on the expression of such thought. It was the work of a man of only 27, and it is impossible to exaggerate the originality of its manner when we remember that hardly any models of French prose then existed, except tales and chronicles, which required and exhibited totally different qualities of style. It is indeed probable that had not the institution been first written by its author in Latin and afterwards translated by him, it might have had less dignity and vigor. But it must at the same time be remembered that this process of composition was at least equally likely in the hands of any but a great genius to produce a heavy and pedantic style neither French nor Latin in character. Something like this result was actually produced in some of Calvin's minor works, and still more in the works of many of his followers, whose lumbering language gained for itself, in allusion to their exile from France, the title of style refugee. Nevertheless, the use of the vulgar tongue on the Protestant side, and the possession of a work of such importance written therein, gave the reformers an immense advantage, which their adversaries were some time in neutralizing, even before the institution Lefebvre d'Etaples, 14,551,537, and Guillaume Farel, 14,891,565 saw and utilized the importance of the vernacular. Calvin, 15,091,564, was much helped by Pierre Viart, 15,111,571, who wrote a large number of small theological and moral dialogues, and of satirical pamphlets, destined to captivate as well as to instruct the lower people. The more famous Beza Theodore de Beze, 15,191,605, wrote chiefly in Latin, but he composed in French an ecclesiastical history of the Reformed churches, and some translations of the Psalms. Marnix de Saint Aldegond, 15,301,593, a gentleman of Brabant, followed Viart as a satirical pamphleteer on the Protestant side. On the other hand, the Catholic champions at first affected to disdain the use of the vulgar tongue, and their pamphleteers, when they did attempt it, were unequal to the task. Towards the end of the century, a more decent war was waged with Philippe Duplessis, Mornay, 15,491,623, on the Protestant side, whose work is at least as much directed against freethinkers and enemies of Christianity in general as against the dogmas and discipline of Rome. His adversary, the redoubtable Cardinal du Perron, 15,561,618, who, originally a Calvinist, went over to the other side, employed French most vigorously in controversial works, chiefly with reference to the Eucharist. Du Perron was celebrated as the first controversialist of the time, and obtained dialectical victories over all comers. At the same time, the Bishop of Geneva, St. Francis of Sales, 15,671,622, supported the Catholic side partly by controversial works, but still more by his devotional writings. The Introduction to a Devout Life, which, though actually published early in the next century, had been written some time previously, shares with Calvin's institution the position of the most important theological work of the period, and is in remarkable contrast with it in style and sentiment, as well as in principles and plan. It has indeed been accused of a certain effeminacy, the appearance of which is in all probability mainly due to this very contrast. The 16th century does not, like the 17th, distinguish itself by literary exercises in the pulpit. The furious preachers of the League and their equally violent opponents have no literary value. Century, moralists and political writers, the religious dissensions and political disturbances of the time, could not fail to exert an influence on ethical and philosophical thought. Yet, as we have said, the century was Montaigne not prolific of pure philosophical speculation. The scholastic tradition, though long sterile, still survived, and with it, the habit of composing in Latin all works in any way connected with philosophy. The Logic of Ramus in 1555 is cited as the first departure from this rule. Other philosophical works are few and chiefly express the doubt and the free thinking which were characteristic of the time. This doubt assumes the form of positive religious skepticism only in the Symbolum Mundi of Bonaventure, Des Puriers, a remarkable series of dialogues which excited a great storm and ultimately drove the author to commit suicide. The Symbolum Mundi is a curious anticipation of the 18th century. The literature of doubt, however, was to receive its principal accession in the famous essays of Michel Eigum Seigneur de Montaigne, 15,330,1592. It would be a mistake to imagine the existence of any skeptical propaganda in this charming and popular book. Its principle is not skepticism but egotism. And as the author was profoundly skeptical, this quality, necessarily, rather than intentionally, appears. We have here to deal only very superficially with this, as with other famous books, but it cannot be doubted that it expresses the mental attitude of the latter part of the century as completely as Rabelais expresses the mental attitude of the early part. There is considerably less vigor and life in this attitude. Inquiry and protest have given way to a placid conviction that there is not much to be found out, and that it does not much matter. The erudition, though abundant, is less indiscriminate, and is taken in and given out with less gusto. Exuberant drollery has given way to quiet irony, and though neither business nor pleasure is decried both, are regarded rather as useful pastimes incident to the life of man, than with the eager appetite of the Renaissance. From the purely literary point of view, the style is remarkable from its absence of pedantry in construction, and yet for its rich vocabulary and picturesque brilliancy. The follower and imitator of Montaigne Peer, Charon 15,411,603, carried his master's skepticism to a somewhat more positive degree. His principal book De La Sagesse scarcely deserves the comparative praise which Pope has given it. On the other hand, Guillaume Duvert 15,561,621, a lawyer and orator, takes the positive, rather than the negative side in morality, and regards the vicissitudes in human affairs from the religious and theological point of view, in a series of works characterized by the special merit of the style of great orators. The revolutionary and innovating instinct, which showed itself in the 16th century, with reference to church government and doctrine, spread naturally enough to political matters. The intolerable disorder of the religious wars naturally set the thinkers of the age speculating on the doctrines of government. In general, the favorite and general study of antiquity helped this tendency, and the great accession of royal power in all the monarchies of Europe invited a speculative, if not a practical reaction. The persecutions of the Protestants naturally provoked a republican spirit among them, and the violent antipathy of the League to the houses of Valois and Bourbon made its partisans adopt almost openly the principles of democracy and tyrannicide. The greatest political writer of the age is Jean Bodin 15,301,596, whose Republique is founded partly on speculative considerations, like the political theories of the ancients, and partly on an extended historical inquiry. Bodin, like most lawyers who have taken the royalist side, is for unlimited monarchy, but notwithstanding this, he condemns religious persecution and discourages slavery. In his speculations on the connection between forms of government and natural causes, he serves as a link between Aristotle and Montesquieu. On the other hand, the causes which we have mentioned made a large number of writers adopt opposite conclusions. Etienne de la Bodie, 15,301,563, the friend of Montaigne's youth, composed the canter Un or Discours de la servitude volontaire, a protest against the monarchical theory. The boldness of the protest and the affectionate admiration of Montaigne have given La Bodie a much higher reputation than any extant work of his actually deserves. The canter Un is a kind of prize essay full of empty declamation borrowed from the ancients and showing no grasp of the practical conditions of politics, not much more historically based, but far more vigorous and original, is the Franco Gallia of Francois Hotman 15,241,590, a work which appeared both in Latin and French, which extols the authority of the States General, represents them as direct successors of the political institutions of Gauls and Franks, and maintains the 127 right of insurrection. In the last quarter of the century, political animosity no bounds. The Protestants beheld a divine instrument in Poltrot de Mere, the Catholics in Jacques Clement, the Latin treatises of Hubert Langt, 15,180,1581, and Buchanan formally vindicated, first, like Hotman, the right of rebellion based on an original contract between prince and people, the second, the right of tyrannicide. Indeed, as Montaigne confesses, divine authorization for political violence was claimed and denied by both parties according as the possession or the expectancy of power belonged to each, and the excesses of the preachers and pamphleteers knew no bounds. Everyone, however, was not carried away. The literary merits of the Chancellor Michel de l'Hopital, 15,071,573, are not very great, but his efforts to promote peace and moderation were unceasing. On the other side, Lano, with far greater literary gifts, pursued the same ends, and pointed out the ruinous consequences of continued dissension. Duplessis Mornay took a part in political discussion, even more important than that which he bore in religious polemics, and was of the utmost service to Henry Quater in defending his cause against the League, as was also Hurault, another author of state papers. Duvert, already mentioned, powerfully assisted the same cause by his successful defense of the Salic law, the disregard of which by the Leaguer States General was intended to lead to the admission of the Spanish claim to the crown. But the foremost work against satire Menippe's League was the famous satire Menippe, 1594. In a literary point of view, one of the most remarkable of political books, the Menippe was the work of no single author, but was due, it is said, to the collaboration of 5 Pierre who has credit of the idea Jacques Gillot Florent Crescent, Nicolas Rapin 15,411,596, and Pierre Pithu 15,391,596, with some assistance in verse from Passerat, and Gilles Durand. The book is a kind of burlesque report of the meeting of the States General called for the purpose of supporting the views of the League in 1593. It gives an account of the procession of opening. And then we have the supposed speeches of the principal characters, the Duc de Mayenne, the papal legate, the rector of the university, a ferocious leaguer, and others. But by far the most remarkable is that attributed to Claude d'Aubray, the leader of the Tiers Etat, and said to be written by Pithu, in which all the evils of the time and the malpractices of the leaders of the League are exposed and branded. The satire is extraordinarily bitter, and yet perfectly good-humored. It resembles in character rather that of Butler, who unquestionably imitated it, than any other. The style is perfectly suited to the purpose, having got rid of almost all vestiges of the cumbrousness of the older tongue, without losing its picturesque quaintness. It is no wonder that, as we are told by contemporaries, it did more for Henry Quater than all other writings in his cause in connection with politics. Some mention of legal orators and writers may be necessary. In 1539, the Ordinance of Villers-Cotterets enjoined the exclusive use of the French language. In legal procedure, the bar and bench of France during the century produced, however, besides those names already mentioned in other connections, only one deserving of special notice, that of Etienne Pasquier, 15,291,615, author of a celebrated speech against the right of the Jesuits to take part in public teaching. This he inserted in his great work, Recherches de la France, a work dealing with almost every aspect of French history, whether political, antiquarian, or literary. Century savants, one more division, and only one, that of scientific and learned writers, pure and simple, remains. Much of the work of this kind during the period was naturally done in Latin, the vulgar tongue of the learned. But in France, as in other countries, the study of the classics led to a vast number of translations, and it so happened that one of the translators deserves as a prose writer a rank among the highest. Many of the authors already mentioned contributed to the literature of translation. Desperiers translated the Platonic dialogue Lysis, La Bodhi, some works of Xenophon and Plutarch, Du Ver the De Corona, the In Si Tesiphantum, and the Pro Milon Salal attempted the Iliad Bello, the False Anacreon Baif, some plays of Plautus and Terence. Besides these, Lefebvre d'Etaples, a version of the Bible Saliat, one of Herodotus, and Louis Larrey 15,101,577, not to be confounded with the part author of the Menipee, many works of Plato, Aristotle, and other Greek writers. But while most, if not all, of these translators owed the merits of their work to their originals, and deserved much more, deserved to be read only by those to whom those originals are Amiot sealed, Jacques Amiot 15,131,593, Bishop of Auxerre, takes rank as a French classic by his translations of Plutarch Longus and Heliodorus the Admiration, which Amiot excited in his own time, was immense. Montaigne declares that it was thanks to him that his contemporaries knew how to speak and to write, and the Academy in the next age, though not too much inclined to honor its predecessors, ranked him as a model. His Plutarch, which had an enormous influence at the time, and colored perhaps more than any classic the thoughts and writings of the 16th century, both in French and English, was then considered his masterpiece. Nowadays, perhaps, and from the purely literary standpoint, that position would be assigned to his exquisite version of the exquisite story of Daphnis. And Chloe, it is needless to say that absolute fidelity and exact scholarship are not the preeminent merits of these versions. They are not philological exercises, but works of art. On the other hand, Claude Fauchet 15,301,601, in two antiquarian works, Antiquites Gauloises et Francoises and L'Origine de la Langue, et de la Poésie, Francaise, displays a remarkable critical faculty in sweeping away the fables which had encumbered history. Fauchet had the for his time wonderful habit of consulting manuscripts, and we owe to him literary notices of many of the trouvers. At the same time, François Grude Sieur de la Croix du Maine, 15,521,592, and Anton Duverdier, 15,441,600, founded the study of bibliography in France. Pasquier's Recherches already alluded to carries out the principles of Fauchet independently, and besides treating the history of the past in a true critical spirit, supplies us with voluminous and invaluable information on contemporary politics and literature. He has moreover the merit which Fawcett had not of being an excellent writer. Henry Eschon Stephanus, 15,280,1598, also deserves notice in this place, both for certain treatises on the French language, full of critical crotchets, and also for his curious apology pour. Here Odote a remarkable book, not particularly easy to class. It consists partly of a defense of its nominal subject, partly of satirical polemics on the Protestant side, and is filled almost equally with erudition, and with the buffoonery and fatracy of the time. The book, indeed, was much too Rabelaisian to suit the tastes of those in whose defense it was composed. The 16th century is somewhat too early for us to speak of science, and such science, as was then composed, falls for the most part outside French literature. The famous potter Bernard Palissy, 15,101,590, however, was not much less skillful as a fashioner of words than as a fashioner of pots, and his description of the difficulties of his experiments in enameling, which lasted 16 years, is well known. The great surgeon Ambrose Père Roman 1,001,590 was also a writer, and his descriptions of his military experiences at Turin, Metz, and elsewhere have all the charm of the 16th century memoir. The only other writers who require special mention are Olivier de Serres, 15,391,619, who composed, under the title of Theatre d'Agriculture, a complete treatise on the various operations of rural economy, and Jacques du Fouillou, 15,211,580, who wrote on hunting la venerie. Both became extremely popular and were frequently reprinted. Century poetry, it is not always easy or possible to make the end or the beginning of a literary epoch synchronize exactly with historical dates. It happens, however, that for once the beginning of the 17th century coincides Malherbe almost exactly with an entire revolution in French literature, the change of direction and of critical standard given by François de Malherbe, 15,561,628, to poetry, was to last for two whole 128 centuries, and to determine not merely the language and complexion, but also the form of French verse. During the whole of that time, accidentally, or as a matter of logical consequence, it would not be proper here to attempt to decide the question. Poetry became almost synonymous with drama. It is true, as we shall have to point out, that there were in the early part of the 17th century, at least poets properly so called of no contemptible merit, but their merit in itself respectable sank, in comparison with the far greater merit of their dramatic rivals, Théophile de Viau and Racan Voiture, and Saint Amant cannot, for a moment, be mentioned in the same rank with Corneille. It is certainly curious, if it is not something more than curious, that this decline in poetry proper should have coincided with the so-called reforms of Malherbe. The tradition of respect for this elder and more gifted Boileau was at one time all-powerful in France, and notwithstanding, the Romantic movement is still strong in rejecting a large number of the importations of the Ronsardists. He certainly did good service, but it is difficult to avoid ascribing in great measure to his influence the origin of the chief faults of modern French poetry and modern French in general. As compared with the older language, he pronounced against poetic diction, as such forbade the overlapping enjambment of verse, insisted that the middle pause should be of sense as well as sound, and that rhyme must satisfy eye as well as ear like Pope. He sacrificed everything to correctness, and unluckily for French, the sacrifice was made at a time when no writer of an absolutely supreme order had yet appeared in the language with Shakespeare and Milton, not to mention scores of writers, only inferior to them, safely garnered Pope, and his followers could do us little harm. Corneille and Molière, unfortunately, came after Malherbe, yet it would be unfair to this writer, however badly we may think of his influence, to deny him talent, and even a certain amount of poetical inspiration. He had not felt his own influence, and the very influences which he despised and proscribed produced in him much tolerable and some admirable verse, though he is not to be named as a poet with Regnier, who had the courage, the sense, and the good taste to oppose and ridicule his innovations of Malherbe's school. Honorat de Buell, Marquis de Racan, 15,891,670, and François de Maynard, 15,821,646, were the most remarkable. The former was a true poet, though not a very strong one like his master. He is best when he follows the models whom that master contemned perhaps more than any other poet. He set the example of the classical Alexandrine, the smooth and melodious but monotonous and rather effeminate measure which Racine was to bring to the highest perfection, and which his successors, while they could not improve its smoothness, were to make more and more monotonous, until the genius of Victor Hugo once more broke up its facile polish, supplied its stiff uniformity, and introduced vigor, variety, color, and distinctness in the place of its feeble sameness, and its pale indecision. But the vigor, not to say the license, of the 16th century could not thus die all at once in Théophile de Viau, 15,911,626. The early years of the 17th century had their villain. The later poet was almost as unfortunate as the earlier, and almost as disreputable. But he had a great share of poetical, and not a small one of critical power. The ettle and rage, under which he complains that he was born, was at least kind to him in this respect, and his readers, after he had been forgotten for 2 centuries, have once more done him justice. Racan and Theophile were followed in the second quarter of the century by two schools, which sufficiently well represented the tendencies of each. The first was that of Vincent Voiture, 15,980,1640, 8 Isaac de Benserade, 16,121,691, and other poets such as Claude de Melville, 15,971,647, author of La Belle Mateneuse, who were connected more or less with the famous literary coterie of the Hôtel de Rambouillet. Theophile was less worthily succeeded by a class it can hardly be called a school of poets, some of whom, like Gerard Saint Amant, 15,941,660, wrote drinking songs of merit, and other light pieces. Others, like Paul Scarron, 16,101,660, and Saracen, 1603, 451,654, devoted themselves rather to burlesque of serious verse. Most of the great dramatic authors of the time also wrote miscellaneous poetry, and there was even an epic school of the most singular kind in ridiculing and discrediting, which Boileau for once did undoubtedly good service. The Pucelle of Jean Chaplain, 15,951,674, the unfortunate author, who was deliberately trained and educated for a poet who enjoyed for some time a sort of dictatorship in French literature on the strength of his forthcoming work, and at whom from the day of its publication every critic of French literature has agreed to laugh, was the most famous and perhaps the worst of these. But Georges de Scudéry, 16,011,667, wrote an Alaric. The Pierre Lemoyne, 16,021,671, a Saint Louis Jean Desmarets de Saint Sorlin, 15,951,676, a dramatist and critic of some note, a Clovis, and Saint Amant, a Moise, which were not much better, though Théophile Gaudier in his grotesques has valiantly defended these and other contemporary versifiers. And indeed it cannot be denied that even the epics, especially Saint Louis, contain flashes of finer poetry than France was to produce for more than a century outside of the drama. Some of the lighter poets and classes of poetry, just alluded to, also produced some remarkable verse. The Proceuses of the Hôtel Rambouillet, with all their absurdities, encouraged, if they did not produce good literary work in their society, there is no doubt that a great reformation of manners took place, if not of morals, and that the tendency to literature elegant and polished, yet not destitute of vigor, which marks the 17th century, was largely developed side by side with much scandalmongering and anecdotage. Many of the authors whom these influences inspired, such as Voiture, Saint Evremond, and others, have been, or will be noticed, but even such poets and wits as Anton Baudouin de Senlis, 16,430, 1,737, Jean de Segres, 16,240, 1,701, Charles Foller de Rissier de Charlevel, 16,121,693, Antin Godot, 16,050, 1,672, Jean Augier de Gambad, 15,901,666, are not without interest in the history of literature, while if Charles Cotin, 16,040,1682, 1,682, sinks below this level and deserves Molière's caricature of him, as Triciton in Les Femmes, Savants Gilles de Ménage, 16,301,692, certainly rises above it, notwithstanding the companion satire of Vadius Menage's name, naturally suggests the awe which arose at this time, and were long fashionable stores of endless gossip, sometimes providing instruction, and often amusement. The Guerlain de Julie, in which most of the poets of the time celebrated Julie d'Enghien, daughter of the Marquise de Rambouillet, is perhaps the best of all such albums, and Voiture, the typical poet of the coterie, was certainly the best writer of vers de société, who is known to us. The poetical war which arose between the Uranists, the followers of Voiture, and the Jabistes, those of Benserade produced reams of sonnets, epigrams, and similar verses, this habit of occasional versification continued long. It led as a less important consequence to the rhymed gazettes of Jean Lauret Roman 500, which recount in octosyllabic verse of a light and lively kind the festivals and court events of the early years of Louis Roman 14. It led also to perhaps the most remarkable non-dramatic poetry of the century, the Contes and Fables of Jean de La Fontaine, 16,211,695. No French writer is better known than La Fontaine, and there is no need to dilate on his merits. It has been well said that he completes Molière, and that the two together give something to French literature, which no other literature possesses. Yet La Fontaine is after all only a writer of fabliaux in the language, and with the manners of his own century. All the writers we have mentioned belong more or less to the first half of the century, and so do Valentin, Conrart 16,031,675, Antoine Furetière 16,261,680, 8 Chapelle Claude Emmanuel, L. Huilier 16,261,686, and others not worth special mention. The latter half of the century is far less productive, and the poetical quality of its production is even lower than the quantity in it. Boileau 16,361,711 is the chief poetical figure. Next to him can only be mentioned Madame Deshoulières 16,380,1694, Guillaume de Brebeuf 16,180,1661, the translator of Lucan Philippe Quinault 16,351,688, the composer of opera Libretti. Boileau's satire, where it has much merit, is usually borrowed direct from Horace. He had a certain faculty as a critic of the slashing order and might have profitably used it if he had written in prose, but of his poetry, it must be said not so much that it is 129 bad, as that it is not in strictness poetry at all, and the same is generally true of all those who followed him. Century drama. We have already seen how the medieval theatre was formed, and how in the second half of the 16th century it met with a formidable rival in the classical drama of Jodelle and Garnier. In 1588 mysteries had been prohibited, and with the prohibition of the mysteries, the confraternity of the Passion lost the principal part of its reason for existence. The other bodies and societies of amateur actors had already perished, and at length the Hôtel de Bourgogne itself, the home of the confraternity, had been handed over to a regular troupe of actors, while companies of strollers whose life has been vividly depicted in the Roman comique of Scarron, and the Capitaine Fracas of Théophile Gaudier, wandered all about the provinces. The old farce was for a time maintained or revived by Tabarin, a remarkable figure in dramatic history, of whom but little is known. The great dramatic author of the first quarter of the 17th century was Alexander Hardy 15,691,630, one who surpassed even Heywood Hardy in fecundity and very nearly approached the portentous productiveness of Lope de Vega 700, is put down as the modest total of Hardy's pieces, but not much more than a 20th of these exist in print. From these latter, we can judge Hardy. They are hardly up to the level of the worst specimens of the contemporary Elizabethan theatre, to which, however, they bear a certain resemblance. Marston's Insatiate Countess, and the worst parts of Chapman's Bussy d'Amboise, may give English readers some notion of them. Yet Hardy was not totally devoid of merit. He imitated and adapted Spanish literature, which was at this time to France what Italian was in the century before, and English in the century after, in the most indiscriminate manner. But he had a considerable command of grandiloquent and melodramatic expression, a sound theory, if not a sound practice of tragic writing, and that peculiar knowledge of theatrical art and of the taste of the theatrical public, which since his time has been the special possession of the French playwright. It is instructive to compare the influence of his irregular and faulty genius with that of the regular and precise Malherbe. From Hardy to Rotrou is in point of literary interest a great step, and from Rotrou to Corneille a greater. Yet the theory of Hardy only wanted the genius of Rotrou and Corneille to produce. The latter, Jean de Rotrou, 16,101,650, has been called the French Marlowe, and there is Rotrou curious likeness, and yet a curious contrast between the two poets. The best parts of Rotrou's two best plays, Venceslas and Saint Genest, are quite beyond comparison in respect of anything that preceded them, and the central speech of the last-named play will rank with anything in French dramatic poetry. Contemporary with Rotrou were other dramatic writers of considerable dramatic importance, most of them distinguished by the faults of the Spanish school, its declamatory, rhodomontade its conceits, and its occasionally preposterous action. Jean de Schellender Roman 500 has left us a remarkable work in Tir et Seiden which exemplifies in practice, as its almost more remarkable preface by François Augier, defends in principle the English-Spanish model Théophile de Viau in Pyrame et Thisbe, and in Pasiphae produced a singular mixture of the classicism of Garnier and the extravagancies of Hardy Scudery in Elamure Tyrannique, and other plays achieved a considerable success. The Marion of Tristan 16,011,655, and the Sophonisbe of Jean de Mert 16,041,686 are the chief pieces of their authors. Mert resembles Marston in something more than his choice of subject. Another dramatic writer of some eminence is Pierre du Ryer 16,061,648, but the fertility of France at this moment in dramatic authors was immense. Nearly 100 are enumerated in the first quarter. Cornelioff, The Century, the early plays of Pierre Corneille 16,061,684, showed all the faults of his contemporaries combined with merits, to which none of them, except Rotrou and Rotrou himself, only in part, could lay claim. His first play was Mele, Comedy, and in Clitander, a tragedy he soon produced, what may perhaps be not inconveniently taken as the typical piece of the school of Hardy. A full account of Corneille may be found elsewhere. It is sufficient to say here that his importance in French literature is quite as great in the way of influence and example as in the way of intellectual excellence. The Cid and the Mentor are respectively the first examples of French tragedy and comedy, which can be called modern. But this influence and example did not at first find many imitators. Corneille was a member of Richelieu's band of 5 poets. Of the other 4, Rotrou alone deserves the title. The remaining 3, the prolific Abbe de Boisrobert Guillaume Colletet, whose most valuable work, MS Lives of Poets, was never printed and burnt by the Communards in 1871, and Claude de Lestal, 15,971,651, are as dramatists worthy of no notice, nor were they soon followed by others more worthy. Yet before many years had passed, the examples which Corneille had set in tragedy and in comedy were followed up by unquestionably the greatest comic writer, and by one who long held the position of the greatest tragic writer of France, beginning with mere farces of the Italian type, and passing from these to comedies still of an Italian character. It was in Les Précieuses ridicules acted in 1659 that Molière, Racine Molière 16,221,673, in the words of a spectator, hit at last on La Bonne Comédie. The next 15 years comprised the whole of his best-known work, the finest expression beyond doubt of a certain class of comedy that any literature has produced. The tragic masterpieces of Racine 16,391,699 were not far from coinciding with the comic masterpieces of Molière, for with the exception of the remarkable aftergrowth of Esther and Athalie, they were produced chiefly between 1667 and 1677. Both Racine and Molière fall into the class of writers who require separate mention. Here we can only remark that both, to a certain extent, committed and encouraged a fault which distinguished much subsequent French dramatic literature. This was the too great individualizing of one point in a character, and the making the man or woman nothing but a blunderer, a lover, a coxcomb, a tyrant, and the like. The very titles of French plays show this influence. Ethy are La Grandeur, Le Joueur, Roman 100. The complexity of human character is ignored. This fault distinguishes both Molière and Racine from writers of the very highest order, and in especial it distinguishes the comedy of Molière and the tragedy of Racine from the comedy and tragedy of Shakespeare. In all probability, this and other defects of the French drama, which are not wholly apparent in the work of Molière and Corneille, are shown in their most favorable light in those of Racine, and appear in all their deformity in the successors of the latter, arise from the rigid adoption of the Aristotelian theory of the drama, with its unities and other restrictions, especially as transmitted by Horace through Boileau. This adoption was very much due to the influence of the French Academy, which was founded unofficially by Conrart in 1629, which received official standing 6 years later. The Academy, and which continued the tradition of Malherbe, in attempting constantly to school and correct, as the phrase went, the somewhat disorderly instincts of the early French stage. Even the Cid was formally censured for irregularity by it. But it is fair to say that François Hedelin Abbe d'Aubignac 16,040,1676, whose Pratique du Théâtre is the most wooden of the critical treatises of the time, was not an academician. it is difficult to say whether the subordination of all other classes of composition to the drama, which has ever since been characteristic of French literature, was or was not due to the predilection of Richelieu, the main protector, if not exactly the founder of the Academy, for the theatre, among the immediate successors and later contemporaries of the three great dramatists. We do not find any who deserve high rank as tragedians, though there are some whose comedies are more than respectable. It is at least significant that the restrictions imposed by the academic theory on the comic drama were far less severe than those which tragedy had to undergo. The latter was practically confined, in respect of sources of attraction, to the dexterous manipulation of the unities, the interest of a plot, attenuated as much as possible, and intended to produce, instead of pity, a mild sympathy, and instead of terror, a mild alarm. For the purists decided against Corneille that admiration was not 130 a tragic passion. And lastly, the composition of long tirades of smooth but monotonous verses arranged in couplets tipped with delicately careful rhymes. Only Thomas Corneille, 16,251,709, the inheritor of an older tradition and of a great name, deserves to be accepted from the condemnation to be passed on the lesser tragedians of this period. He was unfortunate in possessing his brother's name, and in being like him too, voluminous in his compositions, but Cama, Arian, Leconte d'Essex are not tragedies to be despised. On the other hand, the names of Jean de Campistron, 16,561,723, and Nicolas Pradon, 16,321,690, 8 mainly serve to point injurious comparisons. Joseph Francois Dutch, 16,681,704, and Anton La Fosse, 16,531,708, are of still less importance, and Quinault's tragedies are chiefly remarkable because he had the good sense to give up writing them, and to take to opera. The general excellence of French comedy, on the other hand, was sufficiently vindicated. Besides the splendid sum of Molière's work, the two great tragedians had each in La Mentor and Les Plaideurs set a capital example to their successors, which was fairly followed. David Augustin de Bruy's 16,401,723 and Jean Palapret, 16,501,721, brought out once more the ever-new advocate Patelin besides the capital grandeur already referred to. Quinault and Campistron wrote fair comedies. Florent Carton d'Ancourt, 16,611,726, Charles Riviere Dufresne, Roman 1,001,724, Edmund Bersault, 16,380,1,701, were all comic writers of considerable merit, but the chief comic dramatist of the latter period of the 17th century was Jean-François Rignard, 16,551,709, whose Jaour and Légataire are comedies almost of the first rank. Century fiction in the department of literature which comes between poetry and prose, that of romancing the 17th century, excepting one remarkable development, was not very fertile. It devoted itself to so heroic romancemening new or changed forms of literature that it had no time to anticipate the modern novel. Yet at the beginning of the century, one very curious form of romancing was diligently cultivated, and its popularity, for the time immense, prevented the introduction of any stronger style. It is remarkable that, as the first quarter of the 17th century was preeminently the epoch of Spanish influence in France, the distinctive satire of Cervantes should have been less imitated than the models which Cervantes satirized. However, this may be the romances of 1600 to 1650 form a class of literature, vast, isolated, and perhaps of all such classes of literature, most utterly obsolete and extinct. Taste, affectation, or antiquarian diligence have at one time or another restored to a just, and sometimes a more than just measure of reputation, most of the literary relics of the past romances of chivalry. Fabliau's early drama, Provencal poetry, prose chronicles have all had, and deservedly, their rehabilitators, but Polksander and Cleopatra Clelly and the Grand Cyrus have been too heavy for all the industry and energy of literary antiquarians. As we have already hinted, the nearest ancestry which can be found for them is the romances of the Amadis type, but the Amadis, and in a less degree its followers, although long, are long in virtue of incident. The romances of the Clelly type are long in virtue of interminable discourse, moralizing, and description. Their manner is not unlike that of the Arcadia and the Euphues which preceded them in England, and they express in point of style the tendency, which simultaneously manifested itself all over Europe at this period, and whose chief exponents were Gongora in Spain, Marini in Italy, and Lely in England. Everybody knows the carte de tender, which originally appeared in Clely, while most people have heard of the shepherds and shepherdesses, who figure in the Estrie of Honor d'Urf, 15,681,625, on the borders of the Lignon, but here general knowledge ends, and there is perhaps no reason why it should go much. Further, it is sufficient to say that Madeleine de Scudéry, 16,071,701, principally devotes herself in the books above mentioned to laborious gallantry and heroism, La Calprenède, 16,101,663, in Cassander et Cléopâtre, to something which might have been the historical novel if it had been constructed on a less preposterous scale, and Marin Leroy de Gomerville, 16,001,647, in Polksender to moralizings and theological discussions on Jansenist principles, while Pierre Camus, Bishop of Bely, 15,821,652, in Palom, and others approached still nearer to the strictly religious story in the latter part of the century. The example of La Fontaine, though he himself wrote in poetry, helped to recall the taletellers of France to an occupation more worthy of them, more suitable to the genius of the literature, and more likely to last. The reaction against the Clely school produced first Madame de Villedieu Catherine Desjardins, 16,321,692, a fluent and facile novelist who enjoyed great but not enduring popularity. The form, which the prose tale took at this period, was that of the fairy story Perrault, 16,280,1703, and Madame d'Aulne, Roman 500, composed. Specimens of this kind which have never ceased to be popular since Hamilton, 16,461,720, the author of the well-known memoirs Du Comte de Grammont, wrote similar stories of extraordinary merit in style and ingenuity. There is yet a third class of prose writing which deserves to be mentioned. It also may probably be traced to Spanish influence, that is to say to the picaresque romances, which the 16th and 17th centuries produced in Spain in large numbers. The most remarkable example of this is the Roman comique of the burlesque writer, Scarron, the Roman bourgeois of Anton Furetière, 16,191,688, also deserves mention as a collection of pictures of the life of the time, arranged in the most desultory manner, but drawn with great vividness, observation, and skill. A remarkable writer who had great influence on Molière has also to be mentioned in this connection, rather than in any other. This is Cyrano de Bergerac, 16,191,655, who besides composing doubtful comedies and tragedies, writing political pamphlets, and exercising the task of literary criticism, in objecting to Scarron's burlesques produced in his Histoires comiques des États et Empires, de la Lune et du Soleil, half romantic and half satirical compositions, in which some have seen the original of Gulliver's Travels, in which others have discovered only a not very successful imitation of Rabelais, and which, without attempting to decide these questions, may fairly be ranked in the same class of fiction, with the masterpieces of Swift and Rabelais, though, of course, at an immense distance below them. One other work, and in literary influence, perhaps the most remarkable of its kind in the century, remains Madame de Lafayette Marie de la Vergne, 16,341,692, the friend of La Rochefoucauld, and of Madame de Sévigné, though she did not exactly anticipate the modern novel, showed the way to it in her stories, the principal of which are Zaide and Still more La Princesse de Cleves. The latter, though a long way from Manon Lescaut Clarissa, or Tom Jones, is a longer way still from Polksender, or the Arcadia. The novel becomes in it no longer a more or less fictitious chronicle, but an attempt at least at the display of character. La Princesse de Cleves has never been one of the works widely popular out of their own country, nor perhaps does it deserve such popularity, for it has more grace than strength, but as an original effort in an important direction, its historical value is considerable. But with this exception, the art of fictitious prose composition, except on a small scale, is certainly not one in which the century excelled, nor are any of the masterpieces which it produced to be ranked in this class. Century prose. If, however, this was the case, it cannot be said that French prose as a whole was unproductive at this time. On the contrary, it was now, and only now, that it attained the strength and perfection for which J.G. de Balzac and modern French prose has been so long renowned, and which has perhaps by a curious process of compensation somewhat deteriorated since the restoration of poetry proper in France. The prose Malherbe of French literature was Jean Guez de Balzac, 15,940,1650. 4. The writers of the 17th century had practically created the literary language of prose, but they had not created a prose style, the charm of Rabelais, of Amyot of Montaigne, and of the numerous writers of tales and memoirs, whom we have noticed, was a charm of exuberance, of naivete, of picturesque effect in, short of a mixture of poetry and prose, rather than of prose proper. 16th century French prose is a delightful instrument in the hands of men and women of genius. But in the hands of those who have not genius it is full 131 of defects, and indeed is nearly unreadable. Now prose is essentially an instrument of all work. The poet who has not genius had better not write at all. The prose writer often may, and sometimes must dispense with this qualification. He has need therefore of a suitable machine to help him to perform his task. And this machine, it is the glory of Balzac to have done more than any other person to create. He produced himself no great work, his principal writings being letters, a few discourses and dissertations, and a work entitled Le Sacré Chrétien, a sort of treatise on political theology. But if the matter of his work is not of the first importance, its manner is of a very different value. Instead of the endless diffuseness of the preceding century, its ill-formed, or rather unformed sentences, and its haphazard periods, we find clauses, sentences, and paragraphs distinctly planned, shaped, and balanced, a cadence introduced which is rhythmical but not metrical, and in short prose which is written knowingly, instead of the prose which is unwittingly talked. It has been well said of him that he écrit pour écrire. And such a man, it is evident, if he does nothing else, sets a valuable example to those who write, because they have something to say. Voiture seconded Balzac, without much intending to do so. His prose style, also chiefly contained in letters, is lighter than that of his contemporary, and helped to gain for French prose the tradition of vivacity and sparkle which it has always possessed, as well as that of correctness and grace. Century history and historical composition, especially in the department of memoirs. This period was exceedingly rich. At last there was written in French an entire history of France. The author was François Eudes de Mézeray, 16,101,683, whose work, though not exhibiting the perfection of style, at which some of his contemporaries had already arrived, and, though still more or less uncritical, yet deserves the title of history. The example was followed by a large number of writers, some of extended works, some of histories in part. Mézeray himself is said to have had a considerable share in the Histoire du Roi Henry le Grand by the Archbishop Parafix, 16,051,670, Louis Maimberg, 16,101,686, wrote histories of the Crusades and of the League. Paul Pellisson, 16,241,693, gave a history of Louis Roman XIV, and a more valuable memoir, in defense of the superintendent Fouquet. Still later in the century, or at the beginning of the next, the Peer d'Orleans, 16,441,698, wrote a history of the revolutions of England. The Peer Daniel, 16,491,728, like d'Orleans, a Jesuit, composed a lengthy history of France and a shorter one on the French military forces. Finally, at the end of the period, comes the great ecclesiastical history of Claude Fleury, 16,401,723, a work which perhaps belongs more to the section of erudition than to that of history proper. Three small treatises, however composed by different authors towards the middle part of the century, supply remarkable instances of prose style in its application to history. These are the Conjurations du Comte de Fiesque, written by the famous Cardinal de Retz, 16,131,679, the Conspiration de Wallstein of Saracen, and the Conjuration des Espagnols contre Venise, composed in 1672 by the Abbé de Saint-Triel, 16,391,692, the author of various historical and critical works deserving less notice. These three works, whose similarity of subject and successive composition at short intervals leave little doubt that a certain amount of intentional rivalry animated the two later authors, are among the earliest and best examples of the monographs, for which French, in point of grace of style and lucidity of exposition, has long been the most successful vehicle of expression among European languages. Among other writers of history, as distinguished from memoirs, need only be noticed Agrippa d'Aubigné, whose Histoire universelle closed his long and varied list of works, and Varilla's 16,241,696, a historian chiefly remarkable for his extreme untrustworthiness in point of memoirs and correspondence. The period is hardly less fruitful than that which preceded it. The Registers Journaux of Pierre de L. Edel, 15,401,611, consist of a diary something of the Pepys character, kept for nearly 40 years by a person in high official employment, the memoirs of Sully 15,601,641, published under a curious title too long to quote date also from this time. Henry Roman IV himself has left a considerable correspondence, which is not destitute of literary merit, though not equal to the memoirs of his wife. What are commonly called Richelieu's memoirs were probably written to his or to his testament politique, may be his own Henry de Rohan, 15,791,638, has not memoirs of the first value. Both this and earlier times found chronicle in the singular historiettes of Gedion Ptolemant, Des Row 16,191,690, a collection of anecdotes frequently scandalous reaching, from the times of Henry Roman IV to those of Louis Roman XIV, to which may be joined the letters of Guy Patin 16,021,676, the early years of the latter monarch, and the period of the Fronde had the Cardinal de Retz himself, than whom no one was certainly better qualified for historian, not to mention a crowd of others of whom we may mention Madame de Motteville, 16,211,689, Jean Hérault de Gerville, 16,251,703, Mademoiselle de Montpensier-Lagrand, Mademoiselle 16,271,693, Conrart Turenne and Matthew Mole, 15,841,663, François Duval Marquis de Fontenay-Meruel, 15,941,655, Arnauld D. Andely, 15,881,670. From this time, memoirs and memoir writers were ever multiplying. The queen of them all is Madame de Sévigné, 16,261,696, on whom, as on most of the great and better-known writers whom we have had, and shall have to mention, it is impossible here to dwell at length. The last half of the century produced crowds of similar, but inferior, writers. The memoirs of Roger de Bussy Rabutin, 16,180,1693, author of a kind of scandalous chronicle called Histoire, Amoureux des Gauls, and of Madame de Maintenon, 16,351,719, perhaps deserve notice above the others. But this was in truth the style of composition, in which the age most excelled memoir writing, became the occupation not so much of persons who made history, as was the case from Comines to Retz, as of those who, having culture, leisure, and opportunity of observation, devoted themselves to the task of recording the deeds of others, and still more of regarding the incidents of the busy, splendid, and cultivated, if somewhat frivolous world of the court, in which from the time of Louis Roman XIV's majority the political life of the nation, and almost its whole history, were centered. Many if not most of these writers were women, who thus founded the celebrity of the French lady for managing her mother tongue, and justified by results the taste and tendencies of the bluestockings and Preciuses of the Hotel Rambouillet, and similar coteries. The life which these writers saw before them furnished them with a subject to be handled with the minuteness and care to which they had been accustomed in the ponderous romances of the Clelly type, but also the wit and terseness hereditary in France, and only temporarily absent in those ponderous compositions. The efforts of Balzac and the Academy supplied a suitable language and style, and the increasing tendency towards epigrammatic moralizing, which reached its acme in La Rochefoucauld 16,630,1680, and La Bruyere 16,391,696, added in most cases point and attractiveness to their writings. Century philosophers and theologians to these moralists we might perhaps not inappropriately pass at once, but it seems better to consider first the philosophical and theological developments of the age, which must share discardus with its historical experiences, and studies the credit of producing these writers' philosophy, proper as we have already had occasion to remark, had hitherto made no use of the vulgar tongue. The 16th century had contributed a few vernacular treatises on logic, a considerable body of political and ethical writing, and a good deal of skeptical speculation, of a more or less vague character, continued into our present epoch, by such writers as François de la Motte Levayer 15,880,1672, the last representative of the orthodox doubt of Montaigne and Charon. But in metaphysics proper it had not dabbled. The 17th century, on the contrary, was to produce in René Descartes 15,961,650, at once a master of prose style, the greatest of French philosophers, and one of the greatest metaphysicians not merely of France and of the 17th century, but of all countries and times. Even before Descartes, there had been considerable and important developments of metaphysical speculation in France. The first eminent philosopher of French birth was Pierre Gassendi, 15,921,650 Gassendi devoted himself to the maintenance of a modernized form of the Epicurean doctrines, but he wrote mainly, if not entirely, in Latin. Another skeptical philosopher of a less scientific character was the physicist Gabriel Naud 16,001,653, who, like many others of the philosophers of the time, was accused of atheism. But as none of these could approach Descartes in philosophical power and originality, so also none has even a fraction of his importance in the history of French literature. Descartes stands with Plato and possibly Berkeley and Malebranche at the head of all philosophers in respect of style. And in his case, the excellence is far more remarkable than in others, inasmuch as he had absolutely no models and was forced in a great degree to create the language which he used. The Discours de la Méthode is not only one of the epoch-making books of philosophy, it is also one of the epoch-making books of French style. The tradition of his clear and perfect expression was taken up not merely by his philosophical disciples, but also by Blaise Pascal, 16,231,662, and the school of Port Royal, who will be noticed presently. The very genius of the Cartesian philosophy was intimately connected with this clearness, distinctness, and severity of style. And there is something more than a fanciful contrast between these literary characteristics of Descartes on the one hand, and the elaborate splendor of Bacon, the naughty and crabbed strength of Hobbes, and the commonplace and almost vulgar slovenliness of Locke, of the followers of Descartes, putting aside the Port Royalists, by far the most distinguished both in philosophy and in literature. Malebranche's, Nicolas Malebranche, 16,380,1715, his Recherche de la Vérité, admirable as it is for its subtlety, and its consecutiveness of thought, is equally admirable for its elegance of style. Malebranche cannot indeed, like his great master, claim absolute originality, but his excellence as a writer is as great as if not greater than that of Descartes, and the Recherche remains to this day the one philosophical treatise of great length and abstruseness, which merely as a book is delightful to read, not like the works of Plato and Berkeley because of the adventitious graces of dialogue or description, but from the purity and grace of the language and its admirable adjustment to the purposes of the argument. Yet for all this philosophy hardly flourished in France. It was too intimately connected with theological and ecclesiastical questions, and especially with Jansenism, to escape suspicion and persecution. Descartes himself was for much of his life an exile in Holland and Sweden, and though the unquestionable orthodoxy of Malebranche, the strongly religious cast of his works, and the remoteness of the abstruse region in which he sojourned from that of the controversies of the day, protected him, other followers of Descartes were not so fortunate. Holland, indeed, became a kind of city of refuge for students of philosophy, though even in Holland itself, they were by no means entirely safe from persecution. By far the most remarkable of French philosophical sojourners in the Netherlands was Pierre Bayle, 16,471,706, a name not perhaps of the first rank in respect of literary value, but certainly of the first as regards literary influence. Bayle, after oscillating between the two confessions, nominally remained a Protestant in religion and philosophy. He in the same manner oscillated between Descartes and Gassendi, finally resting in an equally nominal Cartesianism. Bayle was in fact both in philosophy and in religion merely a skeptic with a skepticism at once like and unlike that of Montaigne, and differenced both by temperament and by circumstance. The skepticism of the mere student, exercised more or less in all histories, sciences, and philosophies, and intellectually unable or unwilling to take a side. His style is hardly to be called good, being diffuse and often inelegant, but his great dictionary, though one of the most heterogeneous and unmethodical of compositions, exercised an enormous influence. It may be called the Bible of the 18th century, and contains in the germ all the desultory philosophy, the alordered skepticism, and the critical but negatively critical acuteness of the Aufklärung. We have said that the philosophical, theological, and moral tendencies of the century, which produced, with the exception of its dramatic triumphs, all its greatest literary works, are almost inextricably intermingled. Its earliest years, however, bear Jansenists in theological matters, rather the complexion of the previous century. Du Perron and St. Francis of Sales survived until nearly the end of its first quarter, and the most remarkable works of the latter bear the dates of 1608, and later. It was not, however, till some years had passed, till the Counter-Reformation had reconverted the largest and most powerful portion of the Huguenot party, until the influence of Jansenius and Descartes had time to work that the extraordinary outburst of Gallican theology, both in pulpit and in press, took place. The Jansenist controversy may perhaps be awarded the merit of provoking this as far as writing was concerned. The astonishing eloquence of contemporary pulpit oratory may be set down partly to the zeal for conversion of which Du Perron and de Sales had given the example, partly to the same taste of the time, which encouraged dramatic performances, for the sermon and the tirade have much in common. Jansenius himself, though a Dutchman by birth, passed much time in France, and it was in France that he found most disciples. These disciples consisted in the first place of the members of the Society of Port Royal des Champs, a coterie after the fashion of the time, but one which devoted itself not to sonnets or madrigals, but to devotional exercises, study, and the teaching of youth. This coterie, early Port Royal. Pascal adopted the Cartesian philosophy, and the Port Royal logic was the most remarkable popular handbook of that school in theology. They adopted Jansenism, and were in consequence soon at daggers drawn with the Jesuits. According to the polemical habits of the time, the most distinguished champions on the Jansenist side were Jean Duvergier de Horan Ab de Saint-Cyrin 15,811,643, and Anton Arnauld 15,601,619. But by far the most important literary results of the quarrel were the famous provincials of Pascal, or to give them their proper title, letters, Ecrates unprovincial. Their literary importance consists not merely in their grace of style, but in the application to serious discussion of the peculiarly polished and quiet irony of which Pascal is the greatest master the world has ever seen. Up to this time, controversy had usually been conducted either in the mere bludgeon fashion of the Scaliger's and Saumé's Esoph, which in the vernacular the Jesuit François Garras, 15,851,631, had already contributed. Remarkable examples to literary and moral controversy are else in a dull and legal style, or lastly, under an envelope of Rabelaisian buffoonery, such as survives to a considerable extent in the satire Menipee. Pascal set the example of combining the use of the most terribly effective weapons with good humor, good breeding, and a polished style. The example was largely followed, and the manner of Voltaire and his followers in the 18th century owes at least as much to Pascal as their method and matter. Due to Bayle, the Jansenists, attacked and persecuted by the civil power, which the Jesuits had contrived to interest, were finally suppressed, but the provincials had given them an unapproachable superiority in matter of argument and literature. Their other literary works were inferior, though still remarkable. Anton Arnauld, the younger, often called the Great, 16,121,694, and Pierre Nicole, 16,251,695, managed their native language with vigor, if not exactly with grace. They maintained their orthodoxy by writings not merely against the Jesuits but also against the Protestants, such as the Perpetuite de la Foi, due to both, and the Apologie des Catholiques, written by Arnauld. Alone the latter, besides being responsible for a good deal of the logic l'art de penser, to which we have alluded, wrote also much of a Grammaire Générale, composed by the Port Royalists for the use of their pupils, but his principal devotion was to theology and theological polemics. To the latter Nicole also contributed Les Visionnaires, Les Imaginaires, and other works. The studious recluses of Port Royal also produced a large quantity of miscellaneous literary work, to which full justice has been done in Saint Beuve's well-known volumes. Century preachers. When we think of Gallican theology during the 17th century, it is always with the famous pulpit orators of the period that thought is most busied. Nor is this 133 unjust, for though the most prominent of them, all Jacques Benin Bossuet 16,271,704, was remarkable as a writer of matter, intended to be read not merely as a speaker of matter, intended to be heard. This double character is not possessed by most of the orthodox theologians of the time, and even Bossuet, great as is his genius, is more of a rhetorician than of a philosopher or a theologian. In no quarter was the advance of culture more remarkable in France than in the pulpit. We have already had occasion to notice the characteristics of French pulpit eloquence in the 15th and 16th centuries. Though this was very far from destitute of vigor and imagination, the political frenzy of the preachers and the habit of introducing anecdotic buffoonery spoilt the eloquence of Maillard and of Rollin of Boucher, and of Rose. The powerful use which the Reformed ministers made of the pulpit stirred up their rivals. The advance in science and classical study added weight and dignity to the matter of their discourses. The improvement of prose style and language provided them with a suitable instrument and the growth of taste and refinement purged their sermons of grossness and buffoonery of personal illusions. And even as the monarchy became more absolute of direct political purpose, the earliest examples of this improved style were given by St. Francis de Sales and by Fenwillet, Bishop of Marseille, Roman 500. But it was not till the latter half of the century, when the troubles of the Fronde had completely subsided, and the Church was established in the favor of Louis Roman 14, that the full efflorescence of theological eloquence took place. There were at the time pulpit orators of considerable excellence in England, and perhaps Jeremy Taylor, assisted by the genius of the language, has wrought a vein more precious than any which the somewhat academic methods and limitations of the French teachers allowed them to reach. But no country has ever been able to show a more magnificent concourse of orators, sacred or profane, than that formed by Bossuet Fenelon, 16,511,715, Esprit Fletchier, 16,321,710, Jules, Mascarin, 16,341,703, Louis Berthelot, 16,321,704, and Jean-Baptiste Massillon, 16,631,740, 2, to whom may be justly added the Protestant divines Jean Claude, 16,190,1687, and Jacques Sorin, 16,770,1730. Bossuet. The characteristics of all these were different. Bossuet, the earliest, and certainly the greatest, was also the most universal. He was not merely a preacher, he was, as we have said, a controversialist. Indeed, somewhat too much of a controversialist, as his battle with Fenelon proved. He was a philosophical, or at least a theological historian, and his Discours sur l'histoire universelle is equally remarkable from the point of view of theology, philosophy, history, and literature. Turning to theological politics, he wrote his Politique théorie de l'écriture, Saint to theology proper, his Meditations sur les Evangels, and his Elevations sur les Mystères. But his principal work, after all, is his Orations funèbres. The funeral sermon was the special oratorical exercise of the time. Its subject and character invited the gorgeous, if somewhat theatrical, commonplaces, the display of historical knowledge and parallel, and the moralizing analogies in which the age specially rejoiced. It must also be noticed, to the credit of the preachers, that such occasions gave them an opportunity, rarely neglected, of correcting the adulation, which was but too frequently characteristic of the period. The spirit of these compositions is fairly reflected in the most famous and often quoted of their phrases, the opening Mes frères Dieu est grand of Masselin's funeral discourse on Louis Roman 14, and though panegyric is necessarily by no means absent, it is rarely carried beyond bounds, while Bossuet made himself chiefly remarkable in his sermons and in his writings by an almost Hebraic grandeur and rudeness, the more special characteristics of Christianity, largely alloyed with a Greek and Platonic Fenelon spirit, displayed themselves in Fenelon. In pure literature, he is not less remarkable than in theology, politics, and morals. His practice in matters of style was admirable, as the universally known Telemaque sufficiently shows to those who know nothing else of his writing, but his taste both in its correctness and its audacity is perhaps more admirable still. Despite of Malherbe, Balzac, Boileau, and the traditions of nearly a century, he dared to speak favorably of Ronsard, and plainly expressed his opinion that the practice of his own contemporaries and predecessors had cramped and impoverished the French language quite as much as they had polished or purified it. The other doctors whom we have mentioned were more purely theological than the accomplished Archbishop of Cambrai. Fletchier is somewhat more archaic in style than Bossuet or Fenelon, and he is also more definitely a rhetorician than either. Mascarin has the older fault of prodigal and somewhat indiscriminate erudition, but the two latest of the series, Berthelot and Massillon, had far the greatest repute in their own time purely as orators, and perhaps deserved this preference. The difference between the two repeated that between Duperron and de Sales, Berthelot's great forte was vigorous argument and unsparing denunciation, but he is said to have been lacking in the power of influencing and affecting his hearers. His attraction was purely intellectual, and it is reflected in his style, which is clear and forcible but destitute of warmth and color. Massillon, on the other hand, was remarkable for his pathos and for his power of enlisting and influencing the sympathies of his hearers. Of minor preachers, on the same side, Charles de la Rue, a Jesuit, 16,430,1725, and the Pere Kemenais, 16,521,680, according to a somewhat idle form of nomenclature, the Racine of the pulpit, may be mentioned the two Protestant ministers, whom we have mentioned, though inferior to their rivals, yet deserve honorable mention among the ecclesiastical writers of the period. Claude, engaged in a controversy with Bossuet, in which victory is claimed for the invincible eagle of Moussorin, by far the greater preacher of the two long, continued to occupy, and indeed still occupies in the libraries of French Protestants, the position given to Bossuet and Massillon on the other side. Century moralists. It is not surprising that the works of Montaigne and Charon, with the immense popularity of the former, should have inclined the more thoughtful minds in France to moral reflection, especially as many other influences, both direct and indirect, contributed to produce the same result. The constant tendency of the refinements in French prose was towards clearness, succinctness, and precision, the qualities most necessary in the moralist. The characteristics of the prevailing philosophy, that of Descartes, pointed in the same direction. It so happened, too, that the times were more favorable to the thinker and writer on ethical subjects than to the speculator in philosophy proper, in theology, or in politics. Both the former subjects exposed their cultivators, as we have seen, to the suspicion of unorthodoxy and to political speculation of any kind. The rule of Richelieu, and still more that of Louis Roman XIV, were in the highest degree unfavorable. No successors to Baudin and Duvert appeared, and even in the domain of legal writings, which comes nearest to that of politics, but few names of eminence are to be found. Only the name of Omertalon, 15,951,652, really illustrates the legal annals of France at this period on the bench, and that of Olivier Patru, 16,041,681, at the bar. Thus it happened that the interests of many different classes, Pascal and Pensy-writing-off persons, were concentrated upon moralizings, which took indeed very different forms in the hands of Pascal and other grave and serious thinkers of the Jansenist complexion in theology, and in those of literary courtiers like Saint Evremond, 16,131,703, and La Rochefoucauld, whose chief object was to depict the motives and characters prominent in the brilliant and not altogether frivolous society in which they moved. Both classes, however, were more or less tempted by the cast of their thoughts and the genius of the language to adopt the tersest and most epigrammatic form of expression possible, and thus to originate the pensy, in which, as its greatest later writer Joubert has said, the ambition of the author is to put a book into a page into a phrase, and a phrase into a word. The great genius and admirable style of Pascal are certainly not less shown in his pensies than in his provincials, though perhaps the literary form of the former is less strikingly supreme than that of the latter. The author is more dominated by his 134 subject, and dominates it less. Nicole, a far inferior writer as well as thinker, has also left a considerable number of pensies, which have about them something more of the essay and less of the aphorism. They are, however, though not comparable to Pascal, excellent in matter and style, and go far to justify Bayle in calling their author l'une des plus belles plumes de l'Europe, in sharp contrast with these thinkers who are invariably not merely respecters of religion, but ardently and avowedly religious, who treat morality from the point of view of the Bible and the Church. There arose side by side with them, or only a little later, a very different group of moralists whose writings have been as widely read and who have had as great a practical and literary influence as perhaps any other class of authors. The earliest to be born, and the last to die of these, was Charles de Saint Denis, Seigneur de Saint Evremond, 16,131,703. Saint Evremond was long known rather as a conversational wit, some of whose good things were handed about in manuscript or surreptitiously printed in foreign lands, than as a writer, and this is still to a certain extent his reputation. He was at least as cynical as his still better known contemporary La Rochefoucauld, if not more so, and he had less intellectual force and less nobility of character, but his wit was very great, and he set the example of the brilliant societies of the next century. Many of Saint Evremond's printed works are nominally works of literary criticism, but the moralizing spirit pervades all of them. No writer had a greater influence on Voltaire, and through Voltaire on the whole course of French literature after him. In direct literary value, however, no comparison can be made between Saint Evremond and the author of the Sentences et Maximes Morales, François Duc de la Rochefoucauld, 16,130,1680, has other literary La Rochefoucauld claims, besides those of this famous book. His memoirs were very favorably judged by his contemporaries, and they are still held to deserve no little praise, even among the numerous and excellent works of the kind which that age of memoir writers produced, but while the memoirs thus invite comparison, the maxims et sentences stand alone, even allowing that the mere publication of detached reflections in terse language was not absolutely new. It had never been carried, perhaps, has never since been carried to such a perfection. Beside La Rochefoucauld, all other writers are diffuse, vacillating, unfinished, rough. Not only is there in him never a word too much, but there is never a word too little. The thought is always fully expressed, not compressed frequently. As the metaphor of minting or stamping coin has been applied to the art of managing words, it has never been applied so appropriately as to the maxims of law. Rochefoucauld, the form of them, is almost beyond praise, and its excellencies combined with their immense and enduring popularity have had a very considerable share in influencing the character of subsequent French literature, of hardly less importance in this respect, though of considerably less intellectual and literary individuality, was the translator of Theophrastus and the author of the characters La Brière Jean de La Brière, 16,451,696, though frequently epigrammatic, did not aim at the same incredible terseness. As the author of the Maxims, his plan did not indeed render it necessary. Both in England and in France there had been during the whole of the century mania for character, writing both of the general and theophrastic kind, and of the historical and personal order, the latter of which our own Clarendon is perhaps the greatest master, abound in the French memoirs of the period, the former, of which the naive sketches of Earle and Overbury are English examples culminated in those of La Brière, which are not only light and easy in manner and matter, but also in style, essentially amusing though instructive as well. Both he and La Rochefoucauld had an enduring effect on the literature, which followed Themin, effect perhaps superior to that exercised by any other single work in French, except the Roman de la Rose and the Essays of Montaigne. Century, savants of the literature of the 17th century, there only remains to be dealt with the section of those writers who devoted themselves to scientific pursuits or to antiquarian erudition of one form or another. It was in this century that literary criticism of French and in French first began to be largely composed, and after this time we shall give it a separate heading. It was very far, however, from attaining the excellence or observing the form which it afterwards assumed. The institution of the Academy led to various linguistic works. One of the earliest of these was the Remarks of the Savoyard Claude Favre de Vaugelas, 15,951,650, afterwards reedited by Thomas Corneille Pellisson, wrote a history of the Academy itself when it had as yet but a brief one. The famous Examen du Cid was an instance of the literary criticism of the time, which was afterwards represented by René Rapin, 16,211,687, Dominique Bowers, 16,280,1702, and René de Bossu, 16,311,680, while Adrien Baylet, 16,490,1706, has collected the largest thesaurus of the subject. In his Jugemens des Savants, Boileau set the example of treating such subjects in verse, and in the latter part of the century Reflections, Discourses, Observations, and the like on particular styles, literary forms, and authors became exceedingly numerous in earlier years. France possessed a numerous band of classical scholars, of the first rank such as Scaliger and Casaubon, who did not lack followers, but all, or almost all this sort of work was done in Latin, so that it contributed little to French literature. Properly so called, though the translations from the classics of Nicolas Perret d'Ablancourt, 16,061,664, have always taken rank among the models of French style. On the other hand, mathematical studies were pursued by persons of far other and far greater genius, and taking from this time forward a considerable position in education and literature in France, had much influence on both. The mathematical discoveries of Pascal and Descartes are well known. Of science proper, apart from mathematics, France did not produce many distinguished cultivators in this century. The philosophy of Descartes was not on the whole favorable to such investigations, which were in the next century to be pursued with ardor. Its tendencies found more congenial vent, and are more thoroughly controversy between ancients and moderns exemplified in the famous quarrel between the ancients and the moderns. This of Italian origin was mainly started in France by Charles Perrault, 16,280,1703, who thereby rendered much less service to literature than by his charming fairy tales. The opposite side was taken by Boileau, and the fight was afterwards revived by Anton Houdard T. de la Motte, 16,721,731, a writer of little learning but much talent in various ways, and by the celebrated Madame Dacier, Anne Lefebvre 16,541,720. The discussion was conducted, as is well known, without very much knowledge, judgment among the disputants on the one side or on the other. But at this very time, there were in France students and scholars of the most profound erudition. We have already mentioned Fleury and his ecclesiastical history. But Fleury is only the last and the most popular of a race of omnivorous and untiring scholars, whose labors have ever since, until the modern fashion of first-hand investigations, came in, furnished the bulk of historical and scholarly references and quotations to. This century belong Linnaeus de Tillemont, 16,371,698, whose enormous Histoire des Empereurs and Memoirs pour servir, a l'histoire ecclésiastique, served Gibbon and 100 others, as Quarry Charles Dufresne Seigneur de Duquesne, 16,140,1688, whose well-known glossary was only one of numerous productions. Jean Mabillon 16,321,707, one of the most voluminous of the voluminous Benedictines, and Bernard de Montfaucon 16,551,740, one, chief of all authorities of the dry as dust kind on classical archaeology and art. Opening of the 18th century, the beginning of the 18th century, is among the dead seasons of French literature. All the greatest men whose names had illustrated the early reign of Louis Roman XIV in profane literature passed away long before him, and the last, if the least of them, Boileau and Thomas Corneille, only survived into the very earliest years of the new age. The political and military disasters of the last years of the reign were accompanied by a state of things in society unfavorable to literary development. The devotion to pure literature and philosophy proper, which Descartes and Corneille had inspired, had 135 died out, and the devotion to physical science, to sociology, and to a kind of free-thinking optimism which was to inspire Voltaire and the encyclopedists had not yet become fashionable. Fenelon and Malebranche still survived, but they were emphatically men of the last age, as was Massillon, though he lived till nearly the middle of the century. The characteristic literary figures of the opening years of the period are d'Aguesseau, Fontenelle, Saint Simon personages in many ways, interesting and remarkable but purely transitional in their characteristics. Bernard Le Bovier de Fontenelle, 16,571,757, is indeed perhaps the most typical figure of the time. He was a dramatist, a moralist, a philosopher physical and metaphysical, a critic, an historian, a poet, and a satirist. The manner of his works is always easy and graceful, and their matter rarely contemptible. Th century, poetry, the dispiriting signs, shown during the 17th century by French poetry proper, received entire fulfillment in the following age. The two poets who were most prominent at the opening of the period were the Abbé de Chaulieu, 16,391,720, and the Marquis de la Fère, 16,441,712. Poetical, or rather versifying twins, who are always quoted together. They were both men who lived to a great age, yet their characteristics are rather those of their later than of their earlier contemporaries. They derive on the one hand from the somewhat trifling school of Voiture, on the other, from the Bacchic sect of St. Amant, and they succeed in uniting the inferior qualities of both with the cramped and impoverished though elegant style, of which Fenelon had complained. Their compositions are as a rule lyrical, as lyrical poetry was understood after the days of Malherbe, is to say, quatrains of the kind, ridiculed by Molière, and Pindaric odes, which have been justly described as made up of Alexandrines, after the manner of Boileau, cut up into shorter or longer lengths. They were followed, however, by the one poet who succeeded in producing something resembling poetry, J. B. Rousseau. In this artificial style, J. B. Rousseau, 16,711,740. 1. Rousseau, who in some respects was nothing so little as a religious poet, was nevertheless strongly influenced, as Marot had been, by the Psalms of David. His odes and his cantates are perhaps less destitute of that spirit than the work of any other poet of the century excepting André Chenier. Rousseau was also an extremely successful epigrammatist, having in this respect two resemblances to Marat. Lefranc de Pompignan, 17,001,784, to whom Voltaire's well-known sarcasms are not altogether just, and Louis Racine, 16,921,763, who wrote pious and altogether forgotten poems, belonged to the same poetical school, though both the style and matter of Racine are strongly tinctured by his Port Royalist sympathies and education. Lighter verse was represented in the 18th century by the long-lived Saint Aulaire, 16,430,1742, by Gentle Bernard, 17,101,775. By the Abb afterwards Cardinal de Bernis, 17,151,794. By Claude Joseph, Doret 17,340,1780. By Anton Burton, 17,521,790. And by Évariste de Parny, 17,530,1814, the last, the most vigorous, but all somewhat deserving the term, applied to Doret of Ver-Louisant du Parnasse. The jovial traditions of Saint Amant begat a similar school of anacreontic songsters which represented in turn by Charles Francois Panard, 16,740,1765, Charles Call, 17,090,1783, Armand Gouff, 17,751,845, and Marc Anton Madeleine de Saugiers, 17,721,827, led directly to the best of all such writers Beranger. To this class, Rouget de Lisle, 17,601,836, perhaps also belongs, though his most famous composition, the Marseillaise, is of a different stamp, nor is the account of the light verse of the 18th century complete, without reference to a long succession of fable writers, who in an unbroken chain connect La Fontaine in the 17th century, with Viennet in the 19th. None of the links, however, of this chain, with the exception of Jean-Pierre Florian, 17,590,1794, deserve Voltaire poetry much attention. The universal faculty of Voltaire, 16,940,1778, showed itself in his poetical productions, no less than in his other works. And it is perhaps not least remarkable in verse. It is impossible nowadays to regard the Henriade as anything but a highly successful prize poem, but the burlesque epic of La Pucelle, discreditable as it may be from the moral point of view, is remarkable enough as literature. The epistles and satires are among the best of their kind, the verse tales are in the same way admirable, and the epigrams, impromptus, and short miscellaneous poems, generally, are the ne plus ultra of verse, which is not poetry. The Anglomania of the century extended into poetry, and the Seasons of Thomson set the example of a whole library of tedious descriptive verse, which in its turn revenged France upon England by producing or helping to produce English poems of the Darwin school. The first of these descriptive performances was the Saisons of Jean-François de Saint-Lambert, 17,161,803, identical in title with its model, but of infinitely inferior value. Saint Lambert was followed by Jacques Delisle, 17,380,1813, in Les Jardins Antoine Marin Lemierre, 17,230,1793, in Les Fasts and Jean Antoine Roucher, 17,451,794, in Les Mois, indeed everything that could be described was seized upon by these describers. Delisle also translated the Georgics, and for a time was the greatest living poet of France, the title being only disputed by Escouchard Lebrun, 17,291,807, a lyrist and ode writer of the school of J.B. Rousseau, but not destitute of energy. The only other poets until Chenier who deserve notice are Nicolas Gilbert, 17,511,780, the French Chatterton, or perhaps, rather the French Oldham, who died in a workhouse at 29, after producing some vigorous satires, and at the point of death, an elegy of great beauty. Jacques Charles Louis Clinchout de Malfilater, 17,321,767, another short-lived poet, whose Ode to the Sun has a certain stateliness, and Jean-Baptiste Gresset, 17,091,777, the author of Ververt and of other poems of the lighter order, which are not far, if at all, below the Chenier level of Voltaire. André Chenier, 17,621,794, stands far apart from the art of his century, though the strong chain of custom and his early death by the guillotine prevented him from breaking finally through the restraints of its language, and its versification. Chenier, half a Greek by blood, was wholly one in spirit and sentiment. The manner of his verses, the very air which surrounds them, and which they diffuse, are different from those of the 18th century, and his poetry is probably the utmost that its language and versification could produce. To do more, the revolution which followed a generation after his death was required. Century drama. The results of the cultivation of dramatic poetry at this time were even less individually remarkable than those of the attention paid to poetry proper. Here again, the astonishing power and literary aptitude of Voltaire gave value to his attempts in a style which, notwithstanding that it counts Racine among its practitioners, was none the less predestined to failure. Voltaire's own efforts in this kind are indisputably as successful as they could be. Foreigners usually prefer Mahomet and Zaire to Bajazet and Mithridate, though there is no doubt that no work of Voltaire's comes up to Polyeucte and Rodogune, as certainly no single passage in any of his plays can approach the best passages of Cinna and less Horace's. But the remaining tragic writers of the century, with the single exception of Crebillon Peer, are scarcely third-rate. Roman 100 Joliot de Crebillon, 16,740,1762, himself had genius, and there are to be found in his work evidences of a spirit which had seemed to die away with Saint Genest and was hardly to revive, until Hernani, of the imitators of Racine and Voltaire, La Motte in Inez de Castro, was not wholly unsuccessful. François Joseph de la Grange Chancel, 16,771,758, copied chiefly the worst side of the author of Britannicus and Bernard Joseph Sorin, 17,061,781, and Pierre Laurent de Belle, 17,271,775, performed the same service for Voltaire. Lumiere and La Harpe mentioned, and to be mentioned, were tragedians. But the Iphigénie and Tauride of Guimond de la Touche, 17,251,760, deserves more special mention than anything of theirs. There was an infinity of tragic writers and tragic plays in this century, but hardly any others of them even deserve mention. The muse of comedy was decidedly more happy in her devotees. Molière was a far safer, if a more difficult model than Racine, and the inexorable fashion which had bound down tragedy to a feeble imitation of Euripides did not similarly prescribe an undeviating adherence to Terence. Tragedy had never been, has scarcely been since, anything but an exotic in France. Comedy was of the 136 soil, and native very early in the century. Elaine, René Lesage, 16,680,1747, in the admirable comedy of Turcaret, produced a work not unworthy to stand by the side of all but his master's best. Philippe Destouches, 16,801,754, was also a fertile comedy writer in the early years of the century, and in La Gloria and La Philosophe Marie achieved considerable success, as the age when on comedy, always apt to lay hold of passing events, devoted itself to the great struggle between the philosophers and their opponents. Curiously enough, the party, which engrossed almost all the wit of France, had the worst of it in this dramatic portion of the contest. In no other, the Meccan of Gresset and the Metromony of Alexis, Pyrne, 16,890,1773, were far superior to anything produced on the other side, and the philosophs of Charles Palissot de Montenoy, 17,301,814, though scurrilous and broadly farcical, had a great success. On the other hand, it was to a philosopher that the invention of a new dramatic style was due, and still more the promulgation of certain ideas on dramatic criticism and construction, which, after being filtered through the German mind, were to return to France, and to exercise the most powerful influence on its dramatic productions. Diderot plays. This was Denis Diderot, 17,131,780, the most fertile genius of the century, but also the least productive in finished and perfect work. His chief dramas, the Fils Natural and the Pierre de Famille, are certainly not great successes. The shorter plays Estel Bon Estel Mecant and La Piece et le Prologue are better, but it was his follower Mitchell Jean, Sedin, 17,191,797, who in Le Philosophe sans le Savoir and other pieces produced the best examples of the bourgeois, as opposed to the heroic drama. Diderot is sometimes credited or discredited with the invention of the comédie larmoyante, a title which indeed his own plays do not altogether refuse. But this special variety seems to be in its invention rather the property of Pierre Claude Nevel de la Chaussee, 16,921,754. Comedy sustained itself, and even gained ground towards the end of the century. The June Indian of Nicholas Chamfort, 17,411,794, if not quite worthy of its author's brilliant talent in other paths, is noteworthy. And so is the billet perdu of Joseph Francois Edouard de Courcembleau, Desmahes, 17,221,761, while at the extreme limit of our present period there appears the remarkable figure of Pierre Caron de Beaumarchais, 17,321,799. The Marriage de Figaro and the Barbier de Seville are well known as having had attributed to them no mean place among the literary causes and forerunners of the Revolution. Their dramatic and literary value would itself have sufficed to obtain attention for them at any time, though there can be no doubt that their popularity was mainly due to their political appositeness, the most remarkable point about them, as about the school of comedy of which Congreve was the chief master in England at the beginning of the century, was the abuse and superfluity of wit in the dialogue indiscriminately allotted to all characters alike. It is difficult to give particulars, but would be improper to omit all mention of such dramatic or quasi-dramatic work as the libretti of operas, farces for performance at fairs, and the like. French authors of the time from Lesage downwards usually managed these with remarkable skill. Century fiction with prose fiction, the case was altogether different. We have seen how the short tale of a few pages had already in the 16th century attained high, if not the highest excellence, how at three different periods, the fancy for long-winded prose narration developed itself in the prose rehandlings of the chivalric poems in the Amadis romances, and in the portentous recitals of Gomerville and La Calprenède, how burlesques of these romances were produced from Rabelais to Scarron, and how at last Madame de Lafayette showed the way to something like the novel of the day. If we add the fairy story of which Perrault and Madame d'Aulnoy were the chief practitioners, and a small class of miniature romances, of which Aucassin et Nicolette in the 13th, and the delightful Jehan de Paris of the 15th or 16th, in which a king of England is patriotically sacrificed, are good representatives, we shall have exhausted the list. The 18th century was quick to develop the system of the author of the Princess de Cleves, but it did not abandon the cultivation of the romance, that is to say, fiction dealing with incident, and with the simpler passions in devoting itself to the novel, that is to say, fiction, dealing with the analysis of sentiment and character. Lesage, its first great novelist in his Diable. Boitou and Gil Blas went to Spain not merely for his subject, but also for his inspiration and manner, following the lead of the Picaroon romance of Rojas and Scarron. Like Fielding, however, whom he much resembles, Lesage mingled, with the romance of incident, the most careful attention to character, and the most lively portrayal of it, while his style and language are such as to make his work one of the classics of French literature. Novel of character was really founded in France by the Abbé Prévost d'Aiguezil's 16,971,763, the author of Cleveland, and of the incomparable Manon Lescaut. The popularity of this style was much helped by the immense vogue in France of the works of Richardson side by side with it, however, and for a time enjoying still greater popularity, there flourished a very different school of fiction, of which Voltaire, whose name occupies the first, or all but the first place in every branch of literature of his time, was the most brilliant cultivator. This was a direct development of the earlier Kant, and consisted usually of the treatment in a humorous, satirical, and not always overdecent fashion of contemporary foibles, beliefs, philosophies, and occupations. These tales are of every rank of excellence and merit, both literary and moral, and range from the astonishing wit, grace, and humor of Candide and Zadig, to the book which is Diderot's one hardly pardonable sin, and the similar but more lively efforts of Krebel and Fils, 17,071,777. These latter deeps led in their turn to the still lower depths of Laclos and Louvet. A third class of 18th century fiction consists of attempts to return to the humorous fatracy of the 16th century, attempts which were as much influenced by Sterne as the sentimental novel was by Richardson. The Homme aux quarante écus of Voltaire has something of this character, but the most characteristic works of the style are the Jacques Le Fataliste of Diderot, which shows it nearly at its best, and the Compere. Matthew, sometimes attributed to Pigault Lebrun, 17,530,1835, but no doubt in reality, due to Jacques du Laurens, 17,191,797, which shows it at perhaps its worst. Another remarkable storyteller was Cazot, 17,191,792, whose Diable Amoureux displays much fantastic power, and connects itself with a singular fancy of the time for occult studies and diablerie, manifested later by the patronage shown to Cagliostro Mesmer St. Germain, and others in this connection. Two may perhaps also be mentioned, most appropriately Restif de la Bretonne, a remarkably original and voluminous writer, who was little noticed by his contemporaries and successors for the best part of a century. Restif, who was nicknamed the Rousseau of the gutter, Rousseau du Ruisseau, presents to an English imagination many of the characteristics of a non-moral Defoe, while these various schools busied themselves more or less with real life, seriously depicted, or purposely travestied. The great vogue and success of Telemaque produced a certain number of didactic works in which moral or historical information was sought to be conveyed under a more or less thin guise of fiction. Such was the Voyage du June Anacharsis of Jean-Jacques Barthélemy, 17,161,795. Such the Numa Pompilius and Gonzalve de Cordau of Florian, 17,551,794, who also deserves notice as a writer of pastorals, fables, and short prose tales, such the Belissaire and Les Incas of Jean-François Marmontel, 17,230,1799. Between this class and that of the novel of sentiment may perhaps be placed Paulette Virginie and La Chaumière. Indian though Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, 17,371,814, should more properly be noticed after Rousseau, and as a moralist Diderot's fiction writing has already been referred to more than once. But his Religieuse deserves citation here as a powerful specimen of the novel both of analysis and polemic, while his undoubted masterpiece, The Neveu de Rameau, though very difficult to class, comes under this head, as well as under any other. There are, however, two of the novelists of this age, and of the most remarkable, who have yet to be noticed, and these are the author of Marion and the author of Julie We Do 137, not mentioned Pierre de Marivox, 16,880,1763, in this connection, as the equal of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 17,121,778, but merely as being in his way almost equally original and equally remote from any suspicion of school influence. He began with burlesque writing, and was also the author of several comedies, of which Les Fosse's Confidences is the principal. But it is in prose fiction that he really excels. He may claim to have, at least in the opinion of his contemporaries, invented a style, though perhaps the term maraudage, which was applied to it, has a not altogether complimentary connotation. He may claim also to have invented the novel without a purpose, which aims simply at amusement, and at the same time does not seek to attain that end by buffoonery, or by satire. Gray's definition of happiness to lie on a sofa and read endless novels by Marivox. It is true that he added Crébelin is well known, and the production of mere pastime by means more or less harmless has since become so well recognized a function of the novelist that Marivox, as one of the earliest to discharge it, deserves notice. The name J. Rousseau, however, of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, is of far different importance. His two great works, the Nouvelle Héloïse and Émile, are as far as possible from being perfect as novels, but no novels in the world have ever had such influence as these. To a great extent, this influence was due mainly to their attractions, as novels, imperfect though they may be in this character. But it was beyond dispute also owing to the doctrines which they contained and which were exhibited in novel form. Such are the principal developments of fiction during the century, but it is remarkable that, varied as they were, and excellent as was some of the work to which they gave rise, none of these schools was directly very fertile in results or successors. The period with which we shall next have to deal, that from the outbreak of the Revolution to the death of Louis Roman XVIII, is curiously barren of fiction of any merit. It was not till English influence began again to assert itself, in the later days of the Restoration, that the prose romance began once more to be written. Century history. It is not, however, in any of the departments of belles lettres that the real eminence of the 18th century, as a time of literary production in France, consists in all serious branches of study. Its accomplishments were from a literary point of view remarkable, uniting, as it did, an extraordinary power of popular and literary expression with an ardent spirit of inquiry, a great speculative ability, and even a far more considerable amount of laborious erudition than is generally supposed. The historical studies and results of 18th century speculation in France are of a special and peculiar importance. There is no doubt that what is called the science of history dates from this time, and though the beginning of it is usually assigned to the Italian Vico, its complete indication may perhaps with equal or greater justice be claimed by the Frenchman Turgot. Before Turgot, however, there were great names in French historical writing, and perhaps the greatest of all is that of Charles Secondat de Montesquieu, 16,890,1750. The three principal works of this great writer are all historical, and at the same time political in character. In the Letters Persines, he handled with wit inferior to the wit of no other writer, even in that witty age, the corruptions and dangers of contemporary morals and politics. The literary charm of this book, the plan of which was suggested by a work, The Amusements Sérieux et Comiques of Dufresne, 16,481,720. 4. A comic writer not destitute of meritus very great, and its plan was so popular as to lead to 1,000 imitations, of which all except those of Voltaire and Goldsmith only bring out the immense superiority of the original. Few things could be more different from this lively and popular book than Montesquieu's next work, The Grandeur et Decadence des Romains, in which the same acuteness and knowledge of human nature are united with considerable erudition, and with a weighty though perhaps somewhat grandiloquent and rhetorical style. His third and greatest work, The Esprit des Lois, is again different both in style and character, and such defects as it has are as nothing when compared with the merits of its fertility in ideas, its splendid breadth of view, and the felicity with which the author, in a manner unknown before, recognizes the laws underlying complicated assemblages of fact. The style of this great work is equal to its substance, less light than that of the letters, less rhetorical than that of the grandeur des Romans. It is still a marvelous union of dignity and wit. Around Montesquieu, partly before and partly after him, is a group of philosophical, or at least systematic historians, of whom the chief are Jean-Baptiste Dubos, 16,701,742, and G. Bonnat de Mabley, 17,091,785, Dubos, whose chief work is not historical but aesthetic reflections sur la poésie et la peinture, wrote a so-called Histoire critique de l'établissement de la monarchie française, which is as far as possible from being in the modern sense critical inasmuch as in the teeth of history, and in order to exalt the tiers, it pretends an amicable coalition of Franks and Gauls, and not an eruption by the former Mabley observations. Sur l'histoire de la France had a much greater influence than either of these writers, and a decidedly mischievous one, especially at the period of the Revolution. He more than anyone else is responsible for the ignorant and childish extolling of Greek and Roman institutions, and the still more ignorant depreciation of the Middle Ages, which was for a time characteristic of French politicians. Montesquieu was, as we have said, followed by Anne Robert Jack Turgot, 17,271,781, whose writings are few in number, and not remarkable for style but full of original thought. Turgot, in his turn, was followed by Condorcet, 17,430,1790, whose tendency is somewhat more sociological than directly historical. Towards the end of the period, too, a considerable number of philosophical histories were written, the usual object of which was, under cover of a kind of allegory, to satirize and attack the existing institutions and government of France. The most famous of these was the Histoire des Indes, nominally written by the Abbé Guillaume Thomas François Raynal, 17,131,796, but really the joint work of many members of the philosoph party, especially Diderot. Side by side with this really, or nominally philosophical school of history, there existed another and less ambitious school, which contented itself with the older and simpler view of the science. The Abbé René de Verdot, 16,551,735, belongs almost as much to the 17th as to the 18th century, but his principal works, especially the famous Histoire des Chevaliers de Malte, date from the later period, as do also the Revolutions. Romains. Verdot is above all things a literary historian, and the well-known Mon Siege est fait, whether true or not, certainly expresses his system. Of the same school, though far more comprehensive, was the laborious Charles Rollin, 16,611,740, whose works in the original or translated, and continued in the case of the Histoire Romaine by Jean-Baptiste Louis Crevier, 16,930,1765, were long. The chief historical manuals of Europe, the President Charles Jean François Henault, 16,851,770, and Louis Pierre Anquetil, 17,230,1806, were praiseworthy writers. The first of French history, the second of that, and much else in the same class too far superior, as is his literary power, must be ranked the historical works of Voltaire. Charles Roman 12, Pierre Le Grand Roman 100, a very perfect example of the historian, who is literary first of all, is supplied by Claude Carloman de Rollière, 17,351,791, whose Revolution en Russie, n. 1762, is one of the little masterpieces of history, while his larger and posthumous work on the last days of the Polish kingdom exhibits perhaps some of the defects of this class of historians. Lastly must be mentioned the memoirs and correspondence of the period, the materials of history, if not history itself. The century opened with the most famous of all these, the memoirs of the Duc de Saint-Simon, 16,751,755, an extraordinary series of pictures of the court of Louis Roman XIV, and the Regency written in an unequal and incorrect style, but with something of the irregular excellence of the great 16th century writers, and most striking in the somber bitterness of its tone. The subsequent and less remarkable memoirs of the century are so numerous that it is almost impossible to select a few for reference and altogether impossible to mention all of those bearing on public history. The memoirs of Madame de Staël Emile, Delaunay 16,840, 1750, of Pierre 130, 8 Louis de Voyer Marquis d'Argenson, 16,940, 1757, of Charles Pinot Duclos 17,040, 1772, of Stephanie Félicite de Saint-Aubin, Madame de Genlis, 17,461,800, 30 of Pierre Victor de Bessenville, 17,221,790, one of Madame Campan, 17,521,822, and of the Cardinal de Bernis, 17,151,794, may perhaps be selected for mention of those bearing on literary and private history. The memoirs of Madame d'Épinay, 17,261,783, those of Matthew Marais, 16,640, 1,730, 7, the so-called Memoirs Secrets of Louis Petit de Bacamont, 16,901,770, and the innumerable writings having reference to Voltaire and to the philosoph party generally. Here, too, may be mentioned a remarkable class of literature, consisting of purely private and almost confidential letters, which were written at this time, with very remarkable literary excellence. As specimens may be selected those of Mademoiselle A 16,940,1757, which are models of easy and unaffected tenderness, and those of Mademoiselle de Lespinasse, 17,321,776, the companion of Madame du Deffand and afterwards of D. Alembert. These latter, in their extraordinary fervor and passion, not merely contrast strongly with the generally languid and frivolous gallantry of the age, but also constitute one of its most remarkable literary monuments. It has been said of them that they burn the paper, and the expression is not exaggerated. Madame du Deffand's 16,971,780 own letters, many of which were written to Horace Walpole, are noteworthy in a very different way of lighter letters. The charming correspondence of Diderot with Mademoiselle Voland deserves special mention, but the correspondence, like the memoirs of this century, defies justice to be done to it in any cursory or limited mention in this connection. However, it may be well to mention some of the most remarkable works of the time, the Confessions, Reveries, and Promenades done solitaire of Rousseau. In these works, especially in the Confessions, there is not merely exhibited passion as fervid, though perhaps less unaffected than that of Mademoiselle de Lespinasse. There appear in them two literary characteristics, which, if not entirely novel, were for the first time brought out deliberately by powers of the first order, were for the first time made the mainspring of literary interest, and thereby set an example which for more than a century has been persistently followed, and which has produced some of the finest results of modern literature. The first of these was the elaborate and unsparing analysis and display of the motives, the weaknesses, and the failings of individual character. This process, which Rousseau unflinchingly performed on himself, has been followed usually in respect to fictitious characters by his successors. The other novelty was the feeling for natural beauty and the elaborate description of it, the credit of which latter must, it has been agreed by all impartial critics, be assigned rather to Rousseau than to any other writer. His influence in this direction was, however, soon taken up and continued by Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, the connecting link between Rousseau and Chateaubriand, some of whose works have been already alluded to. In particular, the author of Paul et Virginie set himself to develop the example of description which Rousseau had set, and his word paintings, though less powerful than those of his model, are more abundant, more elaborate, and animated by a more amiable spirit. Century philosophy, the Anglomania, which distinguished the time, was nowhere more strongly shown than in the cast and direction of its philosophical speculations, as Montesquieu and Voltaire had imported into France a vivid theoretical admiration for the British Constitution, and for British theories in politics. So Voltaire, Diderot, and a crowd of others popularized and continued in France the philosophical ideas of Hobbes and Locke, and even Berkeley, the theological ideas of Bolingbroke, Shaftesbury, and the English deists, and the physical discoveries of Newton, Descartes, Frenchman, and genius, as he was, and though his principles in physics and philosophy were long clung to in the schools, was completely abandoned by the more adventurous and progressive spirits at no time indeed owing to the confusion of thought and purpose to which we have already alluded, was the word philosophy used with greater looseness than at this time using it as we have hitherto used it in the sense of metaphysics. The majority of the philosophers have very little claim to their title. There were some who manifested, however, an aptitude for purely philosophical argument, and one who confined himself strictly thereto. Among these, the most remarkable are Julian Offray de la Métrie 17,090,1751, and Denis Diderot la Métrie in his works El Homme Machine, El Homme Plant Roman 100, applied a lively and vigorous imagination, a considerable familiarity with physics and medicine, and a brilliant but unequal style to the task of advocating materialistic ideas on the constitution of man. Diderot, in a series of early works, Lettres sur les aveugles promenade d'un sceptique penses philosophiques Roman 100, exhibited a good acquaintance with philosophical history and opinion, and gave sign in this direction, as in so many others of a far-reaching intellect. As in almost all his works, however, the value of the thought is extremely unequal, while the different pieces always written in the hottest haste, and never duly matured or corrected present, but few specimens of finished and polished writing. Charles Bonnet 17,201,793, a Swiss of Geneva, wrote a large number of works, many of which are purely scientific. Others, however, are more psychological. And these, though advocating the materialistic philosophy generally in vogue, were remarkable for uniting materialism with an honest adherence to Christianity. The half-mystical writer Louis Claude de Saint Martin, 17,430,1803, also deserves notice, but the French metaphysician of the century is undoubtedly Etienne Bonnat Abbe de Condillac, 17,140,1780, almost the only writer of the time in France who succeeded in keeping strictly to philosophy, without attempting to pursue his system to its results in ethics, politics, and theology. In the Trait des Sensations, the Essai sur l'origine des connaissances humaines, and other works, Condillac elaborated and continued the imperfect sensationalism of Locke, as his philosophical view, though perhaps more restricted, was far more direct, consecutive, and uncompromising than that of the Englishman, so his style greatly exceeded Locke's in clearness and elegance, and as a good medium of philosophical expression. Century Theology to devote a section to the history of the theological literature of the 18th century in France may seem something of a contradiction, for indeed, all or most of such literature was anti-theological. The magnificent list of names, which the Church had been able to claim on her side in the 17th century, was exhausted before the end of the second quarter of the 18th with Massillon, and none came to fill their place. Very rarely has orthodoxy been so badly defended as at this time. The literary championship of the Church was entirely in the hands of the Jesuits and of a few disreputable literary freelances like Élie Fréron 17,191,776 and Pierre-François Guillot Abbe Desfontaines 16,851,745. The Jesuits were learned enough, and their principal journal, that of Trevoux, was conducted with much vigor and a great deal of erudition. But they were in the first place discredited by the moral taint which has always hung over Jesuitism, and in the second place by the persecutions of the Jansenists and the Protestants which were attributed to their influence. But one single work on the orthodox side has preserved the least reputation, while on the other hand the names of Pierre Nonot 17,111,793 and several of his fellows have been enshrined unenviably in the imperishable ridicule of Voltaire, one only of whose adversaries, the Abbe Anton Guény 17,171,803, was able to meet him in the Lettres de quelques Juifs with something like his own weapons. It has never been at all accurately Voltaire theologized cited how far what may be called the scoffing school of Voltaire represents a direct revolt against Christianity, and how far it was merely a kind of guerrilla warfare against the clergy. It is positively certain that Voltaire was not an atheist, and that he did not approve of atheism, but his Dictionnaire philosophique, which is typical of a vast amount of contemporary and subsequent literature, consists of a heterogeneous assemblage of articles directed against various points of dogma and ritual and various characteristics of the sacred records. From the literary point of view, it is one of the most characteristic of all Voltaire's works, though it is perhaps not entirely his the desultory arrangement, the light 139, and lively style the extensive, but not always too accurate erudition, and the somewhat captious and quibbling objections are intensely Voltairean, but there is little seriousness about it, and certainly no kind of rancorous or deep-seated hostility, with many, however, of Voltaire's pupils and younger contemporaries. The case was altered, they were distinctively atheists, and to supernaturalists, the atheism of Diderot, unquestionably the greatest of them all, has been keenly debated. But in the case of Etienne de Malavel 17,230, 1768, Jacques-André Nagin 17,380, 1810, Paul Henry Dietrich Baron de Halbach, and others, there is no room for doubt by these persons, a great mass of atheistic and anti-Christian literature was composed and set afloat the characteristic work of this school. Its last, the system of nature word, indeed, is the famous System de la Nature, attributed to Halbach 17,230, 1789, but known to be in part at least the work of Diderot in this remarkable work, which caps the climax of the metaphysical materialism, or rather, nihilism of the century. The atheistic position is clearly put, it made an immense sensation, and it so fluttered not merely the orthodox, but the more moderate freethinkers that Frederick of Prussia and Voltaire, perhaps the most singular pair of defenders that orthodoxy ever had, actually set themselves to refute it. Its style and argument are very unequal, as books written in collaboration are apt to be, and especially books in which Diderot, the paragon of inequality, had a hand, but there is an almost entire absence of the heterogeneous assemblage of anecdotes, jokes, good and bad scraps of accurate or inaccurate physical science, and other incongruous matter, with which the philosophers were wont to stuff their works. And lastly, there is in the best passages a kind of somber grandeur, which recalls the manner as well as the matter of Lucretius. It is perhaps well to repeat, in the case of so notorious a book, that this criticism is of a purely literary and formal character, but there is little doubt that the literary merits of the work considerably assisted its didactic influence. As the revolution approached, and the victory of the philosoph party was declared, there appeared for a brief space a group of cynical and accomplished phrase-makers, presenting some similarity to that of which 100 years before Saint Evremond was the most prominent figure. The chief of this group were Chamfort Rivarol Nicolas Chamfort 17,471,794 on the Republican side, and Anton Rivarol 17,531,801 on that of the Royalists. Like the older writer to whom we have compared them, neither can be said to have produced any one work of eminence, and in this they stand distinguished from moralists like La Rochefoucauld. The floating sayings, however, which are attributed to them, or which occur here and there in their miscellaneous work, yield in no respect to those of the most famous of their predecessors in wit, and a certain kind of wisdom, though they are frequently more personal than aphoristic. Century moralists and politicians, not the least part, however, of the energy of the period in thought and writing, was devoted to questions of a directly moral and political kind. With regard to morality proper, the favorite doctrine of the century was what is commonly called the selfish theory, the only one, indeed, which was suitable to the sensationalism of Condillac, and the materialism of Halbach. The pattern book of this Helvetius doctrine was the De L'Esprit of Claude Adrien Helvetius, 17,151,771, the most amusing book, perhaps, which ever pretended to the title of a solemn philosophical treatise. There is some analogy between the principles of this work and those of the System de la Nature, with the inconsistency, some would say, with the questionable honesty which distinguished the more famous members of the philosoph party when their disciples spoke with what they considered imprudent outspokenness. Voltaire and even Diderot attacked Helvetius as the former afterwards attacked Halbach. But whatever may be the general value of De L'Esprit, it is full of acuteness, though Thomas that acuteness is as desultory and disjointed as its style. As Helvetius may be taken as the representative author of the cynical school, so perhaps Alexander Gerard Thomas 17,321,785 may be taken as representative of the votaries of noble sentiment, to whom we have also alluded. The works of Thomas chiefly took the form of academic eloges or formal panegyrics, and they have all the defects both in manner and substance which are associated with that style, of yet third school corresponding in form to La Rochefoucauld and La Brière, and possessed of some of the antique vigor of preceding centuries, was Luc de Clapier's Marquis de Vauvenargues 17,151,747, This writer, who died very young, has produced maxims and reflections of considerable mental force and literary finish. From Voltaire downwards, it has been usual to compare him with Pascal, from whom he is chiefly distinguished by a striking but somewhat empty stoicism, between the moralists, of whom we have taken these three as examples, and the politicians may be placed Rousseau, who in his novels and miscellaneous works is of the first class in his famous Contrat Social of the second. All his theories, whatever their originality, and whatever their value, were made novel and influential by the force of their statement and the literary beauties of its form of direct and avowed political writings. There were few during the century, and none of anything like the importance of the Contrat Social, theoretical acceptance of the established French constitution being a point of necessity with all Frenchmen. Nevertheless, it may be said that almost the whole of the voluminous writings of the philosophers, even of those who, like Voltaire, were sincerely aristocratic and monarchic in predilection, were of more or less veiled political significance. There was one branch of political writing, moreover, which could be indulged in without much fear. Political economy and administrative theories received much attention. The earliest writer of eminence on these subjects was the great engineer Sebastien Leprestre, Marquis de Vauban, 16,330,1707, whose Oisevits and Dime Real exhibit both great ability and extensive observation. A more utopian economist of the same time was Charles Irony Castle, Abbe de Saint-Pierre, 16,580,1743, not to be confounded with the author of Paul et Virginie. Soon political economy, in the hands of François Quesnay, 16,940,1774, took a regular form, and towards the middle of the century, a great number of works on questions connected with it, especially that of free trade in corn, on which Ferdinand Gallieni, 17,280,1787, André Morlet, 17,271,819, both Abbes and above all Turgot, distinguished themselves of writers on legal subjects. And of the legal profession, the century, though not less fertile than in other directions, produced few or none of any great importance. From the literary point of view, the chief name which in this connection is known is that of Chancellor Henry Francois d'Aguesseau, 16,680,1751, at the beginning of the century, an estimable writer of the Port Royal school, who took the orthodox side in the great disputes of the time, but failed to display any great ability therein. He was, as became his profession, more remarkable as an orator than a writer, and his works contain valuable testimonies to the especially perturbed and unquiet condition of his centuria disquiet, which is perhaps also its chief literary note. There were other French magistrates, such as Montesquieu Henault, 16,851,770, de Brosses, 17,061,773, and others who made considerable mark in literature, but it was usually, except in the case of Montesquieu, in subjects not even indirectly connected with their profession. The Esprit des Lois stands alone, but as an example of work barristerial in kind, famous partly for political reasons, but of some real literary merit. We may mention the memoir for Collas, written by J.B.J. Eli de Beaumont, 17,321,786. Century criticism and periodical literature. We have said that literary criticism assumes in this century a sufficient importance to be treated under a separate heading. Contributions were made to it of many different kinds and from many different points of view. Periodical literature, the chief stimulus to its production, began more and more to come into favor even in the 17th century. The Journal des Savants, the Jesuit Journal de Trevoux, and other publications had set the example of different kinds of it just before the Revolution. The Gazette de France was in the hands of J.B. A. Seward, 17,340,1817, a man who was nothing if not a literary critic perhaps. However, the most 140 remarkable contribution of the century to criticism of the periodical kind was the Fuels de Grimm circular sent for many years to the German courts by Frederick Melchior Grimm, 17,230,1807, the comrade of Diderot and Rousseau, and containing a compte rendu of the ways and works of Paris, literary and artistic as well as social. These leaves not only include much excellent literary criticism by Diderot, but also gave occasion to the incomparable salons or accounts of the exhibition of pictures from the same hand, essays which founded the art of picture criticism, and which have hardly been surpassed since the prize competitions of the Academy were also a considerable stimulus to literary criticism, though the prevailing taste in such compositions rather inclined to elegant themes than to careful studies of analyses. The most characteristic critic of the mid-century was the Abb Charles Batu 17,131,780, who illustrated a tendency of the time by beginning with a treatise on les beaux arts réduits, a unmeme Principes 1746, reduced it and others into Principes de la littérature 1764, and added in 1771 Les Quatres Poétiques Aristotle Horace Vita and Boileau. Batu is a very ingenious critic, and his attempt to conciliate taste and the rules, though inadequate, is interesting works on the arts in general or on special divisions of them, were not wanting, as for instance that of Dubos before alluded to the Essai sur la Peinture of Diderot and others. Critically annotated editions of the great French writers also came into fashion, and were no longer written by mere pedants. Of these, Voltaire's edition of Corneille was the most remarkable, and his annotations united separately under the title of Commentaire sur Corneille form not the least important portion of his works. Even older writers looked down upon, though they were, by the general taste of the day, received a share of this critical interest in the earlier portion of the century. Nicolas Linglet Dufresnoy 16,740,1755, and Bernard de la Monnoye 16,411,720 devoted their attention to Rabelais, Rignier, Villen-Marat, and others. Etienne Barbazan, 16,961,770, and P.J.B. Legrand d'Ossy, 17,371,800, gathered and brought into notice the long-scattered and unknown, rather the neglected fabliaux of the Middle Ages. Even the chansons de geste attracted the notice of the Comte de Caylus, 16,921,765, and the Comte de Tresson, 17,051,783, the latter in his Bibliothèque des Romans, worked up a large number of the old epics into a form suited to the taste of the century. In his hands they became lively tales of the kind, suited to readers of Voltaire and Crebillon, but in this travestied form they had considerable influence both in France and abroad. By these publications attention was at least called to early French literature, and when it had been once called a more serious and appreciative study, became merely a matter of time. The method of much of the literary criticism of the close of this period was indeed deplorable enough. Jean-François de la Harpe, 17,390,1803, who, though a little later in time as to most of his critical productions, is perhaps its most representative figure, shows criticism in one of its worst forms. The critic specially abhorred by Sterne, who looked only at the stopwatch, was a kind of prophecy of law. Harpe, who lays it down distinctly that a beauty, however beautiful produced in spite of rules, is a monstrous beauty, and cannot be allowed. But such a writer is a natural enough expression of an expiring principle. The year after the death of La Harpe, Saint Beuve was born. Th century, savants in science and general erudition, the 18th century in France, was at first much occupied with the mathematical studies, for which the French genius is so peculiarly adapted, which the great discoveries of Descartes had made possible and popular, and which those of his supplanter Newton only made more popular still. Voltaire took to himself the credit which he fairly deserves of first introducing the Newtonian system into France, and it was soon widely popular. Even ladies devoting themselves to the exposition of mathematical subjects, as in the case of Gabrielle de Bretuel, Marquise du Châtelet, 17,061,749, Voltaire's Divine Emily. Indeed, ladies played a great part in the literary and scientific activity of the century, by actual contribution, sometimes, but still more by continuing and extending the tradition of salons. The Duchesse du Maine, Mesdames de Lambert de Tensin, Geoffrin du Deffand Necker, and above all the Baron de Halbach, whose husband, however, was here the principal personage, presided over coteries which became more and more philosophical. Many of the greatest mathematicians of the age, such as De Moivre and Laplace, were French by birth, while others like Euler belonged to French-speaking races and wrote in French. The physical sciences were also ardently cultivated, the impulse to them being given partly by the generally materialistic tendency of the age, partly by the Newtonian system, and partly also by the extended knowledge of the world provided by the circumnavigatory voyage of Louis Anton de Bougainville, 17,290,1811, and other travels P. Roman 50 de mora maupertuis, 16,980, 1,759, and Roman 100 Roman 1000 de la Condamine, 17,011,774, made long journeys for scientific purposes, and duly recorded their experiences, the former a mathematician and physicist of some ability, but more oddity, is chiefly known to literature, by the ridicule of Voltaire, in the diatribe Du Docteur Acacia Jean Le Ronde, called D. Lambert 17,171,783, a great mathematician, and a writer of considerable though rather academic excellence is principally known from his connection with an introduction to the Encyclopaedia, of which more presently chemistry, was also assiduously cultivated the Baron D. Halbach, among others being a devotee thereof, and helping to advance the science to the point where at the conclusion of the century it was illustrated by Berthollet and Lavoisier. During all this devotion to science in its modern acceptation, the older and more literary forms of erudition were not neglected, especially by the illustrious Benedictines of the Abbey of St. Maur Dom Augustin Comet, 16,721,757. The author of the well-known Dictionary of the Bible belonged to this order, and to them also. In particular to Dom Rivet was due the beginning of the immense Histoire littéraire de la France, a work interrupted by the Revolution and long suspended, but diligently continued since the middle of the 19th century, of less orthodox names distinguished for erudition Nicolas Fréret 16,880, 1749, Secretary of the Academy, is perhaps the most remarkable, but in the consideration of the science and learning in the 18th century, from a literary point of view, there is one name and one book which require particular, and in the case of the book somewhat extended mention. The man is Georges Louis Leclerc, Comte de Buffon, 17,171,788. The book The Encyclopaedia, the immense natural history of Buffon. Buffon, though not entirely his own, is a remarkable monument of the union of scientific tastes with literary ability, as has happened in many similar instances. There is in parts more literature than science to be found in it, and from the point of view of the latter, Buffon was far too careless in observation, and far too solicitous of perfection of style and grandiosity of view. The style of Buffon has sometimes been made the subject of the highest eulogy, and it is at its best admirable, but one still feels in it the fault of all serious French prose in this century, before Rousseau's presence, that is to say of an artificial spirit rather than of natural variety and power. That the Encyclopaedia, unquestionably on the whole, the most important French literary production of the century, if we accept the works of Rousseau and Voltaire, was conducted for a time by Diderot and D. Lambert afterwards. By Diderot alone, it numbered among its contributors almost every Frenchman of eminence in letters. It is often spoken of, as if under the guise of an encyclopedia it had been merely a plagiar against religion. But this is entirely erroneous, whatever anti-ecclesiastical bent. Some of the articles may have. The book as a whole is simply what it professes to be, a dictionary, that is to say, not merely an historical and critical lexicon like those of Bayle and Maury. Indeed, history and biography were nominally excluded, but a dictionary of arts, sciences, trades, and technical terms. Diderot himself had perhaps the greatest faculty of any man that ever lived for the literary treatment, in a workmanlike manner, of the most heterogeneous and, in some cases, rebellious subjects, and his untiring labor, not merely in writing original articles, but in editing the contributions of others, determined the character of the whole work. There is no doubt that it had 141, quite independently of any theological or political influence, an immense share in diffusing and gratifying the taste for general information. General sketch. The period, which elapsed between the outbreak of the Revolution and the accession of Charles Roman X, has often been considered a sterile one in point of literature, as far as mere productiveness goes. This judgment is hardly correct. No class of literature was altogether neglected during these stirring 35 years, the political events of which have so engrossed the attention of posterity that it has sometimes been necessary for historians to remind us that during the height of the Terror and the final disasters of the Empire, the theaters were open, and the booksellers' shops patronized. Journalism, parliamentary eloquence, and scientific writing were especially cultivated, and the former in its modern sense may almost be said to have been created, but of the higher products of literature, the period may justly be considered to have been somewhat barren during the earlier part of it. There is, with the exception of André Chenier, not a single name of the first or even second order of excellence, towards the midst those of Chateaubriand, 17,681,848, and Madame de Staël, 17,661,817, stand almost alone, and at the close those of Courier Beranger and Lamartine are not seconded by any others to tell of the magnificent literary burst, which was to follow the publication of Cromwell, of all departments of literature poetry proper. Was worst represented during this period André Chenier, was silenced at its opening by the guillotine Lebrun, and Delille, favored by an extraordinary longevity, continued to be admired, and followed it was the palmy time of descriptive poetry, Louis Marquis de Fontaine's, 17,571,821, who deserves rather more special notice as a critic, and an official patron of literature Castel Boisgelin Esmenard Berthoud Ricard. Martin Guden Cournod are names which chiefly survive as those of the authors of scattered attempts to turn the encyclopedia into verse. Charles Julien de Chenadal, 17,690, 1833, owes his reputation rather to amiability and to his association with men eminent in different ways, such as Rivarol and Joubert, than to any real power. He has been regarded as a precursor of Lamartine, but the resemblance is chiefly on Lamartine's weakest side, and the stress laid on him recently as on Lamartine himself, and even on Chenier, is part of a passing reaction against the school of Hugo, even more ambitiously. Luce de Lanceville, Campion Dumasnil, and Parseval de Grand Mason endeavored to write epics, and succeeded rather worse than the Chaplains and Desmarets of the 17th century. The characteristic of all this poetry was the description of everything in metaphor and paraphrase, and the careful avoidance of anything like directness of expression, and the historians of the Romantic movement have collected many instances of this absurdity. Lamartine will be more properly noticed in the next division, but about the same time as Lamartine, and towards the end of the present period there appeared a poet who may be regarded as the last important echo of Malherbe. This was Casimir de Lavine, 17,930, 1843, the author of Les Messenians, a writer of very great talent, and according to the measure of J.B. Rousseau and Lebrun No, mean poet, it is usual to reckon de Lavine as transitionary between the two schools, but in strictness, he must be counted with the classicists. Dramatic poetry exhibited somewhat similar characteristics. The system of tragedy writing had become purely mechanical, and every act, almost every scene and situation, had its regular and appropriate business and language, the former of which the poet was not supposed to alter at all, and the latter only very slightly poinçonnet. La Harpe Roman 1000 J. Chenier Renoir de Jouy, Briffout Bayer Lormian, all wrote in this style. Of these, Chenier 17,640,1811 had some of the vigor of his brother André, from whom he was distinguished by more popular political principles and better fortune. On the other hand, Jean-François Ducis, 17,330,1816, who passes with Englishmen as a feeble reducer of Shakespeare to classical rules, passed with his contemporaries as an introducer into French poetry of strange and revolutionary novelties. Comedy, on the other hand, fared better, as indeed it had always fared. Faber, d'Eglantine, 17,551,790, for The Companion in Death of Danton Colin de Harleville, 17,551,806, François G.J. S. Andrea, 17,590, 1,833, Picard Alexander Duval and Nepomucene Lemercier, 17,711,840, the most vigorous of all as a poet and a critic. Of mark were the comic authors of the period, and their works have not suffered the complete eclipse of the contemporary tragedies, which in part they also wrote. If not exactly worthy successors of Molière, they are at any rate not unworthy children of Beaumarchais. In romance writing there is, again, until we come to Madame de Staël, a great want of originality, and even of excellence in workmanship. The works of Madame de Genlis, 17,461,830, exhibit the tendencies of the 18th century to platitude and noble sentiment. At their worst, Madame Cotton, 17,701,807, Madame de Souza, 17,611,836, and Madame de Krudener exhibited some of the qualities of Madame de Lafayette, and more of those of Madame de Genlis. Joseph Fevey, 17,671,839, in La Dot de Suzette, and other works showed some power over the domestic story, but perhaps the most remarkable work in point of originality of the time was Xavier de Maester's 17,630,1852 Voyage, Auteur de ma Chamber, an attempt in quite a new style, which has been happily followed up by other writers turning to history. We find comparatively little written at this period, indeed, until quite its close men were too much occupied in making history to have time to write it. There is, however, a considerable body of memoir writers, especially in the earlier years of the period, and some great names appear even in history, proper many of Sismondi's, 17,731,840. Two best works were produced during the Empire, a G. P. Brugiere Baron de Barante, 17,821,866, though his best known works date much later, belongs partially to this time. On the other hand, the production of philosophical writing, especially in what we may call applied philosophy, was considerable. The sensationalist views of Condillac were first continued, as by D'Estat de Tracy, 17,540,1836, and Laramiguiere, 17,561,837, and subsequently opposed in consequence partly of a religious and spiritualist revival, partly of the influence of foreign schools of thought, especially the German and the Scotch. The chief philosophical writers from this latter point of view were Pierre Paul Royer Collard, 17,630,1845 f. P. G. Maine de Buren, 17,761,824, and Theodore Simon Jouffroy, 17,961,842. Their influence on literature, however, was altogether inferior to that of the reactionist school, of whom Louis Gabriel Vicomte de Bonald, 17,540,1840, and Joseph de Maistre, 17,530,1821, were the great leaders. These latter were strongly political in their tendencies and political philosophy, received, as was natural, a large share of the attention of the time. In continuation of the work of the philosophers, the most remarkable writer was Constantin Francois Chasseboeuf Comte de Volney, 17,571,820, whose ruins are generally known. On the other hand, others belonging to that school, such as Necker and Morlet, wrote from the moderate point of view against revolutionary excesses of the reactionists. Bonald is extremely royalist and carries out in his legislations primitives somewhat the same patriarchal and absolutist theories as our own Filmer, but with infinitely greater maestri genius. As Bonald is royalist and aristocratic, so Maester is the advocate of a theocracy pure and simple, with the Pope for its earthly head, and a vigorous despotism for its system of government. Peer Simon Ballanche, 17,761,847, often mentioned in the literary memoirs of his time, wrote among other things essays de Palingénésie, social good in style, but vague in substance of theology proper. There is almost necessarily little or nothing, the clergy being in the earlier period proscribed, in the latter part kept in a strict and somewhat discreditable subjection by the empire. In moralizing literature, there is one work of the very highest excellence, which, though not published till long afterwards, belongs, in point of composition, to this period. This is the Pensies of Joseph Joubert, 17,540,1820, the most illustrious successor of Pascal and Vauvenargues, and to be ranked perhaps above both in the literary finish of his maxims, and certainly above Vauvenargues in the breadth and depth of thought, which 142 they exhibit in pure literary criticism. More particularly Joubert, though exhibiting some inconsistencies due to his time, is astonishingly penetrating and suggestive of science and erudition. The time was fruitful. At an early period of it appeared the remarkable work of Pierre Cabanis, 17,571,808, the Rapports du physique et du moral de l'homme, a work in which physiology is treated from the extreme materialist point of view, but with all the liveliness and literary excellence of the philosophe movement. At its best, another physiological work of great merit at this period was the Traité de la vie et de la mort of Bichet, and the example set by these works was widely followed, while in other branches of science Laplace, Lagrange, Hoy, Berthollet, Roman 100 produced contributions of the highest value from the literary point of view. However, the chief interest of this time is centered in two individual names, those of Chateaubriand and Madame de Staël, and in three literary developments of a more or less novel character, which were all of the highest importance in shaping the course which French literature has taken since 1824. One of these developments was the reactionary movement of Maester, and Bonald, which in its turn largely influenced Chateaubriand, then Lamennais and Montalembert, and was later represented in French literature in different guises, chiefly by Louis Vuillet, 18,151,883, and MGR Dupanloup, 18,021,878. The second and third, closely connected, were the immense advances made by parliamentary eloquence, and by political writing, the latter of which by the hand of Paul Louis Courier, 17,730, 1825, contributed for the first time an undoubted masterpiece to French literature. The influence of the two combined has since raised journalism to even a greater pitch of power in France than in any other country. It is in the development of these new openings for literature, and in the cast and complexion which they gave to its matter, that the real literary importance of the revolutionary period consists, just as it is in the new elements which they supplied for the treatment of such subjects, that the literary value of the authors of René and de L'Alemagny mainly lies. We have already alluded to some of the beginnings of periodical and journalistic letters in France for some time, in the hands of Bayle Basnage, Desmaze, Jurieu Leclerc. Periodical literature consisted mainly of a series more or less disconnected of pamphlets with occasional extracts from forthcoming works. Critical adversaria, and the like of a more regular kind, were the often mentioned Journal de Trevoux and Mercure de France, and later the Année littéraire of Fréron, and the like. The correspondence of Grimm also, as we have pointed out, bore considerable resemblance to a modern monthly review, though it was addressed to a very few persons of political news. There was under a despotism, naturally, very little. 1789, however, saw a vast change in this respect. An enormous efflorescence of periodical literature at once took place, and a few of the numerous journals, founded in that year or soon afterwards, survived for a considerable time. A whole class of authors arose who pretended to be nothing more than journalists, while many writers distinguished for more solid contributions to literature took part in the movement, and not a few active politicians contributed thus to the original staff of the Moniteur, or as it was at first called La Gazette Nationale. La Harpe, Lacretelle, Andrea Dominique Joseph, Garrett, 17,490,1833, and Pierre Jing, 17,480,1826, were attached among the writers of the Journal de Paris. André Chenier had been ranked. Fontaine's contributed to many royalist and moderate journals. Guizot and Morlet, representatives respectively of the 19th and the 18th century, shared in the Nouvelles Politiques, while Burton Feevey and J. Roman 50, Geoffroy, 17,430,1814, a critic of peculiar acerbity, contributed to the Journal de l'Empire, afterwards turned into the still existing Journal des Débats, with Geoffroy Francois Benoit Hoffman, 17,601,828, Jean F. J. Dussault, 17,691,824, and Charles F. Dorimond Ab de Felletz, 17,651,850, constituted a quartet of critics, sometimes spoken of as the Debats, for though they were by no means all friends of active politicians. Marat, L'Ami du Peuple, Murray-Bau, Courrier de Provence, Barra, Journal des Débats, et des Decrets, Brissot, Patriote, Franchise, Hebert, Pierre Duchesne, Robespierre, Défenseur de la Constitution, and Tallien La Sentinelle, were the most remarkable who had an intimate connection with journalism. On the other hand, the type of the journalist, pure and simple, is Camille Desmoulins, 17,590,1794, one of the most brilliant in a literary point of view of the short-lived celebrities of the time of the same class were Pelletier, Durazoir, Laustalot, Royu. As the immediate daily interest in politics drooped, there were formed periodicals of a partly political and partly literary character. Such had been the Decade Philosophique, which counted Cabanis, Chenier, and de Tracy among its contributors, and this was followed by the Revue Francaise at a later period, which was in its turn succeeded by the Revue des Deux Mondes. On the other hand, parliamentary eloquence was even more important than journalism. During the early period of the Revolution, Murray-Bau naturally stands at the head of orators of this class, and next to him may be ranked the well-known names of Malouet and Munier, among constitutionalists of Robespierre, Marat, and Danton, the triumvirs of the Mountain of Maury Cazalis, and the Vicomte de Murray-Bau among the royalists, and above all of the Girondist speakers, Barnave, Vergniaud, and Lanjuinais. The last named survived to take part in the revival of parliamentary discussion after the Restoration, but the permanent contributions to French literature of this period of voluminous eloquence are, as frequently happens in such cases, by no means large. The union of the journalist and the parliamentary spirit, produced, however, in Paul Louis Courier, a courier master of style. Courier spent the greater part of his life, tragically cut short, in translating the classics and studying the older writers of France, in which study he learnt thoroughly to despise the pseudo-classicism of the 18th century. It was not till he was past 40 that he took to political writing, and the style of his pamphlets and their wonderful irony and vigor at once placed them on the level of the very best things of the kind. Along with Courier, should be mentioned Benjamin Constant, 17,671,830, who, though partly a romance writer and partly a philosophical author, was mainly a politician and an orator. Besides being fertile in articles and pamphlets, laymanized like Lamartine will best be dealt with later, and the same may be said of Beranger. But Chateaubriand and Madame de Staël must be noticed here. The former represents in the influence which changed the literature of the 18th century into the literature of the 19th, the vague spirit of unrest, and Weltschmerz the affection for the picturesque qualities of nature, the religious spirit, occasionally turning into mysticism, and the respect sure to become more and more definite and appreciative for antiquity he gives in short the romantic and conservative Madame de Staël, Madame de Staël, 17,661,817, on the other hand, as became a daughter of Necker, retained a great deal of the philosophic character and the traditions of the 18th century, especially its liberalism, its sensibility, and its thirst for general information, to which, however, she added a cosmopolitan spirit and a readiness to introduce into France the literary and social, as well as the political and philosophical peculiarities of other countries, to which the 18th century in France at least had been a stranger, and which Chateaubriand himself, notwithstanding his excursions into English literature, had been very far from feeling. She therefore contributed to the positive and liberal side of the future movement. The absolute literary importance of the two was very different. Madame de Staël's early writings were of the critical kind, half aesthetic, half ethical, of which the 18th century had been fond, and which their titles letters Sir J. Rousseau, de l'influence des passions, de la littérature considérée, Danses, rapports avec les institutions sociales, sufficiently show. Her romances Delphine and Corinne had immense literary influence at the time. Still more was this the case with de l'Allemagne, which practically opened up to the rising generation in France the till then unknown Chateaubriand treasures of literature and philosophy, which during the most glorious half-century of her literary history Germany had, sometimes on hints taken from France herself, been accumulating. The literary importance of Chateaubriand, 17,680,1848, is far greater, while his literary influence, 143, can hardly be exaggerated. Chateaubriand's literary father was Rousseau, and his voyage to America helped to develop the seeds which Rousseau had sown in René and other works of the same kind. The naturalism of Rousseau received a still further development, but it was not in mere naturalism that Chateaubriand was to find his most fertile and most successful theme. It was, on the contrary, in the rehabilitation of Christianity as an inspiring force in literature. The 18th century had used against religion the method of ridicule. Chateaubriand, by genius, rather than by reasoning, set up against this method that of poetry and romance. Christianity, says he almost in so many words, is the most poetical of all religions, the most attractive, the most fertile in literary, artistic, and social results. This theme he develops with the most splendid language, and with every conceivable advantage of style, in the Génie du Christianisme, and the Martyrs, the splendor of imagination, the summonings of history and literature to supply effective and touching illustrations, analogies, and incidents, the rich coloring, so different from the peculiarly monotonous and gray tones of the masters of the 18th century, and the fervid admiration for nature which were Chateaubriand's main attractions and characteristics, could not fail to have an enormous literary influence. Indeed, he has been acclaimed with more reason than is usually found in such acclamations as the founder of comparative and imaginative literary criticism in France, if not in Europe. The Romantic school acknowledged, and with justice, its direct indebtedness to him. Literature since 1830, in dealing with the last period of the history of French literature, and that which was introduced by the literary revolution of 1830, and has continued in phases of only partial change to the present day, a slight alteration of treatment is requisite. The subdivisions of literature have lately become so numerous, and the contributions to each have reached such an immense volume, that it is impossible to give more than cursory notice or indeed allusion to most of them. It so happens, however, that the purely literary characteristics of this period, though of the most striking and remarkable, are confined to a few branches of literature. The character of the 19th century in France has hitherto been at least as strongly marked as that of any previous period in the Middle Ages. Men of letters followed each other in the cultivation of certain literary forms for long centuries: the chanson de geste, the Arthurian, legend, the Roman, d'aventure, the fablio, the allegorical poem, the rough. Dramatic, Jew, mystery, and farce served successively as molds into which the thought and writing impulse of generations of authors were successively cast, often with little attention to the suitability of form, and subject the end of the 15th century, and still more the 16th, owing to the vast extension of thought and knowledge, then introduced, finally broke up the old forms and introduced the practice of treating each subject in a manner more or less appropriate to it, and whether appropriate or not freely selected by the author at the same time. A vast but somewhat indiscriminate addition was made to the actual vocabulary of the language. The 17th and 18th centuries witnessed a process of restriction once more to certain forms and strict imitation of predecessors, combined with attention to purely arbitrary rules, the cramping and impoverishing effect of this, in Fenelon's words, being counterbalanced partly by the efforts of individual genius, and still more by the constant and steady enlargement of the range of thought, the choice of subjects, and the familiarity with other literature, both of the ancient and modern world. The literary work of the 19th century, and of the great Romantic movement which began in its second quarter, was to repeat on a far larger scale the work of the 16th, to break up and discard such literary forms as had become useless or hopelessly stiff, to give strength, suppleness, and variety to such as were retained, to invent new ones where necessary, to enrich the language by importations, inventions, and revivals, and above all, to bring into prominence the principle of individualism. Authors, and even books rather than groups and kinds, demand principal attention. The result of this revolution is naturally most remarkable in the belles letters, and the kindred department of history. Poetry, not dramatic, has been revived. Prose, romance, and literary criticism have been brought to a perfection previously unknown, and history has produced works more various, if not more remarkable, than at any previous stage of the language. Of all these branches, we shall therefore endeavor to give some detailed account. But the services done to the language were not limited to the strictly literary branches of literature. Modern French, if it lacks, as it probably does lack, the statuesque precision and elegance of prose style to which between 1650 and 1800 all else was sacrificed, has become a much more suitable instrument for the accurate and copious treatment of positive and concrete subjects. These subjects have accordingly been treated in an abundance corresponding to that manifested in other countries, though the literary importance of the treatment has perhaps proportionately declined. We cannot even attempt to indicate the innumerable directions of scientific study which this copious industry has taken, and must confine ourselves to those which come more immediately under the headings previously adopted in philosophy. Proper France, like other nations, has been more remarkable for attention to the historical side of the matter than for the production of new systems, and the principal exception among her philosophical writers, Auguste Comte, 17,930, 1857, besides inclining as far as his matter went to the political and scientific, rather than to the purely philosophical side, which indeed he regarded as antiquated, was not very remarkable merely as a man of letters. Victor Cousin, 17,921,867, on the other hand, almost a brilliant man of letters, and for a time regarded as something of a philosophical apostle preaching eclecticism, betook himself latterly to biographical and other miscellaneous writing, especially on the famous French ladies of the 17th century, and is likely to be remembered chiefly in this department, though not to be forgotten in that of philosophical history and criticism. The same curious declension was observable in the much younger Hippolyte Adolphe Taine, 18,280, 1893, who, beginning with philosophical studies, and always maintaining a strong tincture of philosophical determinism, applied himself later first to literary history and criticism in his famous Histoire de la littérature anglaise, 1864, and then to history proper in his still more famous and far more solidly based Origines de la France, contemporaine, 1876. To him, however, we must recur under the head of literary criticism, and not dissimilar phenomena, not so much of inconstancy to philosophy, as of a tendency towards the applied, rather than the pure branches of the subject are noticeable in Edgar Quinet 18,030,1875, in Charles de Remusat 17,971,875, and in Ernest Renan 18,231,892, the first of whom began by translating Herder, while the second and third devoted themselves early to scholastic philosophy de Remusat, dealing with Abelard 1845, and Anselm 1856, Renan with Averroes 1852, more single-minded devotion to at least. The historical side was shown by Jean Philibert Desmarnes 17,940,1862, who published in 1842 A Cours de Philosophie, and many minor works at different times. But the inconstancy recurs in Jules Simon 18,141,896, who in the earlier part of his life, a professor of philosophy, and a writer of authority on the Greek philosophers, especially in Histoire de l'École d'Alexandrie, 18,440,1845, began before long to take an active, and towards the close of his life work, all but a foremost part in politics and theology, the chief name of great literary eminence in the earlier part of the century, is that of Lamennais, of whom more presently in the later. That of Renan again, but Charles Forbes de Montalembert, 18,101,870, an historian with a strong theological tendency, deserves notice, and among ecclesiastics, who have been orators and writers, the Père Jean-Baptiste Henry Lacordaire, 18,021,861, a pupil of Lamennais who returned to orthodoxy, but always kept to the liberal side, the Père Celestin Joseph Felix, 18,101,891, a Jesuit teacher and preacher of eminence, and the Père Didon 18,401,900, a very popular preacher and writer, who though thoroughly orthodox did not escape collision with his superiors on the Protestant side. Athanase Cockerell, 18,201,875, is the most remarkable name recently. Paul Sabatier B. 1858 has displayed especially 144, in dealing with St. Francis of Assisi, much power of literary and religious sympathy, and a style somewhat modeled on that of Renan, but less unctuous and effeminate. There are strong philosophical tendencies, and at least a revolt against the religious as well as philosophical ideas of the encyclopedists in the Pensies of Joubert, while the hybrid position characteristic of the 19th century is particularly noticeable in Etienne Pivert de Saint-Anker, 17,701,846, whose principal work Obermann 1804 had an extraordinary influence on its own and the next generation in the direction of melancholy moralizing. This tone was notably taken up towards the other end of the century by Émile Kiroman V, who however does not strictly belong to French literature, while in Ximenes Daudun 18,001,872, author of Mélanges et Letters posthumously published, we find more of a return to the attitude of Joubert. Literary criticism, occupying a very large part of his reflections, political philosophy, and its kindred sciences, have naturally received a large share of attention. Towards the middle of the century, there was a great development of socialist and fanciful theorizing on politics, with which the names of Claude Henry Comte de Saint-Simon 17,601,825, Charles Fourier 17,721,837, Etienne Cabot 17,880,1856, and others are connected as political economists. Frédéric Bastiat 18,011,850, Roman 50G. Roman 50, Gilhard de Lavergne, 18,090,1880, Louis Auguste Blanqui, 18,051,881, and Mitchell Chevalier, 18,061,879, may be noticed in Alexis de Tocqueville, 18,051,859, France, produced a political observer of a remarkably acute, moderate, and reflective character, and Armand Carrel, 18,001,836, whose life was cut short in a duel, was a real man of letters as well as a brilliant journalist, and an honest if rather violent party politician. The name of Jean-Louis Eugene Lerminier, 18,030,1857, is of wide repute for legal and constitutional writings, and that of Henry Baron de Gemini, 17,790,1869, is still more celebrated as a military historian, while that of François Lenormant, 18,371,883, holds a not dissimilar position in archaeology, with the publications devoted to physical science proper, we do not attempt. Metal philology, however, demands a brief notice in classical studies. France has, till recently, hardly maintained the position which might be expected of the country of Scaliger, and Casaubon, she has however produced some considerable Orientalists, such as Champollion, the younger Bernulf Sylvester de Sacy, and Stanislas Julien. The foundation of Romance philology was due indeed to the foreigners Wolf and Dees. But early in the century, the curiosity as to the older literature of France created by Barbazan Tresson and others continued to extend. Dominique Martin Mion, 17,480, 1829, published many unprinted fabliaux, gave the whole of the French Renart cycle with the exception of Renart Le Contrefait, and edited the Roman de la Rose Charles Claude Fouriel, 17,721,844, and François Reynaud, 17,611,836, dealt elaborately with Provençal poetry, as well as partially with that of the Trouvers, and the latter produced his comprehensive Lexique Romain. These examples were followed by many other writers who edited manuscript works, and commented on them always with zeal, and sometimes with discretion. Foremost among these must be mentioned Paulin Paris, 18,001,881, who, for 50 years, served the cause of old French literature, with untiring energy, great literary taste, and a pleasant and facile pen. His selections from manuscripts, his Romancero, Francais, his editions of Garin le Lorrain, and Bert aux Grands Pies, and his Romans de la Table Ronde, may especially be mentioned. Soon, too, the Benedictine Histoire littéraire, so long interrupted, was resumed under Roman 1000 Paris general management and has proceeded nearly to the end of the 14th century. Among its contents, Roman 1000 Paris dissertations on the later chansons de gestes, and the early song writers Roman 1000 Victor Leclerc's on the fabliaux, and Roman 1000 litters on the Romans d'Aventures, may be specially noticed for some time. Indeed, the work of French editors was chargeable with a certain lack of critical and philological accuracy. This reproach, however, was wiped off by the efforts of a band of younger scholars, chiefly pupils of the École des Chartes, with Roman 2000 Gaston Paris, 18,391,903, and Paul Mayer at their head of Roman 1000 Paris. In particular, it may be said that no scholar in the subject has ever combined literary and linguistic competence more admirably. The Société des Anciens Textes Francais was formed for the purpose of publishing scholarly editions of unedited works, and a lexicon of the older tongue by Roman 1000 Godefroy at last, supplemented, though not quite with equal accomplishment, the admirable dictionary, in which Émile Litter, 18,011,881 at the cost of a life's labor, embodied the whole vocabulary of the classical French language. Meanwhile, the period between the Middle Ages proper and the 17th century has not lacked its share of this revival of attention to the literature. Between Villon and Regnier, a special attention was paid by the early Romantics, and Saint-Beuve's Tableau historique et critique de la poésie et du théâtre au sixième siècle was one of the manifestos of the school since the appearance of that work in 1828. Editions with critical comments of the literature of this period have constantly multiplied, aided by the great fancy for tastefully produced works, which exists among the richer classes in France, and there are probably now few countries in which works of old authors, whether in cheap reprints or in editions deluxe, can be more readily procured. The Romantic movement. It is time, however, to return to the literary revolution itself, and its more purely literary results. At the accession of Charles Roman X, France possessed three writers, and perhaps only three, of already remarkable Beranger eminence. If we except Chateaubriand, who was already of a past generation, these three were Pierre Jean de Beranger, 17,801,857, Alphonse de Lamartine, 17,901,869, and Hugues Félicite Robert Lamennais, 17,821,854. The first belongs definitely in manner, despite his striking originality of nuance, to the past. He has remnants of the old periphrases, the cumbrous mythological allusions, the poetical properties of French verse. He has also the older and somewhat narrow limitations of a French poet. Foreigners are for him mere barbarians. At the same time, his extraordinary lyrical faculty, his excellent wit, which makes him descendant of Rabelais and La Fontaine, and his occasional touches of pathos, made him deserve and obtain something more than successes of occasion. Beranger, moreover, was very far from being the mere improvisator, which those who cling to the inspirationist theory of poetry would fain see in him. His studies in style and composition were persistent, and it was long before he attained the firm and brilliant manner which distinguishes him. Beranger's talent, however, was still too much a matter of individual genius to have great literary influence, and he formed no school. It was different Lamartine with Lamartine, who was nevertheless, like Beranger, a typical Frenchman. The Meditations and the Harmonies exhibit a remarkable transition between the old school and the new in going direct to nature in borrowing from her striking outlines vivid and contrasted tints, harmony, and variety of sound. The new poet showed himself an innovator of the best class in using romantic and religious associations and expressing them in affecting language. He was the Chateaubriand of verse. But with all this, he retained some of the vices of the classical school. His versification, harmonious as it is monotonous, and he does not venture into the bold lyrical forms which true poetry loves. He has still the horror of the mot proper. He is always spiritualizing and idealizing, and his style and thought have a double portion of the feminine, an almost flaccid softness, which had come to pass for grace in French. The last of the trio, Lamennais, represents an altogether Lamennais bolder and rougher genius, strongly influenced by the Catholic reaction. Lamennais also shows the strongest possible influence of the revolutionary spirit. His earliest work, the Essai sur l'Indifference and Matière de Religion 1817 and 1818, was a defense of the Church on curiously unecclesiastical lines. It was written in an ardent style full of illustrations, and extremely ambitious in character. The plan was partly critical and partly constructive. The first part disposed of the 18th century, the second adopting the theory of papal absolutism, which Joseph de Maistre had already advocated, proceeded to base it on a supposed universal consent. The after history of Lamennais was perhaps not an unnatural recoil from this, but it is sufficient here to point out that in his prose, 145, especially as afterwards developed in the apocalyptic paroles Duncroyant 1839, are to be discerned many of the tendencies of the Romantic school, particularly its hardy and picturesque choice of language, and the disdain of established and accepted methods which it professed. The signs of the revolution itself were, as was natural, first given in periodical literature. The feudalist affectations of Chateaubriand and the Legitimists excited a sort of aesthetic affection for Gothicism, and Walter Scott became one of the most favorite authors in France. Soon was started the periodical La Muse Francaise, in which the names of Hugo Vigny Deschamps and Madame de Girardin appear. Almost all the writers in this periodical were eager royalists, and for some time the battle was still fought on political grounds. There could, however, be no special connection between classical drama and liberalism, and the liberal journal The Globe, with no less a person than Saint Beuve among its contributors, declared definite war against classicism in the drama. The chief classical organs were the Constitutional, the Journal des Débats, and after a time, and not exclusively, the Revue des Deux Mondes. Soon the question became purely literary, and the Romantic school proper was born in the famous Senecal, or clique, in which Hugo was chief poet, Saint Beuve chief critic, and Gautier Gerard de Nerval, the brothers, Emile 17,911,871, and Antony 18,001,869, Deschamps Petrus Borel 18,091,859, and others were officers. Alfred de Vigny and Alfred de Musset stand somewhat apart, and so does Charles Nodier 17,801,840. For a versatile and voluminous writer, the very variety and number of whose works have somewhat prevented the individual excellence of any of them from having justice done to it, the objects of the school, which was at first violently opposed, so much so that certain academicians actually petitioned the king to forbid the admission of any romantic piece at the Theatre Francais, were briefly stated the burning of everything which had been adored, and the adoring of everything which had been burnt. They would have no unities, no arbitrary selection of subjects, no restraints on variety of versification, no academically limited vocabulary, no considerations of artificial beauty, and above all no paraphrastic expression. The mot proper, the calling of a spade, was the great commandment of Romanticism, but it must be allowed that what was taken away in periphrase was made up in adjectives. Musset, who was very much of a freelance in the contest, maintained indeed that the differentia of the Romantic was the copious use of this part of speech. All sorts of epithets were invented to distinguish the two parties, of which flamboyant and grisetter are perhaps the most accurate and expressive pair, the former serving to denote the gorgeous tints and bold attempts of the new school, the latter the gray color and monotonous outlines of the old. The representation of Hernani in 1830 was the culmination of the struggle, and during great part of the reign of Louis Philippe, almost all the younger men of letters in France were romantics. The representation of the Lucrece of Francois Ponsard 18,140,1867, in 1846, is often quoted as the herald or sign of a classical reaction, but this was only apparent and signified, if it signified anything merely, that the more juvenile excesses of the Romantics were out of date. All the greatest men of letters of France, since 1830, have been on the innovating side, and all without exception, whether intentionally or not, have had their work colored by the results of the movement, and of those which have succeeded it as developments rather than reactions. Drama and poetry since 1830. Although the immediate subject on which the battles of classics and romantics arose was dramatic poetry, the dramatic results of the movement have not been those of greatest value or most permanent character. The principal effect in the long run has been the introduction of a species of play called drame, as opposed to regular comedy and tragedy, admitting of much freer treatment than either of these two as previously understood in French, and lending itself in some measure to the lengthy and disjointed action, the multiplicity of personages, and the absence of stock characters, which characterized the English stage in its palmy days. All Victor Hugo's dramatic works are of this class, and each as it was produced or published, Cromwell, Hernani, Marion de l'Orme, Leroy Simeuse, Lucrece Borgia, Marie, Tudor, Ryblaws, and Les Burgraves, was a literary event, and excited the most violent discussion, the author's usual plan being to prefix a prose preface of a very militant character to his work. A still more melodramatic variety of drame was that chiefly represented by Alexander Dumas, 18,021,870, whose Henry Roman III and Antony, to which may be added later La Tour de Nesle and Mademoiselle de Bellisle, were almost as much rallying points for the early Romantics as the dramas of Hugo, despite their inferior literary value. At the same time, Alexander Saumet, 17,880, 1845, in Norma une fête de Néron, Roman 100, and Casimir de Lavigne, in Marino Faliero Louis, Zay, Roman 100, maintained a somewhat closer adherence to the older models. The classical or semi-classical reaction of the last years of Louis Philippe was represented in tragedy by Ponsard, Lucrece, Agnes de Marigny, Charlotte Corday, Ulysse, and several comedies, and on the comic side, to a certain extent, by Émile Augier, 18,201,889, in Elle Aventurière Legendre de Roman 1000, Poirier, Le Fils de Gibert, Roman 100, during almost the whole period, Eugene Scribe, 17,911,861, poured forth innumerable comedies of the vaudeville order, which, without possessing much literary value, attained immense popularity. For the last half-century, the realist development of Romanticism has had the upper hand in dramatic composition, its principal representatives being on the one side Victorian Sardou, 18,311,909, who, in Nos in Times La Famille Benoîtin, Rabaga's Dora, Roman 100, chiefly devoted himself to the satirical treatment of manners, and Alexander Dumas Fils, 18,241,895, author, in 1852, of the famous Dame aux Camélias, who in such pieces as Les Idées de Madame Aubrey and L'Étranger rather busied himself with morals and problems, while his Dame aux Camélias, 1852, is sometimes ranked as the first of such things in modern style. Certain isolated authors also deserve notice, such as Joseph Autran, 18,130, 1877, a poet, an academician having some resemblance to Lamartine, whose Phil Deschile created for him a dramatic reputation, which he did not attempt to follow up, and Gabriel Legouve, b. 1807, whose Adrien Lecouvreur was assisted to popularity by the admirable talent of Rachel. A special variety of drama of the first literary importance has also been cultivated in this century, under the title of scenes or proverbs, slight dramatic sketches in which the dialogue and style are of even more importance than the action. The best of all of these are those of Alfred de Musset, 18,101,857, whose Il faut qu'une porte soit ouverte au ferme en ne battant pas avec l'amour, Roman 100, are models of grace and wit. Among his followers may be mentioned especially Octave Feuillet, 18,211,890. Few social dramas of the kind in modern times have attained a greater success than Le Monde Hollande Senui, 1868, of Edouard Pellerin, 18,341,899. See also drama. In poetry proper as in drama, Victor Hugo showed the way. In him, all the romantic characteristics were expressed and embodied: disregard of arbitrary critical rules, free choice of subject, variety, and vigor of meter splendor Victor Hugo's sonorousness of diction abundant local color, and that irrepressible individualism, which is one of the chief, though not perhaps the chief of the symptoms, if the careful attention to form which is also characteristic of the movement is less apparent in him than in some of his followers, it is not because it is absent, but because the enthusiastic conviction with which he attacked every subject somewhat diverts attention from it, as with the merits, so with the defects a deficient sense of the ludicrous, which characterized many of the romantics was strongly apparent in their leader, as was also an equally representative grandiosity, and a fondness for the introduction of foreign and unfamiliar words, especially proper names, which occasionally produces an effect of burlesque. Victor Hugo's earliest poetical works, his chiefly royalist and political odes, were cast in the older and accepted forms, but already displayed astonishing poetical qualities. But it was in the ballads, for instance, the splendid Pas d'Armes du Roi Jean, written in verses of 3 syllables, and the Orientals, of which may be taken for a sample, the 6th section of Navarin, a perfect 146 torrent of outlandish terms poured forth in the most admirable verse, or less gins, where some of the stanzas have lines of 2 syllables each, that the grand provocation was thrown to the believers in Alexandrin's careful caesuras, and strictly separated couplets, les fuels d'automne, les chants du crépuscule, les vointuriers, les rayons, et les ombres. The productions of the next 20 years were quieter in style and tone, but no less full of poetical spirit. The Revolution of 1848, the establishment of the empire, and the poet's exile brought about a fresh determination of his genius to lyrical subjects, les châtiments and la legend des siècles, the one political, the other historical, reach perhaps the high-water mark of French verse, and they were followed by the philosophical contemplations, the lighter chansons des rues, et des bois, the Annie terrible, the second legend des siècles, and the later work to be found noticed sub nom. We have been thus particular here because the literary productiveness of Victor Hugo himself has been the measure and sample of the whole literary productiveness of France on the poetical side. At 25, he was acknowledged as a master. At 75, he was a master still. His poetical influence has been represented in 3 different schools, from which very few of the poetical writers of the century can be excluded. These few we may notice. First, Alfred Musset. Musset, a writer of great genius, felt part of the romantic inspiration very strongly, but was on the whole unfortunately influenced by Byron, and partly out of willfulness, partly from a natural want of persevering industry and vigor, allowed himself to be careless and even slovenly in composition. Notwithstanding this, many of his lyrics are among the finest poems in the language, and his verse, careless as it is, has extraordinary natural grace. Auguste Barbier, 18,051,882, whose iambs shows an extraordinary command of nervous and masculine versification, also comes in here. And the Breton poet Auguste Brizoux, 18,031,858, much admired by some together with Hégésippe Moreau, an unequal writer possessing some talent. Pierre Dupont, 18,211,870, one of much greater gifts, and Gustave Naudot, 18,201,893, a follower of Béranger, also deserve mention of the school of Lamartine, rather than of Hugo, are Alfred de Vigny, 17,991,865, and Victor de Laprade, 18,121,887, the former a writer of little bulk and somewhat over-fastidious, but possessing one of the most correct and elegant styles to be found in French, with a curious restrained passion and a complicated originality, the latter a meditative and philosophical poet like Vigny, an admirable writer, but somewhat deficient in pith and substance as well as in warmth and color. Madame Ackermann, 18,131,890, is the chief philosophical poetess of France, and this style has recently been very popular. But for actual poetical powers, Marceline Desbordes Valmore, 17,861,859, perhaps excelled her, though in a looser and more sentimental fashion. The poetical schools which more directly derive from the Romantic movement, as represented by Hugo, are 3 in number, corresponding in point of time with the first outburst of the movement, with the period of reaction already alluded to, and with the closing years of the Second Empire of the First. By far the most distinguished member was Théophile Gautier, 18,111,872, the most perfect Gautier poet in point of form that France has produced. When quite a boy, he devoted himself to the study of 16th century masters, and though he acknowledged the supremacy of Hugo, his own talent was of an individual order, and developed itself more or less independently. Albertus alone of his poems has much of the extravagant and grotesque character which distinguished early Romantic literature. The Comédie de la Mort, the Poésies diverses, and still more the epochs et cames display a distinctly classical tendency classical, that is to say not in the party and perverted sense, but in its true acceptation. The tendency to the fantastic and horrible may be taken as best shown by Petrus Borel, 18,090,1859, a writer of singular power, almost entirely wasted. Gerard Labruni, or de Nerval, 18,080,1855, adopted a manner also fantastic, but more idealistic than Borel's, and distinguished himself by his Oriental travels and studies, and by his attention to popular ballads and traditions, while his style has an exquisite but unaffected strangeness hardly inferior to Gaudier's. This peculiar and somewhat quintessenced style is also remarkable in the Gaspard de la Nuit of Louis Bertrand, 18,071,841, a work of rhythmical prose almost unique in its character. One famous sonnet preserves the name of Felix Arvers, 18,061,850. The two Deschamps were chiefly remarkable as translators. Next generation produced three remarkable poets, to whom may perhaps be added a fourth, Theodore de Banville, 18,231,891, adopting the principles of Gaudier, and combining with them a considerable satiric faculty, composed a large amount of verse faultless, in form delicate and exquisite in shades and colors, but so entirely neutral in moral and political tone that it has found fewer admirers than it deserved. Charles Marie René Leconte de Lisle, 18,181,894, carrying out the principle of ransacking foreign literature for subjects, went to Celtic classical or even Oriental sources for his inspiration, and despite a science in verse not much inferior to Banville's, and a far wider range and choice of subject, diffused an air of erudition, not to say pedantry, over his work which disgusted some readers, and a pessimism which displeased others, but has left poetry only inferior to that of the greatest of his countrymen. Charles Baudelaire, 18,211,867, by his choice of unpopular subjects, and the terrible truth of his analysis, revolted not a few of those who, in the words of an English critic, cannot take pleasure in the representation, if they do not take pleasure in the thing represented, and who thus miss his extraordinary command of the poetical appeal, in sound, in imagery, and in suggestion. Generally thus, by a strange coincidence, each of the three representatives of the second Romantic generation was for a time disappointed of his due fame. A fourth poet of this time, Josephine Solary, 18,151,891, produced sonnets of rare beauty and excellence. A fifth, Louis Boulhit, 18,221,869, an intimate friend of Flaubert, pushed even farther the fancy for strange subjects, but showed powers in Melnies and other things. In 1866, a collection of poems entitled after an old French fashion, Le Parnasse Contemporain, appeared. It included contributions by many of the poets just mentioned, but the mass of the contributors were hitherto unknown to fame. A similar collection appeared in 1869 and was interrupted by the German War, but continued after it, and a third in 1876. The first Parnasse had been projected by Roman 2000 Xavier de Ricard B., 1843, and Cadel Mendes, 18,411,909, as a sort of manifesto of a school of young poets, but its contents were largely colored by the inclusion among them of work by representatives of older generations, Gaudier, Laprade, Leconte, Lisle, Banville, Baudelaire, and others. The continuation, however, of the title in the later issues, rather than anything else, led to the formation and promulgation of the idea of a Parnassian or an impassable school, which was supposed to adopt as its watchword the motto of art for art's sake, to pay especial attention to form and also to aim at a certain objectivity. As a matter of fact, the greater poets and the greater poems of the Parnasse admit of no such restrictive labeling, which can only be regarded as mischievous, though, or very mainly, because it has been continued another school arising, mainly in the later 80s, and calling itself that of symbolism, has been supposed to indicate a reaction against Parnanism, and even against the main or Huguenot Romantic tradition, generally, with a throwing back to Lamartine, and perhaps Chenier. This idea of successive schools, decadence, naturists, simplists, Roman 100, has even been reduced to such an absurdum as the statement that France sees a new school of poetry, every 15 years those who have studied literature sufficiently widely, and from a sufficient elevation know that these systematizings are always more or less delusive. Parnanism, symbolism, and the other things are merely phases of the Romantic movement itself as may be proved to demonstration by the simple process of taking, say, Hugo and Verlaine on the one hand, Delille, or Escouchard Lebrun on the other, and comparing the two first mentioned with each other, and with the older poet the differences in the first case will be found to be 147 differences, at most of individuality in the other of kind. We shall not therefore further refer to these dubious classifications, but specify briefly the most remarkable poets whom they concern, and all the older of whom it may be. Observed were represented in the Parnasse itself. Of these the most remarkable were Sully Prudhomme 18,390,1907, Francois Copy 18,421,908, and Paul Verlaine 18,440,1896. The first stanzas, et poems 1865, Vane's Tendresses 1875, Ben-Hur 1888, Roman 100, is a philosophical and rather pessimistic poet who has very strongly rallied the suffrages of the rather large present public, who care for the embodiment of these tendencies in verse. The second, La Grève des Forgerins, 1869, Les Humbles, 1872, Kant's, et vers, 18,811,887, Roman 100, a dealer with more generally popular subjects in a more sentimental manner, and the third, Sages 1881, Parallelment, 1889, Poems Saturnians, including early work, 18,671,890. By far the most original and remarkable poet of the three, starting with Baudelaire, and pushing farther the fancy for forbidden subjects, but treating both these and others with wonderful command of sound and image suggestion. Verlaine, in fact, he was actually well acquainted with English, endeavored, and to a small extent succeeded in the endeavor to communicate to French the vague suggestion of visual and audible appeal, which has characterized English poetry from Blake through Coleridge. Others of the original Parnassians who deserve mention are Albert Gladigny, 18,391,873, a Bohemian poet of great talent, who died young. Stéphane Mallarmé, 18,421,898, afterwards chief of the symbolists, also a true poet in his way but somewhat barren, and the victim of pose and trick, José María de Heredia, 18,421,905, a very exquisite practitioner of the sonnet but with perhaps more art than matter in him, Henry Cazales, 18,401,909, who long afterwards under his name of Jean Laher appeared as a symbolist pessimist, A. Villiers de l'Isle-Adam, another eccentric, but with a spark of genius. Emmanuel des Essarts, Auguste de Chatelain, 18,101,880, 2. Leon Dirks B. 1838, who after producing even less than Mallarmé, succeeded him as symbolist chief. Jean Acard B. 1848, a southern bard of merit. And lastly, Cadel Mendes himself, who has been a brilliant writer in verse and prose ever since, and whose movement Poétique Francaise de 1867, a 1900-1903, an official report, largely amplified so that it is in fact a history and dictionary of French poetry, during the century forms an almost unique work of reference on the subject among the later recruits. The most specially noticeable was Armand Sylvestre, 18,371,901, whose verse La Chanson des Heureux, 1878, Ailes d'Or 1880, La Chanson des Edels 1885, of an ethereal beauty, was contrasted with prose admirably written, and sometimes most amusing but pantagruelist, and more in manners and morals. This declension from poetry to prose fiction was also noticeable in Guy de Maupassant, André Thuriot, Anatole France, and even Alphonse Daudet. Yet another flight of poets may be grouped as those specially representing the last quarter of the century, and whether Parnassian symbolist or what not the latest development of French poetry, Verlaine and Mallarmé, already mentioned, were in a manner the leaders of these. Perhaps something of the influence of Whitman may be detected in the irregular verses of Gustave Conby, 1859, Francis Veal, Griffin, actually an American by birth, B. 1864, Stuart Merrill, of like origin, and Paul Fort, B. 1872. But the whole tendency of the period has been to relax the stringency of French prosody. Albert Samain, 18,591,900, a musical versifier, enough. Jean Moraz, 18,561,910, who began with a volume called Les Siets in 1884. Laurent Tailhaid, B. 1854, and others are more or less symbolist, and contributed to the Symbolist periodical, one of many such since the beginning of the Romantic movement, which would almost require an article to themselves. The Mercure de France, an older man than many of these Roman 1000. Jean Richepin b. 1849, made for a time considerable noise, with poetical work of a color older even than his age and harking back somewhat to the June France and Boussingat type of early Romanticism. La chanson, des les blasphemes. Roman 100. Other writers of note are Roman 1000 Paul Déroulède b. 1846, a violently nationalist poet. Roman 1000 Maurice Boucher b. 1864, who started his serious and respectable work with less symbols in 1888, while Roman 1000 Henry de Rignier, born in the same year, has received very high praise for work from Lendemains in 1886, and other volumes up to Les Jeux rustiques et divins 1897, and Les Medals d'Argent 1900. The truth, however, perhaps, is that this extraordinary abundance of verse, for we have not mentioned a quarter of the names which present themselves, or a 20th part of those who figure in Roman 1000 Mendes catalogue, for the last half-century reminds the literary historian, somewhat too much of similar phenomena in other times. There is undoubtedly a great diffusion of poetical dexterity, and not perhaps a small one of poetical spirit, but it requires the settling, clarifying, and distinguishing effects of time to separate the poet from the minor poet. Still more, perhaps, must we look to time to decide whether the vers libre, as it is called, that is to say, the verse freed from the minute traditions of the elder prosody, admitting hiatus, neglecting to a greater or less extent caesura, and sometimes relying upon mere rhythm to the neglect of strict meter alto, there can hold its ground. It has as yet been practiced by no poet at all approaching the first class, except Verlaine, and not by him in its extremer forms, and the whole history of prosody and poetry teaches us that, though similar changes often come in, as it were unperceived, they scarcely ever take root in the language, unless a great poet adopts them, or rather it should perhaps be said that, when they are going to take root in the language, a great poet always does adopt them before very long. Prose fiction since 1830, even more remarkable, because more absolutely novel, was the outburst of prose fiction, which followed 1830. Madame de Lafayette, Lesage Marivaux, Voltaire, the Abbé Prévost, Diderot, J. Rousseau, Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, and Phoebe had all of them produced work excellent in its way, and comprising in a more or less rudimentary condition most varieties of the novel, but none of them had in the French phrase made a school, and at no time had prose fiction been composed in any considerable quantities. The immense influence which Walter Scott exercised was perhaps the direct cause of the attention paid to prose fiction, the facility, too, with which all the fancies, tastes, and beliefs of the time could be embodied in such work may have had considerable importance, but it is difficult on any theory of cause and effect to account for the appearance in less than 10 years of such a group of novelists as Hugo Gaudier, Dumas, Meremy Balzac, George Sand, Jules Sandeau, and Charles de Bernard, names, to which might be added others scarcely inferior. There is hardly anything else resembling it in literature except the great cluster of English dramatists in the beginning of the 17th century, and of English poets at the beginning of the 19th. And it is remarkable that the excellence of the first group was maintained by a fresh generation merger about Feuillet, Flaubert, Erckmann, Chatrian, Draws, Daudet, Cherbuliez, and Gaboriau, forming a company of Diadaci not far inferior to their predecessors and being themselves not unworthily succeeded almost up to the present day. The Roman curating of France during the period has taken two different directions. First, that of the novel of incident; the second, that of analysis and character. The first, now mainly deserted, was that which, as was natural when Scott was the model, was formerly most trodden. The second required the genius of George Sand and of Balzac, and the more problematical talent of Bayle to attract students to it. The novels of Victor Hugo are novels of incident with a strong infusion of purpose and considerable, but rather ideal character drawing. They are in fact lengthy prose dramas rather than romances proper, and they have found no imitators. They display, however, the powers of the master at their fullest. Dumas, on the other hand, Alexander Dumas originally composed his novels in close imitation of Scott, and they are much less dramatic than narrative in character, so that they lend themselves to almost indefinite continuation, and there is often no particular reason why they should terminate even at the end of the score or so of volumes to which they sometimes actually extend of this purely narrative kind, which hardly 148 even attempts anything. But the boldest character drawing the best of them, such as Les Trois Mousquetaires Vingt and Après la Reine Margot, are probably the best specimens extant. Dumas possesses, almost alone among novelists, the secret of writing interminable dialogue, without being tedious and of telling the story by it of something the same kind, but of a far lower stamp, are the novels of Eugene Sue 18,040,1857. Dumas and Sue were accompanied and followed by a vast crowd of companions independent or imitative. Alfred de Vigny had already attempted the historical novel in Cinq-Mars. Henry de la Touche, 17,851,851. Fragoletta, an excellent critic who formed George Sand, but a mediocre novelist, may be mentioned, and perhaps also Roger de Beauvoir, whose real name was Eugene Auguste Roger de Bully, 18,061,866. Le Chronique de Saint Georges and Frédéric Solé Les Mémoires du Diable, 18,001,847. Paul Féval La Fille d'Esgrives, 18,171,877. And Amedy Achard Belrose, 18,141,875, are of the same school, and some of the attempts of Jules Janin, 18,041,874, more celebrated as a critic, may also be connected with it. By degrees, however, the taste for the novel of incident, at least of an historical kind, died out, till it was revived in another form, and with an admixture of domestic interest by Roman 2000. Erckmann Chatrian, the last, and one of the most splendid instances of the old style, was Le Capitaine. Fracas, which Théophile Gautier began early and finished late as a kind of tour de force, the last-named writer in his earlier days had modified the incident novel in many short tales, a kind of writing for which French has always been famous, and in which Gautier's sketches are masterpieces. His only other long novel, Mademoiselle de Maupin, belongs rather to the class of analysis. With Gautier as a writer, whose literary characteristics even excel his purely talentless powers, may be classed Prosper Mérimée, 18,031,870. One of the most exquisite 19th century masters of the language. Already, however, in 1830, the tide was setting strongly in favor of novels of contemporary life and manners. These were, of course, susceptible of extremely various treatment. For many years, Paul de Kock, 17,930,1871, a writer who did not trouble himself about classics or romantics or any such matter, continued the tradition of Marivaux's Crebillon, Fils, and Pigault. Lebrun, 17,530,1835, in a series of not very moral or polished, but lively and amusing sketches of life, principally of the bourgeois type. Later, Charles de Bernard, 18,041,850. Gerfaut, with infinitely greater wit, elegance, propriety, and literary skill, did the same thing for the higher classes of French society. But the two great masters of the novel of character and manners, as opposed to that of history and incident, are Honor de Balzac, 17,991,850, and Aurore Dudevant, commonly called George Sand, 18,041,876. Their influence affected the entire body of novelists who succeeded them, with very few exceptions. At the head of these exceptions may be placed Jules Sandeau, 18,111,883, who, after writing a certain number of novels in a less individual style, at last made for himself a special subject in a certain kind of domestic novel, where the passions set in motion are less boisterous than those usually preferred by the French novelist, and reliance is mainly placed on minute character drawing and shades of color sober in hue, but very carefully adjusted. Catherine, Mademoiselle de Penarvin, Mademoiselle de la Séglière, in the same class of the more quiet and purely domestic novelists, may be placed Roman 10, B. Saintin, 17,980,1865, Pixiola, Madame Roman 100, Rebaud, 18,021,871, Clementine, La Cadette de Calabrières J. T. de Saint-Germain-Port, and Epingle, La Fuelle de Caudrière, Madame, Craven, 18,080,1891, Recit d'une Sir Florence Henry Bale, 17,980,1865, who wrote under the nom de plume of Stendhal, and belongs to an older generation than most of these. Also stands by himself. His chief book in the line of fiction is La Chartreuse de Parme, an exceedingly powerful novel of the analytical kind, and he also composed a considerable number of critical and miscellaneous works of little influence at first. Though he had great power over Mérimée, and never master of a perfect style, he has exercised ever-increasing authority as a master of pessimist analysis. Indeed, much of his work was never published till towards the close of the century. Last among the independents must be mentioned Henry Murger, 18,221,861, the painter of what is called Bohemian life, that is to say, the struggles, difficulties, and amusements of students, youthful artists, and men of letters in this peculiar style, which may perhaps be regarded as an irregular descendant of the Picaroon romance merger, has no rival. And he is also, though on no extensive scale, a poet of great pathos, but with these exceptions, the influences of the two writers we have mentioned, sometimes combined, more often separate, may be traced throughout the whole of later novel literature. George Sand began with books strongly tinged with the spirit of revolt against moral and social arrangements, and she sometimes diverged into very curious paths of pseudo-philosophy, such as was popular in the second quarter of the century, at times too, as in Lucrezia Floriani, and some other works. She did not hesitate to draw largely on her own personal adventures and experiences, but latterly she devoted herself rather to sketches of country life and manners, and to novels involving bold, if not very careful, sketches of character and more or less dramatic situations. She was one of the most fertile of novelists, continuing to the end of her long life to pour forth fiction at the rate of many volumes a year. Of her different styles may be mentioned as fairly characteristic Lelia Lucrezia, Floriani, Consulo, La Mère au Diable, La Petite Fadette, François Le Champi, Mademoiselle de la Quintinie. Considering the shorter Balzac, the younger length of his life, the productiveness of Balzac was almost more astonishing, especially if we consider that some of his early work was never reprinted, and that he left great stores of fragments and unfinished sketches. He is moreover the most remarkable example in literature of untiring work and determination to achieve success. Despite the greatest discouragements, his early work was worse than unsuccessful. It was positively bad. After more than a score of unsuccessful attempts, Les Chouans at last made its mark. And for 20 years from that time, the astonishing productions composing the so-called Comédie Humaine were poured forth successively. The subtitles which Balzac imposed upon the different batches, Scenes de la vie parisienne, de la vie de province, de la vie in time, Roman 100, show, like the general title, a deliberate intention on the author's part to cover the whole ground of human, at least of French life. Such an attempt could not succeed wholly, yet the amount of success attained is astonishing. Balzac has, however, with some justice, been accused of creating the world which he described, and his personages, wonderful as is the accuracy and force with which many of the characteristics of humanity are exemplified in them, are somehow not altogether human. Since these two great novelists, many others have arisen, partly to tread in their steps, partly to strike out independent paths. Octave Feuillet, 18,211,890, beginning his career by apprenticeship to Alexander Dumas, and the historical novel soon found his way in a very different style of composition, the Roman in time of fashionable life, in which, notwithstanding some grave defects, he attained much popularity and showed remarkable skill in keeping abreast of his time. The so-called realist side of Balzac was developed, but as he himself acknowledged, with a double dose of intermixed, if somewhat transformed, romanticism, by Gustave Flaubert, 18,211,880, who showed culture, scholarship, and a literary power over the language inferior to that of no writer of the century, no novelist of his generation, has attained a higher literary rank than Flaubert. Madame Bovary and L'Education Sentimentale are studies of contemporary life in Salammbô and La Tentation de Saint Anton. Erudition and antiquarian knowledge furnish the subjects for the display of the highest literary skill of about the same date. Edmond, about 18,280,1885, before he abandoned novel writing, devoted himself chiefly to sketches of abundant, but not always refined, wit, Elham à l'oreille cassée le nez d'un notaire, and sometimes to foreign scenes, Tola le Roy des Montaignes Champfleury Henry. Husson, 18,291,889, a prolific critic, deserves notice for stories of the extravaganza kind during the whole of the Second Empire. One of the most popular writers was Ernest Feydeau, 18,211,873, a writer of great ability, but morbid and affected in the choice and treatment of his subjects. Fanny, 149, Sylvie Catherine d'Auvermere, Émile Gaboreau, 18,331,873, taking up that side of Balzac's talent which devoted itself to inextricable mysteries, criminal trials, and the like, produced Roman 1000, Lecoq, Le Crime d'Orcival, La Degringolade, Roman 100, and Adolphe Bellot, b. 1829, for a time endeavored to outfade Feydeau in La Femme de Feu, and other works. Eugene Fromentin, 18,201,876, best known as a painter, wrote a novel Dominique, which was highly appreciated by good judges. During the last decade of the Second Empire, there arose, continuing for varying lengths of time, till nearly the end of the century, another remarkable group of novelists, most of whom are dealt with under separate headings, but who must receive combined treatment here with the warning that even more danger than in the case of the poets is incurred by classing them in schools undoubtedly. However, the naturalist tendency starting from Balzac and continued through Flaubert but taking quite a new direction under some of those to be mentioned, is in a manner dominant Flaubert himself, and Feuillet an exact observer of manners, but an anti-naturalist have already been mentioned. Victor Cherbuli's 18,291,899, a constant writer in the Revue des Deux Mondes on politics, and other subjects also accomplished a long series of novels from Leconte Costja, 1863, onwards, of which the most remarkable are that just named Le Roman d'une honnête femme, 1866, and Meta Holdenies, 1873, with something of Balzac and more of Feuillet Cherbuli's mixed with his observation of society, a dose of sentimental and popular romance which offended the younger critics of his day, but he had solid merits. Gustave Draws b. 1832, devoted himself chiefly to short stories sufficiently free in subject, Monsieur, Madame et Bébé entre nous Roman 100, but full of fancy, excellently written, and of a delicate wit in one sense, if not in all. André Thuriot, 18,330, 1907, began with poetry, but diverged to novels in which the scenery of France, and especially of its great forests, is used with much skill. Le Fils Maugres, 1879, may be mentioned out of many. As a specimen, Leon Cladel, 18,351,892, whose most remarkable work was Les Vanipedes, 1874, had as this title of itself shows naturalist leanings, but with a quaint romantic tendency in prose and verse. The naturalists proper chiefly developed, or seemed to develop, one side of Balzac, but almost entirely abandoned his romantic element. They aimed first at exact and almost photographic delineation of the accidents of modern life, and secondly, at still more uncompromising non-suppression of the essential features and functions of that life, which are usually suppressed. This school may be represented in chief by four novelists, really three, as two of them were brothers who wrote together, till the rather early death of one of them, Émile Zola, 18,401,903, Alphonse Daudet, 18,401,897, and Edmond, 18,221,897, and Jules, 18,301,870. Goncourt, the first of Italian extraction and Marseillais birth, began by work of undecided kinds, and was always a critic as well as a novelist of this first stage. Comtes, a Ninon, 1864, and Therese Raquin, 1867, deserve to be specified, but after 1870 Zola entered upon a huge scheme, suggested no doubt by the Comédie Humaine of tracing the fortunes in every branch legitimate and illegitimate, and in every rank of society of a family. Les Rougon Macquart, and carried it out in a full score of novels, during more than as many years. He followed this with a shorter series on places Paris, Rome, Lourdes, and lastly by another of strangely apocalyptic tone, fecundite travail, varied the last a story of the Dreyfus case retrospective, and as it proved prophetic, the extreme repulsiveness of much of his work, and the overdone detail of almost the whole of it, caused great prejudice against him, and will probably always prevent his being ranked among the greatest novelists. But his power is indubitable, and in passages, if not in whole books, does itself justice. Roman 2000 de Goncourt, besides their work in naturalist, they would have preferred to call it impressionist fiction, devoted themselves especially to study and collection in the fine arts, and produced many volumes on the historical side. Of these volumes, distinguished by accurate and careful research, this quality they carried, and the elder of them, after his brother's death, continued to carry into novel writing. René Mauperin, Germany, Lacertu Sherry, Roman 100, with the addition of an extraordinary care for peculiar, and as they called it, personal diction. On the other hand, Alphonse Daudet, who with the other three, Flaubert to some extent, and the Russian novelist Turgenev, formed a sort of scenical or literary club, mixed with some naturalism, a far greater amount of fancy and wit than his companions allowed themselves, or could perhaps attain, and in the Tartarin series, dealing with the extravagances of his fellow Prouvencox, added not a little to the gaiety of Europe. His other novels, Framont June, Et Rissler, Ein Jacques Le Nabab, Roman 100, also very popular, have been variously judged, there being something strangely like plagiarism in some of them, and in others, in fact in most, an excessive use of that privilege of the novelist which consists in introducing real persons, under more or less disguise. It should be observed, in speaking of this group, that the Goncourts, or rather the survivor of them, left an elaborate journal disfigured by spite and bad taste, but of much importance for the appreciation of the personal side of French literature during the last half of the century. In 1880, Zola, who had by this time formed a regular school of disciples, issued with certain of them a collection of short stories Les Soirées de Mesdames, which contains one of his own best things L'Attaque du Moulin, and also the capital story Boule de Suif by Guy de Maupassant, 18,501,893, who in the same year published poems des vers of very remarkable, if not strictly poetical quality. Maupassant developed during his short literary career perhaps the greatest powers shown by any French novelist, since Flaubert his sponsor in both senses, in a series of longer novels Une vie belle ami pire, Et Jean Fort Camilla Mort, and shorter stories Monsieur Parent les Sœurs Rondelli La Horla. But they were distorted by the naturalist pessimism and grime, and perhaps also by the brain disease of which their author died. Roman 1000 J.K. Huysmans b. 1848, also a contributor to Les Soirées de Mesdames, who had begun a little earlier with Marthe 1876, and other books gave his most characteristic work in 1884 with Aux Rebeurs, and in 1891, with Laba's stories of exaggerated and satanic pose, decorated with perhaps the extremest achievements of the school in mere ugliness and nastiness afterwards. By an obvious reaction, he returned to Catholicism. Of about the same date as these two are two other novelists of note: Julien Viaud Pierre Lodi b. 1850, a naval officer, who embodied his experiences of foreign service with a faint dose of story and character interest, and a far larger one of elaborate description, in a series of books Azied le Marriage de Lodi, Madame Chrysantheme Roman 100, and Roman 1000 Paul Birget b. 1852, an important critic as well as novelist who deflected the naturalist current into a psychological channel, connecting itself higher with Stendhal, and composed in its books very popular in their way Cruel Enigme, 1885, Le Disciple Terre, Promise Cosmopolis, as a contrast or complement to Birget's psychological novel, may be taken the ethical novel of Edouard Rod, 18,571,909, La vie privée de Michel Tessier, 1893, Le Sens de la vie l'Histoire, Kerr's contemporary with these as a novelist though a much older man, and occupied at different times of his life with verse and with criticism. Came Anatole France b. 1844, who, in Le Crime de Sylvester, Bonnard la Rotisserie de la Réunie, Paddock le Lies Rouge, and others, has made a kind of novel as different from the ordinary styles as Pierre Lodi's, but of far higher appeal in its wit, its subtle fancy, and its perfect French. Ferdinand Faber, 18,301,898, and René Bazin b. 1853, represent the union not too common in the French novel of orthodoxy, in morals and religion with literary ability. Further must be mentioned Paul Hervieux b. 1857, a dramatist rather than a novelist, the brothers Marguerite Paul b. 1860, Victor b. 1866, especially strong in short stories and passages, another pair of brothers of Belgian origin, writing under the name of J. H. Rosny-Zahlists, partly converted not to religion, but to science, and a sort of non-Christian virtue, the ingenious and amusing if not exactly moral brilliancy of Marcel Provost b. 1862, the 150 contorted, but rather attractive style, and the perverse sentiment of Maurice Barrès b. 1862, and above all the audacious and inimitable dialogue pieces of Gyp Madame de Martel b. 1850, worthy of the best times of French literature for gaiety, satire, acuteness, and style, and perhaps likely with the work of Maupassant, Pierre Lodi, and Anatole France, to represent the capital achievement of their particular generation to posterity. Periodical literature since 1830. Criticism. One of the causes, which led to this extensive composition of novels, was the great spread of periodical literature in France, and the custom of including in almost all periodicals daily, weekly, or monthly, a feuilleton or installment of fiction, of the contributors of these periodicals who were strictly journalists and almost political journalists. Only the most remarkable after Carroll were his opponent in the fatal duel Émile de Girardin Lucien A. Provost Paradol, 18,291,870, Jean, Hippolyte Cartier, called de Villemessant, 18,121,879, and above all Louis Vuillet, 18,151,883, the most violent and unscrupulous, but by no means the least gifted of his class. The same spread of periodical literature, together with the increasing interest in the literature of the past, led also to a very great development of criticism. Almost all French authors of any eminence during nearly the last century have devoted themselves more or less to criticism of literature, of the theatre, or of art, and sometimes, as in the case of Janin and Gautier, the comparatively lucrative nature of journalism, and the smaller demands which it made for labor and intellectual concentration have diverted to Feuilleton writing abilities, which might perhaps have been better employed. At the same time, it must be remembered that from this devotion of men of the best talents to critical work has arisen an immense elevation of the standard of such work before the Romantic movement in France, Diderot in that country, Lessing, and some of his successors in Germany, Hazlitt, Coleridge, and Lamb in England had been admirable critics and reviewers. But the theory of criticism, though these men's principles and practice had set it aside, still remained more or less what it had been for centuries. The critic was merely the administrator of certain hard and fast rules. There were certain recognized kinds of literary composition. Every new book was bound to class itself under one or other of these. There were certain recognized rules for each class, and the goodness or badness of a book consisted simply in its obedience or disobedience to these rules. Even the kinds of admissible subjects and the modes of admissible treatment were strictly noted and numbered. This was especially the case in France, and with regard to French belles letters, so that as we have seen certain classes of composition had been reduced to unimportant variations of a registered pattern, the Romantic protest against this absurdity was specially loud and completely victorious. It is said that a publisher advised the youthful Lamartine to try to be like somebody else if he wished to succeed. The Romantic standard of success was, on the contrary, to be as individual as possible. Victor Hugo himself composed a good deal of criticism, and in the preface to his Orientals he states the critical principles of the new school. Clearly, the critic, he says, has nothing to do with the subject chosen, the colors employed, the materials used, is the work judged by itself. And with regard only to the ideal, which the worker had in his mind, good or bad, it will be seen that, as a legitimate corollary of this theorem, the critic becomes even more of an interpreter than of a judge. He can no longer satisfy himself or his readers by comparing the work before him with some abstract and accepted standard and marking off its shortcomings. He has to reconstruct more or less conjecturally the special ideal at which each of his authors aimed, and to do this, he has to study their idiosyncrasies with the utmost care and set them before his readers in as full and attractive a fashion as he can manage. The first writer who thoroughly grasped this necessity and successfully Saint Beuve dealt with it was Charles Augustin Saint Beuve, 1840–1869, who has indeed identified his name with the method of criticism. Just described Saint Beuve's first remarkable work, his poems and novels we may leave out of consideration, was the sketch of 16th century literature, already alluded to, which he contributed to the Globe. But it was not till later that his style of criticism became fully developed and accentuated. During the first decade of Louis Philippe's reign, his critical papers, united under the title of Critiques et Portraits littéraires, show a gradual advance. During the next 10 years, he was mainly occupied with his studies of the writers of the Port Royal School, but it was during the last 20 years of his life when the famous Causerie du Lundi appeared weekly in the columns of the Constitutional and the Moniteur that his most remarkable productions came out. Saint Beuve's style of criticism, which is the key to so much of French literature of the last half-century that it is necessary to dwell on it at some length, excellent and valuable, as it has lent itself to two corruptions. There is, in the first place, in making the careful investigations into the character and circumstances of each writer, which it demands a danger of paying too much attention to the man and too little to his work, and of substituting for a critical study a mere collection of personal anecdotes and traits, especially if the author dealt with belongs to a foreign country or a past age. The other danger is that of connecting the genius and character of particular authors too much with their conditions and circumstances, so as to regard them as merely so many products of the age. These faults, and especially the latter, have been very noticeable in many of Saint Beuve's successors, particularly in perhaps Hippolyte Taine, who, however, besides his work on English literature, did much of importance on French, and has been regarded as the first critic who did thorough honor to Balzac in his own country. A large number of other critics during the period deserve notice, because though acting more or less on the newer system of criticism, they have manifested considerable originality in its application, as far as merely critical faculty goes, and still more in the power of giving literary expression to criticism. Théophile Gautier yields to no one his less grotesques and early work, dealing with Villain, the earlier Théophile de Viau, and other enfants terribles of French literature, has served as a model to many subsequent writers, such as Charles Monselet, 18,251,888, and Charles Asselineau, 18,201,874. The affectionate historian in his bibliography, Romantique, 18,721,874. Of the less famous promoters of the Romantic movement, on the other hand, Gaudier's picture criticisms, and his short reviews of books, obituary notices, and other things of the kind contributed to daily papers, are in point of style among the finest of all such fugitive compositions. Jules Janin, 18,040,1874, chiefly a theatrical critic, excelled in light and easy journalism. But his work has neither weight of substance, nor careful elaboration of manner sufficient to give it permanent value. This sort of light critical comment has become almost a speciality of the French press, and among its numerous practitioners, the names of Armand de Pontmartin, 18,111,890, an imitator and assailant of Saint Beuve; Arsène Houssaye Pierangelo Fiorentino, 18,061,864, may be mentioned Edmund Scherer, 18,151,889, and Paul de Saint Victor, 18,271,881, represent different sides of Saint Beuve's style in literary criticism, Scherer combining with it a martinet and somewhat prudish precision, while Saint Victor, with great powers of appreciation, is the most flowery and prose-poetical of French critics in theatrical censure. Francis Sarcey, 18,271,899, an acute but somewhat severe and limited judge, succeeded to the good-natured sovereignty of Janin. The criticism of the Revue des Deux Mondes has played a sufficiently important part in French literature to deserve separate notice in passing. Founded in 1829, the Review, after some vicissitudes, soon attained, under the direction of the Swiss Buloz, the character of being one of the first of European critical periodicals. Its style of criticism has on the whole inclined rather to the classical side, that is, to classicism as modified by and possible after the Romantic movement. Besides some of the authors already named, its principal critical contributors were Gustave Planche, 18,080,1857, an acute but somewhat truculent critic; Saint René Taillandier, 18,171,879, and Émile Montagut, 18,251,895. A man of letters whom greater leisure would have made greater, but who actually combined much and varied critical power with 151 an agreeable style. Lastly, we must notice the important section of professorial or university critics, whose critical work has taken the form either of regular treatises or of courses of republished lectures, books, somewhat academic and rhetorical in character, but often representing an amount of influence, which has served largely to stir up attention to literature. The most prominent name among these is that of Abel Villemain, 17,901,867, who was one of the earliest critics of the literature of his own country. To obtain a hearing out of it, Desire, Nissard, 18,061,888, was perhaps more fortunate in his dealings with Latin than with French, and in his history of the latter literature, represents too much the classical tradition, but he had dignity, erudition, and an excellent style. Alexander Vinet, 17,971,847, a Swiss critic of considerable eminence; Saint Marc Girardin, 18,011,873, whose Cours de literature dramatique is his chief work, and Eugene Jarouzes, 17,991,865, the author not only of an extremely useful and well-written handbook to French literature before the Revolution, but also of other works dealing with separate portions of the subject. Must also be mentioned one remarkable critic, Ernest Hello, 18,180,1885, attracted during his life little attention, even in France, and hardly any out of it, his work being strongly tinctured with the unpopular flavor and color of uncompromising clericalism, and his extremely bad health keeping him out of the ordinary fraternities of literary society. It was, however, as full of idiosyncrasy as of partisanship, and is exceedingly interesting to those who regard criticism as mainly valuable, because it gives different aspects of the same thing. Perhaps in no branch of belles letters did the last quarter of the century maintain the level at which predecessors had arrived better than in criticism, though whether this fact is connected with something of decadence in the creative branches is a question which may be better posed than resolved here. A remarkable writer whose talent approaching genius was spoilt by eccentricity and pose, and who belonged to a more modern generation. Jules Barbie d'Aurevilly, 18,080,1889, poet, novelist, and critic, produced much of his last critical work, and corrected more in these later days. Not only did the critical work in various ways of Renan Taine Schurer Sarcy, and others continued during parts of it, but a new generation, hardly in this case inferior to the old, appeared. The three chiefs of this were the already mentioned Anatole France Émile Faguet b. 1847, and Ferdinand Brunetière 18,491,906, to whom some would add Jules Lemaitre b. 1853. The last, however, though a brilliant writer, was but an interim critic, beginning with poetry and other matters, and after a time turning to yet others. While brilliant as he was, his criticism was often ill-informed. So too Anatole France, after compiling 4 volumes of La Vie littéraire in his own inimitable style, and with singular felicity of appreciation, also turned away. The phenomenon in both cases may be associated, though it must not be too intimately connected in the relation of cause and effect, with the fact that both were champions and practitioners of impressionist criticism. The doctrine unquestionably sound, if not exaggerated, that the first duty of the critic is to reproduce the effect produced on his own mind by the author. Brunetière and Faguet, on the other hand, are partisans of the older academic style of criticism, by kind and on principle. Faguet, besides regular volumes on each of the 4 great centuries of French literature, has produced much other work, all of it somewhat classical in tendency, and frequently exhibiting something of a want of comprehension of the romantic side. Brunetière was still more prolific on the same side, but with still greater effort after system and science in the books definitely called L'Évolution des genres, in his Manual of French Literature, and in a large number of other volumes of collected essays. He enforced with great learning and power of argument, if with a somewhat narrow purview, and with some prejudice against writers whom he disliked, a new form of the old doctrine, that the kind, not the individual author or book, ought to be the main subject of the critic's attention. He did not escape the consequential danger of taking authors and books not as they are, but as in relation to the kinds which they in fact constitute, and to his general views. But he was undoubtedly at his death the first critic of France, and a worthy successor of her best. Of others older and younger must be mentioned Paul Stapfer b. 1840, professor of literature, and the author of divers excellent works, from Shakespeare et l'Antiquite to volumes of the first value on Montaigne and Rabelais. Paul Burget and Edouard Rod, already noticed Augustin Philon b. 1840, one author of much good work on English literature, and an excellent book on Maremy. Alexander Belgame, 18,430,1906, another eminent student of English literature, in which subject J. Jusserand b. 1855, Leguise, K. J. Angelier b. 1848, and others have recently distinguished themselves. Gustave Laromit, especially an authority on Marivaux. Eugene Lintelhack b. 1854, Georges Pelissier, Gustave Lanson, author of A Compact History of French Literature in French. Marcel Schwab, who had done excellent work on Villon and other subjects before his early death. René Daumic, a frequent writer in the Revue des Deux Mondes, who collected 4 volumes of Etudes sur la littérature francaise between 1895 and 1900, and the Vicomte Melchior de Vogue b. 1848, whose interests have been more political-philosophical than strictly literary, but who has done much to familiarize the French public with that Russian literature to which Maremy had been the first to introduce them. But the body of recent critical literature in France is perhaps larger in actual proportion, and of greater value when considered in relation to other kinds of literature, than has been the case at any previous period. History since 1830, the remarkable development of historical studies, which we have noticed as taking place under the Restoration, was accelerated and intensified in the reigns of Charles Roman X and Louis Philippe. Both the scope and the method of the historian underwent a sensible alteration. For something like 150 years, historians had been divided into 2 classes: those who produced elegant literary works, pleasant to read, and those who produced works of laborious erudition, but not even intended for general perusal. The Vertats and Voltaires were on one side, the Mabillons and Tillemonts on another. Now, although the duty of a French historian to produce works of literary merit was not forgotten, it was recognized as part of that duty to consult original documents and impart original observation at the same time to the merely political events, which had formerly been recognized as forming the historian's province, were added the social and literary phenomena, which had long been more or less neglected. Old chronicles and histories were reread and reedited innumerable monographs on. Special subjects and periods were produced, and these latter were of immense service to romance writers at the time of the popularity of the historical novel. Not a few of the works, for instance, which were signed by Alexander Dumas, consist mainly of extracts or condensations from old chronicles or modern monographs, ingeniously united by dialogue and varnished with a little description history, however, had not to wait for this second-hand popularity, and its cultivators had fully sufficient literary talent to maintain its dignity. Sismondi, whom we have already noticed, continued during this period his great Histoire des Franchises, and produced his even better-known Histoire des Républiques Italiennes au Moyen Age. The brothers Thierry devoted themselves to early French history. Aimé Thierry, 17,971,873, producing a Histoire des Gaulois and other works concerning the Roman period, and Augustin Thierry, 17,951,856, the well-known history of the Norman conquest, the equally attractive Récits des Temps Mérovingiens, and other excellent works. Philippe de Segur, 17,801,873, gave a history of the Russian campaign, of Napoleon, and some other works chiefly dealing with Russian history. The voluminous Histoire de France of Henry Martin, 18,101,883, is perhaps the best and most impartial work dealing in detail with the whole subject. A G.P. Brugiere, Baron de Barante, 17,821,866, after beginning with literary criticism, turned to history, and in his Histoire des Ducs de Bourgogne produced a work of capital importance. As was to be expected, many of the most brilliant results of this devotion to historical subjects consisted of works dealing with the French Revolution. No 152 series of historical events has ever perhaps received treatment at the same time, from so many different points of view, and by writers of such varied literary excellence, among whom it must, however, be said that the purely royalist side is hardly at all represented. One of the earliest of these histories is that of Francois Mignet, 17,961,880, a sober and judicious historian of the older school, also well known for his Histoire de Marie Stuart. About the same time was begun the brilliant, if not extremely trustworthy, work of Adolphe Thiers, 17,971,877, on the Revolution, which established the literary reputation of the future president of the French Republic, and was at a later period completed by the Histoire du Consulat et de l'Empire. The downfall of the July monarchy and the early years of the empire witnessed the publication of several works of the first importance on this subject. Barante contributed histories of the Convention and the Directory, but the three books of greatest note were those of Lamartine Jules, Michelet, 17,981,874, and Louis Blanc, 18,111,880. 2. Lamartine's Histoire des Girondins is written from the constitutional republican point of view, and is sometimes considered to have had much influence in producing the events of 1848. It is perhaps rather the work of an orator and poet than of an historian. The work of Michelet is of a more original character. Besides his History of the Revolution, Michelet wrote an extended history of France, and a very large number of smaller works on historical, political, and social subjects. His imaginative powers are of the highest order, and his style stands alone in French for its strangely broken and picturesque character, its turbid abundance of striking images, and its somewhat somber magnificence, qualities which, as may easily be supposed, found full occupation in a history of the Revolution. The work of Louis Blanc was that of a sincere but ardent republican, and is useful from this point of view, but possesses no extraordinary literary merit. The principal contributions to the history of the Revolution of the third quarter of the century were those of Quinet Lanfrey and Taine Edgar Quinet, 18,031,875, like Louis Blanc, a devotee of the Republic and an exile for its sake, brought to this one of his latest works, a mind and pen long trained to literary and historical studies, but La Revolution is not considered his best work. P. Lanfrey devoted himself with extraordinary patience and acuteness to the destruction of the Napoleonic legend and the setting of the character of Napoleon, Roman I, in a new authentic, and very far from favorable light. And Taine, after distinguishing himself, as we have mentioned, in literary criticism, Histoire de la littérature anglaise, and attaining less success in Philosophie de l'intelligence, turned in Les Origines de la France moderne to an elaborate discussion of the Revolution, its causes, character, and consequences, which excited some commotion among the more ardent devotees of the principles of 89 to return from this group. We must notice J. F. Michaud, 17,671,839, the historian of the Crusades, and François Pierre Guillaume, Gizot, 17,871,874, who, like his rival Thiers, devoted himself much to historical study. His earliest works were literary and linguistic, but he soon turned to political history. And for the last half-century of his long life, his contributions to historical literature were almost incessant, and of the most various character. The most important are the histories des origines du gouvernement représentatif, de la Révolution d'Angleterre de la Civilisation, en France, and latterly, a Histoire de France, which he was writing at the time of his death. Among minor historians of the earlier century may be mentioned Prosper Duverger de Horan, 17,980,1880, one Gouvernement Parlementaire en France, J.J. Ampere, 18,001,864, Histoire Romaine à Rome, Auguste Arthur Bugnot, 17,971,865, Destruction du paganisme d'Occident, J.O.B. Declarant Comte de Haussonville, La Réunion de la Lorraine et la France, Achille Tendel de Vallée-Belle, 17,991,870. Less due restorations in the last quarter of the century, under the Department of History. The most remarkable names were still those of Taine and Renan, the former being distinguished for thought, and Matter, the latter for style. Indeed, it may be here proper to remark that Renan, in the kind of elaborated semi-poetic style, which has most characterized the prose of the 19th century in all countries of Europe, takes preeminence among French writers, even in the estimation of critics who are not enamored of his substance and tone, but under the influence of Taine to some extent, and of a general European tendency, still more France. During this period, attained or recovered a considerable place for what is called scientific history, which, while in some cases, though not in all, not neglecting the development of style, attaches itself, particularly to the document on the one hand, and to philosophical arrangement on the other. The chief representative of the school was probably Albert Sorel, 18,421,906, whose various handlings of the revolutionary period, including an excursion into partly literary criticism, in the shape of an admirable monograph on Madame de Staël, have established themselves once for all in a wider sweep. Ernest Lavis B., 1842, who has dealt mainly with the 18th century, may hold a similar position. Of others older and younger, the Duc de Broglie, 18,211,901, who devoted himself also to the 18th century, and especially to its secret diplomacy. Gaston Boissier B., 1823, a classical scholar rather than an historian proper, and one of the latest masters of the older French academic style. Thureau Dangan B., 1837, a student of mid-19th century history. Henry Houssaye B., 1840, one of the Napoleonic period. Gabriel Hanatox B., 1853, an historian of Richelieu and other subjects, and a practical politician, may be mentioned. A large accession has also been made to the publication of older memoirs, that important branch of French literature, from almost the whole of its existence since the invention of prose. Summary and conclusion. We have in these last pages given such an outline of the 19th century literature of France as seemed convenient for the completion of what has gone before. It has been already remarked that the nearer approach is made to our own time, the less is it possible to give exhaustive accounts of the individual cultivators of the different branches of literature. It may be added perhaps that such exhaustiveness becomes, as we advance, less and less necessary, as well as less and less possible. The individual poet of today may and does produce work that is in itself of greater literary value than that of the individual trouver as a matter of literary history. His contribution is less remarkable because of the examples he has before him and the circumstances which he has around him, yet we have endeavored to draw such a sketch of French literature from the Chanson de Roland onwards that no important development, and hardly any important partaker in such development, should be left out. A few lines may perhaps be now profitably given to summing up the aspects of the whole, remembering always that, as in no case is generalization easier than in the case of the literary aspects and tendencies of periods and nations, so in no case is it apt to be more delusive unless corrected and supported by ample information of fact and detail. At the close of the 11th century, and at the beginning of the 12th, we find the vulgar tongue in France not merely in fully organized use for literary purposes, but already employed in most of the forms of poetical writing, an immense outburst of epic and narrative. Verse has taken place in lyrical poetry, not limited as in the case of the epics to the north of France, but extending from Roussillon to the Pas de Calais, completes this the 12th century, adds to these earliest forms, the important development of the mystery extends the subjects and varies the manner of epic verse, and begins the compositions of literary prose with the Chronicles of St. Denis and of Villehardouin, and the prose romances of the Arthurian cycle. All this literature is so far connected purely with the knightly and priestly orders, though it is largely composed, and still more largely dealt in, by classes of men trouvers and jongleurs, who are not necessarily either knights or priests, and in the case of the jongleurs, are certainly neither, with a possible ancestry of Romance and Teutonic. Cantonese Breton lies and vernacular legends, the new literature has a certain pattern and model in Latin, and for the most part ecclesiastical compositions. It has the sacred books and the legends of the saints, for examples of narrative, the rhythm of the hymns, for a guide to meter and the ceremonies of the church, for a stimulant to dramatic performance by degrees. 153, also in this 12th century forms of literature, which busy themselves with the unprivileged classes, begin to be born. The fablio takes every phase of life for its subject. The folksong acquires elegance and does not lose raciness and truth in the next century. The 13th medieval literature in France arrives at its primea prime, which lasts until the first quarter of the 14th. The early epics lose something of their savage charms. The polished literature of Provence quickly perishes, but in the provinces which speak the more prevailing tongue nothing is wanting to literary development. The language itself has shaken off all its youthful incapacities, and though not yet well adapted for the requirements of modern life and study, is in every way equal to the demands made upon it by its own time. The dramatic germ contained in the fablio and quickened by the mystery produces the profane drama. Ambitious works of merit in the most various kinds are published. Aucassin et Nicolette stands side by side with the Vie de Saint Louis, the Jew de la Feuille, with Le Miracle de Théophile, the Roman de la Rose with the Roman du Renart. The earliest notes of ballads and rondeaux are heard. Endeavors are made with zeal, and not always without understanding, to naturalize the wisdom of the ancients in France, and in the graceful tongue that France possesses romance in prose and verse, drama, history, songs, satire, oratory, and even erudition, are all represented and represented worthily. Meanwhile, all nations of Western Europe have come to France for their literary models and subjects, and the greatest writers in English, German, Italian content, themselves with adaptations of Chrétien de Troyes, of Benoit de Saint-Maur, and of 100 other known and unknown trouvers and fabulists. But this age does not last long. The language has been put to all the uses, of which it is as yet capable. Those uses in their sameness begin to pall upon reader and hearer, and the enormous evils of the civil and religious state reflect themselves inevitably in literature. The old forms die out, or are prolonged only in half-lifeless travesties. The brilliant coloring of Froissart, and the graceful science of ballade and rondeau writers like Lescurel and Deschamps alone maintain the literary reputation of the time. Towards the end of the 14th century, the translators and political writers import many terms of art and strain the language to uses for which it is as yet unhandy, though at the beginning of the next age Charles d'Orleans, by his natural grace, and the virtue of the forms he used, emerges from the mass of writers throughout the 15th century. The process of enriching, or at least increasing the vocabulary, goes on, but as yet no organizing hand appears to direct the process. Villain stands alone in merit as in peculiarity, but in this time dramatic literature and the literature of the floating popular broadsheet acquire an immense extensional, or almost all the vigor of spirit being concentrated in the rough farce and rougher lampoon, while all the literary skill is engrossed by insipid rhetoriciers and pedants. Then comes the grand upheaval of the Renaissance and the Reformation, an immense influx of science of thought, to make the science living, of new terms to express the thought takes place, and a band of literary workers appear of power enough to master and get into shape the turbid mass. Rabelais, Amiot, Calvin, and Herberet fashion French prose, Marat, Ronsard, and Regnier refashion French verse. The play introduces the drama as it is to be, and the language that is to help the drama to express itself. Montaigne, for the first time, throws invention and originality into some other form than verse or than prose fiction. But by the end of the century, the tide has receded. The work of arrangement has been but half done, and there are no master spirits left to complete it, At this period, Malherbe and Balzac make their appearance. Unable to deal with the whole problem, they determine to deal with part of it, and to reject a portion of the riches of which they feel themselves unfit to be stewards. Balzac and his successors make of French prose an instrument faultless and admirable in precision, unequaled for the work for which it is fit, but unfit for certain portions of the work, which it was once able to perform. Malherbe, seconded by Boileau, makes of French verse an instrument suited only for the purposes of the drama of Euripides, or rather of Seneca, with or without its chorus, and for a certain weakened echo of those choruses under the name of lyrics. No French verse of the first merit other than dramatic is written for 2 whole centuries. The drama soon comes to its acme, and during the succeeding time usually maintains itself at a fairly high level until the death of Voltaire. But prose lends itself to almost everything that is required of it, and becomes constantly a more and more perfect instrument to the highest efforts of pathos and sublimity. Its vocabulary and its arrangement likewise are still unsuited, though the great preachers of the 17th century do their utmost with it. But for clear exposition, smooth and agreeable narrative, sententious and pointed brevity, witty repartee, it soon proves itself to have no superior and scarcely an equal in Europe. In these directions, practitioners of the highest skill apply it during the 17th century, while during the 18th its powers are shown to the utmost of their variety by Voltaire, and receive a new development at the hands of Rousseau. Yet on the whole it loses during this century. It becomes more and more unfit for any but trivial uses, and at last it is employed for those uses. Only then occurs the revolution, repeating the mighty stir in men's minds, which the Renaissance had given, but at first experiencing more difficulty in breaking up the ground and once more rendering it fertile. The faulty and incomplete genius of Chateaubriand and Madame de Staël gives the first evidence of a new growth. And after many years, the Romantic movement completes the work, whether the force of that movement is now, after 3/4 of a century spent, or not. Its results remain. The poetical power of French has been once more triumphantly proved, and its productiveness in all branches of literature has been renewed, while in that of prose fiction there has been almost created a new class of composition in the process of reform. However, not a little of the finish of French prose style has been lost, and the language itself has been affected in something the same way as it was affected by the less judicious innovations of the Ronsardists. The pedantry of the play led to the preposterous compounds of Du Bartas, the passion of the Romantics for foreign tongues, and for the mot proper has loaded French with foreign terms on the one hand, and with argot on the other. While it is questionable whether the vers libre is really suited to the French genius, there is therefore room for new Malherbes and Balzacs. If the days for Balzacs and Malherbes had not to all appearance passed, should they be once more forthcoming, they have the failure as well as the success of their predecessors to guide them. Finally, we may sum up even this summary for volume and merit. Taken together, the product of these 8 centuries of literature excels that of any European nation, though for individual works of the supremest excellence, they may perhaps be asked in vain. No French writer is lifted by the suffrages of other nations. Only criterion when sufficient time has ellipsed to the level of Homer, of Shakespeare, or of Dante, who reign alone of those of the authors of France, who are indeed of the 30, but it not to the first 3 Rabelais and Molière alone unite the general suffrage. And this fact roughly, but surely points to the real excellence of the literature, which these men are chosen to represent. It is great in all ways, but it is greatest on the lighter side. The house of mirth is more suited to it than the house of mourning to the latter. Indeed, the language of the unknown Marvel, who told Roland's death, of him who gave utterance to Camilla's wrath and despair, and of Victor Hugo, who sings how the mountain wind makes mad the lover who cannot forget, has amply made good its title of entrance. But for one Frenchman who can write admirably in this strain, there are 100 who can tell the most admirable story, formulate the most pregnant reflection, point the acutest jest. There is thus no really great epic in French, few great tragedies, and those imperfect, and in a faulty kind little prose like Milton's, or like Jeremy Taylor's little verse, though more than is generally thought like Shelley's or like Spenser's. But there are the most delightful short tales, both in prose and in verse, that the world has ever seen, the most polished jewelry of reflection that has 154 ever been wrought, songs of incomparable grace, comedies that must make men laugh as long as they are laughing animals, and above all such a body of narrative fiction, old and new prose and verse, as no other nation can show for art, and for originality, for grace of workmanship in him who fashions, and for certainty of delight to him who reads. Bibliography. The most elaborate book on French literature as a whole is that edited by Petit de Jolville, and composed of chapters by different authors. Histoire de la langue et de la littérature françaises, 8 vols Paris, 18,961,899. Unfortunately, these chapters, some of which are of the highest excellence, are of very unequal value. They require connections, which are not supplied. And there is throughout a neglect of minor authors. The bibliographical indications are, however, most valuable for a survey. In a single volume, Lanson's Histoire has superseded the older but admirable manuals of Demojot and Jeruzes, which, however, are still worth consulting. Brenadier's Manuel, translated into English, is very valuable with the cautions above given, and the large Histoire de la langue française depuis le 6e siècle of Godefroy supplies copious and well-chosen extracts with much biographical information in English. There is an extensive history by H. Van Loan, 3 vols, 1874, Roman 100, a short history by Saintsbury, 1882, 6th ed., continued to the end of the century, 1901, and a history by Professor Dowden, 1895. To pass to special periods, the fountainhead of the literature of the Middle Ages is the ponderous Histoire littéraire, already referred to, which, notwithstanding that it extended to 27 quarto volumes in 1906 and had occupied with interruptions 150 years in publication, had only reached the 14th century. Many of the monographs which it contains are the best authorities on their subjects, such as that of P. Paris on the early chansonniers, of Roman 5 Leclerc on the fabliaux, and of Litter on the Romans d'Aventures for the history of literature before the 11th century. The period, mainly Latin. J. Ampère's Histoire littéraire de la France avant Charlemagne, sous Charlemagne et jusqu'au 11e siècle, is the chief authority. Leon Gaudier's Epochs Françaises, 5 vols, 18,780, 1897, contains almost everything known concerning the chansons de geste. P. Paris Romans de la Table Ronde was long the main authority for this subject, but very much has been written recently in France and elsewhere. The most important of the French contributions, especially those by Gaston Paris, whose Histoire poétique de Charlemagne has been reprinted since his death, will be found in the periodical Romania, which for more than 30 years has been the chief receptacle of studies on Old French literature. On the cycle of Reynard, the standard work is Roth les Romans de Renart. All parts of the lighter literature of Old France are excellently treated by lenient la satire. Au Moyen Age, the early theatre has been frequently treated by the brothers Parfait. Histoire du Théâtre Français by Fabre les Clercs de la Bazoche, by Lire Études sur les Mystères by Aubertin. Histoire de la langue et de la littérature française. Au Moyen Age, this latter book will be found a useful summary of the whole medieval period. The historical, dramatic, and oratorical sections are especially full on a smaller scale, but of unsurpassed authority, is G. Paris Literature du Moyen Age, translated into English. On the 16th century, an excellent handbook is that by Darmesteter and Hatzfeld, and the recent literature of the French Renaissance, of Attili, 2 vols, 1904, is of high value. Saint Beuve's tableau has been more than once referred to Ebert and Twicklings's Geschichte der Französischen Tragödie. Vornamelijk im 1610 Jahrhundert is the chief authority for dramatic matters. Essays and volumes on periods and subperiods since 1600 are innumerable, but those who desire thorough acquaintance with the literature of these 300 years should read as widely as possible in all the critical work of Saint Beuve, of Scherer, of Fagd, and Brunetiruhich, may be supplemented ad libitum from that of other critics mentioned above. The series of volumes, entitled Les Grands Écrivains Français, now pretty extensive, is generally very good, and Cadel Mendes' invaluable book on 19th century poetry has been cited above as a companion to the study of poetry. E. Crepit's Poets Français, 4 vols, 1861, an anthology with introductions by Saint Beuve, and all the best critics of the day, cannot be surpassed. But to it may be added the later anthology Des Poets Français du Sixth siècle, 18,770, 1879. G. Sa. French polish, a liquid for polishing wood made by dissolving shellac in methylated spirit. There are 4 different tints: brown, white, garnet, and red. But the first named is that most extensively used. All the tints are made in the same manner, with the exception of the red, which is a mixture of the brown polish and methylated spirit, with either Saunders wood or Bismarck brown according to the strength of color. Required some woods, and especially mahogany, need to be stained before they are polished. To stain mahogany, mix some bichromate of potash in hot water, according to the depth of color required. After staining the wood, the most approved method of filling the grain is to rub in fine plaster of Paris, wet wiping off before it sets. After this is dry, it should be oiled with linseed oil and thoroughly wiped off. The wood is then ready for the polish, which is put on with a rubber made of wadding covered with linen rag and well wetted with polish. The polishing process has to be repeated gradually, and after the work has hardened, the surface is smoothed down with fine glass paper, a few drops of linseed oil being added. Until the surface is sufficiently smooth after a day or two, the surface can be cleared by using a fresh rubber with a double layer of linen, removing the top layer when it is getting hard and finishing off with the bottom layer. French Revolution, the among the many revolutions which from time to time have given a new direction to the political development of nations, the French Revolution stands out as at once the most dramatic in its incidents and the most momentous in its results. This exceptional character is indeed implied in the name by which it is known, for France has experienced many revolutions both before and since that of 1789. But the name French Revolution, or simply the Revolution without qualification, is applied to this one, alone the causes, which led to it, the gradual decay of the institutions, which France had inherited from the feudal system, the decline of the centralized monarchy, and the immediate financial necessities that compelled the assembling of the long-neglected States General in 1789, are dealt with in the article on France history, the successive constitutions, and the other legal changes which resulted from it are also discussed in their general relation to the growth of the modern French polity in the article France law and institutions. The present article deals with the progress of the revolution itself, from the convocation of the States General to the coup d'état of the 18th Brumaire, which placed Napoleon Bonaparte in power. The elections to the States General of 1789 were held in unfavorable circumstances. The failure of the harvest of 1788 and a severe winter had caused widespread distress. The government was weak and despised, and its agents opening of the States General were afraid or unwilling to quell outbreaks of disorder. At the same time, the longing for radical reform and the belief that it would be easy were almost universal. The cahiers, written instructions given to the deputies, covered wellnigh every subject of political, social, or economic interest, and demanded an amazing number of changes. Amid this commotion, the king and his ministers remained passive. They did not even determine the question whether the estates should act as separate bodies or deliberate collectively. On the 5th of May, the States General were opened by Louis in the Salle des Menus Plaisirs. Versailles Barentin, the keeper of the seals, informed them that they were free to determine whether they would vote by orders or vote by head Necker, as Director General of the Finances, set forth the condition of the Treasury, and proposed some small reforms. The Tiers Etat Third Estate was dissatisfied that the question of joint or separate deliberation should have been left open. It was aware that some of the nobles and many of the inferior clergy agreed with it as to the need for comprehensive reform. Joint deliberation would ensure a majority to the reformers, and therefore the abolition of privileges and the extinction of feudal rights of property. Separate deliberation would enable the majority among the nobles and the superior clergy to limit reform. Hence, it became the first object of the Tiers Etat to effect the amalgamation of the three estates. The conflict between those who desired and those who resisted amalgamation took the form of a conflict over the verification of the powers of the deputies. The Tiers Etat insisted that the deputies of all three estates should have their conflict between the three estates verified in common. As the first step towards making them all members of one house, it resolved to hold its meetings in the Salle des Menus Plaisirs, whereas the nobles and the clergy met in smaller apartments, set aside for their exclusive use. It refrained from taking any step which might have implied that it was an organized assembly, and persevered in regarding itself as a mere crowd of individual members incapable of transacting business. Meanwhile, the clergy and 155, the nobles, began a separate verification of their powers, but a few of the nobles and a great many of the clergy voted against this procedure. On the 7th, the Tiers Etat sent deputations to exhort the other estates to union, while the clergy sent a deputation to it with the proposal that each estate should name commissioners to discuss the best method of verifying powers. The Tiers Etat accepted the proposal, and conferences were held, but without result. It then made another appeal to the clergy, which was almost successful. The king interposed with a command for the renewal of the conferences. They were resumed under the presidency of Barentin, but again to no purpose. On the 10th of June, Sieyes moved that the tiers etat should for the last time invite the first and second estates to join in the verification of powers and announce that whether they did or not the work of verifying would begin forthwith. The motion was carried by an immense majority, as there was no response the tiers etat on. The 12th named Bailly provisional president and commenced verification. Next day 3 cures of Poitou came to have their powers verified. Other clergymen followed later. When the work of verification was over, a title had to be found for the body thus created, which would no longer accept the style of the tiers etat on the 15th. Sieyes proposed that they should entitle themselves the Assembly of the Known and Verified Representatives of the French Nation, Murray-Beaumonier, and others proposed various appellations. But success was reserved for Legrand, an obscure deputy, who proposed the simple name of National Assembly, withdrawing his own motion. Sieyes adopted Legrand's suggestion, which was carried by 491 votes to 90. The Assembly went on to declare that it placed the debts of the Crown under the safeguard of the national honor, and that all existing taxes, although illegal, as having been imposed without the consent of the people, should continue to be paid until the day of dissolution. By these proceedings, the tiers etat and a few of the clergy declared themselves the national legislature. Then, and thereafter the National Assembly, assumed full sovereign and constituent powers. Nobles and clergy might the National Assembly come in if they pleased, but it could do without them. The king's assent to its measures would be convenient, but not necessary. This boldness was rewarded, for on the 19th, the clergy decided by a majority of 1 in favor of joint verification on the same day. The nobles voted an address to the king, condemning the action of the tiers etat. Left to himself, Louis might have been too inert for resistance, but the queen and his brother, the Count of Artois, with some of the ministers and courtiers, urged him to make a séance. Real was notified for the 22nd, and workmen were sent to prepare the salle des menus plaisirs for the ceremony on the 20th. Bailly and the deputies proceeded to the hall, and found it barred against their entrance. Thereupon, they adjourned to a neighboring tennis oath of the tennis court, where Mounier proposed that they should swear not to separate until they had established the Constitution. With a solitary exception, they swore, and the oath of the tennis court became an era in French history. As the ministers could not agree on the policy which the king should announce in the Séance Royale, it was postponed to the 23rd. The assembly found shelter in the Church of St. Louis, where it was joined by the main body of the clergy and by the first of the nobles. At the Séance Royale, Louis made known his will that the estates should deliberate apart, and declared that if they should refuse to help him, he would do by his sole authority what was necessary for the happiness of his people. When he quitted the hall, some of the clergy and most of the nobles retired to their separate chambers, but the rest, together with the tiers etat, remained, and Murray-Bow declared that, as they had come by the will of the nation, force only should make them withdraw. Gentlemen, said Sieyes, you are today what you were yesterday. With one voice, the Assembly proclaimed its adhesion to its former decrees and the inviolability of its members in Versailles and in Paris. Popular feeling was clamorous for the Assembly and against the court. During the next few days, many of the clergy and nobles, including the Archbishop of Paris and the Duke of Orleans, joined the Assembly. Louis tamely accepted his defeat. He recalled Necker, who had resigned after the Séance Royale on the 27th. He wrote to those clerical and noble deputies who still held out, urging submission. By the 2nd of July, the joint verification of powers was completed. The last trace of the historic States General disappeared, and the National Assembly was perfect on the same day. It claimed an absolute discretion by a decree that the mandates of the electors were not binding on its members. Having failed in their first attempt on the Assembly, the court party resolved to try what force could do. A large number of troops, chiefly foreign regiments in the service of France, were concentrated near Paris, under the command of the dismissal of Necker. Marshal de Broglie, on Murray-Bow's motion, the Assembly voted an address to the king asking for their withdrawal. The king replied that the troops were not meant to act against the Assembly, but intimated his purpose of transferring the session to some provincial town on the same day. He dismissed Necker and ordered him to quit Versailles. These acts led to the first insurrection of Paris. The capital had long been in a dangerous condition. Bread was dear, and employment was scarce. The measures taken to relieve distress had allured a multitude of needy and desperate men from the surrounding country. Among the middle class, there already existed a party consisting of men like Danton or Camille Desmoulins, which was prepared to go much further than any of the leaders of the Assembly. The rich citizens were generally fundholders, who regarded the Assembly as the one bulwark against a public bankruptcy. The Duke of Orleans, A weak and dissolute but ambitious man had conceived the hope of supplanting his cousin on the throne. He strained his wealth and influence to recruit followers. And to make mischief the gardens of his residence, the Palais Royal became the center of political agitation. Ever since the election's virtual freedom of the press and freedom of speech had prevailed in Paris, clubs were multiplied, and pamphlets came forth every hour. The municipal officers who were named by the crown had little influence with the citizens. The police were a mere handful of the two-line regiments quartered in the capital. One was Swiss and therefore trusty, but the other, the Gardes Françaises, shared all the feelings of the populace. On the 12th of July, Camille Desmoulins announced the dismissal of Necker to the crowd in the Palais Royal. Warmed by his eloquence, they sallied into the street part of Broglie's troops, occupied the Champs-Élysées, and the rioting in Paris Place Louis Quinze. After one or two petty encounters with the mob, they were withdrawn, either because their temper was uncertain, or because their commanders shunned responsibility. Paris was thus left to the rioters, who seized arms wherever they could find them, broke open the jails, burnt the octroi barriers, and soon had every man's life and goods at their discretion. Citizens with anything to lose were driven to act for themselves, for the purpose of choosing its representatives in the States General. The Third Estate of Paris had named 300 electors. Their function once discharged, these men had no public character, but they resolved that they would hold together in order to watch over the interests of the city. After the séance, Real, the municipal authority, conscious of its own weakness, allowed them to meet at the Hôtel de Ville, where they proceeded to consider the formation of a civic guard. On the 13th, when all was anarchy in Paris, they were joined by Flesselles, provost of the merchants, and other municipal officers. The project of a civic guard was then adopted. The insurrection, however, ran its course. Unchecked crowds of deserters from the regular troops swelled the ranks of the insurgents. They attacked the fall of the Bastille, July 14, 1789, Hôtel des Invalides, and carried off all the arms which were stored there. With the same object they assailed the Bastille. The garrison was small, and disheartened provisions were short, and after some hours' fighting Delaunay, the governor surrendered on promise of quarter. He and several of his men were, notwithstanding, butchered by the mob before they could be brought to 156. The Hôtel de Ville, as all Paris was in the hands of the insurgents, the king saw the necessity of submission. On the morning of the 15th, he entered the hall of the assembly to announce that the troops would be withdrawn immediately. Afterwards, he dismissed his new ministers and recalled Necker. Thereupon, the princes and courtiers most hostile to the National Assembly, the Count of Artois, the Prince of Condé, the Duke of Bourbon, and many others, feeling themselves no longer safe, quitted France. Their departure is known as the First Emigration. The capture of the Bastille was hailed throughout Europe as symbolizing the fall of absolute monarchy, and the victory of the insurgents had momentous consequences. Recognizing new municipality of Paris and National Guard, 300 electors, as a temporary municipal government, the Assembly sent a deputation to confer with them at the Hôtel de Ville, and on a sudden impulse, one of these deputies, Bailly, lately president of the Assembly, was chosen to be mayor of Paris. The Marquis Lafayette, doubly popular as a veteran of the American War, and as one of the nobles who heartily upheld the cause of the Assembly, was chosen commandant of the new civic force thenceforwards, known as the National Guard. On the 17th, Louis himself visited Paris and gave his sanction to the new authorities. In the course of the following weeks, the example of Paris was copied throughout France. All the cities and towns set up new elective authorities and organized a National Guard. At the same time, the revolution in the provinces spread to the country districts. In most of the provinces, the peasants rose and stormed and burnt the houses of the seigneurs, taking peculiar care to destroy their title deeds. Some of the seigneurs were murdered, and the rest were driven into the towns or across the frontier. Amid the universal confusion, the old administrative system vanished. The intendants and subdelegates quitted, or were driven from their posts. The old courts of justice, whether royal or feudal, ceased to act in many districts. There was no more police. Public works were suspended, and the collection of taxes became almost impossible. The insurrection of July really ended the ancient regime. Disorder in the provinces led directly to the proceedings on the famous night of the 4th of August, while the Assembly was considering a declaration which might calm revolt. The Vicomte de Noailles and the Duc d'Aiguillon moved the 4th of August that it should proclaim equality of taxation and the suppression of feudal burdens. Other deputies rose to demand the repeal of the game laws, the enfranchisement of such serfs as were still to be found in France, and the abolition of tithes and of feudal courts. and to renounce all privileges, whether of classes of cities or of provinces. Amid indescribable enthusiasm, the Assembly passed resolution after resolution embodying these changes. The resolutions were followed by decrees sometimes hastily and unskillfully drawn in vain. Sieyes remarked that in extinguishing tithes, the Assembly was making a present to every landed proprietor. In vain the king, while approving most of the decrees, tendered some cautious criticisms of the rest. The majority did not indeed design to confiscate property wholesale. They drew a distinction between feudal claims, which did and did not carry a moral claim to compensation, but they were embarrassed by the wording of their own decrees, and forestalled by the violence of the people. The proceedings of the 4th of August issued in a wholesale transfer of property from one class to another without any indemnity for the losers. The work of drafting a constitution for France had already been begun. Parties in the Assembly were numerous, and Ildef and the extreme right, who desired to keep the government as it stood, were a mere handful. Parties in the Assembly, the right, who wanted to revive, as they said, the ancient constitution, in other words, to limit the king's power by periodic states general of the old-fashioned sort, were more numerous and had able chiefs in Cazalis and Mori, but strove in vain against the spirit of the time. The right center, sometimes called the monarchians, were a large body, and included several men of talent, notably Mounier and Malouet, as well as many men of rank and wealth. They desired a constitution, like that of England, which should reserve a large executive power to the king while entrusting the taxing and legislative powers to a modern parliament. The left, or constitutionals known afterwards as the Feuillants, among whom Barnave and Charles and Alexander Lameth were conspicuous, also wished to preserve monarchy, but disdained English precedent. They were possessed with feelings, then widespread weariness of arbitrary government, hatred of ministers and courtiers, and distrust not so much of Louis as of those who surrounded him, and influenced his judgment. Republicans, without knowing it, they grudged every remnant of power to the crown. The extreme left, still more republican in spirit, of whom Robespierre was the most noteworthy, were few, and had little power. Murraybaug's independence of judgment forbids us to place him in any party. The first Constitutional Committee, elected on the 14th of July, had Mounier for its reporter. It was instructed to begin with drafting a Declaration of the Rights of Man. 6 weeks were spent by the Assembly in discussing this Declaration of the Rights of Man. The committee then presented a report which embodied the principle of two chambers. This principle contradicted the extreme democratic theories so much in fashion. It also offended the self-love of most of the nobles and the clergy, who were loath that a few of their number should be erected into a House of Lords. The Assembly rejected the principle of two chambers by nearly 10-1. The question, whether the king should have a veto on legislation, was next raised. Mounier contended that he should have in the royal veto absolute veto, and was supported by Murraybaugh, who had already described the unlimited power of a single chamber as worse than the tyranny of Constantinople. The left maintained that the king, as depositary of the executive, should be wholly excluded from the legislative power. Lafayette, who imagined himself to be copying the American Constitution, proposed that the king should have a suspensive veto, thinking that it would be politic to claim no more. Necker persuaded the king to intimate that he was satisfied with Lafayette's proposal. The suspensive veto was therefore adopted. As the king had no power of dissolution, it was an idle form. Mounier and his friends having resigned their places in the Constitutional Committee, it came to an end, and the Assembly elected a new committee which represented the opinions of the left. Soon afterwards, a fresh revolt in Paris caused the king and the Assembly to migrate thither. The old causes of disorder were still working in that city. The scarcity of bread was set down to conspirators against the revolution. Riots were frequent, and persons supposed hostile to the Assembly and the nation were murdered with impunity. The king still had counselors who wished for his departure. As a means to regaining freedom of action, at the end of September, the Flanders Regiment came to Versailles. To reinforce the Gardes du Corps, the officers of the Gardes du Corps entertained the officers of the Flanders Regiment and of the Versailles National Guard at dinner in the palace. The king, queen, and Dauphin visited the company. There followed a vehement outbreak of loyalty. Rumor enlarged the incident into a military plot against freedom. Those who wanted a more thorough revolution wrought up the removal of the royal family and Assembly. To Paris, crowd and even respectable citizens wished to have the king among them and amenable to their opinion. On the 5th of October, a mob which had gathered to assault the Hôtel de Ville was diverted into a march on Versailles. Lafayette was slow to follow it, and when he arrived took insufficient precautions. At daybreak on the 6th, some of the rioters made their way into the palace, and stormed the apartment of the queen, who escaped with difficulty. At length the National Guards arrived, and the mob was quieted by the announcement that the king had resolved to go to Paris. The assembly declared itself inseparable from the king's person. Louis and his family reached Paris on the same evening, and took up their abode in the Tuileries. A little later, the assembly established itself in the riding school of the palace. Thenceforward the king and queen were to all intents prisoners. The assembly itself was subject to constant 157 intimidation. Many members of the right gave up the struggle and emigrated, or at least withdrew from attendance, so that the left became supreme. Murraybaugh had already taken alarm at the growing violence of the revolution in September. He had foretold that it would not stop short of the death of both king and queen. After the insurrection of October, he sought to communicate Murraybaugh and the court with them through his friend the Comte de la Marque in a remarkable correspondence. He sketched a policy for the king, the abolition of privilege and the establishment of a parliamentary system, where he wrote unalterable facts which it would be madness to dispute, but a strong executive authority was essential, and a king who frankly adopted the revolution might still be powerful. In order to rally the sound part of the nation, Louis should leave Paris, and if necessary he should prepare for a civil war, but he should never appeal to foreign powers. Neither the king nor the queen could grasp the wisdom of this advice. They distrusted Murraybaugh as an unscrupulous adventurer, and were confirmed in this feeling by his demands for money. His correspondence with the court, although secret, was suspected. The politicians who envied his talents and believed him a rascal raised the cry of treason in the assembly. Murraybaugh, though sometimes successful on particular questions, never had a chance of giving effect to his policy. As a whole, whether even he could have controlled the revolution is highly doubtful, but his letters and minutes drawn up for the king form the most striking monument of his genius. See Murraybaugh and Montmorin de Saint-Hirme. Early in the year 1790, a dispute with England concerning the frontier in North America induced the Spanish government to claim the help of France under the Family Compact. This demand led the Assembly to consider in what the Assembly and the royal power hands the power of concluding alliances and of making peace and war should be placed. Murraybaugh tried to keep the initiative for the king subject to confirmation by the Chamber. On Barnave's motion, the Assembly decreed that the legislature should have the power of war and peace, and the king a merely advisory power. Murraybaugh was defeated on another point of the highest consequence, the inclusion of ministers in the National Assembly. His colleagues generally adhered to the principle that the legislative and executive powers should be totally separate. The left assumed that if deputies could hold office, the king would have the means of corrupting the ablest and most influential. It was decreed that no deputy should be minister while sitting in the House, or for 2 years after. Ministers excluded from the House being necessarily objects of suspicion, the Assembly was careful to allow them the least possible power. The old provinces were abolished, and France was divided anew into 80 departments. Each department reorganization of France was subdivided into districts, cantons, and communes. The main business of administration, even the levying of taxes, was entrusted to the elective local authorities. The judicature was likewise made elective. The army and the navy were so organized as to leave the king but a small share in appointing officers, and to leave the officers but scanty means of maintaining discipline. Even the cases in which the sovereign might be deposed were foreseen and expressly stated. Monarchy was retained, but the monarch was regarded as a possible traitor, and every precaution was taken to render him harmless, even at the cost of having no effective national government. The distrust which the Assembly felt for the actual ministers led it to undertake the business of government as well as the business of reform. There were committees for all the chief departments of state, a committee for the executive committees of the Assembly Army, a committee for the Navy, another for diplomacy, another for finance. These committees sometimes asked the ministers for information, but rarely took their advice. Even Necker found the Assembly heedless of his counsels. The condition of the treasury became worse day by day. The yield of the indirect taxes fell off through the interruption of business, and the direct taxes were in large measure withheld for want of an authority to enforce payment. With some trouble, Necker induced the Assembly to sanction first a loan of 30 million livres, and then a loan of 80 million livres. The public, having shown no eagerness to subscribe, Necker proposed that every man should be invited to make a patriotic contribution of 1/4 of his income. This expedient also failed. On the 10th confiscation of church property off October 1789, Talleyrand, Bishop of Autun, proposed that the Assembly should take possession of the lands of the church. In November, the Assembly enacted that they should be at the disposal of the nation, which would provide for the maintenance of the clergy. Since the church lands were supposed to occupy one-fifth of France, the Assembly thought that it had found an inexhaustible source of public wealth on the security of the church lands. It based a paper currency, the famous assignats in December. It ordered an issue to the amount of 400 million livres, as the revenue still declined. And the reforms enacted by the Assembly involved the assignats a heavy outlay. It recurred again and again to this expedient before its dissolution. The Assembly had authorized the creation of 1,800,000,000 livres of assignats, and the depreciation of its paper had begun, finding that he had lost all credit with the Assembly. Necker resigned office and left France in September 1790. Even the committees of the Assembly had far less power than the new municipal authorities throughout France. They really governed, so far as there was any government, often full of public spirit. They lacked experience and power of the municipalities and popular clubson. A time of peculiar difficulty had no guide save their own discretion. They opened letters, arrested suspects, controlled the trade in corn, and sent their national guards on such errands as they thought proper. The political clubs, which sprang up all over the country, often presumed to act as though they were public authorities. See Jacobins, the revolutionary journalists. Desmoulins in his Revolutions de France, et de Brabant, Laustalot in his Revolutions de Paris, Marat in his Ami du Pupil, continued to feed the fire of discord amid this anarchy. It became a practice for the national guards of different districts to form federations, that is, to meet and swear loyalty to each other and obedience to the laws made by the National Assembly. At the suggestion of the municipality of Paris, the Assembly decreed a general federation of all France to be held on the anniversary of the fall of the Bastille. The ceremony took place in the Champ de Mars, July 14, 1790, in presence of the King, the Queen, the Assembly, and an enormous concourse of spectators. It was attended by deputations from the National Guards in every part of the kingdom, from the regular regiments, and from the crews of the fleet. Talleyrand, celebrated Mass, and Lafayette was the first to swear fidelity to the Assembly, and the nation in this gathering. The provincial deputations caught the revolutionary fever of Paris. Still graver was the effect upon the regular army. It had been disaffected since the outbreak of the revolution. The rank and file complained of their food, their lodging, and their pay. The non-commissioned officers, often intelligent disaffection in the army and hardworking, were embittered by the refusal of promotion. The officers, almost all nobles, rarely showed much concern for their men, and were often mere courtiers and triflers. After the festival of the Federation, the soldiers were drawn into the political clubs and named regimental committees to defend their interests. Not content with asking for redress of grievances, they sometimes seized the regimental chest or imprisoned their officers. In August, a formidable outbreak at Nancy was only quelled with much loss of life. Desertion became more frequent than ever, and the officers, finding their position unbearable, began to emigrate. Similar causes produced an even worse effect upon the navy. By its rough handling of the church, the Assembly brought fresh trouble upon France. The suppression of tithe and the confiscation of church lands had reduced the clergy to live on whatever stipend the legislature might think fit. Civil constitution of the clergido, give them a law of February 1790, suppressed the religious orders not engaged in education or in works of charity, and forbade the introduction of new ones. Monastic vows, 158, were deprived of legal force, and a pension was granted to the religious who were cast upon the world. These measures aroused no serious discontent, but the so-called civil constitution of the clergy went much further. Old ecclesiastical divisions were set aside henceforth. The diocese was to be conterminous with the department, and the parish with the commune. The electors of the commune were to choose the cure, the electors of the department. The bishop, every cure, was to receive at least 1,200 livres, about 50 a year. Relatively modest stipends were assigned to bishops and archbishops. French citizens were forbidden to acknowledge any ecclesiastical jurisdiction outside the kingdom. The Assembly not only adopted this constitution, but decreed that all beneficed ecclesiastics should swear to its observance, as the constitution implicitly abrogated the papal authority and entrusted the choice of bishops and cures to electors who often were not Catholics. Most of the clergy declined to swear and lost their preferments. Their places were filled by election. Thenceforwards, the clergy were divided into hostile factions, the constitutionals and the non-jurors, as the generality of Frenchmen at that time were orthodox. Although not zealous Catholics, the non-jurors carried with them a large part of the laity. The Assembly was misled by its Jansenist, Protestant, and free-thinking members, natural enemies of an established church, which had persecuted them to the best of its power. In colonial affairs, the The assembly acted with the same imprudence, eager to set an example of suppressing slavery. It took measures which prepared a terrible Negro insurrection in St. Domingo with regard to foreign relations. The assembly, the colonies, and foreign powers assembly showed itself well-meaning, but indiscreet. It protested in good faith that it desired no conquests and aimed only at peace, yet it laid down maxims which involved the utmost danger of war. It held that no treaty could be binding without the national consent, as this consent had not been given to any existing treaty. They were all liable to be revised by the French government without consulting the other parties. Thus, the Assembly treated the family compact as null and void. Similarly, when it abolished feudal tenures in France, it ignored the fact that the rights of certain German princes over lands in Alsace were guaranteed by the treaties of Westphalia. It offered them compensation in money, and when this was declined, took no heed of their protests. Again, in the papal territory of Avignon, a large number of the inhabitants declared for union with France. The assembly could hardly be restrained by Mirabeau from acting upon their vote and annexing Avignon some time after his death. It was annexed. The other states of Europe did not admit the doctrines of the assembly. But peace was not broken. Foreign statesmen, who flattered themselves that France was sinking into anarchy, and therefore into decay, were content to follow their respective ambitions without the dread of French interference. Deprived of authority, and in fact a prisoner, Louis had for many months acquiesced in the decrees of the assembly, however distasteful. But the civil constitution of the clergy wounded him in his conscience, as well as in his pride. Attempt of Louis Roman XVI to escape from Paris. From the autumn of 1790 onwards, he began to scheme for his liberation himself, incapable of strenuous effort. He was spurred on by Marie Antoinette, who keenly felt her own degradation and the curtailment of that royal prerogative which her son would one day inherit. The king and queen failed to measure the forces which had caused the revolution. They ascribed all their misfortunes to the work of a malignant faction, and believed that if they could escape from Paris, a display of force by friendly powers would enable them to restore the supremacy of the crown. But no foreign ruler, not even the Emperor Leopold Roman II, gave the king or queen any encouragement. Whatever secrecy they might observe, the adherents of the revolution divined their wish to escape when Louis tried to leave the Tuileries for St. Cloud at Easter 1791. In order to enjoy the ministrations of a non-juring priest, the National Guards of Paris would not let him budge. Mirabeau, who had always dissuaded the king from seeking foreign help, died on the 2nd of April. Finally, the king and queen resolved to fly to the army of the East, which the Marquis de Bouille had in some measure kept under discipline. Sheltered by him, they could await foreign succor or a reaction at home. On the evening of the 20th of June, they escaped from the Tuileries. Louis left behind him a declaration complaining of the treatment which he had received and revoking his assent to all measures which had been laid before him. While under restraint on the following day, the royal party was captured at Varennes and sent back to Paris. The king's eldest brother, the Count of Provence, who had laid his plans much better, made his escape to Brussels and joined the emigrants. It was no longer possible to pretend that the revolution had been made with the free consent of the king. Some Republicans called for his deposition, afraid to take a course which involved danger both at home and abroad. The Assembly decreed that Louis should be suspended from his office. The Club of the Cordeliers Curoman 5, led by Danton, demanded not only his deposition, but his trial. A petition to that effect having been exposed for signature on the altar in the Champ de Mars, a disturbance ensued, and the National Guard fired on the crowd, killing a few and wounding many. This incident afterwards became known as the massacre of the Champ de Mars. On the other hand, the leaders of the left, Barnave and the Lameths, felt that they had weakened the executive power too much. They would gladly have come to an understanding with the king and revised the constitution so as to strengthen his prerogative. They failed in both objects. Louis, and still more Marie Antoinette, regarded them with incurable distrust. The Constitutional Act, without any material change, was voted on the 3rd of September. On the 14th, Louis swore to the Constitution, thus regaining his nominal sovereignty. The National Assembly was dissolved on the 30th upon Robespierre's motion. It had decreed that none of its members should be capable of sitting in the next legislature. If we view the work of the National Assembly as a whole, we are struck by the immense demolition, which it affected. No other legislature has ever destroyed so much in the same time: the old form of government, the old review of the work of the National Assembly, territorial divisions, the old fiscal system, the old judicature, the old army and navy, the old relations of church and state, the old law relating to property and land. All were shattered. Such a destruction could not have been effected without the support of popular opinion, Most of what the assembly did had been suggested in the cahiers, and many of its decrees were anticipated by actual revolt in its constructive work. Many sound maxims were embodied. It asserted the principles of civil equality and freedom of conscience. It reformed the criminal law and laid down a just scheme of taxation, not intelligence and public spirit, but political wisdom, was lacking to the National Assembly. Its members did not suspect how limited is the usefulness of general propositions in practical life, nor did they perceive that new ideas can be applied only by degrees in an old world. The Constitution of 1791 was impracticable and did not last a year. The civil constitution of the clergy was wholly mischievous in the attempt to govern. The assembly failed altogether. It left behind an empty treasury, an undisciplined army, and navy, a people debauched by safe and successful riot. At the elections of 1791, the party which desired to carry the revolution further had a success out of all keeping with its numbers. This was due partly to a weariness of politics, which had come over the majority of French citizens, the Legislative Assembly partly, to downright intimidation exercised by the Jacobin Club, and by its affiliated societies throughout the kingdom. The Legislative Assembly met on the 1st of October. It consisted of 745 members. Few were nobles, very few were clergymen, and the great body was drawn from the middle class. The members were generally young, and since none had sat in the previous assembly, they were wholly without experience. The right consisted of the Fulants Curoman 5, they numbered about 160, and among them were some able men such as Matthew Dumas and Bigot de Priamnow, but they were 159, guided chiefly by persons outside the House, because incapable of re-election. Barnave, Duport, and the Lameths. The left consisted of the Jacobins, a term which still included the party afterwards known as the Girondins, or Girondists, Curoman 5, so termed, because several of their leaders came from the region of the Gironde in southern France. They numbered about 330. Among the extreme left sat Cambon, Couthon, Merlin de Thionville. The Girondins could claim the most brilliant orators: Vergniaud, Guadet, Isnard. Inferior to these men in talent, Brissot de Warville, a restless pamphleteer, exerted more influence over the party, which has sometimes gone by his name. The left as a whole was Republican. Although it did not care to say so strong in numbers, it was reinforced by the disorderly elements in Paris and throughout France. The remainder of the House, about 250 deputies, scarcely belonged to any definite party, but voted oftenest with the left, as the left was the most powerful. The left had three objects of enmity: first the king, the queen, and the royal family; secondly the emigrants, and thirdly the clergy. The king could not like the new constitution, although if left to himself indolence and good nature the court and the emigrants might have rendered him passive. The queen throughout had only one thought: to shake off the impotence and humiliation of the crown, and for this end she still clung to the hope of foreign succor, and corresponded with Vienna those emigrants who had assembled in arms on the territories of the electors of Mainz and Treves Trier, and in the Austrian Netherlands, had put themselves in the position of public enemies. Their chiefs were the king's brothers, who affected to consider Louis as a captive, and his acts as therefore invalid. The Count of Provence gave himself the airs of a regent, and surrounded himself with a ministry. The emigrants were not, however, dangerous. They were only a few thousand strong, they had no competent leader, and no money. They were unwelcome to the rulers whose hospitality they abused. The non-juring clergy, although harassed by the local authorities, kept the respect and confidence of most Catholics. No acts of disloyalty were proved against them, and commissioners of the National Assembly reported to its successor that their flocks only desired to be let alone, but the anti-clerical bias of the Legislative Assembly was too strong for such a policy. The king's ministers named by him and excluded from the Assembly were mostly persons of little mark. Montmorin gave up the portfolio of foreign affairs on the 31st of October, and was succeeded by de Lessart. Caillet de Gerville was Minister of the Interior, Tarbes Minister of Finance, and Bertrand de Malville Minister of Marine. But the only minister who influenced the course of affairs was the Comte de Narbonne, Minister of War. On the 9th of November, the Assembly decreed that the emigrants assembled on the frontiers should be liable to the penalties of death and confiscation unless they returned to France by the 1st of January following. Louis did not love the king and the non-jurorshis brothers, and he detested their policy, which without rendering him any service made his liberty and even his life precarious, yet loath to condemn them to death. He vetoed the decree. On the 29th of November, the Assembly decreed that every non-juring clergyman must take within 8 days the civic oath, substantially the same as the oath previously administered, on pain of losing his pension, and if any troubles broke out of being deported, this decree Louis vetoed as a matter of conscience in either case. His resistance only served to give a weapon to his enemies in the assembly. But foreign affairs were at this time the most critical. The armed bodies of emigrants on the territory of the empire afforded matter of complaint to France. The persistence of the French in refusing more than a money compensation to the German princes who had claims in Alsace afforded matter of complaint to the empire. Foreign statesmen noticed with alarm the effect of the French Revolution upon opinion in their own countries, and they resented the endeavors of French revolutionists to make converts there of these statesmen. The Emperor Leopold was the most intelligent. He had skillfully extricated himself from the embarrassments at home and abroad left by his predecessor Joseph. He was bound by family ties to Louis, and he was obliged as chief of the Holy Roman Empire to protect the border princes. On the other hand, he understood the weakness of the Habsburg monarchy. He knew that the Austrian Netherlands, where he had with difficulty restored his authority, were full of friends of the revolution, and that a French army would be welcomed by many Belgians. He despised the weakness and the folly of the emigrants, and excluded them from his councils. He earnestly desired to avoid a war which might endanger his sister or her husband. In August 1790, he had met Frederick William Declaration of Pillnitz Roman II of Prussia at Pillnitz near Dresden, and the two monarchs had joined in a declaration that they considered the restoration of order and of monarchy in France an object of interest to all sovereigns. They further declared that they would be ready to act for this purpose, in concert with the other powers. This declaration appears to have been drawn from Leopold by pressure of circumstances. He well knew that concerted action of the powers was impossible, as the English government had firmly resolved not to meddle with French affairs. After Louis had accepted the Constitution, Leopold virtually withdrew his declaration. Nevertheless, it was a grave error of judgment, and contributed to the approaching war. In France, many persons desired war for various reasons. Narbonne trusted to find in it the means of restoring a certain authority to the crown, and limiting the revolution. He contemplated a war with Austria. Only the Girondins desired war in the hope that it would enable them to abolish monarchy altogether. They desired a general war because they believed that it would carry the revolution into other countries and make it secure in France. By making it universal, the extreme left had the same objects, but it held that a war for those objects could not safely be entrusted to the king, and his minister's victory would revive the power of the crown. Defeat would be the undoing of the revolution. Hence Robespierre and those who thought with him desired peace. The French nation generally had never approved of the Austrian alliance, and regarded the Habsburgs as traditional enemies. The king and queen, however, who looked for help from abroad and especially from Leopold, dreaded a war with Austria, and had no faith in the schemes of Narbonne, nor was France in a condition to wage a serious war. The constitution was unworkable, and the governing authorities were mutually hostile. The finances remained in disorder, and assignats of the face value of 900 million livres were issued by the Legislative Assembly. In less than a year, the army had been thinned by desertion, and was enervated by long indiscipline. The fortresses were in bad condition and short of supplies. In October, Leopold ordered the dispersion of the emigrants, who had mustered in arms in the Austrian Netherlands. His example was followed by the electors of Treves and Mainz. At the same time, they implored the emperor's protection, and the Austrian Chancellor Kaunitz informed Noailles, the French ambassador, that this protection would be given. If necessary, Narbonne demanded a credit of 20 million livres, which the Assembly granted. He made a tour of inspection in the north of France, and reported untruly to the Assembly that all was in readiness for war. On the 14th of January 1792, the diplomatic committee reported to the Assembly that the emperor should be required to give satisfactory assurances before the 10th of February. The Assembly put off the term to the 1st of March. In February, Leopold concluded a defensive treaty with Frederick William, but there was no mutual confidence between the sovereigns, who were at that very time pursuing opposite policies. With regard to Poland, Leopold still hesitated, and still hoped to avoid war. He died on the 1st of March, and the imperial dignity became vacant. The hereditary dominions of Austria passed to his son Francis. Afterwards, the Emperor Francis Roman II, a youth of small abilities and no experience, the real conduct of affairs, fell therefore to the aged Kaunitz. In France, Narbonne failed to carry the king or his colleagues along with him. The king took courage to dismiss 160 him on the 9th of March, whereupon the Assembly testified its confidence in Narbonne de Lessart, having incurred its anger by the tameness of his replies to Austrian dictation. the assembly voted his impeachment. The king, seeing no other course open, formed a new ministry, which was chiefly Girondin Roland, became Minister of the Interior, Clavier of Finance, de Grave of War, and Lacoste of Marine, far abler and more resolute than war declared against Austriani. Of these men was Dumouriez, the new Minister for Foreign Affairs, a soldier by profession. He had been employed in the secret diplomacy of Louis Roman XV, and had thus gained a wide knowledge of international politics. He stood aloof from parties, and had no rigid principles but held views closely resembling those of Narbonne. He wished for a war with Austria, which should restore some influence to the crown, and make himself the arbiter of France. The king bent to necessity, and on the 20th of April, came to the assembly with the proposal that war should be declared against Austria. It was carried by acclamation. Dumouriez intended to begin with an invasion of the Austrian Netherlands. As this would awaken English jealousy, he sent Talleyrand to London with assurances that if victorious, the French would annex no territory. It was designed that the French should invade the Netherlands at 3 points. Simultaneously, Lafayette was to march against Namur, Bayern against Mons, and Dillon against Tournai. But the first movement disclosed the miserable state of the army. Smitten with panic, Dillon's force fled at sight of the enemy, and Dillon, after receiving a wound from one of his own soldiers, was murdered by the mob of Lille. Bayern was easily routed before Mons. On hearing of these disasters, Lafayette found it necessary to retreat. This shameful discomfiture quickened all the suspicion and jealousy fermenting in France. De Grave had to resign, and was succeeded by Servan. The Austrian forces in the Netherlands were, however, so weak that they could not take the offensive. Austria demanded help from Prussia under the recent alliance, and the claim was admitted. Prussia declared war against France, and the Duke of Brunswick was chosen to command the Allied forces, but various causes delayed action. Austrian and Prussian interests clashed in Poland. The Austrian government wished to preserve a harmless neighbor. The Prussian government desired another partition and a large tract of Polish territory. Only after long discussion was it agreed that Prussia should be free to act in Poland, while Austria might find compensation in provinces conquered from France. A respite was thus given, and something was done to improve the army. Meantime, the assembly passed 3 decrees: one, for the deportation of non-juring priests; another, to suppress the king's constitutional guard; and a third for the establishment of a camp of fetiers near Paris. Louis consented to sacrifice his guard, but vetoed the other decrees. Roland having addressed to him an arrogant letter of remonstrance, the king, with the support of Dumouriez, dismissed Roland, Servan, and Clavier. Dumouriez then took the Ministry of War, and the other places were filled with such men as could be had. Dumouriez, who cared only for the successful prosecution of the war, urged the king to accept the decrees. As Louis was obstinate, he felt that he could do no more, resigned office on the 15th of June, and a mute of the 20th of June, 1792, went to join the Army of the North. Lafayette, who remained faithful to the Constitution of 1791, ventured on a letter of remonstrance to the Assembly. It paid no attention, for Lafayette could no longer sway the people. The Jacobins tried to frighten the king into accepting the decrees and recalling his ministers. On the 20th of June, the armed populace invaded the hall of the Assembly and the royal apartments in the Tuileries. For some hours, the king and queen were in the utmost peril. With passive courage, Louis refrained from making any promise to the insurgents. The failure of the insurrection encouraged a movement in favor of the king. Some 20,000 Parisians signed a petition expressing sympathy with Louis. Addresses of like tenor poured in from the departments and the provincial cities. Lafayette himself came to Paris in the hope of rallying the constitutional party, but the king and queen eluded his offers of assistance. They had always disliked and distrusted Lafayette and the Feuillants, and preferred to rest their hopes of deliverance on the foreigner. Lafayette returned to his troops. Without having effected anything, the Girondins made a last advance to Louis, offering to save the monarchy if he would accept them as ministers. His refusal united all the Jacobins in the project of overturning the monarchy by force. The ruling spirit of this new revolution was Danton, a barrister, only 32 years of age, who had not sat in either assembly, although he had been the leader of the Cordeliers, an advanced Republican club, and had a strong hold on the common people of Paris. Danton and his friends were assisted in their work by the fear of invasion, for the Allied army was at length mustering on the frontier. The Assembly declared the country in danger. All the regular troops in or near Paris were sent to the front. Volunteers and fetiers were constantly arriving in Paris, and although most went on to join the army, the Jacobins enlisted those who were suitable for their purpose especially. Some 500 whom Barbaroux Girondin had summoned from Marseille at the same time. The National Guard was opened to the lowest class. Brunswick's famous declaration of the 25th of July, announcing that the Allies would enter France to restore the royal authority, and would visit the Assembly and the city of Paris with military execution if any further outrage were offered to the king heated the Republican spirit to fury. It was resolved to strike the decisive blow on the 10th of August. On the night of the 9th, a new revolutionary commune took possession of the Hôtel de Ville, and early on the morning of the 10th, the insurgents assailed the Tuileries. As the preparations of the Jacobins had been notorious, some rising of the 10th of August measures of defense had been taken beside a few gentlemen in arms, and a number of National Guards. The palace was garrisoned by the Swiss Guard, about 950 strong. The disparity of force was not so great as to make resistance altogether hopeless, but Louis let himself be persuaded into betraying his own cause and retiring with his family under the shelter of the Assembly. The National Guards either dispersed or fraternized with the assailants. The Swiss Guard stood firm, and possibly by accident, a fusillade began. The enemy were gaining ground when the Swiss received an order from the king to cease firing and withdraw. They were mostly shot down as they were retiring, and of those who surrendered, many were murdered in cold blood. Next day, the king and queen spent long hours in a reporter's box, while the Assembly discussed their fate and the fate of the French monarchy. Little more than a third of the deputies were present, and they were almost all Jacobins. They decreed that Louis should be suspended from his office, and that a convention should be summoned to give France a new constitution. An executive council was formed by recalling Roland Clavière and Servan to office, and joining with them, Danton as Minister of Justice, Lebrun as Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Monge as Minister of Marine. When Lafayette heard of the insurrection in Paris, he tried to rally his troops in defense of the Constitution, but they refused to follow him. He was driven to cross the frontier and surrender himself to the Austrians' Dumouriez. The Revolutionary Commune of Paris was named his successor, but the new government was still beset with danger. It had no root in law and little hold on public opinion. It could not lean on the Assembly, a mere shrunken remnant whose days were numbered. It remained dependent on the power which had set it up, the Revolutionary Commune of Paris. The Commune could therefore extort what concessions it pleased. It got the custody of the king and his family, who were imprisoned in the Temple, having obtained an indefinite power of arrest. It soon filled the prisons of Paris. As the elections to the Convention were close at hand, the Commune resolved to strike the public with terror. By the slaughter of its prisoners, it found its opportunity in the progress. Invasion on the 19th, Brunswick crossed the frontier. On the 22nd, Longwy surrendered. Verdun was invested and seemed likely to fall. On the 1st of September, the Commune decreed 161 that on the following day the tocsin should be rung. All able-bodied citizens convened in the Champs de Mars, and 60,000, the September massacres volunteers, enrolled for the defense of the country. While this assembly was in progress, gangs of assassins were sent to the prisons and began a butchery which lasted 4 days and consumed 1,400 victims. The Commune addressed a circular letter to the other cities of France, inviting them to follow the example. A number of state prisoners awaiting trial at Orleans were ordered to Paris, and on the way were murdered at Versailles. The Assembly offered a feeble resistance to these crimes. Danton can hardly be acquitted of connivance at them. Roland hinted disapproval, but did not venture more. He, with many other Girondins, had been marked for slaughter in the original project. The elections to the Convention were by almost universal suffrage, but indifference or intimidation reduced the voters to a small number. Many who had sat in the National, and many more who had sat in the Legislative, the National Convention Assembly, were returned. The Convention met on the 20th of September. Like the previous assemblies, it did not fall into well-defined parties. The success of the Jacobins in overthrowing the monarchy had ended their union thenceforwards. The name of Jacobin was confined to the smaller and more fanatical group, while the rest came to be known as the Girondins. The Jacobins, about 100 strong, formed the left of the Convention, afterwards known, from the raised benches on which they sat, as the Mountain Curomen. 5. The Girondins, numbering perhaps 180, formed the right. The rest of the House, nearly 500 members, voted now on one side, now on the other, until in the course of the Terror they fell under the Jacobin domination. This neutral mass is often termed the Plain, in allusion to its seats on the floor of the House. The Convention as a whole was Republican, if not on principle, from the feeling that no other abolition of the monarchic form of government could be established. It decreed the abolition of monarchy. On the 21st of September, a committee was named to draft a new constitution, which was presented and decreed in the following June. but never took effect, and was superseded by a third constitution in 1795. The actual government of France was by committees of the convention, but some months passed before it could be fully organized. The inner history of the convention was strange and terrible. It turned on the successive schisms in the ruling minority. Whichever side prevailed destroyed its adversaries, only to divide afresh and renew the strife, until the Jacobins and Girondins victors were at length so reduced that their yoke was shaken off, and the mass of the convention hitherto benumbed by fear resumed its freedom, and the government of France the first and most memorable of these contests was the quarrel between Jacobin and Girondin. Both parties were republican and democratic, both wished to complete the revolution, both were determined to maintain the integrity of France, but they differed in circumstances and temperament. Although the leaders on both sides were of the middle class, the Girondins represented the bourgeoisie, the Jacobins represented the populace the Girondins desired. A speedy return to law, and order the Jacobins thought that they could keep power only by violence. The Jacobins leant on the revolutionary commune, and the mob of Paris the Girondins leant on the thriving burghers of the provincial cities. Despite their smaller number the Jacobins were victors. They were the more resolute and unscrupulous the Girondins numbered many orators, but not one man of action. The Jacobins controlled the parent club with its affiliated societies, and the whole machinery of terror. The Girondins had no organized force at their disposal. The Jacobins perpetuated in a new form the old centralization of power, to which France was accustomed. The Girondins addressed themselves to provincials who had lost the power of initiative. They were termed federalists by their enemies, and accused unjustly enough of wishing to dissolve the national unity. Even in the first days of the convention, the feud broke out. The Girondins condemned the September massacres, and dreaded the Parisian populist Barbaroux, accused Robespierre of aiming at a dictatorship, and Buzot demanded a guard recruited in the departments to protect the convention in October. Louvet reiterated the charge against Robespierre, and Barbaroux called for the dissolution of the Commune of Paris, but the Girondins gained no tangible result from this wordy warfare. For a time, the question how to dispose of the king diverted the thoughts of all parties. It was approached in a political, not in a judicial spirit. The Jacobins desired the death of Louis, partly because they hated kings and deemed him a traitor, partly because they wished to envenom the revolution, defy Europe, and compromise their more temperate colleagues. The Girondins wished to spare Louis, but were afraid of incurring the reproach of royalism. At this critical moment, the discovery of the famous iron chest, containing papers which showed that many public men had intrigued with the court, was disastrous for Louis. Members of the convention were anxious to be thought severe, lest they should be thought corrupt. Robespierre frankly demanded that Louis as a public enemy should be put to death without form of trial. The majority shrank from such open injustice, and decreed on the 3rd of December that Louis should be tried by the convention. A committee of 21 was chosen to frame the indictment against Louis, and on the 11th of December, he was brought to the bar for the first time to hear the charges read. The most essential might be summed up in the statement: trial and execution of Louis Roman 16, that he had plotted against the Constitution and against the safety of the kingdom. On the 26th, Louis appeared at the bar a second time, and the trial began. The advocates of Louis could plead that all his actions down to the dissolution of the National Assembly came within the amnesty then granted, and that the Constitution had proclaimed his person inviolable, while enacting for certain offenses the penalty of deposition, which he had already undergone. Such arguments were not likely to weigh with such a tribunal. The Mountain called for immediate sentence of death. The Girondins desired an appeal to the people of France. The galleries of the convention were packed with adherents of the Jacobins, whose fury, not confined to words, struck terror into all who might incline towards mercy. In Paris, unmistakable signs announced a new insurrection, to be followed perhaps by new massacres. On the question whether Louis was guilty, none ventured to give a negative vote. The motion for an appeal to the people was rejected by 424 votes to 283. The penalty of death was adopted by 361 votes against 360, in favor of other penalties, or of postponing at least the execution of the sentence. On the 21st of January 1793, Louis was beheaded in the Place de la Révolution, now the Place de la Concorde. Between the deposition and the death of Louis, the war had run a surprising course. Accompanied by King Frederick William Brunswick, had entered France with 80,000 men, of whom more than half were Prussians. The Battle of Valmy. Soldiers in Europe. The disorder of France was such that many expected a triumphal march to Paris. But the Allies had opened the campaign late. They moved slowly, the weather broke and sickness began to waste their ranks. Dumouriez succeeded in rousing the spirit of the French he occupied. The defiles of the forest of Argonne, thus causing the enemy to lose many valuable days. And when at last they turned his position, he retreated without loss at Valmy on the 20th of September. The two armies came in contact. The affair was only a cannonade, but the French stood firm, and the advance of the Allies was stayed. Brunswick had no heart for his work. The king was ill satisfied with the Austrians, and both were alarmed by the ravages of disease among the soldiers. Within 10 days after the affair of Valmy, they began their retreat. Dumouriez, who still hoped to detach Prussia from Austria, left them unmolested. When the enemy had quitted France, he invaded Hainaut and defeated the Austrians at Jemappes on the 6th of November in Belgium. A large party regarded the French as deliverers. Dumouriez entered Brussels without further resistance and was soon master of the whole country. Elsewhere, the French were equally successful. With a slight force, Custine 162 assailed the electorate of Mainz. The common people were friendly, and he had no trouble in occupying the country as far as the Rhine. The king of Sardinia, having shown a hostile temper, Montesquieu made an easy conquest of Savoy. At the close of 1792, the relative position of France and her enemies had been reversed. It was seen that the French were still able to wage war, and that the revolutionary spirit had permeated the adjoining countries, while the old governments of Europe, jealous of one another and uncertain of the loyalty of their subjects, were ill qualified for resistance. Intoxicated with these victories, the convention abandoned itself to the fervor of propaganda and conquest. The river Scheldt had been closed to commerce by various treaties, to which England and Holland, neutral powers, were parties, without a pretense of negotiation. The French government declared on the 16th of November that the Scheldt was thenceforwards open. On the 19th, a decree of the convention offered the aid of France to all nations which were striving after freedom. In other words, to the malcontents in every neighboring state. Not long afterwards, the convention annexed Savoy, with the consent it should be added of many Savoyards. On the 15th of December, the convention decreed that all peoples freed by its assistance should carry out a revolution like that which had been made in France, on pain of being treated as enemies towards Great Britain. The Executive Council and the convention behaved with singular folly there, in spite of a growing antipathy to the revolution. Pitt earnestly desired to maintain peace. The conquest of the Netherlands and the symptoms of a wish to annex that country made his task most difficult. But the French, the first coalition against France government, underrated the strength of Great Britain, imagining that all Englishmen who desired parliamentary reform desired revolution, and that a few democratic societies represented the nation. When Monge announced the intention of attacking Great Britain on behalf of the English Republicans, the British government and nation were thoroughly alarmed and roused. And when the news of the execution of Louis Roman XVI was received, Chauvelin, the French envoy, was ordered to quit England. France declared war against England and Holland on the 1st of February, and soon afterwards against Spain. In the course of the year 1793, the Empire, the kings of Portugal and Naples, and the Grand Duke of Tuscany declared war against France. Thus was formed the first coalition. France was not prepared to encounter so many enemies. Administrative confusion had been heightened by the triumph of the Jacobins. Servan was succeeded as Minister of War by Pache, who was incapable and dishonest. The army of Dumouriez was left in such want that it dwindled rapidly. The commissioners of the convention plundered the Netherlands with so little remorse that the people became bitterly hostile. The attempt to enforce a revolution of the French sort on the Catholic and conservative Belgians drove them to fury. By every unfair means, the commissioners extorted the semblance of a popular vote in favor of incorporation, and France annexed the Netherlands. This was the last outrage, when a new Austrian army under the Prince of Coburg entered the country. Dumouriez, who had invaded Holland, was unable to defend Belgium. On the 18th of March, he was defeated at Neerwinden, and a few days later, he was driven back to the frontier. Alike on public and personal grounds, Dumouriez was the enemy of the government. Trusting in his influence over the army, he resolved to lead it against the convention, and in order to secure his rear, he negotiated with the enemy, but he could make no impression on his soldiers, and deserted to the Austrians. Events followed a similar course in the Rhine Valley. There also the French wore out the goodwill at first shown to them. They summoned a convention and obtained a vote for incorporation with France, but they were unable to hold their ground on the approach of a Prussian army. By April, they had lost the country, with the exception of Mainz, which was invested. France thus lay open to invasion from the east and the north. The convention decreed a levy of 300,000 men. About the same time began the first formidable uprising against the Revolution, the War of La Vendée, the region lying to the south of the lower Loire. And facing the Atlantic, its inhabitants differed in many ways from the mass rising in La Vendée, the nation living far from large towns and busy routes of commerce. They remained primitive in all their thoughts and ways. The peasants had always been on friendly terms with the gentry, and the agrarian changes made by the Revolution had not been appreciated so highly as elsewhere. The people were ardent Catholics, who venerated the non-juring clergy and resented the measures taken against them. But they remained passive until the enforcement of the decree for the levy of 300,000 men, caring little for the convention, and knowing nothing of events on the northern or eastern frontier. The peasants were determined not to serve and preferred to fight the republic at home. When once they had taken up arms, they found gentlemen to lead and priests to exhort, and their rebellion became royalist and Catholic. The chiefs were drawn from widely different classes. If Bonchamps and La Roche-Jacqueline were nobles, Stofflet was a gamekeeper, and Cathalino a mason, as the country was favorable to guerrilla warfare, and the government could not spare regular troops from the frontiers. The rebels were usually successful, and by the end of May had almost expelled the Republicans from La Vendée. Danger without and within prompted the convention to strengthen the executive authority, that the executive and legislative powers ought to be absolutely separate, had been an axiom throughout the Revolution. The Committee of Public Safety Ministers had always been excluded from a seat in the legislature, but the assemblies were suspicious of the executive, and bent on absorbing the government. They had nominated committees of their own members to control every branch of public affairs. These committees, while reducing the ministers to impotence, were themselves clumsy and ineffectual. It may be said that since the first meeting of the States General, the executive authority had been paralyzed in France. The convention, in theory, maintained the separation of powers. Even Danton had been forced to resign office when he was elected a member. But unity of government was restored by the formation of a central committee in January. The first Committee of General Defense was formed of members of the committees for the several departments of state too large and too much divided for strenuous labor. It was reduced in April to 9 members and renamed the Committee of Public Safety. It deliberated in secret and had authority over the ministers. It was entrusted with the whole of the national defense and empowered to use all the resources of the state, and it quickly became the supreme power in the republic under it. The ministers were no more than head clerks. About the same time were instituted the deputies on mission in the provinces, who could overrule any local authority, and who corresponded regularly with the Committee. France thus returned under new forms to its traditional government, a despotic authority in Paris, with all-powerful agents in the provinces against disaffection. The government was armed with formidable weapons: the Committee of General Security and the Revolutionary Tribunal. The Committee of General Security, first established in October 1792, was several times remodeled in September 1793. The convention decreed that its members should be nominated by the Committee of Public Safety. The Committee of General Security had unlimited powers for the prevention or discovery of crime against the state. The Revolutionary Tribunal was decreed on the 10th of March. It was an extraordinary court destined to try all offenses against the revolution. Without appeal, the jury, which received wages, voted openly, so that condemnation was almost certain. The director of the jury, or public prosecutor, was Fauquier Tinville. The first condemnation took place on the 11th of April. Enmity between Girondin and Jacobin grew fiercer. As the perils of the Republic increased, Danton strove to unite all partisans of the Revolution in defense of the country. But the Girondins, detesting his character, and fearing his ambition fall of the Girondins rejected all advances. The Commune of Paris and the journalists, who were its mouthpieces, Hebert and Marat, aimed frankly at destroying the Girondins. In April, the Girondins carried a decree that Marat should be sent before the Revolutionary Tribunal for incendiary writings, but his acquittal showed that a Jacobin leader was above the law. In May, they proposed that the Commune of Paris should be dissolved, and that the supplants, the persons elected to fill vacancies occurring in the convention, should assemble at bourgs, where they would be safe from that violence which might be applied to the convention itself. Barra, who was rising into notice by the skill with which he trimmed between parties, opposed this motion, and carried a decree appointing a committee of 12 to watch over the safety of the convention. Then the Commune named as commandant of the National Guard Henriot, a man concerned in the September massacres. It raised an insurrection on the 31st of May. On Berer's proposal, the convention stooped to dissolving the Committee of 12. The commune, which had hoped for the arrest of the Girondin leaders, was not satisfied. It undertook a new and more formidable outbreak on the 2nd of June, enclosed by Henriot's troops, and thoroughly cowed the convention decreed the arrest of the Committee of 12. And of 22 principal Girondins, they were put under confinement in their own houses. Thus the Jacobins became all-powerful. A tremor of revolt ran through the cities of the South, which chafed under the despotism of the Parisian mob. These cities had their own grievances. The Jacobin clubs menaced the lives and properties of all who were guilty of wealth revolt of the provincessor of moderate opinions, while the representatives on mission deposed the municipal authorities and placed their own creatures in power at the end of April. The citizens of Marseille closed the Jacobin club, put its chiefs on their trial, and drove out the representatives on mission in May. Lyon rose, the Jacobin municipality was overturned, and Chalier, their fiercest demagogue, was arrested in June. The citizens of Bordeaux declared that they would not acknowledge the authority of the convention until the imprisoned deputies were set free in July. Toulon rebelled. But in the north, the appeals of such Girondins as escaped from Paris were of no avail. Even the southern uprising proved far less dangerous than might have been expected. The peasants, who had gained more by the revolution than any other class, held aloof from the citizens. The citizens lacked the qualities necessary for the successful conduct of civil war. Bordeaux surrendered almost without waiting to be summoned. Marseille was taken in August and treated with great cruelty. Lyon, where the royalists were strong, defended itself with courage. For the trial and execution of Chalier made the townsmen hopeless of pardon. Toulon, also largely royalist, invited the English and Spanish admirals Hood and Langara, who occupied the port, and garrisoned the town at the same time. The Vendean War continued formidable. In June, the insurgents took the important town of Saumur. Although they failed in an attempt upon Nantes at the end of July, the Republicans were still unable to make any impression upon the revolted territory. Thus, in the summer of 1793, France seemed to be falling to pieces. It was saved by the imbecility and disunion of the hostile powers in the north. The French army, after the treason of Dumouriez, could only attempt to cover disunion of the Allied powers. Frontier, the Austrians were joined by British, Dutch, and Prussian forces. Had the Allies pushed straight upon Paris, they might have ended the war, but the desire of each ally to make conquests on his own account led them to spend time and strength in sieges. When Condé and Valenciennes had been taken, the British went off to assail Dunkirk, and the Prussians retired into Luxembourg in the east. The Prussians and Austrians took Mainz at the end of July, allowing the garrison to depart on condition of not serving against the Allies for a year. Then they invaded Alsace, but their mutual jealousy prevented them from going farther. Thus the summer passed away without any decisive achievement of the coalition. Meanwhile, the Committee of Public Safety, inspired by Danton, strove to rebuild the French administrative system. In July, the committee was renewed and Danton fell out, but soon afterwards, it was reinforced by two officers, Carnot, who undertook the organization of the army, and Prieur of the Côte d'Or, who undertook its equipment. Administrators of the first rank, these men renovated the warlike power of France and enabled her to deal those crushing blows which broke up the coalition. The Royalist and Girondin insurrections, and the critical aspect of the war, favored the establishment of what is known as the reign of terror. Terrorism had prevailed more or less since the beginning of the revolution, but it was the reign of terror, the work of those who desired to rule, not of the nominal rulers. It had been lawless and rebellious. It ended by becoming legal and official, while Danton kept power. Terrorism remained imperfect, for Danton, although unscrupulous, did not love cruelty and kept in view a return to normal government. But soon after Danton had ceased to be a member of the Committee of Public Safety, Robespierre was elected, and now became the most powerful man in France. Robespierre was an acrid fanatic, and unlike Danton, who only cared to secure the practical results of the revolution, he had a moral and religious ideal which he intended to force on the nation. All who rejected his ideal were corrupt. All who resented his ascendancy were traitors. The death of Marat, who was stabbed by Charlotte Corday-Curoman, 5 to avenge the Girondins, gave yet another pretext for terrible measures of repression in Paris. The armed ruffians, who had long preyed upon respectable citizens, were organized as a revolutionary army, and other revolutionary armies were established in the provinces. 2 new laws placed almost everybody at the mercy of the government. The law of the maximum, passed on the 17th of September, fixed the price of food and made it capital to ask for more. The law of suspects, passed at the same time, declared suspect every person who was of noble birth, or had held office before the revolution, or had any connection with an emigre, or could not produce a card of civisme granted by the local authority, which had full discretion to refuse any suspect, might be arrested and imprisoned until the peace or sent before the revolutionary tribunal an earlier law had established in every commune an elective committee of surveillance. These bodies, better known as revolutionary committees, were charged with the enforcement of the law of suspects. On the 10th of October, the new constitution was suspended, and the government declared revolutionary until the peace. The spirit of those in power was shown by the massacres, which followed on the surrender of Lyon in that month in Paris. The slaughter of distinguished victims began with the trial of Marie Antoinette, who was guillotined on execution of the Queen. 1621 Girondin deputies were next brought to the bar, and with the exception of valets who stabbed himself, were beheaded on the last day of October. Madame Roland and other Girondins of note suffered later in November. The Duke of Orleans, who had styled himself Philippe Egalité, had sat in the convention and had voted for the king's death, went to the scaffold. Bailly Barnave and many others of note followed before the end of the year. As the bloody work went on, the pretense of trial became more and more hollow, the chance of acquittal fainter and fainter. The revolutionary tribunal was a mere instrument of state. Knowing the slight foundation of its power, the government deliberately sought to destroy all whose birth, political connections, or past career might mark them out as leaders of opposition. At the same time, it took care to show that none was so obscure or so impotent as to be safe when its policy was to destroy. The disastrous effects of the terror were heightened by the financial mismanagement of the Jacobins. Assignats were issued with such reckless profusion that the total for the 3 years of the convention has been estimated at 7250 millions of francs. Enormous depreciation ensued, and although penalties rising to death itself were denounced against all who should refuse to take them at par, they fell to little more than one of their 164 nominal value. What were known as revolutionary taxes were imposed at discretion by the representatives on mission, and the local authorities, a forced loan of 1,000 millions, was exacted from those citizens who were reputed to be prosperous. Immense supplies of all kinds were requisitioned for the armies, and were sometimes allowed to rot. Unused anarchy and state interference, having combined to check the trade in necessaries, the government undertook to feed the people, and spent huge sums especially on bread for the starving inhabitants of Paris, as no regular budget was attempted, as accounts were not kept, and as audit was unknown. The opportunities for fraud and embezzlement were endless, even when due allowance has been made for the financial disorder, which the convention inherited from previous assemblies, and for the war which it had to wage against a formidable alliance. It cannot be acquitted of reckless and wasteful maladministration. Notwithstanding the disorder of the time, the mass of new laws produced by the convention was extraordinary. A new system of weights and measures, a new currency, a new chronological era, that of the Republic, and a new revolutionary legislation. The new calendar were introduced. See the section Republican calendar below. A new and elaborate system of education was decreed too. Drafts of a complete civil code were made, and although neither was enacted, particular changes of great moment were decreed. Many of the new laws were stamped with the passions of the time. Such were the laws which suppressed all the remaining bodies corporate, even the academies, and which extinguished all manorial rights without any indemnity to the owners. Such, too, were the laws which took away the power of testation, placed natural children upon an absolute equality with legitimate, and gave a boundless freedom of divorce. It would be absurd, however, to dismiss all the legislative work of the convention as merely partisan or eccentric. Much of it was enlightened and skillful, the product of the best minds in the assembly to compete for power or even to express an opinion on public affairs was dangerous, and wholly to refrain from attendance might be construed as disaffection. Able men who wished to be useful without hazarding their lives took refuge in the committees where new laws were drafted, and discussed. The result of their labors was often decreed as a matter of course. Whether the decree would be carried into effect was always uncertain. The ruling faction was still divided against itself. The Commune of Paris, which had overthrown the Girondins, was jealous of the Committee of Public Safety, which meant to be supreme. Robespierre, the leading member of the committee, abhorred the chiefs of the Commune, not merely because they conflicted with his ambition, but from difference of character. He was orderly and temperate, they were gross and debauched. He was a deist, they were atheists. In November, the Commune fitted up Notre Dame as a temple of reason, selected an opera girl to impersonate the goddess, and with profane ceremony installed her in the choir. All the churches in Paris were closed. Danton, when he felt power slipping from his hands, had retired from public business to his native town of Arcis-sur-Aube. When he became aware of the feud between Robespierre and the Commune, he conceived the hope of limiting the terror and guiding the revolution into a sane course. He returned to Paris and joined with Robespierre in carrying the law of 14 Frimaire December 4, which gave the Committee of Public Safety absolute control over all municipal authorities. He became the advocate of mercy, and his friend Camille Desmoulins pleaded for the same cause in the Via Cordelier. Then the overthrow of the Paris Commune, fall of the Dantonist suppressed nation, took courage and began to demand pardon for the innocent and even justice upon murderers. A sharp contest ensued between the Dantonists and the Commune. Robespierre, inclining now to this side, now to that, for he was really a friend to neither. His friend, sent just a younger and fiercer man, resolved to destroy both Hebert and his followers in despair, planned a new insurrection. But they were deserted by Henriot, their military chief. Their doom was thus fixed. 20 leaders of the Commune were arrested on the 17th of March 1794 and guillotined a week later. It was then Danton's turn. He had several warnings, but either through overconfidence or weariness of life, he scorned to fly. On the 30th, he was arrested along with his friends Desmoulins, Delacroix, Philippot, and Westermann. Sent just read to the convention a report on their case, preeminent, even in that day, for its shameless disregard of truth, nay, of plausibility. Before the revolutionary tribunal, Danton defended himself with such energy that Saint just took means to have him silenced. Danton and his friends were executed on the 5th of April. For a moment the conflict of parties seemed at an end. None could presume to challenge the authority of the Committee of Public Safety. And in the committee none disputed the leadership of Robespierre. Robespierre was at last supremacy of Robespierre to establish the Republic of Virtue. On the 7th of May, he persuaded the convention to decree that the French people acknowledge the existence of a supreme being and the immortality of the soul. On the 4th of June, he was elected president of the convention, and from that time forward, he appeared to be dictator of France. On the 8th, the festival of the supreme being was solemnized, Robespierre acting as pontiff, amid the outward deference and secret jeers of his colleagues. But Robespierre knew what a gulf parted him from almost all his countrymen. He knew that he could be safe only by keeping power and powerful, only by making the terror more stringent. 2 days after the festival, his friend Couthon presented the crowning law of the terror, known as the Law of 22 Prairial. As the revolutionary tribunal was said to be paralyzed by forms and delays, this law abolished the defense of prisoners by counsel and the examination of witnesses. Thenceforward, the impressions of judges and jurors were to decide the fate of the accused. For all offenses, the penalty was to be death. The leave of the convention was no longer required for the arrest of a member. In spite of some murmurs, even this law was adopted. Its effect was fearful. The revolutionary tribunal had hitherto pronounced 1,200 death sentences. In the next 6 weeks, it pronounced 1,400, with Robespierre's approval. Saint just sketched at this time the plan of an ideal society in which every man should have just enough land to maintain him, in which domestic life should be regulated by law, and all children over 7 years should be educated by the state. Pending this regeneration of society, Saint just advised the rule of a dictator. The growing ferocity of the terror appeared more hideous as the dangers threatening the government receded. The surrender of Toulon in December 1793 closed the south of France to foreign enemies. The war in La Vendée turned against the Revolutionary War Republican successist insurgents. From the time when the veteran garrison of Mainz came to reinforce the Republican army, after a severe defeat at Collet on the 16th of October, the Royalists determined to cross the Loire and raise Brittany and Anjou, where the Chouans or Royalist partisans were already stirring. They failed in an attempt on the little seaport of Granville, and in another upon Angers in December. They were defeated with immense loss at Le Mans, and at Savonay the rebellion would probably have died out, but for the measures of the new Republican General Turreau, who wasted La Vendée so horribly with his infernal columns that he drove the peasants to take up arms once more. Yet Turreau's crimes were almost surpassed by Carrier, the representative on mission at Nantes, who, finding the guillotine too slow in the destruction of his prisoners, adopted the plan of drowning them wholesale. In the autumn of 1793, the war against the coalition took a turn favorable to France. The energy of Danton, the organizing skill of Carnot, and the high spirit of the French nation, resolute at all costs to avoid dismemberment, had well employed the respite given by the sluggishness of the Allies in Flanders. The English were defeated at Honscoot September 8, and the Austrians at Wadigny's October 15 in the East Hoch routed the Austrians at Weissenberg and forced them to recross the Rhine before the end of 1793. The summer of 1794 saw France victorious on all her frontiers. Jourdan won the Battle of Fleurus, 165, June 25, which decided the fate of the Belgian provinces. The Prussians were driven out of the eastern departments against the Spaniards, and the Sardinians, the French, were also successful. Under these circumstances, government by terror could not endure. Robespierre was not a man of action. He knew not how to form or lead a party. He lived not with his fellows, but with his own thoughts and ambitions. He was hated and feared by most of the oligarchy. They laughed at his religion, resented his puritanism, and felt themselves in daily peril. His only loyal friends in the Committee of Public Safety, Cousin and Saint-Just, were themselves unpopular. Robespierre professed consideration for the deputies of the plain who were glad to buy safety by conforming to his will. But he could not reckon on their help in time of danger. By degrees, a coalition against Robespierre was formed in the mountain. It included old followers of Danton like Talon, independent Jacobins like Cambon, some of the worst terrorists like Fouch, and such a consummate time-server as Barra. In the course of July, its influence began to be felt when Saint-Just proposed Robespierre to the committees. As dictator, he found no response. On the 8th Thermidor, 26th of July, Robespierre addressed the convention deploring the invectives against himself and the Revolutionary Tribunal and demanding the purification of the committees and the punishment of traitors. His enemies took the speech as a declaration of war and thwarted a proposal that it should be circulated in the departments. Robespierre felt his ascendancy totter. He repeated his speech with more success to the Jacobin Club. His friends determined to strike, and Henriot ordered the National Guards to hold themselves in readiness. Robespierre's enemies called on the Committee of Public Safety. Fall of Robespierre, the 9th Thermidor, to arrest the traitors. But the committee was divided on the morning of the 9th Thermidor. Saint-Just was beginning to speak in the convention when Tallien cut him short. Robespierre and all who tried to speak in his behalf were shouted down. The plain was deaf to Robespierre's appeal. Finally, the convention decreed the arrest of Robespierre, of his brother Augustin of Couthon, and of Saint-Just, but the Commune and the Jacobin Club were on the alert. They sounded the tocsin, mustered their partisans, and released the prisoners. The convention outlawed Robespierre and his friends, and sent out commissioners to rally the citizens. It named Barras a deputy who had served in the royal army to lead its forces. Had Robespierre possessed Danton's energy, the result might have been doubtful. He did nothing himself, and benumbed his followers without an effort. Barras captured the Hôtel de Ville. Robespierre, whose jaw had been shattered by a pistol shot, was left in agony for the night. On the next morning, he was beheaded, along with his brother Cousin, Saint-Just Henriot, and 17 more of his adherents. On the day after, 71 members of the Commune followed them to the scaffold. Such was the revolution of the 9th Thermidor, 27th of July, 1794, which ended the Reign of Terror. In a period of 15 months, it has been calculated about 17,000 persons had been executed in France under form of law. The number of those who were shot, drowned, or otherwise massacred without the pretense of a trial can never be accurately known, but must be reckoned far greater. The number of persons arrested and imprisoned reached hundreds of thousands, of whom many died in their crowded and filthy jails. The names on the list of emigrants at the close of the Terror were about 150,000. Of these, a small proportion had borne arms against their country. The rest were either harmless fugitives from destruction or had never quitted France, and had been placed on the list simply in order that they might incur the penalties of emigration. Every one of this multitude was liable to instant death. If found in French territory, their relatives were subjected to various pains and penalties. All the property of those condemned to death and of emigrants was confiscated. The carnage of the Terror spread far beyond the clergy and the nobility, beyond even the middle class, for peasants and artisans were among the victims. It spread far beyond those who could conspire or rebel, for bedridden old men and women and young boys and girls were often sacrificed. It made most havoc in the flower of the nation, since every kind of eminence marked men for death by imbuing Frenchmen with such a mutual hatred, as nothing but the arm of despotic power could control. The Reign of Terror rendered political liberty impossible. For many years, the rule of the terrorists made inevitable the reign of Napoleon. The fall of Robespierre had consequences unforeseen by his destroyers. Long kept mute by fear, the mass of the nation found a voice and demanded a total change of government. When once the reaction against Jacobin reaction after the Terror tyranny had begun, It was impossible to halt. Great numbers of prisoners were set at liberty. The Commune of Paris was abolished, and the office of Commandant of the National Guard was suppressed. The Revolutionary Tribunal was reorganized, and thenceforwards condemnations were rare. The committees of public safety and general security were remodeled in virtue of a law that one-fourth of their number should retire at the end of every month, and not be reeligible until another month had elapsed somewhat later. The convention declared itself to be the only center of authority and executive business, was parceled out among 16 committees. Most of the representatives on mission were recalled, and many office holders were displaced. The trial of 130 prisoners, sent up from Nantes, led to so many terrible disclosures that public feeling turned still more fiercely against the Jacobins. Carrier himself was condemned and executed. And in November, the Jacobin Club was closed. In December, 73 members of the convention, who had been imprisoned for protesting against the violence done to the Girondins on the 2nd of June 1793, were allowed to resume their seats, and gave a decisive majority to the anti-Jacobins. Soon afterwards, the law of the maximum was repealed. A decree was passed in February 1795, severing the connection of church and state, and allowing general freedom of worship. At the beginning of March, those Girondin deputies who survived came back to their places in the convention. But the return to normal life after the Jacobin domination was not destined to be smooth or continuous beside the remnant of terrorists, such as Billaud Varennes and Collot de Herbois, who had joined in the revolt against parties in the Assembly. After Thermidor Robespierre, there were in the convention at that time three principal factions: the so-called independents such as Barras and Merlin of Douai, who were all Jacobins, but had stood aloof from the internal conflicts of the party, hated royalism as much as ever, and desired the continuance of the war, which was essential to their power. The Thermidorians, the immediate agents in Robespierre's overthrow, such as Tallien, had loudly professed Jacobinism, but wanted to make their peace with the nation. They sought for an understanding with the Girondins and Feuillants, and some went so far as to correspond with the exiled princes. Lastly, those members who had never been Jacobins wanted a speedy return to legal government at home, and therefore wished for peace abroad while bent on preserving the civil equality introduced by the Revolution. Many of these men were indifferent as between constitutional monarchy and a republic, the government, mainly Thermidorian, trimmed between moderates and independents, and for this reason, its actions were often inconsistent. Jacobins were strong enough to carry a decree for keeping the anniversary of the execution of Louis Roman XVI as a national festival. They could count on the populace because work was still scarce, food was still dear, and a multitude progress of the reaction off Parisians knew not where to find bread. A committee having recommended the indictment of Collot de Herbois and three other terrorists, there ensued the rising of the 12th Germinal. April 1, the mob forced their way into the hall of the convention and remained there until the National Guards of the wealthy quarters drove them out by a decree of the convention. The four accused persons were deported to Cayenne, a new mode of dealing with political offenders, almost as effective as the guillotine. While less apt to excite 166 compassion, the National Guard was reorganized so as to exclude the lowest class. The property of persons executed since the 10th of March 1793 was restored to their families. The signs of reaction daily became more unmistakable. Worshippers crowded to the churches, the emigrants returned by thousands, and anti-Jacobin outbreaks, followed by massacre, took place in the south. The despair of the Jacobins produced a second rising in Paris on the 1st Perial, May 20 again. The mob invaded the convention, murdered a deputy named Faraud who attempted to shield the president, and set his head on a pike. The ultra-Jacobin members took possession and embodied their wishes in decrees. Again, the hall was cleared by the National Guards, but order was restored in Paris only by employing regular troops. A new precedent in the history of the Revolution. Paris was disarmed, and several leaders of the insurrection were sentenced to death. The Revolutionary Tribunal was suppressed. Toleration was proclaimed for all priests who would declare their obedience to the laws of the state. Royalists began to count upon the restoration of young Louis the Dauphin, otherwise Louis Roman 17. But his health had been ruined by persevering cruelty, and he died on the 10th of June. The Thermidorian government also endeavored to pacify the rebels of the West. Its best advisor Hoche recommended an amnesty, and the assurance of religious freedom on these terms. Peace was made with the Vendians. Progress of the war at La Jaunia in February, and with the Chouans at La Mabile in April. Some of the Vendian leaders persevered in resistance until May, and even after their submission, the peace was ill observed, for the royalists hearkened to the solicitations of the princes and their advisors in the hope of rekindling the Civil War. A body of emigrants sailed under cover of the British fleet and landed on the peninsula of Quiberon. They were presently hemmed in by Hotch, and all who could not make their escape to the ships were forced to surrender at discretion. July 20, nearly 700 were executed by court-martial. Yet the spirit of revolt lingered in the West and broke out time after time against the coalition. The Republic was gloriously successful. See French Revolutionary Wars in the summer of 1794. The French invaded Spain at both ends of the Pyrenees, and at the close of the year they made good their footing in Catalonia and Navarre. By the beginning of 1795, the Rhine frontier had been won against the King of Sardinia. Alone they accomplished little. At sea the French had sustained a severe defeat from Lord Howe, and several of their colonies had been taken by the British, but Great Britain, when the Netherlands were lost, could do little for her allies even before the close of 1794. The King of Prussia retired from any active part in the war, and on the 5th of April 1795, he concluded with France the Treaty of Basel, which recognized her occupation of the left bank of the Rhine. The new democratic government, which the French had established in Holland, purchased peace by surrendering Dutch territory to the south of that river. A treaty of peace between France and Spain followed in July. The Grand Duke of Tuscany had been admitted to terms in February. The coalition thus fell into ruin, and France occupied a more commanding position than in the proudest days of Louis Roman XIV. But this greatness was unsure so long as France remained without a stable government. A constitutional committee was named in April. It resolved that the Constitution of 1793 was impracticable, and proceeded to frame Constitution of the year Roman III. The Directoria new one. The draft was submitted to the convention in June in its final shape. The Constitution established a parliamentary system of two houses, a council of 500 and a council of ancients 250 in number. Members of the 500 were to be at least 30 years of age, members of the ancients at least 40. The system of indirect election was maintained, but universal suffrage was abandoned. A moderate qualification was required for electors in the first degree, a higher one for electors in the second degree. When the 750 persons necessary had been elected, they were to choose the ancients out of their own body. A legislature was to last for 3 years, and 1/3 of the members were to be renewed. Every year, the ancients had a suspensory veto, but no initiative in legislation. The executive was to consist of 5 directors chosen by the ancients out of a list elected by the 501. Director was to retire every year. The directors were aided by ministers for the various departments of state. These ministers did not form a council and had no general powers of government. Provision was made for the stringent control of all local authorities by the central government, since the separation of powers was still deemed axiomatic. The directors had no voice in legislation or taxation, nor could directors or ministers sit in either house. Freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and freedom of labor were guaranteed. Armed assemblies and even public meetings of political societies were forbidden. Petitions were to be tendered only by individuals or through the public authorities. The Constitution was not, however, allowed free play. From the beginning, the convention was so unpopular that if its members had retired into private life, they would not have been safe and their work might have been undone. It was therefore decreed that 2/3 of the first legislature must be chosen out of the convention. When the Constitution was submitted to the primary assemblies, most electors held aloof. 1,050,000 voting for, and only 5,000 voting against it. On the 23rd of September, it was declared to be law. Then all the parties which insurrection of 13, Vendemiaire resented the limit upon freedom of election, combined to rise in Paris. The government entrusted its defense to Barras, but its true man of action was young General Bonaparte, who could dispose of a few thousand regular troops and a powerful artillery. The Parisians were ill-equipped and ill-oiled, and on the 13th of Vendemiaire, October 5, their insurrection was quelled almost without loss to the victors. No further resistance was possible. The convention dissolved itself on the 26th of October. The feeling of the nation was clearly shown in the elections. Among those who had sat in the convention, the anti-Jacobins were generally preferred. A leader of the old right was sometimes chosen by many departments at once. Balance of parties in the new legislature. Owing to this circumstance, 104 places reserved to members of the convention were left unfilled. When the persons elected met, they had no choice but to co-opt the 104 from the left of the convention. The new 1/3 were as a rule enemies of the Jacobins, but not of the revolution. Many had been members of the Constituent, or of the Legislative Assembly. When the new legislature was complete, the Jacobins had a majority, although a weak one after the Council of the Ancients had been chosen by lot. It remained to name the directors for its own security. The left resolved that all five must be old members of the convention, and regicides, the persons chosen were Rubel, Beres la Revelière Lepo Carnot, and Letourneur Rubel, was an able although unscrupulous man of action. Beres a dissolute and shameless adventurer, La Revelière Lepo, the chief of a new sect, that the philanthropists, and therefore a bitter foe to other religions, especially the Catholic. Severe integrity and memorable public services raised Carnot far above his colleagues, but he was not a statesman, and was hampered by his past. Letourneur, a harmless, insignificant person, was his admirer and follower. The division in the legislature was reproduced in the Directory. Rubel, Beres, and La Revelière Lepo had a full measure of the Jacobin spirit. Carnot and Letourneur favored a more temperate policy. With the establishment of the Directory, the revolution might seem closed. The nation only desired rest, and the healing of its many wounds. Those who wished to restore Louis Roman 18 and the ancient regime, and those who would character of the Directory have renewed the reign of terror, were insignificant in number. The possibility of foreign interference had vanished with the failure of the coalition. Nevertheless, the 4 years of the Directory were a time of arbitrary government and chronic disquiet. The late atrocities had made confidence or goodwill between parties impossible. The same instinct of self-preservation, which had led the members of the convention to claim so large a part in the new legislature, and the whole of 167, the Directory impelled them to keep their predominance. As the majority of Frenchmen wanted to be rid of them, they could achieve their purpose only by extraordinary means. They habitually disregarded the terms of the Constitution, and when the elections went against them, appealed to the sword. They resolved to prolong the war as the best expedient for prolonging their power. They were thus driven to rely upon the armies, which also desired war, and were becoming less and less civic in temper. Other reasons influenced them in this direction. The finances had been so thoroughly ruined that the government could not have met its expenses without the plunder and the tribute of foreign countries. If peace were made, the armies would return home, and the directors would have to face the exasperation of the rank and file who had lost their livelihood, as well as the ambition of generals who could in a moment brush them aside. Beres and Rubel were notoriously corrupt themselves and screened corruption. In others, the patronage of the directors was ill bestowed, and the general maladministration heightened their unpopularity. The constitutional party in the legislature desired a toleration of the non-juring clergy, the repeal of the laws against the relatives of the emigrants, and some merciful discrimination toward the emigrants themselves. The directors baffled all such military triumphs under the Directory. Bonaparte endeavors, on the other hand, the socialist conspiracy of Babeuf was easily quelled. See Babeuf, Francois, and little was done to improve the finances, and the assignats continued to fall in value, but the Directory was sustained by the military successes of the year 1796. Hoche again pacified La Vendée. Bonaparte's victories in Italy more than compensated for the reverses of Jourdan and Moreau in Germany. The King of Sardinia made peace in May, ceding Nice and Savoy to the Republic and consenting to receive French garrisons in his Piedmontese fortresses. By the Treaty of San Ildefonso, concluded in August, Spain became the ally of France. In October, Naples made peace in 1797. Bonaparte finished the conquest of northern Italy and forced Austria to make the Treaty of Campo Formio. October, whereby the emperor ceded Lombardy and the Austrian Netherlands to the Republic in exchange for Venice, and undertook to urge upon the Diet the surrender of the lands beyond the Rhine. Notwithstanding the victory of Cape St. Vincent, England was brought into such extreme peril by the mutinies in the fleet that she offered to acknowledge the French conquest of the Netherlands, and to restore the French colonies. The selfishness of the three directors threw away this golden opportunity. In March and April, the election of a new third of the councils had been held. It gave a majority to the constitutional party among the directors. The lot fell on Letourneur to retire, and he was succeeded by Barthélemy, an eminent diplomatist who allied himself with Carnot. The political disabilities imposed upon the relatives of emigrants were repealed. Priests who would declare their submission to the Republic were restored to their rights. As citizens, it seemed likely that peace would be made, and that moderate men would gain power. Beres, Rubel, and La Revelière Lepo then sought help from the armies, although royalists formed but a petty fraction of the majority. They raised the alarm that it was seeking to restore monarchy and undo the work coup d'etat of the 18th Fructidorov, the revolution. Hoche, then in command of the army of the Sambre, and Meuse visited Paris and sent troops. Bonaparte sent General Augereau, who executed the coup d'état of the 18th Fructidor September. For the councils were purged, the elections in 49 departments were cancelled, and many deputies and other men of note were arrested. Some of them, including Barthélemy, were deported to Cayenne. Carnot made good his escape. The two vacant places in the Directory were filled by Merlin of Douai and François of Neufchâteau. Then the government frankly returned to Jacobin methods, the law against the relatives of emigrants was reenacted, and military tribunals were established. To condemn emigrants who should return to France, the non-juring priests were again persecuted. Many hundreds were either sent to Cayenne or imprisoned in the hulks of Ray and Olron. La Réveillère Lepo seized the opportunity to propagate his religion. Many churches were turned into theophilanthropic temples. The government strained its power to secure the recognition of the Decadi as the day of public worship and the non-observance of Sunday liberty of the press ceased. Newspapers were confiscated, and journalists were deported wholesale. It was proposed to banish from France all members of the old noblesse. Although the proposal was dropped, they were all declared to be foreigners, and were forced to obtain naturalization if they would enjoy the rights of other citizens. A formal bankruptcy of the state, the cancelling of two-thirds of the interest on the public debt, crowned the misgovernment of this disastrous time. In the spring of 1798, not only a new third of the legislature had to be chosen, but the places of the members expelled by the Revolution of Fructidor had to be filled. The constitutional party had been rendered helpless, and the mass of the electors were indifferent. But among the Jacobins themselves, there had arisen an extreme party hostile to the directors, with the support of many who were not Jacobins, but detested the government. It bade fair to gain a majority before the new deputies could take their seats. The directors forced through the councils the law of the 22nd Floreal, May 11, annulling or perverting the elections in 30 departments, and excluding 48 deputies by name. Even this coup d'état did not secure harmony between the executive and the legislature in the councils. The directors were loudly charged with corruption and misgovernment. The retirement of François of Neufchâteau and the choice of Trailhard as his successor made no difference in the position of the Directory. While France was thus inwardly convulsed, its rulers were doubly bound to husband the national strength and practice moderation towards other states. Since December 1797, a Congress had been sitting at Rastatt to regulate the future of Germany. That it should be brought to a successful conclusion was of the utmost import for France, but the directors were driven by self-interest to new adventures abroad. Bonaparte was resolved not to sink into obscurity, and the directors were anxious to keep him as far as possible from Paris. They therefore sanctioned the expedition to Egypt, which deprived the Republic of its best army and most renowned captain. Coveting the treasures of Bern, they sent Brune to invade Switzerland and remodel its constitution in revenge for the murder of General Dufat. They sent Berthier to invade the Papal States and erect the Roman Republic. They occupied and virtually annexed Piedmont. In all these countries, they organized such an effective pillage that the French became universally hateful, as the armies were far below the strength required by the policy of unbounded conquest. And rapine, the first permanent law of conscription, was passed in the summer of 1798. The attempt to enforce it caused a revolt of the peasants in the Belgian departments. The priests were made responsible, and some 8,000 were condemned in a mass to deportation. Although much the greater part escaped by the goodwill of the people, few soldiers were obtained. By the conscription for the government was as weak as it was tyrannical. Under these circumstances, Nelson's victory of Aboukir, 1st of August, which gave the British full command of the Mediterranean and secluded Bonaparte in Egypt, was the signal for a second coalition. Naples, Austria, Russia, and the Second Coalition Turkey joined Great Britain against France. Ferdinand of Naples, rashly taking the offensive before his allies were ready, was defeated and forced to seek a refuge in Sicily. In January 1799, the French occupied Naples and set up the Parthenopean Republic, but the consequent dispersion of their weak forces only exposed them to greater peril at home. The Directory was in a most critical position in the elections of April 1799. A large number of Jacobins gained seats. A little later, Rubel retired. It was imperative to fill his place with a man of ability and influence. The choice fell upon Sieyès, who had kept aloof from office and retained not only his immeasurable self-conceit, but the respect of the public. Sieyès felt that 168 the Directory was bankrupt of reputation, and he intended to be far more than a mere member of a board. He hoped to concentrate power in his own hands to bridle the Jacobins and to remodel the constitution with the help of Barras. He proceeded to rid himself of the other directors, and irregularity having been discovered in Trailhard's election, he retired, and his place was taken by Goyer Merlin of Douai and La Revelière Lepo, were driven to resign in June. They were succeeded by Moulin and Ducos. The three new directors were so insignificant that they could give no trouble, but for the same reason they were of little service. Such a government was ill-fitted to cope with the dangers. Then gathering round France, the directors having resolved on the offensive in Germany, the French crossed the Rhine early in March, but were defeated by the Archduke French. Reverses the Directory discredited Charles at Stockach. On the 25th, the Congress at Rastatt, which had sat for 15 months without doing anything, broke up in April, and the French envoys were murdered by Austrian hussars in Italy. The Allies took the offensive with an army partly Austrian, partly Russian, under the command of Suvorov, after defeating Moreau at Cassano on the 27th of April. He occupied Milan and Turin. The republics established by the French in Italy were overthrown, and the French army retreating from Naples was defeated by Suvorov on the Trebia, thus threatened with invasion on her German and Italian frontiers. France was disabled by anarchy within the finances, were in the last distress. The anti-religious policy of the government kept many departments on the verge of revolt, and commerce was almost suspended by the decay of roads and the increase of bandits. There was no real political freedom, yet none of the ease or security which enlightened despotism can bestow. The terrorists lifted their heads in the Council of 500, a law of hostages, which was really a new law of suspects, and a progressive income tax, showed the temper of the majority. The Jacobin Club was reopened, and became once more the focus of disorder. The Jacobin press renewed the license of Hebert and Marat. Never since the outbreak of the Revolution had the public temper been so gloomy and desponding. In this extremity, Sieyès chose as Minister of Police the old terrorist Fouch, who best understood how to deal with his brethren. Fouch closed the Jacobin Club and deported a number of journalists. But like his predecessors, Sieyès felt that, for the revolution which he meditated, he must have the help of a soldier as his man of action. He chose General Joubert. One of the most distinguished among French officers, Joubert was sent to restore the fortune of the war in Italy at Novi. On the 15th of August, he encountered Suvorov. He was killed at the outset of the battle, and his men were defeated after this disaster. The French held scarcely anything south of the Alps, save Genoa. The Russian and Austrian governments then agreed to drive the enemy out of Switzerland and to invade France from the east. At the same time, Holland was assailed by the joint forces of Great Britain and Russia. But the second coalition, like the first, was doomed to failure by the narrow views and conflicting interests of its members. The invasion of Switzerland was baffled by want of concert between Austrians and Russians, and by Massena's victory at Zurich on the 25th and 26th of September. In October, the British and the Russians were forced to evacuate Holland. All immediate danger to France was ended. But the issue of the war was still in suspense. The directors had been forced to recall Bonaparte from Egypt. He anticipated their order, and on the 9th of October, landed at Fréjus. Dazzled by his victories in the east, the public forgot that the Egyptian expedition was ending in calamity. It received him with an ardor which convinced Sieyès that he was the indispensable soldier. Bonaparte was ready to act coup d'état of the 18th Brumaire, but at his own time, and for his own ends. Since the close of the convention, affairs at home and abroad had been tending more and more surely to the establishment of a military dictatorship. Feeling his powers equal to such an office, he only hesitated about the means of attainment. At first he thought of becoming a director. Finally, he decided upon a partnership with Sieyès. They resolved to end the actual government by a fresh coup d'état. Means were to be taken for removing the councils from Paris to St. Cloud, where pressure could more easily be applied. Then the councils would be induced to decree a provisional government by 3 consuls, and the appointment of a commission to revise the constitution. The pretext for this irregular proceeding was to be a vast Jacobin conspiracy. Perhaps the gravest obstacles were to be expected from the army of the generals. Some, like Jourdan, were honest republicans. Others, like Bernadotte, believed themselves capable of governing France with perfect subtlety. Bonaparte worked on the feelings of all and kept his own intentions secret. On the morning of the 18th, Brumaire, November 9, the ancients to whom that power belonged decreed the transference of the councils to St. Cloud of the directors Sieyès, and his friend Ducos had arranged to resign. Barras was cajoled and bribed into resigning. Goyer and Moulins, who were intractable, found themselves imprisoned in the Luxembourg Palace, and helpless, so far all had gone. Well, but when the councils met at St. Cloud on the following day, the majority of the 500 showed themselves bent on resistance, and even the ancients gave signs of wavering when Bonaparte addressed the ancients. He lost his self-possession and made a deplorable figure when he appeared among the 500. They fell upon him with such fury that he was hardly rescued by his officers. A motion to outlaw him was only baffled by the audacity of the president. His brother Lucian, at length driven to undisguised violence, he sent in his grenadiers, who turned out the deputies. Then the ancients passed a decree which adjourned the councils for 3 months, appointed Bonaparte Sieyes and Ducos provisional consuls, and named the legislative commission some tractable. Members of the 500 were afterwards swept up and served to give these measures the confirmation of their house. Thus the Directory and the councils came to their unlamented end. A shabby compound of brute force and imposture, the 18th Brumaire, was nevertheless condoned, nay applauded, by the French nation. Weary of revolution, men sought no more than to be wisely and firmly governed. Although the French Revolution seemed to contemporaries a total break in the history of France, it was really far otherwise. Its results were momentous and durable in proportion, as they were the outcome of causes which had been general estimate of the revolution working long in France. There had been no historic preparation for political freedom. The desire for such freedom was in the main confined to the upper classes. During the revolution, it was constantly baffled. No assembly after the States General was freely elected, and none deliberated in freedom. After the Revolution, Bonaparte established a monarchy, even more absolute than the monarchy of Louis Roman XIV, but the desire for uniformity, for equality, and for what may be termed civil liberty was the growth of ages, had been in many respects nurtured by the action of the crown and its ministers, and had become intense and general accordingly. It determined the principal results of the revolution. Uniformity of laws and institutions was enforced throughout France. The legal privileges formerly distinguishing different classes were suppressed. An obsolete and burthensome agrarian system was abolished. A number of large estates belonging to the crown, the clergy, and the nobles were broken up and sold at nominal prices to men of the middle or lower class. The new jurisprudence encouraged the multiplication of small properties. The new fiscal system taxed men according to their means and raised no obstacle to commerce. With the national boundaries, every calling and profession was made free to all French citizens, and in the public service, the principle of an open career for talent was adopted. Religious disabilities vanished, and there was well-nigh complete liberty of thought. It was because Napoleon gave a practical form to these achievements of the revolution and ensured the public order necessary to their continuance that 169, the majority of Frenchmen, endured so long the fearful sacrifices which his policy exacted. That a revolution largely inspired by generous and humane feeling should have issued in such havoc and such crimes is a paradox which astounded spectators, and still perplexes the historian. Something in the cruelty of the French Revolution may be ascribed to national character, from the time when Burgundians and Armagnacs strove for dominion down to the last insurrection of Paris. Civil discord in France has always been cruel. More, however, was due to the total dissolution of society, which followed the meeting of the States General. In the course of the Revolution, we can discover no well-organized party, no governing mind. Mirabeau had the stuff of a great statesman, and Danton was capable of statesmanship. But these men were not followed or obeyed save by accident or for a moment. Those who seemed to govern were usually the sport of chance, often the victims of their colleagues. Neither royalists, nor Feuillants, nor Girondins had the instinct of government in the chaotic state of France. All ferocious and destructive passions found ample scope. The same conditions explain the triumph of the Jacobins, devoid of wisdom and virtue in the highest sense. They at least understood how power might be seized, and kept the reign of terror. Was the expedient of a party which knew its weakness and unpopularity. It was not necessary either to secure the lasting benefits of the revolution or to save France from dismemberment, for 9 Frenchmen out of 10 were agreed on both of these points, and were ready to lay down their lives for the national cause. In the history of the French Revolution, the influence which it exerted upon the surrounding countries demands peculiar attention. The French professed to act upon principles of universal authority, and from an early date they began to seek converts outside their own limits. The effect was slight upon England, which had already secured most of the reforms desired by the French, and upon Spain, where the bulk of the people were entirely submissive to church and king. But in the Netherlands, in western Germany, and in northern Italy, countries which had attained a degree of civilization resembling that of France, where where the middle and lower classes had grievances and aspirations not very different from those of the French. The effect was profound fear of revolution at home, was one of the motives, which led continental sovereigns to attack revolution in France. Their incoherent efforts only confirmed the Jacobin supremacy. Wherever the victorious French extended their dominion, they remodeled institutions in the French manner. Their sway proved so oppressive that the very classes which had welcomed them with most fervor soon came to long for their expulsion, but revolutionary ideas kept their charm under Napoleon. The essential part of the changes made by the Republic was preserved in these countries. Also, moreover, the effacement of old boundaries, the overthrow of ancestral governments, and the invocation, however hollow, of the sovereignty of the people, awoke national feeling, which had slumbered long, and prepared the struggle for national union and independence in the 19th century. See also France sections, History and Law, and Institutions for the leading figures in the Revolution. See their biographies under separate headings. Particular phases, facts, and institutions of the period are also separately dealt with, for example, assignats, Convention, the National Jacobins. Bibliography. The MS authorities for the history of the French Revolution are exceedingly copious. The largest collection is in the Archives Nationales in Paris, but an immense number of documents are to be found in other collections in Paris. And the provinces, the printed materials are so abundant and varied that any brief notice of them must be imperfect. The condition of France and the state of public opinion at the beginning of the Revolution may be studied in the printed collections of Cahiers. The Cahiers were the statements of grievances drawn up for the guidance of deputies to the States General by those who had elected them in every bailliage and seneschalty. Each estate drew up its own cahier, and the cahiers of the third estate were condensed from separate cahiers drawn up by each parish in the district. Thus the cahiers of the third estate number many thousands, the greater part of which have not yet been printed. Among the collections printed, we may mention Les Elections, Et les Cahiers de Paris and 1789, by Roman 100 Roman 50 Chassin, 4 vols Paris, 1888, Cahiers de Plaintes, Et dolences des Parises de la Province de Maine, by Abelli and Roman 5 Ducamin, 4 vols Le Mans, 18,811,893 Cahiers de dolences de 1789, dans le département du Pas-de-Calais by H. Loriquet, 2 vols Eris 1891, Cahiers des Parises et Communautés du Bailliage d'Automne, by Acharmas Automne 1895. New collections are printed from time to time. A more general collection of cahiers than any above named is given in vols Roman 1 Roman 6 of the Archives. Parlementaires. The cahiers must not be read in a spirit of absolute faith, as they were influenced by certain models circulated at the time of the elections and by popular excitement, but they remain an authority of the utmost value, and a mine of information as to old France. Reference should also be made to the works of travelers who visited France at the outbreak of the Revolution. Among these, Arthur Young's Travels in France during the years 1787, 1788, and 1789, 2 vols, Barry St. Edmunds 17,921,794, are peculiarly instructive. For the history of the assemblies during the Revolution, a main authority is their prox verbox or journals, those of the Constituent Assembly in 75 vols, those of the Legislative Assembly in 16 vols, those of the Convention in 74 vols, and those of the councils under the Directory in 99 vols. See also the Archives Parlementaires edited by J. Mavidal and E. Laurent Paris, 1867, and the following years the Histoire parlementaire de la Révolution by P. J. B. Buchet and P. Roman 100 Rue Paris, 1838, and the Histoire de la Révolution par du Amis de la Liberté Paris, 17,921,803. The newspapers, of which a few have been mentioned in the text, were numerous. They are useful chiefly as illustrating the ideas and passions of the time, for they give comparatively little information as to facts, and that little is peculiarly inaccurate. The ablest of the royalist journals was Mallet Dupin's Mercure de France. Pamphlets of the Revolution period number many thousands. Such pamphlets as Maunier's Nouvelles Observations, Sur les Etats Généraux de France and C.S. Quests, Quelletier's Etat had a notable influence on opinion. The richest collections of Revolution pamphlets are in the Bibliothèque Nationale of Paris and in the British Museum. The contemporary memoirs Roman 100 already published are numerous, and fresh ones are always coming forth. A few of the best known and most useful are for the Constituent Assembly, the memoirs of Bailly of Ferrières of Malouet, the correspondence of Murraybaugh with the Count de la Marque, edited by Bécourt 3 vols Paris, 1851, is especially valuable. Dumont's recollections of Murraybow and the diary and letters of Gouverneur Morris give the impressions of foreigners with peculiar advantages for observing for the Legislative Assembly, and the Convention, the memoirs of Madame Roland, of Bertrand de Malville, of Barbaroux of Buzat of Louvet of Dumouriez, are instructive for the Directory. The memoirs of Barras of La Revelière Lepo and of Thibodeau deserve mention. The memoirs of Lafayette are useful. Those of Talleyrand are singularly barren, the result, no doubt, of deliberate suppression. The memoirs of the Marquise de la Roche-Jacqueline are important for the War of La Vendée. The most notable Jacobins have seldom left memoirs. But the works of Robespierre and Saint-Just enable us to form a clearer conception of the authors. The correspondence of the Count of Mercy Argenteau, the imperial ambassador with Joseph Roman II and Kaunitz, and the correspondence of Mallet Dupin with the court of Vienna are also instructive, but the contemporary literature of the French Revolution requires to be read in an unusually critical spirit. At no other historical crisis have passions been more fiercely excited. At none have shameless disregard of truth and blind credulity been more common. Among later works based on these original materials, the first place belongs to General Histories in French Louis Blanc's Histoire de la Révolution, 12 vols Paris, 18,471,862, and Michelet's Histoire de la Révolution Francaise 9 vols Paris, 18,471,853, are the most elaborate of the older works. Michelet's book is marked by great eloquence and power. In H. Taine's Origins de la France, Contemporaine Paris, 18,761,894 3 volumes are devoted to the Revolution. They show exceptional talent and industry, but their value is impaired by the spirit of system and by strong prepossessions. F.A. Roman 1000 Mignot's Histoire de la Révolution, Francaise 2 vols Paris 1861, short and devoid of literary charm, has the merits of learning and judgment, and is still useful. F.A. Allard's Histoire politique de la Révolution Francaise Paris 1901 is a most valuable précis of political history, based on deep knowledge and lucidly set forth. Although not free from bias, the volume on the Revolution in Lavis and Rambaud's Histoire générale de l'Europe Paris, 1896, is the work of distinguished scholars using the latest information in English general histories of the Revolution. Our few Carlyle's famous work, published in 1837, is more of a prose epic than a history, omitting all detail which would not heighten the imaginative effect, and tinged by all the favorite ideas of the author. Some 50 years later, H. Roman 1000 Stevens published the first 1886 and second 1892 volumes of a history of the French Revolution. They are marked by solid learning and contain much information. Volume Roman 8 of the Cambridge Modern History, published in 1904, contains a general survey of the Revolution. The most notable German work is H. von Sybel's Geschichte der Revolutionszeit, 5 vols Stuttgart, 18,530, 1879. It is strongest in 170 those carts which relate to international affairs and foreign policy. There is an English translation. None of the general histories of the Revolution above named is really satisfactory. The immense mass of material has not yet been thoroughly sifted, and the passions of that age still disturb the judgment of the historian. More successful have been the attempts to treat particular aspects of the Revolution. The foreign relations of France during the Revolution have been most ably unraveled by a Sorel in l'Europe et la Révolution Francaise, 8 vols Paris, 18,851,904, carrying the story down to the settlement of Vienna. 5 volumes cover the years 17,890,1799. The financial history of the Revolution has been traced by Roman 100 Gommel Histoire financière de l'Assemblée Constituante, 2 vols Paris 1897, and our Staurum les Finances de l'Ancien Régime et de la Révolution, 2 vols Paris 1885. The relations of church and state are sketched in E. Pressence's L'Église et la Révolution Francaise Paris 1889. The general legislation of the period has been discussed by P. H. Sagnac, La Legislation Civile de la Révolution, Francaise Paris 1898. The best work upon the social life of the period is the Histoire de la Société Francaise, sous la Révolution by E. and J. de Goncourt Paris, 1889, for military history. See Aduraï l'Armée Réale, N. 1789 Paris 1888, E. de Hoderiv l'Armée, sous la Révolution 17,890,1794, Paris 1894, Achuque les Guerres de la Révolution, Paris 1886 Roman 100c. Also the memoirs and biographies of the distinguished soldiers of the Republic and Empire too, numerous for citation here. Modern lives of the principal actors in the Revolution are numerous. Among the most important are Memoirs de Murraybau by Roman 50 de Montigny Paris, 1834, Les Murraybau by Roman 50 de Lomny Paris, 18,891,891, H. Roman 50 de Lanzac de Labourys, Jean-Joseph Mounier Paris, 1889 B. Mallet's Mallet Dupin, and the French Revolution London 1902, Robinet's Danton Paris, 1889 Hamel's Histoire de Robespierre Paris, 18,651,867, and Histoire de Saint-Just 2 vols Brussels 1860, Abigencias Paris, 1893, Memoirs of Carnot, by his son 2 vols Paris, 18,611,864. For fuller information, see Roman 1000 Tournou, Les Sources Bibliographiques de l'Histoire de la Révolution, Francaise Paris 1898, etc., and Bibliographie de l'Histoire de Paris, Pendant la Révolution, Paris 1890, etc. F. Roman 100 Roman 1000. French Republican calendar. Among the changes made during the Revolution was the substitution of a new calendar, usually called the Revolutionary or Republican calendar, for the prevailing Gregorian system. Something of the sort had been suggested in 1785 by a certain Ribaud, and a definite scheme had been promulgated by Pierre Sylvain Merchel, 17,501,803. In his almanac, Des Honnêtes Gens, 1788, the objects which the advocates of a new calendar had in view were to strike a blow at the clergy, and to divorce all calculations of time from the Christian associations, with which they were loaded, in short, to abolish the Christian year. And enthusiasts were already speaking of the first year of liberty, and the first year of the Republic. When the National Convention took up the matter in 1793, the business of drawing up the new calendar was entrusted to the President of the Committee of Public Instruction, Charles Gilbert Rom, 17,501,795, who was aided in the work by the mathematicians Gaspard Monge and Joseph Louis Lagrange, the poet Faber d'Eglantine, and others. The result of their labors was submitted to the convention. In September it was accepted, and the new calendar became law on the 5th of October 1793. The new arrangement was regarded as beginning on the 22nd of September 1792, this day being chosen because on it the Republic was proclaimed, and because it was in this year the day of the autumnal equinox. By the new calendar, the year of 365 days was divided into 12 months of 30 days each, every month being divided into 3 periods of 10 days, each of which were called decades, and the 10th or last day of each decade being a day of rest. It was also proposed to divide the day on the decimal system, but this arrangement was found to be highly inconvenient, and it was never put into practice. 5 days of the 365 still remained to be dealt with, and these were set aside for national festivals and holidays, and were called sansculatides. They were to fall at the end of the year, Roman 1e, on the 5 days between the 17th and the 21st of September inclusive, and were called the festivals of virtue, of genius, of labor, of opinion, and of rewards. A similar course was adopted with regard to the extra day, which occurred once in every 4 years. But the first of these was to fall in the year Roman 3 Roman 1e in 1795, and not in 1796, the leap year in the Gregorian calendar. This day was set apart for the festival of the Revolution, and was to be the last of the sansculatides. Each period of 4 years was to be called a franciade. And Roman 21,794, and Roman 31,795, and Roman 41,796, and Roman 51,797, and Roman 61,798, and Roman 71,799, and Roman 81,800, and Roman 91,801. 1 Vendemiaire 22, Sep 1793-22, Sep 1794-23, Sep 1795-22, Sep 1796-22, Sep 1797-22, Sep 1798-23, Sep 1799-23, Sept 1800. 1 Brumaire 22, Oct 22, Oct 23, Oct 22, Oct 22, Oct 22, Oct 23, Oct 23, Oct. 1 Brumaire 21, Nov 21, Nov 22, Nov 21, Nov 21, Nov 21, Nov 22, Nov 22, Nov. 1 Nivose 21, Dec 21, Deck 22, Deck 21, Deck 21, Deck 21, Deck 22, Deck 22, Deck 1 Pluvios 20 Jamv 1794 20 Jamv 1795 21 Jamv 1796 20 Jamv 1797 20 Jamv 1798 20 Jamv 1799 21 Jamv 1821 Jamv 1801 1 Ventos 19 Fever 19 Fever 20 Fever 19 Fever 19 Fev 19 Fev 20 Fev 20 Fev 1 Germinal 21 Mars 21 Mars 21 Mars 21 Mars 1 Mars 21 Mars 22 Mars 22 Mars 1 Florial 20 Aver 20 Aver 20 Aver 20 Aver 20 Aver 20 Aver 21 Aver 21 Aver 1 Periol 20 My 20 My 20 My 20 My 20 My 20 My 21 My 21 My 1 Messidor 19 Juan 19 Juan 19 Juan 19 Juan 19 Juan 19 Juan 20 Juan 20 Juan 1 Thermidor 19 Jewel 19 Jewel 19 Jewel 19 Jewel 19 Jewel 19 Jewel 20 Jewel 20 Jewel 1 Fructador 18 Aot 18 Aot 18 Aot 18 Aot 18 Aot 18 Aot 19 Aot 19 Aot 1 Sansculotide 17 Sep 1794 17 Sep 1795 17 Sep 1796 17 Sep 1797 17 Sep 1798 17 Sept 1799, 18, Sept 1818, Sept 1801. 622, 22. And Roman 101,802, and Roman 111,803, and Roman 121,804, and Roman 131,805, and Roman 14. 1 Vendemiaire 23, September 1801 23, September 1802 24 September 1803 23 September 1804 23 September 1805 1 Brumaire 23 October 23 October 24 October 23 October 23 October 1 Fermaire 22 November 22 November 23 November 22 November 22 November 1 Nivose 22 December 22 December 23 December 22 December 22 December 1 Pluvios 21 Janvier 1802 21 Janvier 1803 22 Janvier 1804 21 Janvier 1805 1 Ventos 20 Fevrier 21 Fevrier 20 Fevrier 1 Germinal 22 Mars 22 Mars 22 Mars 22 Mars 1 Florial 21 Avril 21 Avril 21 Avril 21 Avril 1 Periol 21 My 21 My 21 My 21 My 1 Messidor 20 Juan 20 Juan 20 Juan 20 Juan 1 Thermidor 20 Juliet 20 Juliet 20 Juliet 20 Juliet 1 Fructador 19 Aot 19 Aot 19 Aot 19 Aot 1 Sansculottides 18 September 1802 18 September 1803 18 September 1804 18 September 1805 623. Some discussion took place about the nomenclature of the new divisions of time. Eventually, this work was entrusted to Faber d'Eglantine, who gave to each month a name taken from some seasonal event. Therein, beginning with the new year, on the 22nd of September, the autumn months were Vendemiaire, the month of vintage, Brumaire, the months of fog, and Frimaire 171. The month of frost, the winter months were Nivose, the snowy, Pluvios, the rainy, and Ventos, the windy month. Then followed the spring months Germinal, the month of buds Florial, the month of flowers, and Prairial, the month of meadows, and lastly, the summer months Messidor, the month of reaping, Thermidor, the month of heat, and Fructador, the month of fruit, to the days Faber d'Eglantine gave names which retained the idea of their numerical order, calling them Primedi Duodi Roman 100, the last day of the 10, the day of rest. Being named Decadi, the new order was soon in force in France, and the new method was employed in all public documents. But it did not last many years. In September 1805, it was decided to restore the Gregorian calendar, and the Republican one was officially discontinued on the 1st of January 1806. It will easily be seen that the connecting link between the old and the new calendars is very slight indeed, and that the expression of a date in one calendar in terms of the other is a matter of some difficulty. A simple method of doing this, however, is afforded by the table on the preceding page, which is taken from the article by J. Duberdieu in La Grande Encyclopédie. Thus Robespierre was executed on 10 Thermidor and Roman 2 Roman 1, the 28th of July 1794. The insurrection of 12 Germinal and Roman 3 took place on the 1st of April 1795. The famous 18 Brumaire and Roman 8 fell on the 9th of November 1799, and the coup d'etat of 18 Fructidor and Roman 5 on the 4th of September 1797. For a complete concordance of the Gregorian and the Republican calendars, see Stockvis Manuel d'Histoire Tome, Roman 3 Leiden 1889, also G. Villain le Calendrier Républicain in la Révolution, Francaise for 18,840,1885. A W.H. French Revolutionary Wars 17,921,800, the general name for the first part of the series of French wars, which went on continuously, except for some local and temporary cessations of hostilities from the declaration of war against Britain in 1792 to the final overthrow of Napoleon in 1815, the most important of these. Cessations viz. The Peace of 18,011,803, closes the Revolutionary, and opens the Napoleonic era of land warfare, for which see Napoleonic campaigns Peninsular War and Waterloo Campaign. The naval history of the period is divided somewhat differently. The first period treated below is 17,921,799. For the second 17,991,815 c. Napoleonic campaigns. France declared war on Austria on the 20th of April 1792, but Prussia and other powers had allied themselves with Austria in view of war, and it was against a coalition, and not a single power, that France found herself pitted at the moment, when the emigration, the ferment of the revolution, and want of material and of funds had thoroughly disorganized her army. The first engagements were singularly disgraceful near Lille. The French soldiers fled at sight of the Austrian outposts, crying Nous sommes trahis, and murdered their general April 29. The commanders-in-chief of the armies that were formed became one after another suspects, and before a serious action had been fought, the three armies of Rochambeau, Lafayette, and Luckner had resolved themselves into two commanded by Dumouriez and Kellerman. Thus the disciplined soldiers of the Allies had apparently good reason to consider the campaign before them, a military promenade on the Rhine, a combined army of Prussians, Austrians, Hessians, and Emigrers, under the Duke of Brunswick, was formed for the invasion of France, flanked by two smaller armies on its right, and left all three being under the supreme command of the King of Prussia. In the Netherlands, the Austrians were to besiege Lille. And in the south, the Piedmontese also took the field. The first step taken against Brunswick's advice was the issue July 25 of a proclamation, which couched in terms in the last degree offensive to the French nation, generated the spirit that was afterwards to find expression in the armed nation of 17,934, and sealed the fate of Louis Roman XVI, the Duke, who was a model sovereign in his own principality, sympathized with the constitutional side of the revolution, while as a soldier he had no confidence in the success of the enterprise after completing its preparations in the leisurely manner of the previous generation. His army crossed the French frontier on the 19th of August. Longwy was easily captured, and the Allies slowly marched on to Verdun, which was more indefensible even than Longwy. The commandant Colonel Beaurepaire shot himself in despair, and the place surrendered on the 3rd of September. Brunswick now began his march on Paris and approached the defiles of the Argonne, but Dumouriez, who had been training his raw troops at Valenciennes in constant small engagements, with the purpose of invading Belgium, now threw himself into the Argonne by a rapid and daring flank march, almost under the eyes of the Prussian advanced guard, and barred the Paris road, summoning Kellerman to his assistance. From Metz, the latter moved but slowly, and before he arrived the northern part of the line of defense had been forced. Dumouriez' undaunted changed front, so as to face north with his right wing on the Argonne and his left stretching towards Chalons, and in this position Kellerman joined him at St. Menihood on the 19th of September. Brunswick meanwhile had passed the northern defiles, and had then swung round to cut off Dumouriez from Chalons. At the moment when the Prussian maneuver was nearly completed, Kellerman, commanding in Dumouriez' Valmy momentary absence, advanced his left wing and took up a position between St. Menihood and Valmy. The result was the world-renowned cannonade of Valmy, September 2017. 92. Kellerman's infantry. Nearly all regulars stood steady. The French artillery justified its reputation as the best in Europe, and eventually, with no more than a half-hearted infantry attack, the Duke broke off the action and retired. This trivial engagement was the turning point of the campaign and a landmark in the world's history. 10 days later, without firing another shot, the invading army began its retreat. Dumouriez's pursuit was not seriously pressed. He occupied himself chiefly with a series of subtle and curious negotiations, which, with the general advance of the French troops, brought about the complete withdrawal of the enemy from the soil of France. Meanwhile, the French forces in the south had driven back the Piedmontese and had conquered Savoy and Nice. Another French success was the daring expedition into Germany made by Custine from Alsace. Custine captured Mainz Gemapes itself on the 21st of October and penetrated as far as Frankfurt in the north. The Austrian siege of Lille had completely failed, and Dumouriez now resumed his interrupted scheme for the invasion of the Netherlands. His forward movement, made as it was late in the season, surprised the Austrians, and he disposed of enormously superior forces on the 6th of November. He won the first great victory of the war at Gemapes near Mons, and this time, advancing boldly, he overran the whole country from Namur to Antwerp within a month. Such was the prelude of what is called the Great War in England and the epochs in France. Before going further, it is necessary to summarize the special features of the French army in leadership, discipline, tactics, organization, and movement, which made these campaigns the archetype of modern warfare. At the outbreak of the Revolution, the French army, like other armies in Europe, was a voluntary long-service army, augmented to some extent in war by drafts of militia. One of the first problems that the Constituent Assembly took upon itself to solve was the nationalization of this strictly royal and professional force. And as early as October 1789, the word conscription was heard in its debates. But it was the French army, 17,921,796, decreed nevertheless that free enlistment alone befitted a free people, and the regular army was left unaltered in form. However, a National Guard came into existence side by side with it, and the history of French army organization in the next few years is the history of the fusion of these two elements. The first step as regards the regular army was the abolition of proprietary rights, the serial numbering of regiments throughout the army, and the disbandment of the Maison du Roi. The next was the promotion of deserving soldiers to fill the numerous vacancies caused by the emigration. Along with these, however, there came to the surface many incompetent leaders, favorites in the political clubs of Paris. Roman 100, and the old strict discipline became impossible owing to the frequent intervention of the civil authorities in matters affecting it, the denunciation of generals, and especially the wild words and wild behavior of volunteer, embodied National Guard battalions. When war came, it was soon found that the regulars had fallen too low in numbers, and that the National Guard demanded too high 172 pay to admit of developing the expected field strength. Arms discipline training alike were wanting to the new levies, and the repulse of Brunswick was effected by maneuvering and fighting on the old lines, and chiefly with the old army. The cry of la patrie and danger, after giving at the crisis the highest moral support to the troops in the front, dwindled away after victory, and the French government contented itself with the half measures that had apparently sufficed to avert the peril. More, when the armies went into winter quarters, the volunteers claimed leave of absence and went home. But in the spring of 1793, confronted by a far more serious peril, the government took strong measures. Universal liability was asserted and passed into law, yet even now whole classes obtained exemption, and the right of substitution, as usual, forced the burden of service on the poorer classes, so that of the 100,000 men called on for the regular army, and 200,000 for the volunteers, only some 180,000 were actually raised. Desertion, generally regarded as the curse of professional armies, became a conspicuous vice of the defenders of the Republic, except at moments when a supreme crisis called forth supreme devotion, moments which naturally were more or less prolonged in proportion to the gravity of the situation. Thus, while it almost disappeared in the great effort of 17,930,1794, when the armies sustained bloody reverses in distant wars of conquest, as in 1799, it promptly rose again to an alarming height. While this unsatisfactory general levy was being made, defeats, defections, and invasion in earnest came in rapid succession, and to deal with the almost desperate emergency, the ruthless Committee of Public Safety sprang into existence. The universal service of the amalgam levy is to be universal. Unmarried citizens and widowers without children of ages from 18 to 25 are to be called up first, and 450,000 recruits were immediately obtained by this single act, The complete amalgamation of the regular and volunteer units was decided upon the white uniforms of the line, gave place to the blue of the National Guard. In all arms and services, the titles of officers were changed. And in fact, every relic of the old regime, save the inherited solidity of the old regular battalions, was swept away. This rough combination of line and volunteers, therefore for the amalgam was not officially begun until 1794, must be understood when we refer to the French army of Hanscoot or of Wattignies it contained by reason of its universality, and also because men were better off in the army than out of it if they stayed at home, they went in daily fear of denunciation, and the guillotineth best elements of the French nation to some extent at any rate the political arrivistes had been weeded out, and though the informer here as elsewhere struck unseen blows, the mass of the army gradually evolved its true leaders, and obeyed them. It was therefore an army of individual citizen soldiers of the best type, welded by the enemy's fire, and conscious of its own solidarity, in the midst of the revolutionary chaos. After 1794, the system underwent but little radical change. Until the end of the revolutionary period, its regiments grew in military value month by month, and attained their highest level in the Great Campaign of 1796. In 1795, the French forces, now all styled National Guard, consisted of 531,000 men, of whom 323,000 were infantry, 103 battalion demi-brigades, 97,000 light infantry, 30 demi-brigades, 29,000 artillery, 20,000 engineers, and 59,000 cavalry. This novel army developed novel fighting methods, above all in the infantry. This arm had just received a new drill book, as the result of a prolonged controversy. See infantry. Between the advocates of lines and columns and this drill book, while retaining the principle of the line set controversy at rest, by admitting battalion columns of attack and movements at the quick 100,120 paces to the minute, instead of at the slow march 76 on these two prescriptions, ignoring the rest, the practical troop leaders built up the new tactics little by little and almost unconsciously. The process of evolution cannot be stated exactly, for the officers learned to use, and even to invent, now one form, now another according to ground and circumstances. But the main stream of progress is easily distinguishable. The earlier battles were fought more or less according to the drill book, partly in line for fire action, partly in column for the bayonet attack, but line movements required the most accurate drill, and what was attainable after years of practice tactics with regulars, moving at the slow march, was wholly impossible for new levies moving at 120 paces to the minute. When therefore the line marched off, it broke up into a shapeless swarm of individual firers. This was the form, if form it can be called, of the tactics of 1793 Horta tactics, as they have quite justly been Caledand. A few such experiences, as that of Hanscoot, sufficed to suggest the need of a remedy. This was found in keeping as many troops as possible out of the firing line. From 1794 onwards, the latter becomes thinner and thinner, and instead of the drill book form with half the army firing in line, practically in hordes, and the other half in support in columns, we find the rear lines becoming more and more important and numerous, till at last the fire of the leading line skirmishers becomes insignificant, and the decision rests with the bayonets of the closed masses. In rear, indeed, the latter often used mixed line and column formations, which enabled them not only to charge, but to fire close order volley absolutely regardless of the skirmishers in front. In other words, the bravest and coolest marksmen were let loose to do what damage they could, and the rest, massed in close order, were kept under the control of their officers, and only exposed to the dissolving influence of the fight when the moment arrived to deliver, whether by fire or by shock, the decisive blow. The cavalry underwent little change in its organization and tactics, which remained as in the drill books founded on Frederick's practice, but except in the case of the hussars, who were chiefly cavalry, artillery, engineers, Alsatians, it was thoroughly disorganized by the emigration or execution of the nobles who had officered it, and for long it was incapable of facing the hostile squadrons in the open. Still, its elements were good, it was fairly well trained and mounted, and not overwhelmed with National Guard drafts, and like the other arms it duly evolved and obeyed new leaders. In artillery matters, this period 17,921,796 marks an important progress, due above all to Griebel Kiroman 5, and the two details Jean Pierre 17,221,794, and Jean 17,331,820, who were Napoleon's instructors. The change was chiefly organization and equipment. great tactical development of the arm was not to come until the time of the Grand Army and may be summarized as the transition from battalion guns and reserve artillery to batteries of horse and field. The engineers, like the artillery, were a technical and non-noble corps. They escaped, therefore, most of the troubles of the revolution. Indeed, the artillery and engineer officers Napoleon, and Carnot amongst them, were conspicuous in the political regeneration of Francine. The engineers carried on with little change the traditions of Vauban and Cormontaigne, sea fortification and siegecraft. Both these corps were after the Revolution, as before it, the best in Europe, other armies admitting their superiority and following their precepts. In all this, the army naturally outgrew its old linear organization, temporary divisions called for by momentary necessities, placed under selected generals, and released from the detailed supervision of the commander-in-chief, soon became, though, in an irregular and haphazard fashion, permanent organisms. And by 1796, the divisional system had become practically universal. The next step, as the armies became fewer and larger, was the temporary grouping of divisions. This too, in turn, became permanent and bequeathed to the military world of today both the Army Corps and the capable, self-reliant, and enterprising subordinate generals, for whom the old linear organization had no room. This subdivision of forces was intimately connected with the general method of making war, adopted by the new French, as their enemies called them. What astonished the Allies most of all was the number and the velocity of the Republicans. The starting point of modern warfare, these improvised armies had in fact nothing to delay them. Tents were unprocurable for want of money, untransportable for want of the enormous number of wagons that would have been required, and also unnecessary for the discomfort that would have caused wholesale desertion in professional armies, was cheerfully borne by the men of 17,930,1794. Supplies, for armies of then unheard-of size, could not be carried in convoys, and the French soon became familiar with living on the country. Thus 1793 saw the birth of the modern system of war, rapidity of movement, full development of national strength, bivouacs and requisitions, and force as against cautious maneuvering small professional armies. Tents and full rations, and chicane. The first represented the decision-compelling spirit. The second, the spirit of risking little to gain a little. Above all, the decision-compelling spirit was reinforced by the presence of the emissaries of the Committee of Public Safety, the representatives on mission, who practically controlled the guillotine. There were civil officials with the armies of the Allies too, but their chief function was not to infuse desperate energy into the military operations, but to see that the troops did not maltreat civilians. Such were the fundamental principles of the new French method of warfare, from which the warfare of today descends in the direct line. But it was only after a painful period of trial and error, of waste and misdirection, that it became possible for the French army to have evolved Napoleon, and for Napoleon to evolve the principles and methods of war that conformed to and profited to the utmost by the new conditions. Those campaigns and battles of this army, which are described in detail in the present article, have been selected, some on account of their historical importances, producing great results, others from their military interests, typifying and illustrating the nature of the revolution undergone by the art of war in these heroic years. Campaigns in the Netherlands. The year 1793 opened disastrously for the Republic, as a consequence of Jemappes and Valmy. France had taken the offensive both in Belgium, which had been overrun by Dumouriez's army, and in the Rhine countries, where Custine had preached the new gospel to the sentimental and half-discontented Hessians and Mainzers. But the execution of Louis Roman XVI raised up a host of new and determined enemies: England, Holland, Austria, Prussia, Spain, and Sardinia. Promptly 173 formed the first coalition. England poured out money in profusion to pay and equip her allies' land armies, and herself began the great struggle for the command of the sea naval operations below. In the Low Countries, while Dumouriez was beginning his proposed invasion of Holland, Prince Georges of Saxe-Coburg, the new Austrian commander on the Lower Rhine, advanced with 42,000 men from the region of Cologne, Neerwinden, and drove in the various detachments that Dumouriez had posted. To cover his right, the French general thereupon abandoned his advance into Holland, and with what forces he could gather turned towards the Meuse. The two armies met at Neerwinden, Kieromen 5 on the 18th of March 1793. Dumouriez had only a few thousand men more than his opponent instead of the enormous superiority he had had at Jemappes. Thus the enveloping attack could not be repeated, and in a battle on equal fronts, the old generalship and the old armies, had the advantage. Dumouriez was thoroughly defeated. The House of Cards collapsed, and the whole of the French forces retreated in confusion to the strong line of border fortresses created by Louis Roman XIV and Vauban. Dumouriez, witnessing the failure of his political schemes, declared against the Republic, and after a vain attempt to induce his own army to follow his example, fled April 5 into the Austrian lines. The leaderless Republicans streamed back to Valenciennes. There, however, they found a General Picot. Comte de Dampierre was a regimental officer of the old army, who, in spite of his vanity and extravagance, possessed real loyalty to the new order of things and brilliant personal courage. At the darkest hour, he seized the reins without orders and without reference to seniority, and began to reconstruct the force and the spirit of the shattered army by wise administration and dithyrambic proclamations. Moreover, he withdrew it well behind Valenciennes, out of reach of a second reverse. The region of Dunkirk and Cassel, the camp of La Madeleine near Lille and Bauchin, were made the rallying points of the various groups, the principal army being at the last named. But the blow of Neerwinden had struck deep, and the army was for long incapable of service. What with the general distrust, the misconduct of the newer battalions, and the discontent of the old white-coated regiments that were left ragged and shoeless to the profit of the Patriot Corps, beware of giving horses to the hussars of liberty, wrote Carnot. All these new corps are abominable. France was in fact defenseless, and the opportunity existed for the military promenade to Paris that the Allied statesmen had imagined in 1792. But Coburg now ceased to be a purely Austrian commander for one Allied contingents. With instructions that varied with the political aims of the various governments began to arrive. Moreover, he had his own views as to the political situation, fearing, especially, to be the cause of the Queen's death. As Brunswick had been of the King's, and negotiated for a settlement, the story of these negotiations should be read in Chuquet's Valenciennes. It gives the key to many mysteries of the campaign, and shows that though the revolutionary spirit had already passed all understanding, enlightened men, such as Coburg and his chief of staff, Mack, sympathized with its first efforts, and thought the Constitution of 1791 a gain to humanity. If you come to Paris, you will find 80,000 patriots ready to die, said the French negotiators. The patriots could not resist the Austrian regulars, replied Coburg. But I do not propose to go to Paris. I desire to see a stable government with a chief king or other with whom we can treat soon. However, these personal negotiations, assembly of the Alice, were stopped by the emperor, and the idea of restoring order in France became little more than a pretext for a general intrigue amongst the Confederate powers, each seeking to aggrandize itself at France's expense. If you wish to deal with the French, observed Dumouriez ironically to Coburg, talk constitution, you may beat them, but you cannot subdue them, and their subjugation was becoming less and less possible as the days went on, and men talked of the partition of France as a question of the moment, like the partition of Polanda, pretension that even the emigrants resented. Coburg's plan of campaign was limited to the objects acceptable to all the allies alike. He aimed at the conquest of a first-class fortress, Lille, or Valenciennes, and, chiefly for this reason, war meant to the burgher of Germany and the Netherlands a special form of haute politique, with which it was neither his business nor his inclination to meddle. He had no more compunction, therefore, in selling his worst goods at the best price to the army commissaries than in doing so to his ordinary customers. It followed that, owing to the distance between Vienna and Valenciennes, and the exorbitant prices charged by carters and horse-owners, a mere concentration of Austrian troops at the latter place cost as much as a campaign, and the transport expenses rose to such a figure that Coburg's first duty was to find a strong place to serve as a market for the countryside and a depot for the supplies purchased, and to have it as near as possible to the front to save the hire of vehicles. As for the other governments, which Coburg served as best he could, the object of the war was material concessions, and it would be easy to negotiate for the cession of Dunkirk and Valenciennes, when the British and Austrian colors already waved there. The Allies, therefore, instead of following up their advantage over the French field army and driving forward on the open Paris road, set their faces westward, intending to capture Valenciennes, Le Quesnoy, Dunkirk, and Lille one after the other. Dampierre, meanwhile, grew less confident as responsibility settled upon his shoulders, quite unable to believe that Coburg would bury himself in a maze of rivers and fortresses, when he could scatter the French army to the winds. Dampierre at Valenciennes. A direct advance. He was disquieted and puzzled by the Austrian investment of Conde. This was followed by skirmishes around Valenciennes, so unfavorable to the French that their officers felt it would be madness to venture far beyond the support of the fortress guns. But the representatives on mission ordered Dampier, who was reorganizing his army at Bauchin, to advance and occupy Famers' camp east of Valenciennes, and soon afterwards, disregarding his protests, bade him relieve Condé at all costs, his skill, though not commensurate with his personal courage and devotion, sufficed to give him the idea of attacking Coburg on the right bank of the Scheldt, while Clerfayt with the corps covering. The siege of Condé was on the left, and then to turn against Clerfayt, in fact, to operate on interior lines, but it was far from being adequate to the task of beating, either with the disheartened forces he commanded on the 1st of May, while Clerfayt was held in check by a very vigorous demonstration. Coburg's positions west of Quievrain were attacked by Dampier himself. The French won some local successes by force of numbers and surprise, but the Allies recovered themselves, thanks chiefly to the address and skill of Colonel Mack, and drove the Republicans in disorder to their entrenchments. Dampier's discouragement now became desperation, and, urged on by the representatives who, be it said, had exposed their own lives freely enough in the action, he attacked Clerfayt on the 8th at Racemes. The troops fought far better in the woods and hamlets west of the Scheldt than they had done in the plains to the east, but in the heat of the action, Dampier, becoming again the brilliant soldier that he had been before responsibility, stifled him, risked and lost his life in leading a storming party, and his men retired sullenly, though this time in good order, to Valenciennes 2 days later. The French gave up the open field and retired into Valenciennes. Dampier's remains were by a vote of the Convention ordered to be deposited in the Pantheon, but he was a sidevant noble. The demagogues denounced him as a traitor, and the only honor finally paid to the man who had tided over the weeks of greatest danger was the placing of his bust in the strange company of those of Brutus and Marat in the Chamber of Deputies. Another pause followed Coburg, awaiting the British contingent under the Duke of York, and the Republicans endeavoring to 174 assimilate the reinforcements of conscripts, for the most part undesirables, who now arrived. Mutiny and denunciations augmented the confusion in the French camp plan of campaign. There was none save a resolution to stay at Valenciennes in the hope of finding an opportunity of relieving Condé, and to create diversions elsewhere by expeditions from Dunkirk, Lille, and Sedan. These, of course, came to nothing, and before they had even started, Coburg, resuming the offensive, had stormed the lines of Famers May 24, whereupon the French army retired to Bauchin, leaving not only Condé too, but also Valenciennes to resist as best they could. The central point of the new positions about Bauchin was called Caesar's Camp. Here, surrounded by streams and marshes, the French generals thought that their troops were secure from the rush of the dreaded Austrian cavalry, and Mack himself shared their opinion. Custine now took command of the abjectly dispirited army. The fourth change of command within 2 months. His first task was to institute a severe discipline, and his prestige was so great that his mere threat of death sentences for offenders produced the desired effect. As to operations, he wished for a concentration of all possible forces from other parts of the frontier towards Valenciennes, even if necessary at the cost of sacrificing his own conquest of Mainz. But after he had induced the government to assent to this, the generals of the numerous other armies refused to give up their troops, and on the 17th of June, the idea was abandoned in view of the growing seriousness of the Vendian insurrection. Vendy Custine, therefore, could do no more than continue the work of reorganization. Military operations were few. Coburg, who had all this time succeeded in remaining concentrated, now found himself compelled to extend leftwards towards Flanders. 3, for Custine had infused some energy into the scattered groups of the Republicans in the region of Douai, Lille, and Dunkerque. During this respite, the Paris Jacobins sent to the guillotine both Custine and his successor La Marlière before July was ended. Both were sidevant nobles, and so far as is ascertainable, neither was guilty of anything worse than attempts to make his orders respected by, and himself popular with the soldiers. By this time, owing to the innumerable denunciations and arrests, the confusion in the army of the North was at its height, and no further attempt was made either to relieve Valenciennes and Condé, or to press forward from Lille and Dunkirk. Condé, starved out as Coburg desired, capitulated on the 10th of June, and the Austrians, who had done their work as soldiers, but were filled with pity for their suffering and distracted enemies, marched in with food for the women and children. Valenciennes, under the energetic General Ferrand, fall of Valenciennes, held out bravely, until the fire of the Allies became intolerable, and then the civil population began to plot treachery, and to wear the Bourbon cockade in the open street. Ferrand and the representatives with him found themselves obliged to surrender to the Duke of York, who commanded the siege corps on the 28th of July after rejecting the first draft of a capitulation sent in by the Duke and threatening to continue the defense to the bitter end impossible, as this was known to before Valenciennes seemed to have become a royalist town. Ferrand's soldierly bearing carried the day and honorable terms were arranged. The Duke even offered to assist the garrison in repressing disorder. Shortly after this, the wreck of the field army was forced to evacuate Caesar's camp after an unimportant action Aug 78 and retired on Arras. By this, they gave up the direct defense of the Paris road, but placed themselves in a flank position relatively to it, and secured to themselves the resources and reinforcements available in the region of Dunkirk-Lille-Bouchain and Cambrai-Landrecies, and Le Quesnoy were left to their own garrisons. With this ended the second episode of the amazing campaign of 1793. Military operations were few and spasmodic on the one side, because the Allied statesmen were less concerned with the nebulous common object of restoring order in France than with their several schemes of aggrandizement on the other, owing to the almost incredible confusion of France under the regime of Danton and Marat. The third episode shows little or no change in the force and direction of the Allied efforts, but a very great change in France thoroughly roused by disaster, and now dominated by the furious and bloodthirsty energy of the terrorists. The French people and armies at last set before themselves clear and definite objects to be pursued at all costs. Jean-Nicolas Houchard, the next officer appointed to command, had been a heavy cavalry trooper in the 7 Years' War. His face bore the scars of wounds received at Minden, and his bravery, his stature, his bold and fierce manner, Houchard, his want of education, seemed to all to betoken the ideal sans-culotte general. But he was nevertheless incapable of leading an army, and knowing this carefully conformed to the advice of his staff officers Berthelmy and Gay Vernon, the latter of whom an exceptionally capable officer had been Custine's chief of staff and was consequently under suspicion at one moment. Indeed, operations had to be suspended altogether, because his papers were seized by the civil authorities, and amongst them were all the confidential memoranda and maps required for the business of headquarters. It was the darkest hour. The Vendeans, the people of Lyon, Marseille, and Toulon, were in open and hitherto successful revolt. Valenciennes had fallen and Coburg's Hussar parties pressed forward into the Somme Valley. Again, the Allies had the decision of the war in their own hands. Coburg, indeed, was still afraid on Marie Antoinette's account of forcing the Republicans to extremities, and on military grounds too. He thought an advance on Paris hazardous, but hazardous or not, it would have been attempted. But for the English, the Duke of York had definite orders from his government to capture Dunkerque, present a nest of corsairs which interfered with the Channel trade, and in the future, it was hoped a second Gibraltarand, after the fall of Valenciennes and the capture of Caesar's camp. The English and Hanoverians marched away via Tournai and Ypres to besiege the coast fortress. Thereupon, the King of Prussia, in turn, called off his contingent for operations on the Middle Rhine. Holland, too, though she maintained her contingent in face of Lille, where it covered Flanders, was not disposed to send it to join the imperialists in an adventure in the heart of France. Coburg, therefore, was brought to a complete standstill, and the scene of the decision was shifted to the district between Lille and the coast. Thither came Carnot, the engineer officer, who was in charge of military affairs in the Committee of Public Safety, and is known to history as the organizer of victory. His views of the strategy to be pursued indicate either a purely geographical idea of war, which does not square with his later principles and practice, or, as is far more likely, a profound disbelief in the capacity of the Army of the North, as it then stood to fight a battle, and they went no further than to recommend an inroad into Flanders on the ground that no enemy would be encountered there. This, however, in the event, developed into an operation of almost decisive importance, for at the moment of its inception, the Duke of York was already on the march fighting en route a very severe but successful action. Lincelles, Aug. 18, with the French troops encamped near Lille. The Anglo-Hanoverians entered the district densely intersected with canals and morasses around Dunkirk and Bergs on the 21st and 22nd on the right by way of Ferns. The British moved towards Dunkirk and invested the east front of the weak fortress, while on the left the Hanoverian Field Marshal Roman V, Freytag, moved via Popering on Bergs. The French had a chain of outposts between Ferns and Bergs, but Freytag attacked them resolutely, and the defenders, except a brave handful, who stood 175 to cross bayonets, fled in all directions. The east front of Bergs was invested on the 23rd, and Freytag spread out his Dunkirk forces to cover the Duke of York's attack on Dunkirk his right being opposite Bergs and his center at Bambeck, while his left covered the space between Roosbrugg and Ypres with a cordon of posts. Houchard was in despair at the bad conduct of his troops. But one young General Jourdan, anticipating Houchard's orders, had already brought a strong force from Lille to Kassel, whence he incessantly harried Freytag's posts. Carnot encouraged the garrisons of Dunkirk and Bergs and caused the sluices to be opened. The moral of the defenders rose rapidly. Houchard prepared to bring up every available man of the Army of the North, and only waited to make up his mind as to the direction in which his attack should be made. The Allies themselves recognized the extreme danger of their position. It was cut in half by the great morass stretches of which extended even to Ferns. Neither Dunkirk nor Bergs could be completely invested owing to the inundations, and Freytag sent a message to King George Roman III to the effect that if Dunkirk did not surrender in a few days, the expedition would be a complete failure. As for the French, they could hardly believe their good fortune. Generals, staff officers, and representatives on mission alike were eager for a swift and crushing offensive. Attack and attack in mass became the shibboleth and the catchphrase of the camps. Chuke, and fortresses and armies on other parts of the frontier were imperiously called upon to supply large drafts for the Army of the North. Gavernon's strategical instinct found expression in a wide-ranging movement designed to secure the absolute annihilation of the Duke of York's forces. Beginning with an attack on the Dutch posts north and east of Lille, the army was then to press forward towards Ferns, the left wing holding Freytag's left wing in check, and the right swinging inwards and across the line of retreat of both Allied corps. At that moment, all men were daring, and the scheme was adopted with enthusiasm on the 28th of August. Consequently, the Dutch posts were attacked and driven away by the mobile forces at Lille, aided by parts of the main army from Arras. But even before they had fired their last shot, the Republicans dispersed to plunder and compromised their success. Houchard and Gay Vernon began to fear that their army would not emerge successfully from the supreme test they were about to impose on it. And from this moment, the scheme of destroying the English began to give way to the simpler and safer idea of relieving Dunkirk. The place was so ill-equipped that after a few days' siege it was in extremis, and the political importance of its preservation led not merely the civilian representatives, but even Carnot to implore Houchard to put an end to the crisis at once. On the 30th, Kassel, instead of Ypres, was designated as the point of concentration for the mass of attack. This surprised the representatives and Carnot as much as it surprised the subordinate generals, all of whom thought that there would still be time to make the detour through Ypres and to cut off the Allies' retreat before Dunkirk fell. But Houchard and Gay Vernon were no longer under any illusions as to the maneuvering power of their forces, and the government agents wisely left them to execute their own plans. 37,000 men were left to watch Coburg and to secure Arras and Douai, and the rest 50,000 strong assembled at Kassel. Everything was in Houchard's favor. Could he but overcome the indiscipline of his own army, the Duke of York was more dangerous in appearance than in reality is. The result must infallibly have shown had Houchard and Gay Vernon possessed the courage to execute the original plan. And Freytag's covering army extended in a line of disconnected posts from Bergs to Ypres. Against the left and center of this feeble cordon, 40,000 men advanced in many columns. On the 6th of September, a confused outpost fight, in which the various assailing columns dissolved into excited swarms, ended long after Hoenskoete nightfall in the orderly withdrawal of the various Allied posts to Hoenskoete. The French generals were occupied the whole of next day in sorting out their troops, who had not only completely wasted their strength against mere outposts, but had actually consumed their rations and used up their ammunition. On the 8th, the assailants, having more or less recovered themselves, advanced again. They found Walmoden, who had succeeded Freytag, disabled on the 6th, entrenched on either side of the village of Hoenskoete, the right resting on the great morass, and the left on the village of Les Selhiers. Was the opportunity for the attack in mass that had been so freely discussed, but Houchard was now concerned more with the relief of Dunkirk than with the defeat of the enemy. He sent away one division to Dunkirk, another to Bergs, and a third towards Ypres, and left himself only some 20,000 men for the battle. But Walmoden had only 13,000, so great was the disproportion between end and means in this ill-designed enterprise against Dunkirk. Redrawn from a map in Fortescue's History of the British Army, by permission of Macmillan Co. Limited. Houchard dispatched a column guided by his staff officer Berthelmy to turn the Hanoverians left, But this column lost its way in the dense country. About Loo, the center waited motionless, under the fire of the Allied guns, near Hanscoot in vain. The representative Delbrel implored the general to order. The advance Houchard was obstinate, and ere long the natural result followed, though Delbrel posted himself in front of the line, conspicuous by his white horse and tricolored sash, and plumed to steady the men. The bravest left the ranks, and skirmished forward from bush to bush, and the rest sought cover. Then the Allied commander ordered forward one regiment of Hessians, and these advancing at a ceremonial slow march, and firing steady rolling volleys, scattered the Republicans before them. At this crisis Houchard uttered the fatal word retreat. But Delbrel overwhelmed him with reproaches and stung him into renewed activity. He hurried away to urge forward the right wing, while Jerdan rallied the center, and led it into the fight again. Once more Jerdan awaited in vain the order to advance, and once more the troops broke. But at last the exasperated Delbrel rose to the occasion. "You fear the responsibility," he cried to Jerdan. "Well, I assume it. My authority overrides the general's, and I give you the formal order to attack at once." Then, gently, as if to soften a rebuke, he continued, "You have forced me to speak as a superior now. I will be your aide-de-camp 176, and at once hurried off to bring up the reserves and to dispatch cavalry to collect the fugitives." This incident, amongst many, serves to show that the representatives on mission were no mere savage marplots. As is too generally assumed, they were often wise and able men, brave and fearless of responsibility in camp. And in action Jerdan led on the reserves, and the men fighting in the bushes on either side of the road heard their drums to right and left. Jerdan fell wounded. But Delbrel headed a wild, irregular bayonet charge which checked the Hanoverians, and Houchard himself, in his true place as a cavalry leader, came up with 500 fresh sabers and flung himself on the Allies. The Hanoverians, magnificently disciplined troops, that they were soon reformed after the shock. But by this time, the fugitives collected by Delbrel's troopers, reanimated by new hopes of victory, were returning to the front in hundreds, and a last assault on Hanscoot met with complete success. Hanscoot was a psychological victory. Materially, it was no more than the crushing of an obstinate rearguard, at enormous expense to the assailants, for the Duke of York was able to withdraw. While there was still time, Houchard had indeed called back the division he had sent to Bergs, and dispatched it by Loo against the enemy's rear. But the movement was undertaken too late in the day to be useful. The struggle was practically a front-to-front battle, numbers and enthusiasm on the one side, discipline, position, and steadiness on the other. Hence, though its strategical result was merely to compel the Duke of York to give up an enterprise that he should never have undertaken, Hanscoot established the fact that the new French were determined to win at any cost, and by sheer weight and energy. It was long before they were able to meet equal numbers with confidence, and still longer before they could freely oppose a small corps to a larger one. But the nightmare of defeats and surrenders was dispelled. The influence of Houchard on the course of the operations had been sometimes null, sometimes detrimental, and only occasionally good. The plan and its execution were the work of Berthelmy and Gay Vernon. The victory itself was Jerdan's. And above all, Delbrel's, to these errors forgiven to Victor Houchard, added the crowning offense of failure in the reaction, after the battle, to pursue his advantage. His enemies in Paris became more and more powerful as the campaign continued. Having missed the great opportunity of crushing the English, Houchard turned his attention to the Dutch posts about Menin. As far as the Allies were concerned, Hanscoot was a mere reverse, not a disaster, and was counterbalanced, Menin in Coburg's eyes, by his own capture of Le Quesnoy. Sept. 11, the proximity of the main body of the French to Menin induced him to order Beaulieu's corps hitherto at Sysswing, and linking the Dutch posts with the central group, to join the Prince of Orange there, and to ask the Duke of York to do the same. But this last meant negotiation, and before anything was settled, Houchard, with the army from Hanscoot and a contingent from Lille, had attacked the prince at Menin and destroyed his corps. Sept. 1213. After this engagement, which, though it was won by immensely superior forces, was, if not an important, at any rate a complete victory, Houchard went still farther inland, leaving detachments to observe York, and replacing them by troops from the various camps, as he passed along the cordon, in the hope of dealing with Beaulieu, as he had dealt with the Dutch, and even of relieving Le Quesnoy. But in all this he failed. He had expected to meet Beaulieu near Sysswing, but the Austrian general had long before gone northward to assist the Prince of Orange. Thus Houchard missed his target. Worse still, one of his protective detachments chanced to meet Beaulieu near Courtrai on the 15th, and was not only defeated but driven en route from Menin. Lastly, Coburg had already captured Le Quesnoy, and had also repulsed a straggling attack of the Landrecies, Bouchain, and other French garrisons, on the positions of his covering army 12th Corps. Houchard's offensive died away completely, and he halted his army 45,000 strong excluding detachments at Gavarel, halfway between Douai and Arras, hoping thereby to succor Bouch in Cambrai or Arras, whichever should prove to be Coburg's next objective after. Standing still for several days, a prey to all the conflicting rumors that reached his ears, he came to the conclusion that Coburg was about to join the Duke of York in a second siege of Dunkirk, and began to close on his left, but his conclusion was entirely wrong. The Allies were closing on their left inland to attack Maubeuge. Coburg drew in Beaulieu, and even persuaded the Dutch to assist the Duke of York, undertaking for the moment to watch the whole of the Flanders cordon from the sea to Tournai. But this concentration of force was merely nominal, for each contingent worked in the interests of its own masters, and above all the siege, that was the object of the concentration, was calculated to last 4 weeks. Roman 1e gave the French 4 weeks unimpeded liberty of action. Houchard was now denounced and brought captive to Paris, placed upon his trial. He offered a calm and reasoned defense of his conduct, but when the intolerable word coward was hurled at him by one of his judges, he wept with rage, pointing to the scars of his many wounds, and then his spirit broken sank into a lethargic indifference, in which he remained to the end. He was guillotined on the 16th of November 1793. After Houchard's arrest, Jourdan accepted the command, though with many misgivings, for the higher ranks were filled by officers with even less experience than he had himself. Equipment and clothing was wanting, and perhaps more important still, the new levies, instead of filling up the depleted ranks of the line, were assembled in undisciplined and half-armed hordes at various frontier camps under elected officers who had for the most part never undergone the least training. The field states showed a total of 104,000 men, of whom less than a third formed the operative army, but an enthusiasm equal to that of Hanscoot, and similarly demanding a plain, urgent, and recognizable objective, animated it. And although Jourdan and Carnot, who was with him at Gavarel, where the army had now reassembled, began to study the general strategic situation, the committee brought them back to realities by ordering them to relieve Maubeuge at all costs. The Allies disposed in all of 66,000 men around the threatened fortress, but 26,000 of these were actually employed in the siege, and the remainder forming the covering army extended in an enormous semicircle of posts facing Wadignus west-south and east. Thus the Republicans, as before, had 2 men to 1 at the point of contact, 44,000 against 21,000, but so formidable was the discipline and steadiness of maneuver of the old armies that the chances were considered as no more than rather in favor of the French. Not that these chances were seriously weighed before engaging. The generals might squander their energies in the council chamber on plans of sieges and expeditions, but in the field they were glad enough to seize the opportunity of a battle which they were not skillful enough to compel. It took place on the 15th and 16th of October, and though the Allied right and center held their ground on their left, the plateau of Wadignus Roman 5, from which the battle derives, its name was stormed on the second day. Carnot, Jourdan, and the representatives leading the columns in person, Coburg, indeed retired in unbroken order, added to which the Maubeuge garrison had failed to cooperate with their rescuers by a sortie 5, and the Duke of York had hurried up with all the men he could spare from the Flanders cordon. But the Dutch generals refused to advance beyond the Sambre, and Coburg broke up the siege of Maubeuge and retired whence he had come, while Jourdan, so far from pressing forward, was anxiously awaiting a counterattack and entrenching himself with all possible energy. So ended the episode of Wadignus, which, alike in its general outline and in its details, gives a perfect picture of the character at once intense and spasmodic of the new French warfare in the days of the Terror. To complete the story of 93, it remains to sketch very briefly the principal events on the eastern and southern frontiers of France. These present in the main no special features, and all that it is necessary to retain of them is the fact of their existence. What this multiplication of their tasks meant to the Committee of Public Safety, and to Carnot in particular, it is impossible to realize. It was not merely on the Sambre and the Scheldt, nor against one army of heterogeneous allies, that the Republic had to fight for life, but against Prussians and Hessians on the Rhine, Sardinians in the Alps, Spaniards in the Pyrenees, and also, one might say indeed, above all against Frenchmen in Vendée, Lyon, Marseille, and Toulon. On the Rhine, the advance of a Prussian-Hessian army, 63,000 strong, rapidly drove back Custine from the Maine into the valleys of the Saar, and the Lauder and Austrian corps under Wurmser soon afterwards invaded Alsace. Here, as on the northern frontier, there was a long period of trial and error, of denunciations and indiscipline, and of wholly trivial fighting before the Republicans recovered themselves. But in the end, the ragged enthusiasts found their true leader in Lazare Hoche, and though defeated by Brunswick at Pirmasens and Kaiserslautern, they managed to develop almost their full strength against Wurmser in Alsace on the 26th of December. The latter, who had already undergone a series of partial reverses, was driven by main force from the lines of Weissenberg, after which Hoche advanced into the Palatinate and delivered Landau and Pichegru, moved on to recapture Mainz, which had surrendered in July on the Spanish frontier. Both sides indulged in a fruitless war of posts in broken ground. The Italian campaign of 1793, equally unprofitable, will be referred to below. Far more serious than either was the insurrection of Vendy-Quiroman V and the counter-revolution in the south of France, the principal incidents of which were the terrible sieges of Lyon and Toulon. For 1794, Carnot planned a general advance of all the northern armies, that of the North Pichegru from Dunkirk Castle, by Ypres, and Oudenarde on Brussels, the minor army of the Ardennes, to Charleroi, and the army of the campaign of 1794, Moselle-Jourdan to Liege. While between Charleroi and Lille demonstrations were to be made against the hostile center, he counted upon little as regards the two armies near the Meuse, but hoped to force on a decisive battle by the advance of the left wing towards Ypres-Coburg on the other side, intended if not forced to develop his strength on the Ypres side, to make his main effort against the French center about Landrecies. This produced the siege of Landrecies, which need not concern us, a forward movement of the French to Menin and Courtrai, which resulted in the battles of Tourcoing and Tournai, and the campaign of Fleurus, which almost fortuitously produced the long-sought decision. The first crisis was brought about by the advance of the left wing of the Army of the North, under Sauham to Menin Courtrai. This advance placed Sauham in the midst of the enemy's right wing, and at last stimulated the Allies into adopting the plan that Mack had advocated in season and out of season, since before Neerwind, that of annihilating the enemy's army. This vigorous purpose and the leading part in its execution played by the Duke of York and the British contingent give these operations to Englishmen, at any rate, a living interest, which is entirely lacking in, say, the sieges of Le Quesnoy and Landrecies. On the other side, the new French armies, and their leaders, without losing the energy of 1793, had emerged from confusion and inexperience, and the powers of the new army and the new system had begun to mature. Thus, it was a fair trial of strength between the old way and the new. In the second week of May, the left wing of the Army of the North Center was towards Landrecies, and the right fused in the Army of the Ardennes towards Charleroi. Found itself interposed at Menin Courtrai Lille, between two hostile masses, the main body of the Allied right wing about Tournai, and a secondary corps at Thielt. Common sense therefore dictated a converging attack for the Allies and a series of rapid radial blows for the French in the Allied camp. Common sense had first to prevail over routine, and the Emperor's first orders were for a raid of the Thielt Corps towards Ypres, which his advisors hoped would of itself cause the French to decamp. But the Duke of York formed a very different plan, and Feldzugmeister Clerfayt, in command at Thielt, agreed to cooperate. Their proposal was to surround the French on the Lys with their two corps, and by the 15th the Emperor had decided to use larger forces with the same object. On that day Coburg himself, with 6,000 men, under Feldzugmeister Kinsky, from the central Landrecies group, entered Tournai, and took up the general command, while another reinforcement, under the Archduke Charles Mack's annihilation, plan marked towards Orchy's orders were promptly issued for a general offensive. Clerfayt's corps was to be between Rouselaire and Menin on the 16th, and the next day to force its way across the Lys at Werwick and connect with the main army. The main army was to advance in 4 columns. The first 3 under the Duke of York were to move off at daylight on the 17th by Dodigny's Liers and Lannes, respectively, to the line Mauskron Tourcoing. Mouveau the 4th and 5th under Kinsky, and the Archduke Charles were to defeat the French corps on the upper mark, and then leaving Lille on their left and guaranteeing themselves by a cordon system against being cut off from Tournai, either by the troops just defeated or by the Lille garrison, to march rapidly forward towards Werwick, getting touch on their right with the Duke of York, and on their left with Clerfayt, and thus completing the investing circle around Sauham's and Morau's isolated division's. Speed was enjoined on all picked volunteers to clear away the enemies, skirmishers, and pioneers, to make good difficult places on the roads, were to precede the heads of the columns. Then came at the head of the main body the artillery with an infantry escort. All this might have been designed by the Japanese for the attack of some well-defined Russian position. In the War of 1904, outpost and skirmisher resistance was to be overpowered the instant it was offered, and the attack on the closed bodies of the enemy was to be initiated by a heavy artillery fire at the earliest possible moment. But in 1904, the Russians stood still, which was the last thing that the revolutionary armies of 1794 would or could do. Max well-considered and carefully balanced 178 combinations failed and doubtless helped to create the legend of his incapacity, which finds no support either in the opinion of Coburg, the representative of the old school, or in that of Scharnhorst, the founder of the new. Sauham, who commanded in the temporary absence of Pichegru, had formed his own plan. Finding himself with the major part of his forces between York and Clerfayt, he had decided to impose upon the former by means of a covering detachment, and to fall upon Clerfayt near Rouselaire with the bulk of his forces. This plan, based as it was on a sound calculation of time, space, strength, and endurance, merits close consideration, for it contains more than a trace of the essential principles of modern strategy, yet with one vital difference: that whereas in the present case, the factor of the enemy's independent will wreck the scheme, Napoleon would have guaranteed to himself, before and during its development, the power of executing it in spite of the enemy. The appearance of fresh Allied troops, Kinsky on his right front, at once modified these general arrangements, divining Coburg's intentions from the arrival of the enemy near Pont-à-Marc. And at Lannes, he ordered Bernard Lille Group 27,000 to leave enough troops on the upper mark to amuse the enemy's leftmost columns, and with every man he had left beyond this absolute minimum, to attack the left flank of the columns, moving towards Tourcoing, which his weak center, 12,000 men at Tourcoing, Mouscron, and Roubaix, was to stop by frontal defense. No role was as yet assigned to the principal mass, 50,000 under Moreau about Courtrai Vandam's brigade, was to extend along the lies from Menin to Werwick and beyond, to deny as long as possible the passage to Clerfayt. This second plan failed like the first because the enemy's counterwill was not controlled all along the line. Coburg's advance compelled the French to fight as they were without any redistribution, but the French were sufficiently elastic to adapt themselves readily to unforeseen conditions, and on Coburg's side too, the unexpected happened when Clerfayt appeared on the lies above Menin. He found Werwick held. This was an accident for the battalion. There was on its way to Menin, and Vandam, who had not yet received his new orders, was still far away. But the battalion fought boldly. Clerfayt sent for his pontoons, and ere they arrived Vandam's leading troops managed to come up on the other side. Thus it was not till 1 A Roman 1000 on the 18th that the first Austrian battalions passed the lies. On the front of the main Allied group, the annihilation plan was crippled at the outset by the tardiness of the Archduke's fifth or left column. On this, the smooth working of the whole scheme depended, for Coburg considered that he must defeat Bernard before carrying out his intended envelopment of the Menin-Courtrai group. The idea of binding the enemy by a detachment while the main scheme proceeded had not yet arisen. The Allied general, indeed, on discovering the backwardness of the Archduke, went so far as to order all the other columns to begin by swerving southward against Bernard, but these were already too deeply committed to the original plan to execute any new variation. The rightmost column, Hanoverians under von dem Busch, moved on Mouscron, overpowering the fragmentary if energetic resistance of the French advanced posts. Next on the left, Lieutenant Field Marshal Otto, moved by Liers and Watrilos, driving away a French post at Lies near Lannes on his left flank, and entered Tourcoing. But meantime, a French brigade had driven von dem Busch away from Mouscron, so that Otto felt compelled to keep troops at Liers and Watrilos to protect his rear, which seriously weakened his hold on Tourcoing. The third column, led by the Duke of York, advanced from Templeau on Lannes, at the same time securing its left by expelling the French from Willems. Lannes was stormed by the British Guards under Sir R. Abercrombie with such vigor that the cavalry, which had been sent round the village to cut off the French retreat, had no time to get into position beyond Lannes. The French resistance, still disjointed, became more obstinate as the ground favored it more, and the Duke called up the Austrians from Willems to turn the right of the French position at Roubaix, by way of a small valley. Once again, however, the Guards dislodged the enemy. Before the turning movement had taken effect, a third French position now appeared at Mouvox, and this seemed so formidable that the Duke halted to rest his now weary men. The Emperor himself, however, ordered the advance to be resumed, and Mouvox too was carried by Abercrombie. It was now nightfall, and the Duke, having attained his objective point, prepared to hold it against a counter-attack. Kinsky, meanwhile, with the fourth column, had made feints opposite Pontchartrain, and had forced the passage of the Mark near Bouvines with his main body. But Bernard gave ground so slowly that up to 4 P. Roman 1000 Kinsky had only progressed a few hundred paces from his crossing point. The fifth column, which was behind time on the 16th, did not arrive at Orchies till dawn on the 17th, and had to halt there for rest and food, thence moving across country in fighting formation. The Archduke made his way to Pont-à-Marc, but he was unable to do more before calling a halt than deploy his troops on the other side of the stream. So closed the first day's operations. The annihilation plan had already undergone a serious check. The Archduke and Kinsky, instead of being ready for the second part of their task, had scarcely completed the first. And the same could be said of Clerfayt. While von dem Busch had definitively failed, only the Duke of York and Otto had done their share in the center, and they now stood at Tourcoing, and Mouvox isolated in the midst of the enemy's main body with no hope of support from the other columns, and no more than a chance of meeting Clerfayt-Coburg's entire force, was without deducting losses, no more than 53,000 for a front of 18 Roman 1,000, and only half of the enemy's available 80,000 men, had as yet been engaged. Max sent a staff officer at 1 Roman 1,000 to implore the Archduke to come up to Lannes at once, but the young prince was asleep, and his suite refused to wake him. Matters did not, of course, present themselves in this light at Sauham's headquarters, where the generals met in an informal council. The project of flinging Bernard's corps against the flank of the Duke of York had not received even a beginning of execution, and the outposts, reinforced though they were from the main group, had everywhere been driven in all the subordinate leaders. Moreover, except Bernard sent in the most despondent reports. Councils of war never fight is an old maxim, justified in 99 cases in 100, but this council determined to do so, and with all possible vigor. The scheme was practically that which Coburg's first threat had produced, and his first brusque advance had inhibited Vandem, was to hold Clerfayt, the garrison of Lille, and a few outlying corps to occupy the Archduke and Kinsky, and in the center Moreau and Bernard with 40,000 effectives were to attack the Tourcoing Mouvox position in front and flank at dawn with all possible energy. The first shots were fired on the Lies, where it will be remembered Clerfayt's infantry had effected its crossing in the night. Vandem, who was to defend the river, had in the evening assembled his troops fatigued by a battle of Tourcoing long march near Menin. Instead of pushing on at once thus, only one of his battalions had taken part in the defense of Warwick on the 17th, and the remainder were by this chance massed on the flank of Clerfayt's subsequent line of advance. Vandem used his advantage well. He attacked with perhaps 12,000 men against 21,000 the head, and the middle of Clerfayt's columns. As they moved on Lincelles, Clerfayt stopped at once, turned upon him, and drove him towards Ronc and Menin, still fighting in succession, rallying and fighting again. Vandem's regiments managed to spin out time, and to commit Clerfayt deeper and deeper to a false direction, till it was too late in the day to influence the battle elsewhere. Roman 5 dem Busch's column at Dodignes, shaken by the blow it had received the day before, did nothing, and actually retreated to the Scheldt on the other flank. Kinsky and the Archduke 179 Charles practically remained inactive despite repeated orders to proceed to Lannes. Kinsky waiting for the Archduke, and the latter using up his time and forces in elaborating a protective cordon all around his left and rear. Both alleged that the troops were tired, but there was a stronger motive. It was felt that Belgium was about to be handed over to France as the price of peace, and the generals did not see the force of wasting soldiers on a lost cause. There remained the two center columns. Otto's and the Duke of York's. The orders of the Emperor to the Duke were that he should advance to establish communication with Clerfayt at Lincelles. Having thus cut off the French Courtrai group, he was to initiate a general advance to crush it, in which all the allied columns would take part. Clerfayt, York, and Otto in front, von dem Busch on the right flank, and the Archduke and Kinsky in support. These airy schemes were destroyed at dawn on the 18th. Macdonald's brigade carried Tourcoing at the first rush, though Otto's guns and the volleys of the infantry checked its further progress. Malbranc's brigade swarmed around the Duke of York's entrenchments at Mouvox, while Bernard's mass from the side of Lille passed the mark and lapped round the flanks of the British posts at Roubaix and Lannes. The Duke had used up his reserves in assisting Otto, and by 8 Roman 1,000, the positions of Roubaix, Lannes, and Mouvox were isolated from each other, but the Allies fought magnificently. And by now the Republicans were in confusion, excited to the highest pitch, and therefore extremely sensitive to waves of enthusiasm or panic. And at this moment, Clerfayt was nearing success, and Vandem, fighting almost back-to-back with Malbranc. Otto was able to retire gradually, though with heavy losses to Liers before Macdonald's left column was able to storm Watrelot's or Diendel's brigade still farther towards the Scheldt could reach his rear. The resistance of the Austrians gave breathing space to the English, who held on to their positions, till about 11 attacked again and again by Bernard, and then, not without confusion, retired to join Otto at Liers. With the retreat of the two sorely tried columns, and the suspension of Clerfate's attack between Lincelles and Ronc, the Battle of Tourcoing ended. It was a victory of which the young French generals had reason to be proud. The main attack was vigorously conducted, and the Teuton numerical superiority which the French possessed at the decisive point is the best testimony at once to Sauham's generalship and to Vandem's bravery. As for the allies, those of them who took part in the battle, at all generals and soldiers, covered themselves with glory. But the inaction of two-thirds of Coburg's army was the bankruptcy declaration of the old strategical system. The Allies lost on this day about 4,000 killed and wounded, and 1,500 prisoners, besides 60 guns. The French loss, which was probably heavier, is not known. The Duke of York defeated Sauham at once, turned his attention to Clerfate, against whom he directed all the forces he could gather after a day's horde tactics. The Austrian commander, however, withdrew over the river unharmed on the 19th. He was at Rouselaire and in Gelminster 9 or 10 Roman 1,000 north of Courtrai, while Coburg's forces assembled and encamped in a strong position some 3 Roman 1,000 west and northwest of Tournai, the Hanoverians remaining out in advance of the right on the Espiere. Sauham's victory, thanks to his geographical position, had merely given him air. The Allies, except for the loss of some 5,500 men, were in no way worse off. The plan had failed, but the army as a whole had not been defeated, while the troops of the Duke of York and Otto were far too well disciplined not to take their defeat as all in the day's work. Sauham was still on the lies and midway between the two allied masses, able to strike each in turn, or liable to be crushed between them in proportion, as the opposing generals calculated time, space, and endurance accurately. Sauham, therefore, as early as the 19th, had decided that until Clerfate had been pushed back to his old positions near Thielt, he could not deal with the main body of the Allies on the side of Tournai, and he had left Bernard to hold the latter, while he concentrated most of his forces towards Courtrai. This move had the desired effect, for Clerfate retired without a contest, and on the 21st of May, Sauham issued his orders for an advance on Coburg's army, which, as he knew, had meantime been reinforced. Vandem alone was left to face Clerfate, and this time with outposts far out at Ingelminster and Rusebeck, so as to ensure his chief not a few hours, but 2 or 3 days' freedom from interference. Pichegru now returned and took up the supreme command. Sauham, remaining in charge of his own and Moreau's divisions on the extreme right from Pontchartrain. Only demonstrations were to be made. The center between battle of Tournai-Basia and Estemberg was to be the scene of the holding attack of Bernard's command, while Sauham, in considerably greater density, delivered the decisive attack on the Allied right by St. Leger, and Warquing at Helchin. A brigade was to guard the outer flank of the assailants against a movement by the Hanoverians, and to keep open communication with Courtrai in case of attack from the direction of Oudenarde. The details of the Allied position were insufficiently known owing to the multiplicity of their advanced posts and the intricate and densely cultivated nature of the ground. The Battle of Tournai opened in the early morning of the 22nd, and was long and desperately contested. The demonstration on the French extreme right was soon recognized by the defenders to be negligible, and the Allied left wing thereupon closed on the center. There, Bernard attacked with vigor, forcing back the various advanced posts, especially on the left, where he dislodged the Allies from Netchin. The defenders of Tempelhof then fell back, and the attacking Swarmsa dissolved line of battle fringed the brook beyond Tempelhof, on the other side of which was the Allies' main position, and even for a moment seized Blandain. Meanwhile, the French at Netchin, in concert with the main attack, pressed on towards Ramegnies. MacDonald's and other brigades had forced the Espiere rivulet and driven von dem Busch's Hanoverians partly over the Scheldt. They had a pontoon bridge partly southward. The main front of the Allies was defined by the brook that flows between Tempelhof and Blandain, then between Ramegnies and Pontchartrain, and empties into the Scheldt near the last-named hamlet on this front, till close on nightfall. A fierce battle raged. Pichegru's main attack was still by his left, and Pontchartrain was taken and retaken by French, Austrians, British, and Hanoverians in turn between Blandain and Pontchartrain. Bernard's troops more than once entered the line of defense, but the attack was definitively broken off at nightfall, and the Republicans withdrew slowly towards Lannes and Liers. They had, for the first time in a fiercely contested soldiers' battle, measured their strength, regiment for regiment, against the Allies, and failed, but by so narrow a margin that henceforward the army of the North realized its own strength and solidity, the army of the revolution, already superior in numbers and imbued with the decision-compelling spirit, had at last achieved self-confidence. But the actual decision was destined, by a curious process of evolution, to be given by Jourdan's far distant army of the Moselle, to which we now turn. The army of the Moselle had been ordered to assemble a striking force on its left wing, without prejudicing the rest of its cordon in Lorraine, and with this striking force to operate towards Liege and Namur. Its first movement on Arlon in April was repulsed by a small Austrian corps under Beaulieu that guarded this region. But in the beginning of May, the advance was resumed, though the troops were ill-equipped and ill-fed, and requisitions had reduced the civil population to semi-starvation and sullen hostility. We quote Jourdan's instructions to his advance guard, not merely as evidence of the trivial purpose of the march, as originally planned, but still more as an illustration of the driving power that made the troops march at all and of the new method of marching and subsisting them. Its commander was to keep in mind the purpose of cutting the communications between Luxembourg and Namur, and was therefore to throw out strong bodies against the enemy daily, and at different points to parry the enemy's movements by rapid Jourdan's movement on Liege marches, to prevent any transfer of troops to Belgium, and lastly, to seek an occasion for giving battle, for cutting off his convoys, and for seizing his magazines. So much for the purpose. The method of achieving it is defined as follows. General Hatry, in order to attain the object of these instructions, will have with him the minimum of wagons he is to live at the expense of the enemy as much as possible, and to send back into the interior of the Republic whatever may be useful to it. He will maintain his communications with Longwy, report every movement to me, and when necessary to the Committee of Public Safety, and to the Minister of War maintain order and discipline, and firmly oppose every sort of pillage. How the last of these instructions was to be reconciled with the rest Hatry was not informed. In fact, it was ignored. I am far from believing, wrote the representative on mission Gillett, that we ought to adopt the principles of philanthropy with which we began the war. At the moment when on these terms Jourdan's advance was resumed, the general situation east of the Scheldt was as follows. The Allies' center under Coburg had captured Landrecies, and now Mayfort lay around that place, about 65,000 strong, while the left under Kaunitz 27,000 was somewhat north of Maubeuge, with detachments south of the Sambre as far as the Meuse. Beyond these again were the detachment of Beaulieu 8,000 near Arlon, and another 9,000 strong around Trier on the side of the French. The army of the Moselle, 41,000 effectives, was in cordon between Sargemund and Longwy. The army of the Ardennes, 22,000 between Beaumont and Givet of the army of the north. The right wing, 38,000 in the area Beaumont-Maubeuge, and the center 24,000 about Guise. In the aggregate, the Allied field armies numbered 139,000 men, those of the French 203,000. Tactically, the disproportion was sufficient to give the latter the victory, if strategically it could be made effective at a given time and place. But the French had mobility as a remedy for overextension, and though their close massing on the extreme flanks left no more than equal forces opposite Coburg in the center, the latter felt unable either to go forward or to close to one flank. When on his right the storm was brewing at Menin and Tournai, and on his left Kaunitz reported the gathering of important masses of the French around Beaumont. Thus the initiative passed over to the French, but they missed their opportunity as Coburg had missed his in 1793. Pichegru's right was ordered to march on Mons, and his left to master the navigation of the Scheldt, so as to reduce the Allies to wagon-drawn supplice, latter an objective dear to the 18th century general, while Jourdan's task, as we know, was to conquer the Liege or Namur country, without unduly stripping the cordon on the Saar and the Moselle. Jourdan's orders and original purpose were to get Beaulieu out of his way by the usual strategical tricks, and to march through the Ardennes as rapidly as possible, living on what supplies he could pick up from the enemy or the inhabitants. But he had scarcely started when Beaulieu made his existence felt by attacking a French post at Bouillon. Thereupon, Jourdan made the active enemy, instead of Namur, his first object. The movement of the operative portion of the army of the Moselle began on the 21st of May from Longwy through Arlon towards Neufchâteau. Irregular fighting, sometimes with the Austrians, sometimes with the bitterly hostile inhabitants, marked its progress. Beaulieu was nowhere forced into a battle, but fortune was on Jourdan's side. The Austrians were a detachment of Coburg's army, not an independent force, and when threatened they retired towards Ciney, drawing Jourdan after them, in the very direction in which he desired to go on the 28th. The French, after a vain detour made in the hope of forcing Beaulieu to fight les esclaves, nocent passi messerer, avec des hommes, libres, wrote Jourdan in disgusted Cine, and there heard that the enemy had fallen back to a strongly entrenched position on the east bank of the Meuse. Near Namur, Jourdan was preparing to attack them there, when considerations of quite another kind intervened to change his direction and thereby to produce the drama of Charleroi and Fleurus, which military historians have asserted to be the foreseen result of the initial plan. The method of living on the country had failed lamentably in the Ardennes, and Jourdan, though he had spoken of changing his line of supply from Arlon to Carignan, then to Mézières, and so on as his march progressed, was still actually living from hand to mouth on the convoys that arrived intermittently. From his original base, when he sought to take what he needed from the towns, on the Meuse he infringed on the preserves of the army of the Ardennes. The advance therefore came for the moment to a standstill, while Beaulieu solicitous for the safety of Charleroi, which fortress he had emmagazined, up the outlying troops left behind on the Moselle, to rejoin him by way of Bastogne. At the same moment, 29th, Jourdan received new orders from Paris to take Dinant and Charleroi, and to clear the country between the Meuse and the Sambre, and be to attack Namur either by assault or by regular siege. In the latter case, the bulk of the forces were to form a covering army beyond the place to demonstrate towards Nivelles, Louvain, and Liege, and to serve at need as a support to the right flank of the Ardennes army. From these orders, and from the action of the enemy, the campaign at last took a definite shape. When the army of the Moselle passed over to the left bank of the Meuse, it was greeted by the distant roar of guns towards Charleroi, and by news that the army of the Ardennes, which had already twice been defeated by Kaunitz Charleroi, was, for the third time, deeply and unsuccessfully engaged beyond the Sambre. The resumption of the march again complicated the supply question, and it was only slowly that the army advanced towards Charleroi, sweeping the country before it and extending its right towards Namur. But at last, on the 3rd of June, the concentration of parts of 3 armies on the Sambre was effected. Jourdan took command of the united force army of the Sambre, and Meuse, with a strong hand, the 40,000 newcomers, inspired fresh courage in the beaten Ardennes troops, and in the sudden dominating enthusiasm of the moment, pillaging and straggling almost ceased troops that had secured bread, shared it with less fortunate comrades, and even the Liégeois peasantry made free gifts of supplies. We must believe, says the French General Staff of today, that the idea symbolized by the tricolor, around which marched ever these sansculottes shoeless and hungry, unchained a mysterious force that preceded our columns and aided the achievement of military success. Friction, however, arose between Jourdan and the generals of the Ardennes army, to whom the representatives thought it well to give a separate mission. This detachment of 18,000 men was followed by another of 16,000 to keep touch with Maubeuge, deducting another 6,000 for the siege of Charleroi, when this should be made the covering army destined to fight the imperialists, dwindled to 55,000 out of 96,000 effectives. Even now we see the objective was not primarily the enemy's army. The Republican leaders desired to strike out beyond the Sambre, and as a preliminary to capture Charleroi, they would not, however, risk the loss of their connection with Maubeuge before attaining the new foothold. Meanwhile, Tourcoing and Tournai had at last convinced Coburg that Pichegru was his most threatening opponent, and he had therefore, though with many misgivings, decided to move towards his right, leaving the Prince of Orange, with not more than 45,000 men, on the side of Maubeuge. Charleroi Namur. Jourdan crossed the Sambre on the 12th of June. Practically unopposed, Charleroi was rapidly invested, and the covering army extended in a semicircular position. For the 4th time, the Allies counterattacked successfully, and after a severe struggle, the French had to abandon their positions and their siege works, and to recross the Sambre. June 16, but the army was not beaten. On the contrary, it was only desirous of having its revenge for a stroke of ill fortune due, the soldiers said, to 181 the fog, and to the want of ammunition. The fierce threats of Saint Just, who had joined the army to faire Tomer les Teats, if more energy were not shown, were unnecessary, and within 2 days the army was advancing again. On the 18th, Jourdan's columns recrossed the river and extended around Charleroi in the same positions as before, this time having in view the weariness of his troops and their heavy losses. On the 16th, the Prince of Orange allowed the siege to proceed. His reasons for so doing furnish an excellent illustration of the different ideas and capacities of a professional army and a nation in arms. The imperial troops, wrote General Alvancy, Are very fatigued, we have fought 9 times since the 10th of May. We have bivouacked constantly, and made forced marches further. We are short of officers, all this, it need hardly be pointed out, applied equally to the French. Charleroi, garrisoned by less than 3,000 men, was intimidated into surrender 25th, when the third parallel was barely established. Thus the object of the first operations was achieved. As to the next, neither Jourdan nor the representatives seem to have had anything further in view than the capture of more fortresses, but within 24 hours events had decided for them. Coburg had quickly abandoned his intention of closing on his right wing, and after the usual difficulties with his allies on that side, had withdrawn 12,000 Austrians from the center of his cordon opposite Pichegru, and made forced marches to join the Prince of Orange on the 24th of June. He had collected 52,000 men at various points round Charleroi, and on the 25th he set out to relieve the little fortress, but he was incomplete. Ignorance of the state of affairs at Charleroi, signal guns were fired, but the woods drowned even the roar of the siege batteries, and at last a party under Lieutenant Radetzky made its way through the covering army and discovered that the place had fallen. The party was destroyed on its return, but Radetzky was reserved for greater things. He managed, though twice wounded, to rejoin Coburg with his bad news in the midst of the Battle of Fleurus. On the 26th, Jourdan's army, now some 73,000 strong, was still posted in a semicircle of entrenched posts, 20 Roman 1,000, in extent round the captured town, pending the removal of the now unnecessary pontoon bridge at Marchians and the selection of a shorter line of defense. Coburg was still more widely extended, inferior in numbers, as he proposed to attack on an equal front, and thus gave himself for the attack of an entrenched position an order of battle of 3 men to every 2 yards of Fleurus front, all reserves included. The Allies were to attack in 5 columns the Prince of Orange from the west and northwest towards Tresgnies, and Monceau would Kwastanovich from the north, on Gosselies Konitz from the northeast, the Archduke Charles from the east through Fleurus, and finally Beaulieu towards Lambussart. The scheme was worked out in such minute detail, and with so entire a disregard of the chance of unforeseen incidents, that once he had given the executive command to move, the Austrian general could do no more if every detail worked out as planned. Victory would be his if accidents happened. He could do nothing to redress them, and unless these righted themselves, which was improbable in the case of the stiffly organized old armies, he could only send round the order to break off the action and retreat. In these circumstances, the Battle of Fleurus is the sum rather than the product of the various fights that took place between each Allied column and the French division, that it met the Prince of Orange attacked at earliest dawn, and gradually drove in the French left wing to Courcelles Rue and Marchians. But somewhat after noon the French, under the direction for the most part of Kleber, began a series of counterstrokes, which recovered the lost ground, and about 5, without waiting for Coburg's instructions, the prince retired northwestward off the battlefield. The French center division under Morlot made a gradual fighting retreat on Gosselies, followed up by the Kwastanovich column, and part of Kaunitz force. No serious impression was made on the defenders, chiefly because the brook west of Mellet was a serious obstacle to the rigid order of the Allies, and had to be bridged before their guns could be got over. Kaunitz's column and Championet's division met on the battlefield of 1690. The French were gradually driven in from the outlying villages to their main position between Hepignies and Wangenes. Here the Allies, well led, and taking every advantage of ground and momentary chances, had the best of it. They pressed the French hard, necessitated the intervention of such small reserves as Jourdan had available, and only gave way to the defenders' counterstroke at the moment they received Coburg's orders for a general retreat. On the Allied left wing the fighting was closer and more severe than at any point. Beaulieu on the extreme left advanced upon Velling, and the French positions in the woods to the south in several small groups of all arms. Here were the divisions of the Army of the Ardennes, markedly inferior in discipline and endurance to the rest, and only too mindful of their 4 previous reverses. For 6 hours more or less, they resisted the oncoming Allies. But then, in spite of the example and the despairing appeals of their young General Marceau, they broke and fled, leaving Beaulieu free to combine with the Archduke Charles, who carried Fleurus after obstinate fighting, and then pressed on towards Campanaire. Beaulieu took command of all the Allied forces on this side about noon, and from then to 5 p. Roman 1,000 launched a series of terrible attacks on the French Lefebvre's division, part of the General Reserve, and the remnant of Marceau's troops above Campanaire, and Lambussart. The disciplined resolution of the imperial battalions and the enthusiasm of the French revolutionaries were each at their height, The Austrians came on time after time over ground that was practically destitute of cover villages, farms, and fields of corn. Caught fire, the French grew more and more excited. No, retreat today, they called out to their leaders, and finally, clamoring to be led against the enemy, they had their wish. Lefebvre seized the psychological moment when the fourth attack of the Allies had failed, and though he did not know it, the order to retreat had come from Coburg. The losses of the unit that delivered it were small, for the charge exactly responded to the moral conditions of the moment, but the proportion of killed to wounded, 55 to 81, is good evidence of the intensity of the momentary conflict. So ended the battle. Coburg had by now learned definitely that Charleroi had surrendered, and while the issue of the battle was still doubtful, for, though the Prince of Orange was beaten, Beaulieu was in the full tide of success, gave towards 3p Roman 1000 the order for a general retreat. This was delivered to the various commanders between 4 and 5, and these, having their men in hand even in the heat of the engagement, were able to break off the battle without undue confusion. The French were far too exhausted to pursue them. They had lost twice as many men as the Allies, and their leader had practically no formed body at hand to follow up the victory, thanks to the extraordinary dissemination of the army. Tourcoing, Tournai, and Fleurus represent the maximum result achievable under the earlier revolutionary system of making war, and show the men and the leaders at the highest point of combined steadiness and enthusiasm they ever reached. That is, as a sansculotte army. Fleurus was also the last great victory of the French, in point of time, prior to the advent of Napoleon, and may therefore be considered as illustrating the general conditions of warfare at one of the most important points in its development. The sequel of these battles can be told in a few words. The Austrian government had, it is said, long ago decided to evacuate the Netherlands, and Coburg retired over the Meuse practically unpursued, while the Duke of York's forces fell back in good order, though pursued by Pichegru through Flanders. The English contingent embarked for home. The rest retired through Holland into Hanoverian territory, leaving the Dutch troops to surrender to the victors. The last phase of the pursuit reflected great glory on Pichegru, for it was conducted in midwinter through a country bare of supplies, and densely intersected with dikes and meres. The crowning incident was the dramatic capture of the Dutch fleet frozen in at the Texel by a handful of hussars who rode over the ice and browbeat the crews of the well-armed battleships into surrender. It was many years before a Prince of Orange ruled again in the United Provinces, while the Austrian whitecoats never again mounted guard in Brussels. The Rhine campaign of 1794, waged as before chiefly by the Prussians, was not of great importance. General Roman V. Mollendorf won a victory at Kaiserslautern on the 23rd of May, but operations thereafter became spasmodic and were soon complicated by Coburg's retreat over the Meuse. With this event, the offensive of the Allies against the French Revolution came to an inglorious end. Poland, now occupied the thoughts of European statesmen, and Austria began to draw her forces on to the East. England stopped the payment of subsidies, and Prussia made the Peace of Basel on the 5th of April 1795. On the Spanish frontier, the French under General Dugommier, who was killed in the last battle, were successful in almost every encounter, and Spain too made peace. Only the eternal enemies France and Austria were left face to face on the Rhine, and elsewhere of all the Allies Sardinia alone, see below, under Italian campaigns, continued the struggle in a half-hearted fashion. The operations of 1795 on the Rhine present no feature of the Revolutionary Wars that other and more interesting campaigns failed to show. Austria had two armies on foot under the general command of Clerfayt, one on the upper Rhine, the other south of the Main, while Mainz was held by an army of imperial contingents. The French, Jourdan on the lower Pichegru on the upper Rhine, had as usual superior numbers at their disposal. Jourdan combined a demonstrative frontal attack on Neuwied with an advance in force via Dusseldorf, reunited his wings beyond the river near Neuwied, and drove back the Austrians in a series of small engagements to the Main, while Pichegru passed at Mannheim and advanced towards the Neckar. But ere long both were beaten, Jourdan at Hochst and Pichegru at Mannheim, and the investment of Mainz had to be abandoned. This was followed by the invasion of the Palatinate by Clerfayt and the retreat of Jourdan to the Moselle. The position was further compromised by secret negotiations between Pichegru and the enemy for the restoration of the Bourbons. The meditated treason came to light early in the following year, and the guilty commander disappeared into the obscure ranks of the royalist secret agents, till finally brought to justice in 1804. The campaign of 1796 in Germany. The wonder of Europe now transferred itself from the drama of the French Revolution to the equally absorbing drama of a great war on the Rhine. Every day for 4 terrible years wrote a German pamphleteer early in 1796, has surpassed the one before it in grandeur and terror, and today surpasses all in dizzy sublimity that a maneuver on the lawn should possess an interest to the peoples of Europe, surpassing that of the Reign of Terror, is indeed hardly imaginable. But there was a good reason for the tense expectancy that prevailed everywhere. France's policy was no longer defensive. She aimed at invading and revolutionizing the monarchies and principalities of old Europe. And to this end, the campaign of 1796 was to be the great and conclusive effort. The liberation of the oppressed had its part in the decision, and the glory of freeing the serf easily merged itself in the glory of defeating the serf's masters. But a still more pressing motive for carrying the war into the enemy's country was the fact that France and the lands she had overrun could no longer subsist her armies. The Directory frankly told its generals, when they complained that their men were starving, and ragged that they would find plenty of subsistence beyond the Rhine. On her part, Austria, no longer fettered by allied contingents, nor by the expenses of a far distant campaign, could put forth more strength than on former campaigns. And as war came nearer home, and the citizen saw himself threatened by revolutionizing and devastating armies, he ceased to hamper or to swindle the troops. Thus the duel took place on the grandest scale, then known in the history of European armies. Apart from the secondary theater of Italy, the area embraced in the struggle was a vast triangle extending from Dusseldorf to Basel, and thence to Ratisbon and Carnot. Sketched the outlines in accordance with the scale of the picture. He imagined nothing less than the union of the armies of the Rhine and the Riviera before the walls of Vienna. Its practicability cannot here be discussed, but it is worth contrasting the attitude of contemporaries and of later strategical theorists towards it. The former, with their empirical knowledge of war, merely thought it impracticable with the available means, but the latter have condemned it root and branch as an operation on exterior lines. The scheme took shape only gradually. The first advance was made partly in search of food, partly to disengage the Palatinate which Clerfayt had conquered in 1795. If you have reason to believe that you would find some supplies on the lawn, hasten thither with the greater part of your forces, wrote the Directory to Jourdan army of the Sambrined Meuse, 72,000, on the 29th of March. He was to move at once before the Austrians could concentrate, and to pass the Rhine at Dusseldorf, thereby bringing back the center of the Jourdan and Moor enemy over the river. He was further to take every advantage of their want of concentration, to deliver blow after blow, and to do his utmost to break them up completely. A fortnight later, Moro army of the Rhine and Moselle, 78,000, was ordered to take advantage of Jourdan's move, which would draw most of the Austrian forces to the Mainz region to enter the Breisgau and Swabia. You will attack Austria at home and capture her magazines. You will enter a new country, the resources of which, properly handled, should suffice for the needs of the army of the Rhine and Moselle. Jourdan, therefore, was to take upon himself the destruction of the enemy Moro, the invasion of South Germany. The first object of both was to subsist their armies beyond the Rhine, the second to defeat the armies and terrorize the populations of the empire. Under these instructions, the campaign opened. Jourdan crossed at Dusseldorf and reached the Lahn, but the enemy concentrated against him very swiftly, and he had to retire over the river. Still, if he had not been able to break them up completely, he had at any rate drawn on himself the weight of the Austrian army and enabled Moro to cross at Strasbourg without much difficulty. The Austrians were now commanded by the Archduke Charles, who after all detachments had been made disposed of some 56,000 men. At first, he employed the bulk of this force against Jourdan, but on hearing of Moro's progress, he returned to the Neckar country with 20,000 men, leaving Feldzeugmeister Roman V Wartensleben with 36,000 to observe Jourdan. In later years, he admitted himself that his own force was far too small to deal with Moro, who he probably thought would retire after a few maneuvers. But by now, the two French generals were aiming at something more than alternate raids and feints. Carnot had set before them the ideal of a decisive battle. As the great object, Jourdan was instructed, if the Archduke turned on the Archduke's plan, Moro to follow him up with all speed and to bring him to action. Moro too was not retreating, but advancing. The two armies, Moro's and the Archduke's, met in a straggling and indecisive battle at Malsch on the 9th of July. And soon afterwards, Charles learned that Jourdan had recrossed the Rhine and was driving Wartensleben before him. He thereupon retired both armies from the Rhine Valley into the interior, hoping that at least the French would detach large forces to besiege the river fortresses. Disappointed of this, and compelled to face a very grave situation, he resorted to an expedient which may be described in his own words, to retire both armies step by step, without committing himself to a battle, and to seize the first opportunity to unite them, so as to throw himself with superior, or at least equal, strength on one of the two hostile enemies. This is the ever-recurring idea of interior lines. It was not new, for Frederick the Great had used similar means in similar circumstances, as had Sauhem at Tourcoing, and even Dampierre at Valenciennes, nor was it differentiated, as were Napoleon's operations in this same year, by the deliberate use of a small containing force at one point, to obtain relative superiority at another. A general of the 18th century did not believe in the efficacy of superior, numbershad not Frederick the Great disproved it, and for him operations on interior lines were simply successive blows at successive targets, the efficacy of the blow in each case being dependent chiefly on his own personal qualities, and skill as a general on the field of battle. In the present case, the point to be observed is not the expedient which was dictated by the circumstances, but the courage of the young general, who, unlike Wharton-Slebin and the rest of his generals, unlike Tomorrow and 183 Jourdan themselves, surmounted difficulties, instead of lamenting them. On the other side, Carnot of course foresaw this possibility. He warned the generals not to allow the enemy to use his forces, sometimes against one, sometimes against the other, as he did in the last campaign, and ordered them to go forward respectively into Franconia and into the country of the Upper Necker, with a view to seeking out and defeating the enemy's army. But the plan of operations soon grew bolder. Jourdan was informed on the 21st of July that if he reached the Regnitz without meeting the enemy, or if his arrival there forced the latter to retire rapidly to the Danube, he was not to hesitate to advance to Ratisbon, and even to Passau if the disorganization of the enemy admitted it. But in these contingencies, he was to detach a force into Bohemia, to levy contributions. We presume that the enemy is too weak to offer a successful resistance, and will have united his forces on the Danube. We hope that our two armies will act in unison to rout him completely. Each is in any case strong enough to attack by itself, and nothing is so pernicious as slowness in war. Evidently, the fear that the two Austrian armies would unite against one of their assailants had now given place to something like disdain. This was due in all probability to the rapidity with which Moreau was driving the Archduke before him. After a brief stand on the Neckar at Cannstatt, the Austrians, only 25,000 strong, fell back to the Raw Alb, where they halted again to cover their magazines at Ulm and Günzburg. Towards the end of July, Wharton-Slebin was similarly falling back before Jourdan, though the latter starting considerably later than Moreau had not advanced so far. The details of the successive positions occupied by Wharton-Slebin need not be stated. All that concerns the general development of the campaign is the fact that the hitherto independent leader of the Lower Rhine army resented the loss of his freedom of action, and besides lamentations, opposed a dull, passive resistance to all but the most formal orders of the prince. Many weeks passed before this was overcome, sufficiently for his leader even to arrange for the contemplated combination, and in these weeks the Archduke was being driven back day by day, and the German principalities were falling away one by one, as the French advanced and preached the revolutionary formula. In such circumstances as the said general facts, if not the causes, were patent enough, it was natural that the confident Paris strategists should think chiefly of the profits of their enterprise, and ignore the fears of the generals at the front. But the latter were justified in one important respect. Their operating armies had seriously diminished in numbers, Jourdan disposing of not more than 45,000, and Moreau of about 50,000. The Archduke had now, owing to the arrival of a few detachments from the Black Forest and elsewhere, about 34,000 men. Wharton-Slebin, almost exactly the same, and the former, for some reason which has never been fully explained, but has its justification in psychological factors, suddenly turned Neresheimend, fought a long, severe, and straggling battle above Neresheim August 11. This did not, however, give him much respite, and on the 12th and 13th he retired over the Danube. At this date, Wharton-Slebin was about Amberg, almost as far away from the other army as he had been on the Rhine, owing to the necessity of retreating round, instead of through the Principality of Bayreuth, which was a Prussian possession, and could therefore make its neutrality respected. Hitherto Charles had intended to unite his armies on the Danube against Moreau, His later choice of Jourdan's army as the objective of his combination grew out of circumstances, and in particular out of the brilliant reconnaissance work of a cavalry brigadier of the Lower Rhine army. Naundorf, this general's report, was working in the country south and southeast of Nuremberg, Wartensleben, being at Amberg indicated, first an advance of Jourdan's army from Forchheim through Nuremberg to the south, and induced the Archduke on the 12th to begin a concentration of his own army towards Ingolstadt. This was a purely defensive measure, but Naundorf reported on the 13th and 14th that the main columns of the French were swinging away to the east against Wartensleben's front and inner flank, and on the 14th, he boldly suggested the idea that decided the campaign: if your Royal Highness will or can advance 12,000 men against Jourdan's rear, he is lost. We could not have a better opportunity. When this message arrived at headquarters, the Archduke had already issued orders to the same effect. Lieutenant Field Marshal Count Latter, with 30,000 men, was to keep Moreau occupied in Author. Expedient of the moment due to the very close pressure of Moreau's advance, and the failure of the attempt to put him out of action at Neresheim, the small remainder of the army, with a few detachments gathered en route, in all about 27,000 men, began to recross the Danube on the 14th and slowly advanced north on a broad front, its leader being now sure that, at some point on his line, he would encounter the French, whether they were heading for Ratisbon or Amberg. Meanwhile, the Directory had, still acting on the theory of the Archduke's weakness, ordered Moreau to combine the operations with those of Bonaparte in Italian Tyrol, and Jourdan to turn both flanks of his immediate opponent, and thus to prevent his joining the Archduke, as well as his retreat into Bohemia. And curiously enough, it was this latter and not Moreau's move which suggested to the Archduke that his chance had come. The chance was in fact one dear to the 18th century general, catching his opponent in the act of executing a maneuver so far from exterior lines, being fatal to Jourdan. It was not until the French general began to operate against Wartensleben's inner flank that the Archduke's opportunity came. The decisive events of the campaign can be described very briefly, the ideas that directed them having been made clear. The long, thin line of the Archduke wrapped itself round Jourdan's right flank near Amberg, while Wartensleben Amberg, and Wurzburg fought him in front. The battle, August 24, was a series of engagements between the various columns that met. It was a repetition, in fact, of Fleurus, without the intensity of fighting spirit that redeems that battle from dullness. Success followed not upon bravery or even tactics, but upon the pre-existing strategical conditions. At the end of the day, the French retired, and next morning, the Archduke began another wide extension to his left, hoping to head them off. This consumed several days. In the course of it, Jourdan attempted to take advantage of his opponent's dissemination to regain the direct road to Wurzburg, but the attempt was defeated by an almost fortuitous combination of forces at the threatened point. More effective indeed than this indirect pursuit was the very active hostility of the peasantry, who had suffered in Jourdan's advance, and retaliated so effectually during his retreat, that the army became thoroughly demoralized both by want of food and by the strain of incessant sniping. Defeated again at Wurzburg on the 3rd of September, Jourdan continued his retreat to the Lahn, and finally withdrew the shattered army over the Rhine, partly by Dusseldorf, partly by Neuwied. In the last engagement on the Lahn, the young and brilliant Mars was mortally wounded far away in Bavaria. Moreau had meantime been driving Latter from one line of resistance to another. On receiving the news of Jourdan's reverses, however, he made a rapid and successful retreat to Strasbourg, evading the prince's army, which had ascended the Rhine valley to head him off in the nick of time. This celebrated campaign is preeminently strategical in its character, in that the positions and movements anterior to the battle preordained its issue. It raised the reputation of the Archduke Charles to the highest point, and deservedly, for he wrested victory from the most desperate circumstances by the skillful and resolute employment of his one advantage. But this was only possible because Moreau and Jourdan were content to accept strategical failure without seeking to redress the balance by hard fighting. The great question of this campaign is, why did Moreau and Jourdan fail against inferior numbers, when in Italy Bonaparte, with a similar army, against a similar opponent, won victory after victory against equal and superior forces? The answer will not be supplied by any theory of exterior and 184 interior lines. It lies far deeper. So far as it is possible to summarize it in one phrase, it lies in the fact that though the Directory meant this campaign to be the final word on the Revolutionary War for the nation at large, this final word had been said at Fleurus. The troops were still the nation. They no longer fought for a cause, and for bare existence, and Moro and Jordan, were too closely allied in ideas and sympathies with the misplaced citizen soldiers. They commanded to be able to dominate their collective. Will in default of a cause, however soldiers will fight for a man, and this brings us by a natural sequence of ideas to the war in Italy. The war in Italy, 179,397. Hitherto, we have ignored the operations on the Italian frontier, partly because they were of minor importance, and partly because the conditions out of which Napoleon's first campaign arose can be best considered in connection with that campaign itself, from which indeed the previous operations derive such light as they possess. It has been mentioned that in 1792, the French overran Savoy and Nice. In 1793, the Sardinian army and a small auxiliary corps of Austrians waged a desultory mountain warfare against the army of the Alps about Briançon, and the army of Italy on the Var. That furious offensive on the part of the French, which signalized the year 1793, elsewhere was made impossible here by the counter-revolution in the cities of the Roman 1500, in 1794. When this had been crushed, the intention of the French government was to take the offensive against the Austro-Sardinians. The first operation was to be the capture of Wunglia. The concentration of large forces in the lower Rhone valley had naturally infringed upon the areas told off for the provisioning of the armies of the Alps Kellerman and of Italy Dumerbian. Indeed, the sullen population could hardly be induced to feed the troops suppressing the revolt, still less the distant frontier armies. Thus, the only source of supply was the Riviera of Genoa. Our connection with this district is imperiled by the corsairs of Wunglia, a Sardinian town, owing to the cessation of our operations. Afloat the army is living from hand to mouth, wrote the younger Robespierre in September 1793. Vessels bearing supplies from Genoa could not avoid the corsairs by taking the open sea, for there the British fleet was supreme. Carnot therefore ordered the army of Italy to capture Wunglia and 21,000 men. The rest of the 67,000 effectives were held back, for coast defense began operations in April. The French left moved against the enemy's positions on the main road over the Col di Tenda, the center towards Pont di Nava, and the right Seorgio along the Riviera. All met with success, thanks to Massina's bold handling of the center column. Not only was Wunglia captured, but also the Col di Tenda. Napoleon Bonaparte served in these affairs on the headquarter staff. Meantime, the army of the Alps had possessed itself of the Little St. Bernard and Mont Cenis, and the Republicans were now masters of several routes into Piedmont. But the Alpine roads merely led to fortresses, and both Carnot and Bonaparte. Napoleon had by now captivated the younger Robespierre and become the leading spirit in Dumerbians. Arma considered that the army of the Alps should be weakened to the profit of the army of Italy, and that the time had come to disregard the feeble neutrality of Genoa and to advance over the Col di Tenda. Napoleon's first suggestion for a rapid condensation of the French cordon and an irresistible blow on the center of the Allies by Tenda, Connie 7 came to nothing owing to the waste of time in negotiations between the generals and the Napoleon in 1794. Distant committee, and meanwhile, new factors came into play. The capture of the pass of Argentura by the right wing of the army of the Alps suggested that the main effort should be made against the barrier fortress of Demont. But here again, Napoleon proposed a concentration of effort on the primary and economy of force in the secondary objective. About the same time, in a memoir on the war in general, he laid down his most celebrated maxim: the principles of war are the same as those of a siege fire, must be concentrated on one point, and as soon as the breach is made, the equilibrium is broken, and the rest is nothing. In the domain of tactics he was, and remains, the principal exponent of the art of breaking the equilibrium. And already he imagined the solution of problems of policy and strategy on the same lines. Austria is the great enemy. Austria crushed Germany, Spain, Italy fall of themselves. We must not disperse, but concentrate our attack. Napoleon argued that Austria could be effectively wounded by an offensive against Piedmont, and even more effectively by an ulterior advance from Italian soil into Germany. In pursuance of the single aim, he asked for the appointment of a single commander-in-chief to hold sway from Bayonne to the Lake of Geneva, and for the rejection of all schemes for revolutionizing Italy till after the defeat of the archenemy. Operations, however, did not after all take either of these forms. The younger Robespierre perished with his brother in the coup d'état of 9th Thermidor. The advance was suspended, and Bonaparte, amongst other leading spirits of the army of Italy, was arrested and imprisoned. Profiting by this moment, Austria increased her auxiliary corps. An Austrian general took command of the whole of the Allied forces, and pronounced a threat from the region of Cairo, where the Austrians took their place on the left wing of the combined army towards the Riviera. The French, still dependent on Genoa for supplies, had to take the offensive at once to save themselves from starvation. And the result was the expedition of Dago, planned chiefly by Napoleon, who had been released from prison and was at headquarters. Though unemployed, the movement began on the 17th of September. And although the Austrian general Collordo repulsed an attack at Dago, Sept. 21, he retreated to Acqui, and the incipient offensive of the Allies ended abruptly. The first months of the winter of 17,940,1795 were spent in re-equipping the troops who stood in sore need, after their rapid movements in the mountains, for the future operations, the enforced condensation of the army on its right wing, with the object of protecting its line of supply to Genoa, and the dangers of its cramped situation on the Riviera, suggested a plan roughly resembling one already recommended by Napoleon, who had since the affair of Dago become convinced that the way into Italy was through the Apennines, and not the Alps. The essence of this was to anticipate the enemy by a very early and rapid advance from Vado towards Carcare, by the Sèvres road, the only good road of which the French disposed, and which they significantly called the Chemin de Cannon. The plan, however, came to nothing. The committee, which now changed its personnel at fixed intervals, was in consequence wavering, and noncommittal troops were withdrawn for a projected invasion of Corsica. And in November, Scherer and Kellermann Dumerbian was replaced by Scherer, who assembled only 17,000 of his 54,000 effectives for field operations, and selected as his line of advance the Col di Tenda. Conny Rode. Scherer, besides being hostile to any suggestion emanating from Napoleon, was impressed with the apparent danger to his right wing concentrated in the narrow Riviera, which it was at this stage impossible to avert by a sudden and early assumption of the offensive. After a brief tenure, Scherer was transferred to the Spanish frontier, but Kellermann, who now received command of the army of Italy, in addition to his own, took the same view as his predecessor, the view of the ordinary general. But not even the Scherer plan was put into execution, for spring had scarcely arrived, when the prospect of renewed revolts in the south of France practically paralyzed the army. This encouraged the enemy to deliver the blow that had so long been feared. The combined forces under de Vince's Sardinians, the Austrian Auxiliary Corps, and the newly arrived Austrian main army advanced together, and forced the French right wing to evacuate Vado and the Genoese littoral. But at this juncture, the conclusion of peace with Spain released the Pyrenees armies, and Scherer returned to the army of Italy at the head of reinforcements. He was faced with a difficult situation 185, but he had the means wherewith to meet it, as Napoleon promptly pointed out. Up to this, Napoleon said, the French commanded the mountain crest, and therefore covered Savoy and Nice, and also Wonglia-Lono, and Vado, the ports of the Riviera. But now that Vado was lost, the breach was made, Genoa was cut off, and the south of France was the only remaining resource for the army. Commissariat Vado must therefore be retaken, and the line reopened to Genoa. And to do this, it was essential first to close up the overextended cordon with the greatest rapidity, lest the enemy, with the shorter line to move on, should gather at the point of contact, before the French end, to advance on Vado further, knowing, as everyone knew, that the King of Sardinia was not inclined to continue the struggle indefinitely. He predicted that this ruler would make peace once the French army had established itself in his dominions. And for this, the way into the interior, he asserted, was the great road Savona-Seva. But Napoleon's mind ranged beyond the immediate future. He calculated that once the French advanced, the Austrians would seek to cover Lombardy, the Piedmontese Turin, and this separation, already morally accomplished, it was to be the French general's task to accentuate. In fact, next, Sardinia having been coerced into peace, the army of Italy would expel the Austrians from Lombardy and connect its operations with those of the French in South Germany by way of Tyrol. The supply question, once the soldiers had gained the rich valley of the Po, would solve itself. This was the essence of the first of 4 memoranda on this subject, prepared by Napoleon in his Paris office. The second indicated the means of coercing Sardinia. First, the Austrians were to be driven or scared away towards Lono, Alessandria. Then the French army would turn sharp to the left, driving the Sardinians eastward and northeastward through Seva. And this was to be the signal for the general invasion of Piedmont from all sides. In the third paper, he framed an elaborate plan for the retaking of Vado, and in the fourth, he summarized the contents of the other 3. Having thus cleared his own mind as to the conditions and the solution of the problem, he did his best to secure the command for himself. The measures recommended by Napoleon were translated into a formal and detailed order to recapture Vado to Napoleon. The miserable condition of the army of Italy was the most urgent incentive to prompt action in Schurer's judgment. However, the army was unfit to take the field, and therefore ex hypothesi to attack Vado without thorough reorganization, and it was only in November that the advance was finally made. It culminated thanks once more to the resolute Massena in the victory of Lono November 23-24. But Scherer thought more of the destitution of his own army than of the fruits of success, and contented himself with resuming possession of the Riviera. Meanwhile, the mentor, whose suggestions and personality were equally repugnant to Scherer, had undergone strange vicissitudes of fortune at dismissal, from the headquarters staff expulsion, from the list of general officers, and then the whiff of grapeshot of 13th Vendemiaire, followed shortly by his marriage with Josephine, and his nomination to command the army of Italy. These events had neither shaken his cold resolution nor disturbed his balance. The army of Italy spent the winter of 17,951,796, as before in the narrow Riviera, while on the one side just over the mountains lay the Austro-Sardinians, and on the other out of range of the coast batteries. But ready to pounce on the Napoleon in command supply ships were the British frigates on Bonaparte's left. Kellerman, with no more than 18,000, maintained a string of posts between Lake Geneva and the Argentura. As before of the army of Italy, 7,000 watched the Tenda road, and 20,000 men. The coastline there remained for active operations, some 27,000 men, ragged, famished, and suffering in every way in spite of their victory of Lono. The Sardinian and Austrian auxiliaries, Colli, 25,000 men, lay between Mondovi and Seva, a force strung out in the Alpine valleys opposed Kellerman and the main Austrian army commanded by Beaulieu, in widely extended cantonments between Acqui and Milan, numbered 27,000 field troops. Thus the short-lived concentration of all the Allied forces for the battle against Scherer had ended in a fresh separation. Austria was far more concerned with Poland than with the moribund French question, and committed as few of her troops as possible to this distant and secondary theater of war. As for Piedmont peace, was almost the universal cry even within the army. All this scarcely affected the regimental spirit and discipline of the Austrian squadrons and battalions, which had now recovered from the defeat of Lono. But they were important factors for the new general-in-chief on the Riviera, and formed the basis of his strategy. Napoleon's first task was far more difficult than the writing of memoranda. He had to grasp the reins, and to prepare his troops morally and physically for active work. It was not merely that a young general with many enemies, a political favorite of the moment, had been thrust upon the army itself was in a pitiable condition. Whole companies with their officers went plundering in search of mere food. The horses had never received as much as half rations for a year past, and even the generals were half-starved. Thousands of men were barefooted, and hundreds were without arms. But in a few days he had secured an almost incredible ascendancy over the sullen, starved, half-clothed army. Soldiers, he told them, you are famished and nearly naked. The government owes you much, but can do nothing for you. Your patience, your courage do you honor, but give you no glory, no advantage. I will lead you into the most fertile plains of the world. There you will find great towns, rich provinces. There you will find honor, glory, and riches. Soldiers of Italy, will you be wanting in courage? Such words go far, and little, as he was able to supply material deficiencies. All he could do was to expel rascally contractors, sell a captured privateer for 5,000, and borrow 2,500 from Genoa. Cheerfully told the Directory on the 28th of March that the worst was over. He augmented his army of operations to about 40,000 at the expense of the coast divisions, and set on foot also 2 small cavalry divisions, mounted on the half-starved horses that had survived the winter. Then he announced that the army was ready and opened the campaign. The first plan emanating from Paris was that, after an expedition towards Genoa to assist in raising a loan there, the army should march against Beaulieu, previously neutralizing the Sardinians by the occupation of Seva when Beaulieu was beaten. It was thought probable that the Piedmontese would enter into an alliance with the French against their former comrades. A second plan, however, authorized the general to begin by subduing the Piedmontese to the extent necessary to bring about peace and alliance. And on this Napoleon acted. If the present separation of the Allies continued, he proposed to overwhelm the Sardinians first before the Austrians could assemble from winter quarters, and then to turn on Beaulieu if, on the other hand, the Austrians, before he could strike his blow united with Colli, he proposed to frighten them into separating, again by moving on Acqui and Alessandria hence Carcare, where the road from Acqui joined the Cannon Road, was the first objective of his march. And from there, he could maneuver and widen the breach between the Allied armies. His scattered left wing would assist in the attack on the Sardinians, as well as it could for the immediate attack on the Austrians. Its cooperation would of course have been out of the question in any case. He grudged every week spent in administrative preparation. The delay, due to this, as a matter of fact, allowed a new situation to develop. Beaulieu was himself the first to move, and he moved towards Genoa, instead of towards his allies. The gap between the two Allied wings was thereby widened, but it was no longer possible for the French to use it for their plan of destroying Colli, while Beaulieu was ineffective had collapsed. In connection with the Genoese loan, and to facilitate the movement of supply convoys, a small French force had been pushed forward to Voltri. Bonaparte ordered it back as soon as he arrived at the front, but the alarm was given. The Austrians, 186, broke up from winter quarters at once and rather than lose the food supplies at Voltri. Bonaparte actually reinforced Massena at that place and gave him orders to hold on as long as possible, cautioning him only to watch his left rear Montenot, but he did not abandon his purpose. Starting from the new conditions, he devised other means, as we shall see, for reducing Beaulieu to ineffectiveness. Meanwhile, Beaulieu's plan of offensive operations, such as they were developed, the French advance to Voltri, had not only spurred him into activity, but convinced him that the bulk of the French army lay east of Savona. He therefore made Voltri the objective of a converging opening movements attack, not with the intention of destroying the French army, but with that of cutting its communications with Genoa and expelling it from the only place in the Riviera where there were sufficient ovens to bake its bread. Beaulieu to the Aulic Council. 15 April. The Sardinians and auxiliary Austrians were ordered to extend leftwards on Dago to close the gap that Beaulieu's advance on Genoa Voltri opened up, which they did though only half-heartedly, and in small force, for unlike Beaulieu, they knew that masses of the enemy were still in the western stretch of the Riviera, the rightmost of Beaulieu's own columns was on the road between Acqui and Savona, with orders to seize Monte Leggino. As an advanced post, the others were to converge towards Voltri from the Genoa side, and the mountain passes about Campofreddo and Sassello. The wings were therefore so far connected that Colli wrote to Beaulieu on this day, "The enemy will never dare to place himself between our two armies." The event belied the prediction, and the proposed minor operation against granaries and bakeries became the first act of a decisive campaign. On the night of the 9th of April, the French were grouped as follows: brigades under Garnier and Macquard at the Feinster and Tenda passes Serrurier's division, and Rusca's brigade east of Guercio Augereau's division about Lono Maniers at Finale Laharps at Savona, with an outpost on the Monte Leggino, and Servinis brigade at Voltri. Massena was in general charge of the last-named units. The cavalry was far in rear beyond Lono. Colli's army, excluding the troops in the valleys that led into Dauphine, was around Conai and Mondovi Seva, the latter group connecting with Beaulieu by a detachment under Pravera between Millesimo and Carcare of Beaulieu's army. Argento's division, still concentrating to the front, in many small bodies, extended over the area. Acqui Dago Sassello Vukasovic's brigade was equally extended between Ovada and the mountain crests above Voltri, and Pitness division was grouped around Gavi, and the Bichetta, the two last units being destined for the attack on Voltri farther to the rear, was Sebetendorf's division around Alessandria Tortona. On the afternoon of the 10th, Beaulieu delivered his blow at Voltri, not, as he anticipated, against three-quarters of the French army, but against Servinis' detachment. This, after a long, irregular fight, slipped away in the night to Savona. Discovering his mistake next morning, Beaulieu sent back some of his battalions to join Argento, but there was no road by which they could do so save the detour through Acqui and Dago, and long before they arrived, Argento's advance on Monte Leggino had forced on the crisis. On the 11th, a day behind time, this general drove in the French outposts, but he soon came on 3 battalions under Colonel Rampon, who threw himself into some old earthworks that lay near, and said to his men, "We must win or die here, my friends." His redoubt and his men stood the trial well, and when day broke on the 12th, Bonaparte was ready to deliver his first Napoleon stroke. The principle that guided him in the subsequent operations may be called superior numbers. At the decisive point, touch had been gained with the enemy all along the long line between the Tenda and Voltri, and he decided to Montanata concentrate swiftly upon the nearest enemy. Argento, Augereau's division, or such part of it as could march at once, was ordered to Malher, picking up here and there on the way a few horsemen and guns. Massena, with 9,000 men, was to send 2 brigades in the direction of Carcare and Altair, and with the third to swing round Argenteau's right, and to head for Montenot village in his rear Laharpe, with 7,000. It had become clear that the enemy at Voltri would not pursue their advantage, was to join Rampon, leaving only Cervoni and 2 battalions in Savona. Serrurier and Rusca were to keep the Sardinians in front of them, occupied the far distant brigades of Garnier and Macquard, stood fast, but the cavalry drew eastward as quickly as its condition permitted in rain, and missed on the early morning of the 12th. The French marched up from all quarters while Argenteau's men waited in their cold bivouacs for light enough to resume their attack on Monte Legino about 9. The mists cleared and heavy fighting began, but Laharpe held the mountain, and the vigorous Massena with his nearest brigade stormed forward against Argenteau's, right a few hours later seeing Augereau's columns heading for their line of retreat. The Austrians retired sharply pressed on Dago. The threatened intervention of Provera was checked by Augereau's presence at Carcaire. Montenot was a brilliant victory, and one can imagine its effects on the but lately despondent soldiers of the army of Italy, for all imagined that Beaulieu's main body had been defeated. This was far from being the case, however, and although the French spent the night of the battle at Cairo Carcaire Montenot midway, between the Allied wings only two-thirds of Argenteau's force, and none of the other divisions had been beaten, and the heaviest fighting was to come. This became evident on the afternoon of the 13th. But meanwhile Bonaparte, eager to begin at once the subjugation of the Piedmontese, for which purpose he wanted to bring Serrurier and Rusca into play, sent only Laharpe's division, and a few details of Massena's under the latter towards Dago. These were to protect the main attack from interference by the forces that had been millissimo engaged at Montenot, presumed to be Beaulieu's main body, the said main attack being delivered by Augereau's division. Reinforced by most of Massena's on the positions held by Provera the latter, only 1,000 strong to Augereau's 9,000, shut himself in the castle of Caesarea, which he defended a la Rampon, against a series of furious assaults. Not until the morning of the 14th was his surrender secured after his ammunition and food had been exhausted. Argenteau also won a day's respite on the 13th, for Laharpe did not join Massena till late and nothing took place opposite Dago, but a little skirmishing during the day. Bonaparte saw 187 for himself, that he had overrated the effects of Montenot. Beaulieu, on the other hand, underrated them, treating it as a mishap, which was more than counterbalanced by his own success in cutting off the French from Genoa. He began to reconstruct his line on the front Dago-Sassello, trusting to Colli to harry the French until the Voltri troops had finished their detour through Acqui and rejoined Argenteau. This, of course, presumed that Argenteau's troops were intact, and Colli's able to move, which was not the case with either. Not until the afternoon of the 14th did Beaulieu place a few extra battalions at Argenteau's disposal, to be used only in case of extreme necessity, and order Vukasovic from the region of Sassello to make a diversion against the French right with 2 battalions.